Upon crossing into the realm of an emperor's mockery, Lin Yan'er finds herself transformed into a mere tool for the disdainful prince. Where the crowing of a rooster at the wedding signifies a peculiar fortune, and the aroma of roasted chicken tantalizes the senses. Endowed with extraordinary abilities of perception, divine medical skills, and the advantages of a mystical space, she is bold and audacious in her pursuits. One might assume that only the naive and conniving would face retribution, however. The prince, too, bears the brunt of the most venomous of blows. Does the prince dare to withhold the divorce decree? A mere tug at his fingers would suffice to imprint his seal upon the document. Chapter 1. The Night of Blossoming Nuptials and Sudden Widowhood. Amidst the resounding clangor of gongs and drums, after a fierce and gallant rooster has performed the ceremonial rites, Lin Yan'er is ushered into the bridal chamber. Once tranquility envelopes the room, she promptly lifts the crimson veil from her head and discards it upon the ground, gasping for breath as she strives to assimilate the memories of another life that intrude upon her consciousness. To her astonishment, in the 24th century, she had been a distinguished medical expert and leading scientist, celebrated for steering a research team towards the successful development of a multifunctional spatial wristband. However, during a celebratory banquet, she was ambushed by an unknown assailant. In her flight, she plummeted from a high edifice, only to find herself inexplicably transported to another world. The original owner of this body, also named Lin Yan'er, was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed general of the divine martial dynasty. Marked by a face adorned with blemishes, she harbored an infatuation with several princes, boldly pursuing them without restraint. In the modern era, such audacity might be admired. Yet in this historical context of the divine martial dynasty, a woman's actions of this nature are deemed shameless. Consequently, Lin Yan'er has become a living jest in the imperial capital of the divine martial dynasty. At this juncture, a matron enters, accompanied by a maid bearing the proud and spirited rooster, and upon noticing Lin Yan'er with her veil cast aside, they display a hint of surprise. Suddenly, two individuals swaggered in, with the girl casting a scornful glance at Lin Yan'er. Crudeness is indeed crude. Do you not know that a red veil cannot be lifted by oneself? They claim she is the legitimate daughter of the Grand General's residence, yet she possesses not a shred of decorum. The matron scoffed. Yin Huan, have you forgotten the purpose of her visit? If she does not lift the veil herself, shall we wait for a rooster to do it for her? The girl named Yin Huan nodded repeatedly, her laughter like the fluttering of blossoms. The matron squinted her aged eyes, coughed twice, and with her nostrils flared, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yan'er. Princess, by the command of the prince, I have brought you a rooster. The prince is currently preoccupied with the matters of tomorrow's wedding to the side consort. This evening, let this rooster share your bridal chamber. The matron and Yin Huan laughed heartily, exiting the room and locking the door behind them. Outside, Yin Huan loudly proclaimed to others that the prince had decreed Lin Yan'er to share her bridal chamber with a rooster. The raucous laughter was exceedingly grating. Lin Yan'er's countenance darkened. Possessing the memories of the original owner, Lin Yan'er was aware that the valorous prince Zhou Mingwu was the god of war of the Dao dynasty, having led troops in a battle at the tender age of 12, achieving remarkable military exploits that quelled the ambitions of those coveting the Dao dynasty, thereby securing peace along the borders. The current era of tranquility in the Dao dynasty could not be attributed to anyone else but the valiant Zhou Mingwu. However, the formidable lord, feared by enemies, was ambushed 2 years ago upon his return to the capital after vanquishing foes. Though he narrowly escaped with his life, his legs were rendered incapacitated, and from that day forth he was confined to a wheelchair. Subsequently, Zhou Haoyan, the second prince who had been vying for the position of crown prince with Zhou Mingwu, smoothly ascended to the title, as Zhou Mingwu was rendered a cripple and disqualified from the contest. Lin Yan'er, no longer the same person, immediately discerned that this matter was undoubtedly connected to the crown prince, Zhou Haoyan. The crown prince's proposition to Emperor Zhou Hai of Dawei was to marry Lin Yan'er, the eldest daughter of the Grand General's mansion, to Prince Zhou Mingwu. In recognition of the merits of Lin Yan'er's deceased grandfather, Lin Jintian, to Dawei, the crown prince's action was naturally intended to humiliate his former rival, Zhou Mingwu. Unexpectedly, the emperor consented, issuing an imperial decree for the marriage. Zhou Mingwu dared not defy the decree, yet harbored extreme resentment. Hence, he arranged for a rooster to kowtow with her, sent the rooster to the bridal chamber, and declared his intention to marry a concubine the day after their wedding, all acts of humiliation directed at her. Thus, Prince Zhou Mingwu vented all the humiliation inflicted upon him by his elder brother and father upon her. Realizing this, Lin Yan'er cursed inwardly, branding him a scumbag. The great Wu god of war, merely a despicable cur, unwilling to confront the crown prince and the emperor, instead taking it out on a defenseless woman. This was another form of domestic abuse, utterly intolerable. Lin Yan'er, a super genius, medical expert and top scientist in the 21st century, a true darling of the heavens, was not one to suffer in silence. She glanced at the gleaming black bracelet on her right wrist, discovering during the wedding ceremony that not only had her soul transmigrated, but also the multifunctional space bracelet developed by her team had accompanied her. She had probed with her mind and confirmed that the multifunctional space bracelet was functioning perfectly. Within it lay a modern medical station, a laboratory, a small kitchen, and several empty rooms yet to be furnished. The space bracelet could also expand as needed, allowing the area to grow larger. This bracelet was not merely for storing items, it could also accommodate people, including herself. With these provisions, she felt invincible. If necessary, she could simply retreat into the bracelet space and remain hidden from anyone's gaze. Zhou Mingwu, the lord of the town, was it? That wretched man deserved a reckoning. She sprang to her feet and took a couple of steps forward, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting her to quickly return to her seat. Sensing something amiss, she concentrated and entered the medical station within the bracelet, drawing a sample of her own blood. Upon testing, she discovered the presence of aconitine. The original owner had been poisoned, granting her the opportunity to usurp her position. Within the memories of the original owner, there was a vivid scene. Her half-sister, the illegitimate Lin Yan'er, had, in front of their father, enacted a touching display of sisterly affection before her wedding, personally feeding her a cup of bridal wine. Aside from that, the original owner had consumed nothing else. The problem had to lie with that cup of wine. Cursed Lin Yan'er, another individual deserving of retribution. She was determined to seek justice for the original owner. The toxins still lingered within her body and required prompt attention. Lin Yan'er set aside all other thoughts, focusing intently on concocting an antidote. After more than an hour, she finally succeeded in purging the toxins from her system. Lying on the floor, her body, now free from poison, felt an intense hunger, yet there was not a morsel of food within the bracelet space. And oh, I must eat something. Lin Yan'er found herself in a space where the door was firmly locked, and it seemed there was not a soul outside. As the esteemed princess of the town's royal mansion, how could that incompetent, good-for-nothing husband of hers, who only vented his frustrations on women, fail to provide even a maid to attend to her? She recalled that she had brought along a matron and a maid when she left the general's residence. Where had they been assigned? Her stomach growled with hunger, and she remembered the glucose solution in her spatial medical station. If there were no alternatives, she would have to resort to drinking some glucose solution to stave off her hunger. As she turned her head, she suddenly noticed a rooster hiding beneath the table, curiously observing Lin Yan'er in the flickering candlelight. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the fragrant roasted chicken, far more enticing than the glucose solution. With a swift motion, she captured the proud, red-crowned rooster and transported it into her space, where a well-equipped kitchen awaited, albeit devoid of ingredients until now. In just a few moments, the rooster was expertly prepared and placed into the microwave. After setting it to roast for 20 minutes, Lin Yan'er emerged from her space with a deliciously roasted chicken. As she savored the tender drumstick, a thought struck her. This rooster was akin to her husband, and here she was consuming it. Wasn't that against propriety? She suddenly recalled the animal kingdom, where during mating, the male mantis is often devoured by the female mantis. Was she now the female mantis? Well, she had just crossed over, and on what should have been her wedding night, she was now a widow. After all, she had consumed her husband. Once satiated, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She sprawled across the wedding bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Little did she anticipate that, beginning with this rooster, Lin Yan'er's name would once again create a sensation in the capital, causing the children of the night in the city to weep at the mere mention of her name, rendering them silent. Chapter 2. This young lady is now a widow. The following day, Lin Yan'er was roused from her slumber by the sound of a key turning in the lock. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings of her chamber. At the entrance stood the matron from the previous day, accompanied by a maid named Yan Huan, along with 3 other attendants carrying towels and various toiletries. "Your Highness, you slept quite soundly." The matron remarked with a hint of mockery. The prince has commanded that Concubine Xiao has entered. You are to freshen up, dress appropriately, and present tea to Concubine Xiao as a gesture of respect. The prince has also instructed that you should cover your pockmarked visage, lest you frighten Concubine Xiao, who is of delicate constitution. Lin Yan'er's expression darkened. The audacity of that wretched prince knew no bounds. She, as the legitimate consort granted by the emperor, was being ordered to pay homage to a mere concubine who had just arrived? This was yet another attempt to humiliate her. The original owner of this body had been aware that Prince Zhou Mingwu had a favored companion, a merchant's daughter of humble origins named Xiao Qingqing. It was unclear what transpired between them, but Prince Zhou Mingwu's regard for Xiao Qingqing was evidently extraordinary. Upon learning of the original owner's marriage, Xiao Qingqing had even come forth to mock her, only to later lament to Zhou Mingwu about the supposed injustices she faced from Lin Yan'er, prompting the prince to send a warning to her. He explicitly stated that should she dare to bully Xiao Qingqing again, he possessed 100 methods to make her life a living hell after marrying into the prince's residence. Thus, Xiao Qingqing was undoubtedly a pure and virtuous flower. Hence, Zhou Mingwu, that despicable and ineffectual man, continued to belittle and humiliate her, all to please his cherished white lotus, while simultaneously venting his own frustrations. As a modern-day paragon of grace, is she to be trampled upon by an ancient soul at will? She uttered no words, allowing her maidservant to adorn her. Once she was impeccably groomed, she followed the matron, flanked by 4 handmaidens, departing from her residence in the Qingxi courtyard to the Zhanhuan Tower, where Zhou Mingwu resided. As Lin Yan'er took her leave, Yan Huan remained behind, pointing out 2 maidens in search of the rooster that had spent the night with Lin Yan'er. Engaging in playful banter about the scandalous tales concocted by the inhabitants of the royal manor regarding Lin Yan'er and the rooster, which were too indecorous to articulate. Their laughter echoed until they stumbled upon the remnants of a chicken bone and feathers scattered beneath the table, at which point their expressions shifted dramatically. As soon as they exited, news of the royal consort devouring the wedding rooster swiftly spread throughout the manor. Within the hour, it reached every corner of the estate. From maidservants to footmen, guards to laborers. The tale first suggested that the royal consort had consumed the rooster that had accompanied them into the bridal chamber, but soon morphed into a shocking narrative claiming that she had devoured the rooster, a symbol of the town's lord, Zhou Mingwu, raw, feathers and bones alike, a truly horrifying image. Lin Yan'er was escorted to the Zhanhuan Tower, where Lord Zhou Mingwu and his newly arrived secondary consort, Xiao Qingqing, awaited her. Zhou Mingwu, with his striking countenance, emanated an imposing presence even while seated in a wooden wheelchair. His facial features were sculpted to perfection, resembling the work of a master craftsman. Clad in resplendent white garments, he exuded an aura of unparalleled elegance. However, in that moment, his starry eyes were cold, radiating an unmistakable chill. He merely cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan'er before swiftly averting his gaze, as if the mere act of looking longer would incite his revulsion. Although this incited a blaze of anger within Lin Yan'er, she could not deny that Prince Zhou Mingwu was indeed an exceptionally rare and handsome man. Beside him sat Xiao Qingqing, adorned in a resplendent red attire. While her beauty may not be otherworldly, she certainly qualified as a stunning woman, complementing Zhou Mingwu quite well. At this moment, a triumphant smile graced Xiao Qingqing's lips as she quietly observed Lin Yan'er entering the room. Xiao Qingqing's personal maid, Xiao Yun, approached with a tray bearing a bowl of steaming tea, her voice imbued with respect. Your Highness, at the behest of the prince, please present tea to the consort. Lin Yan'er raised an eyebrow, her almond-shaped eyes, concealed beneath her veil, fixated on Zhou Mingwu's handsome visage. Your Highness, according to protocol, it is the consort who should present tea to me. Yet, the prince defied tradition, disregarding the ancestral hierarchy. At this, Zhou Mingwu finally lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yan'er, momentarily taken aback before a look of confusion spread across his face. The Lin Yan'er before him spoke clearly, meeting his gaze with none of the previous shyness or trepidation, her large, glistening eyes brimming with provocation. So audacious. Zhou Mingwu's countenance darkened as he slammed his hand against the armrest of his wheelchair, an aura of chilling fury emanating from him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. You dare to contravene my wishes and challenge my decisions with notions of propriety? A woman's duty is to her husband. This is the very foundation of propriety. You are wedded to this prince, thus his words are the conventions you ought to abide by. Outside, you are the princess. Yet within the royal residence, it is Qingqing who reigns as the lady of the house. Serve tea to Qingqing, or face the consequences of the family's rules. You are merely a tool deliberately arranged to humiliate and suppress him, possibly even a spy imposed upon him under the guise of gathering intelligence. And you dare to aspire to be a true princess? were it not for the commendable achievements of Lin Yan'er's grandfather in establishing the Great Wu dynasty. He would have long relegated you to the status of a mere servant. Lin Yan'er remains quietly obedient, and thus he refrains from being overly harsh on her. However, should she revert to her previous foolish demeanor, acting recklessly or engaging in actions detrimental to the prince's manner, he would certainly not show her any mercy. Husband? Zhou Mingwu believed he had conveyed his message clearly. Even Lin Yan'er, however dim-witted, should grasp his meaning. To his astonishment, Lin Yan'er responded as if she had heard the most ludicrous jest, exhibiting no fear of his gaze and seemingly unaffected by the chill of his oppressive aura. Bursting into laughter, "Are you referring to that rooster? I apologize, but I have eaten it." Zhou Mingwu's breath caught in his throat. As those present were yet to comprehend that the rooster, with which Lin Yan'er had shared a bridal chamber the previous day, had been consumed, all displaying expressions of astonishment. Lin Yan'er, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Therefore, I am now a widow. There is no husband to speak of. My heaven is myself, and you are but a worthless scoundrel." Earlier, when Lin Yan'er mentioned eating the rooster, Zhou Mingwu was momentarily taken aback. However, the subsequent words spoken by Lin Yan'er were nothing short of a blatant curse upon him, calling him a dog and insinuating that her status as a widow was a wish for his demise. Such sacrilege! His face darkened ominously as he glared at Lin Yan'er. "Someone slap her." Before the maids could react, Xiao Qingqing, who had been observing the spectacle, trembled slightly at her slender waist and spoke sweetly, "Your Highness, please hold on." Rising to her feet, she moved her feeble form closer, grasping Lin Yan'er's hand with a facade of understanding. "Sister, do not provoke His Highness in such a manner. I harbor no intention of overstepping my bounds. Henceforth, within this royal residence, I shall be a woman of propriety and decorum, treating you with the utmost respect. I assure you, I will ensure harmony within the household, day and night." As she uttered these words, with her back turned to Zhou Mingwu, Xiao Qingqing wore a smile. Yet her eyes betrayed a ruthless glint, unmistakably signaling to Lin Yan'er that her days of hardship were only just beginning. She would torment Lin Yan'er from dawn till dusk. Furious, Lin Yan'er yanked her hand back, ready to retort, when Xiao Qingqing unexpectedly fell backward, landing on the ground with a gasp. Lin Yan'er instantly realized that this duplicitous White Lotus was scheming against her, evidently believing that Zhou Mingwu's punishment would be insufficient, and thus sought to incite him to administer a harsher reprimand. "Your Highness, why did you push the concubine?" exclaimed Xiaoyun, who stood with a tea tray at the side, clearly indignant as she admonished Lin Yan'er. Having been assisted by two maidservants, Xiao Qingqing's eyes were red, exuding an air of extreme fragility, as if she had endured a profound injustice. "Your Highness, my sister does not harbor ill will towards Qingqing. Do not blame her. It was not my sister who pushed me, it was I who fell. Today was a day of great joy for both Qingqing and the prince." She pleaded that he would not punish her sister. "I am fine." Xiaoyun, unable to contain her discontent, interjected, "Your Highness, I clearly saw the princess push her. How could it be a mere accident? You must not be overly kind, lest you become a target for future bullying. Moreover, the princess has bullied you before. Have you forgotten? What a spectacle!" The master and servant were in perfect harmony, seemingly intent on orchestrating her demise. In Chapter 3, "This fool dares to strike her?" Indeed. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing had her back turned to Zhou Mingwu, and her timing in falling backward was impeccable. Lin Yan'er's motion of withdrawing her hand, in Zhou Mingwu's eyes, appeared as if she had shoved Xiao Qingqing. Seeing Xiao Qingqing's reddened eyes, lowered gaze, and pitiful demeanor, Zhou Mingwu could hardly contain his fury. If he could stand, he would have leapt up and slapped Lin Yan'er twice. Just as he was about to erupt, he heard Lin Yan'er's indifferent voice. "Oh, you White Lotus, your performance is truly remarkable. Your acting could leave film stars in awe. I am genuinely impressed." Although Zhou Mingwu could not comprehend the term White Lotus or what film stars were, he understood that Lin Yan'er was mocking Xiao Qingqing. Enraged, he pointed at Lin Yan'er and bellowed, "Ah, you, Lin Yan'er, with your malicious heart, have brought suffering upon yourself. Despite your grievances, you plead on behalf of Qingqing, who possesses a kind soul. Little did you know, your wickedness knows no bounds. Not only did you push her down, but you also dared to mock her. Truly, you are unrepentant. Guards, seize her and execute her." Upon hearing the decree of execution, a subtle smile graced the lips of Xiao Qingqing and Xiaoyun. Subsequently, feigning urgency, Xiao Qingqing prepared to intercede on Lin Yan'er's behalf, but Lin Yan'er swiftly raised her hand and exclaimed, "Wait." The approaching guards indeed halted in their tracks. Zhou Mingwu assumed Lin Yan'er had finally succumbed to fear and would kneel to beg for mercy. To speak candidly, he could not refuse the emperor Wen's arranged marriage, nor could he bring himself to slay Lin Yan'er, given her grandfather's standing. He merely sought a way to save face, needing only to impose a punishment upon Lin Yan'er to serve as a warning. Xiao Qingqing pretended to advise Lin Yan'er, "Sister, I am unharmed. You must not offend the prince so brazenly. Quickly kneel and apologize to him. He would not truly execute you. This matter concerns life and death. Do not continue in your folly." Slap. A sharp and resounding slap interrupted Xiao Qingqing's words. She felt a burning pain across her cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief. This fool dared to strike her? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, another blow landed on her other cheek. Lin Yan'er did not relent. With a kick, she sent Xiao Qingqing sprawling to the ground. The pain caused Xiao Qingqing to clutch her abdomen, rolling on the ground twice before being helped up by Xu Yun and the other maidens. With a clap of her hands, Lin Yan'er tilted her chin at the utterly astonished Zhou Mingwu. "Her previous fall was unrelated to me. This time, I deliberately caused it. Are you clear now? You contemptible scoundrel?" She once again branded him a contemptible scoundrel and struck Xiao Qingqing right in front of him. Utterly outrageous. Zhou Mingwu, consumed by rage, bellowed, "Seize this vile woman and execute her immediately." No sooner had his words left his lips than Lin Yan'er materialized before him in a blur. Before he could gather his wits, she unleashed a pair of resounding slaps across his face. Her fist then landed squarely on Zhou Mingwu's chest with a sickening thud, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan'er had positioned herself behind him, a razor-sharp scalpel pressed against his neck. Lin Yan'er was not merely a medical expert and a top-tier scientist. Her maternal grandmother was also a master of ancient martial arts from the 24th century. Having trained alongside her grandmother since childhood, she had once claimed the Global Women's Ancient Martial Arts Championship. She could easily overpower several robust, unarmed young men. Furthermore, she had developed a strength-enhancing drug capable of amplifying one's power and speed tenfold for 2 hours. En route, anticipating trouble, she had discreetly retrieved a strength-enhancing pill from her spatial medical station and ingested it, taking advantage of the servant's inattention. The original body's physical condition was quite decent, and with her current strength, she could kick someone as frail as Xiao Qingqing to death with ease. This gentle kick was merely a display of restraint. Xiao Qingqing ought to express her gratitude to Lin Yan'er, a compassionate physician devoted to saving lives rather than taking them. The prince has been kidnapped. Someone help. The atmosphere in Zhanhuan Tower was chaotic, and upon witnessing Lin Yan'er daring to strike Zhou Mingwu, Xiao Qingqing found herself at a loss for action. Her only response a series of frantic screams. In an instant, a multitude of guards rushed in, accompanied by several shadowy figures, encircling Lin Yan'er and Zhou Mingwu. To Zhou Mingwu's utter astonishment, Lin Yan'er had the audacity to attack him. Moreover, she succeeded. She was indeed a spy. Her previous foolishness had merely been a faude, now stripped away under duress. Never before had Zhou Mingwu experienced such humiliation, his cheeks ablaze with a burning shame. Having faced countless life-and-death situations, he quickly regained his composure. "Silence!" His command quelled the tumult around them. In a chilling tone, Zhou Mingwu addressed Lin Yan'er, inquiring if she comprehended the dire consequences of truly taking his life. Lin Yan'er had never contemplated killing Zhou Mingwu. To assassinate a prince in any dynasty of ancient times would be a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire family. Her initial intention was merely to vent her frustrations and teach Zhou Mingwu a lesson before seizing an opportunity to escape. However, upon encountering him, her resolve wavered. Departing under the title of a prince's consort would necessitate living in hiding, shrouded in anonymity. Even if she refrained from taking Zhou Mingwu's life, the repercussions could still implicate those connected to her original identity. The majority of her maternal family were malevolent individuals who had tormented her original self and wished for her demise. Yet, that was trivial compared to her uncle's family, who had been exceptionally kind to her original self while serving as officials in distant lands. The burden of implicating these individuals weighed heavily on her conscience. Now, she had glimpsed a legitimate opportunity to depart from the Wang residence. Leaning close to Zhou Mingwu, she whispered with a smile, "How could I dare harm the prince? As long as his associates do not instill fear that causes my hands to tremble, I assure you the prince will remain unharmed. I wish to privately discuss certain matters with the prince and hope for an opportunity. I promise, after our conversation, if the prince still wishes to execute me, I shall willingly embrace my fate." After their discussion, Zhou Mingwu would likely spare her life, perhaps even treating her with reverence. Lin Yan'er was utterly confident in this outcome. However, Zhou Mingwu's personal guard, Qing Ming, brandished his sword, directing it at Lin Yan'er. "Impudent traitor, release the prince immediately and submit yourself." "Qing Ming," Zhou Mingwu interrupted, commanding, "Everyone, leave the room." "But, Your Highness," Qing Ming protested, yet upon seeing Zhou Mingwu's gesture, he reluctantly complied, ushering everyone out to wait outside. "Xiao Qingqing, well acquainted with Zhou Mingwu's temperament, knew he despised disobedience. She feigned sorrowful sobs to convey her concern, casting a venomous glare at Lin Yan'er as she was assisted by Yun and retreated with the others to wait outside. In truth, Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of joy within. She was no fool. She understood that Zhou Mingwu would not execute Lin Yan'er, as she was designated by the emperor himself. However, Lin Yan'er had dared to strike Zhou Mingwu, even causing him to bleed, and now she had taken him hostage. Thus, Zhou Mingwu would possess ample justification to eliminate Lin Yan'er. Assaulting and abducting royalty, even if it reaches the emperor, leaves Lin Yan'er with no hope of survival. This foolish Lin Yan'er has effectively orchestrated her own demise. With her death, I shall rightfully ascend as the legitimate consort of the prince's residence, and not merely as a secondary wife. Chapter 4. A successful negotiation. The hall suddenly fell silent as Lin Yan'er retracted the surgical knife from her hand. With a mere thought, a silver handgun materialized in her grasp. She took several steps back, settling into the seat previously occupied by Xiao Qingqing, awaiting Zhou Mingwu's turn towards her. The handgun was a means of self-defense that Lin Yan'er had stored in her spatial pouch. At this moment, she recalled from the original owner's memories that some individuals in this era possessed formidable martial arts skills, capable of feats such as scaling walls with ease. Despite Zhou Mingwu being confined to a wheelchair, the aura he exuded, coupled with the insights from her X-ray vision, revealed a physique stronger than that of an average person, with notably denser muscles, indicating his expertise in martial arts. Even seated, he was not to be underestimated. Possessing a firearm instilled her with a sense of confidence. Zhou Mingwu maneuvered his wheelchair, scrutinizing Lin Yan'er from head to toe, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the gun in her hand. Although he was unfamiliar with the weapon, he instinctively sensed a palpable aura of danger emanating from it. Lin Yan'er, what do you wish to discuss? A smile graced Lin Yan'er's face as she replied, Your Highness, I seek a decree of divorce, allowing me to depart the royal residence in safety. Zhou Mingwu's eyes narrowed, the imposing presence of the divine war god coalescing once more. His gaze now radiating a thirst for blood. Such an imposing aura could only be born from traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Under the weight of this presence, ordinary individuals, particularly those of fragile disposition, would find themselves trembling and prostrating on the ground. The woman before him sat boldly, displaying an utter lack of concern. You have just struck this prince, and now you seek a divorce decree? Lin Yan'er, do you truly believe that is feasible? Lin Yan'er wore an expression of indignation. Your Highness has misunderstood me. I did not strike you, but rather saved you. Zhou Mingwu scoffed, You saved me? With a proud lift of her chin, Lin Yan'er replied, Of course. Did your Highness not feel a heaviness in your chest moments ago? If you did not, surely your eyes are not blind. The blood you expelled was not crimson, but rather a dark hue. Could you not see it? Zhou Mingwu was taken aback. Indeed, he had felt a sensation of pressure in his chest, and Lin Yan'er had discerned it at a glance. He suddenly looked down, and to his astonishment, the blood he had coughed up was, in fact, a deep, dark color. This was decidedly abnormal. At that moment, the discomfort in his chest vanished entirely. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Yan'er. You possess medical knowledge? Lin Yan'er did not directly respond to this inquiry. The prince's legs were paralyzed, publicly attributed to an assault resulting in a back injury. In truth, he had fallen victim to a peculiar poison. Although the toxin had been neutralized, it left the nerves below his waist dormant, bearing a faintly darkened shade. In such circumstances, the aftermath should encompass more than mere paralysis of the lower limbs. During rainy weather, the previously insensate legs may also experience a potential prickling sensation. This sensation transcends the threshold of ordinary pain, does it not? Zhou Mingwu's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. How did you come to know this? For years ago, Zhou Mingwu's paralysis was the result of poisoning. With each rainy day, he would endure excruciating discomfort, akin to thousands of ants voraciously gnawing between his legs. This is a secret of the prince's manner, known only to a select few whom Zhou Mingwu trusts implicitly. He could never have imagined that in the 24th century, Lin Yan'er and her team would develop a specialized chip for physicians. Any licensed medical practitioner can implant this chip in their brain, granting them the ability to perceive the human body with X-ray-like clarity. Consequently, when faced with patients, a majority of ailments become instantly discernible, thereby eliminating numerous diagnostic procedures and saving patients both time and expenses, facilitating prompt and effective treatment. For this groundbreaking invention, Lin Yan'er was even bestowed with a prestigious global medical award. Having traversed through time, she astonishingly retained the chip's remarkable ability to see through the human body. Upon her first glance at Zhou Mingwu, she immediately discerned the poison coursing through him. Recently introduced, and spreading at a relatively slow pace, with the dark toxins still coalescing in his stomach. The perpetrator did not intend to claim Zhou Mingwu's life immediately, employing a toxin that progresses slowly. Had another day passed, the diffusion of the poison would have posed far greater challenges for detoxification. Lin Yan'er struck Zhou Mingwu twice, a gesture of venting her frustrations. While a single punch was intended to save him, establishing a foundation of trust for the ongoing negotiations. I possess a unique diagnostic method that allows me to discern the prince's bodily conditions at a mere glance. Not only did she penetrate the depths of Zhou Mingwu's internal afflictions, but she also noted the surface of his body, marred by numerous scars from sword and knife wounds. With the barrel of her gun, Lin Yan'er gently tapped the armrest of the chair, her large eyes radiating an extraordinary confidence that momentarily rendered Zhou Mingwu speechless, prompting him to consider unveiling her veil to confirm whether she was indeed the legitimate daughter of the great general's estate. Within a month, I can awaken the nerves in the prince's lower limbs, enabling him to stand and restore him to his former self. In exchange, I seek the prince's assurance for a life of tranquility at the Zhenwang mansion during this period. Once his legs are healed, the prince shall grant me a divorce decree, and thereafter, we shall have no further ties. Surely, this transaction will not be rejected by the prince? Zhou Mingwu inhaled deeply. Despite the myriad of suspicions surrounding the woman's demeanor today, he remained particularly vigilant. However, Lin Yan'er had immediately recognized his poisoning and had countered it with a punch. This alone was sufficient to indicate that she was not only knowledgeable in medicine, but possessed remarkable skill. Perhaps she could indeed heal his legs, liberating him from the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at him, allowing him to escape a lifetime confined to a wheelchair, ridiculed by those who deemed him worthless. His emotions were tumultuous as he coldly fixed his gaze on her bright eyes, remaining silent for an extended moment before finally speaking. Are you not a spy? Lin Yan'er scoffed softly. Would a spy come to your rescue? How absurd it was to suspect her of being a spy. What a grand jest. Who would choose such a foolish girl for such a role? Zhou Mingwu remained silent for quite some time. If you can achieve it, as you wish. The corners of Lin Yan'er's mouth, hidden behind her veil, curled ever so slightly. The prince is indeed wise. Outside the Battle Soul Tower, Qing Ming and the guards, loyal to Zhou Mingwu, had grown somewhat impatient. Under Xiao Qingqing's urging, they were ready to storm inside when a figure appeared at the entrance. Lin Yan'er, with her long strides, gracefully emerged. Xiao Qingqing immediately shrieked, Lin Yan'er, you wicked woman, what have you done to the prince? Guards, seize her at once. Yes, Qing Ming and the guards responded, advancing, only to behold Zhou Mingwu's figure in a wheelchair behind Lin Yan'er, who raised a hand to signal them to halt. Lin Yan'er turned, playfully patting Zhou Mingwu's shoulder. My prince, we had an agreement. Do not break your word. Zhou Mingwu slightly tilted his head, observing the delicate, fair hands resting upon his shoulder. No one had ever dared to place their hand there. A fleeting, inscrutable expression flickered in his eyes as he nodded gently. Lin Yan'er's smile blossomed further. Then, I shall take my leave. She cast a glance at Xiao Qingqing, whose face was flushed and filled with resentment, shrugged her shoulders, waved goodbye to Zhou Mingwu, and departed from the Battle Soul Tower, retracing her steps to the Qingxi courtyard. Xiao Qingqing was suddenly flustered, wishing to command her guards to seize Lin Yan'er and subject her to a brutal fate. However, upon observing Zhou Mingwu silently watching Lin Yan'er's departing figure, without any intention of pursuing her, she felt a surge of anxiety, yet refrained from exerting her authority recklessly. Chapter 5. Who will advocate for him? Your Highness, Xiao Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she clasped Zhou Mingwu's arm. How could that wicked and ugly woman treat you this way? Are you unharmed? Not at all, Zhou Mingwu replied, casting a glance at Xiao Qingqing. Her face bore the clear imprint of Lin Yan'er's slap, red and swollen, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Lin Yan'er had shown audacity by striking Xiao Qingqing before his very eyes, and he ought to reprimand her to vindicate Xiao Qingqing. Yet, Lin Yan'er had also saved him, rendering her his benefactor. Even if she could not heal his legs, he could not bring himself to punish her. He was not one to repay kindness with malice. From Xiao Qingqing's demeanor, he could discern that she was not gravely injured. As a martial artist, he recognized that Lin Yan'er had held back her strength. Otherwise, Xiao Qingqing would be lying incapacitated. He would find ways to make amends with her in due course. Qingqing, please return to your Qingzhou courtyard for now, he instructed. Xiao Qingqing was exceedingly vexed, convinced that Lin Yan'er was doomed this time, and she would soon rightfully assume Lin Yan'er's position as the primary consort. To her astonishment, Lin Yan'er walked away with such nonchalance. What had transpired during their conversation? Xiao Qingqing felt compelled to hold on, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Now Lin Yan'er, in her audacious and overbearing manner, strikes me without hesitation. If she dares to even assault a prince, surely if she is not reprimanded, she will become utterly unrestrained in the future. As for her, this matter need not trouble Qingqing. I shall handle it myself. Zhou Mingwu, preoccupied with other thoughts, waved his hand dismissively. Madam Xiao, escort concubine Xiao back. Fetch a royal physician to attend to her. The old matron who had summoned Lin Yan'er to the Battle Soul Tower complied and beckoned Xiaoyun and Yanhua to assist Xiao Qingqing, intending to lead her away. Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of urgency. This was a prime opportunity to rid herself of Lin Yan'er. Assaulting and abducting a prince. If Zhou Mingwu intervened, Lin Yan'er would be left with no refuge, and none could save her. Was Zhou Mingwu truly unwilling to punish Lin Yan'er? That wretched woman had struck her twice and kicked her as well. The pain was real. Previously, she had feigned grievance, but now her distress was genuine. Though she was the daughter of a merchant, she was still a young lady from a wealthy family, raised in luxury, and had never been struck before. My lord. Concubine Xiao. Madam Xiao interrupted Xiao Qingqing. The prince has instructed that the concubine return first. Thus, she should do so. Madam Xiao, having been sent by the esteemed Lady Ming to care for Zhou Mingwu since his youth, understood his temperament well. She was subtly cautioning Xiao Qingqing not to provoke his displeasure upon entering. Realizing this, Xiao Qingqing, though reluctant, acquiesced and allowed her maidservants to assist her. In the hall of the Battle Soul Tower, Zhou Mingwu gazed at the pool of black blood on the ground, quietly awaiting developments. Soon, his personal guard, Qing Ming, hurried in, his expression exceedingly grim. My lord, the royal chef has succumbed to death in the kitchen. The evidence suggests he perished from poison, which he himself administered. The gaze of Zhou Mingwu was chillingly cold. Whose man is he? Qing Ming shook his head. It remains uncertain at present. Zhou Mingwu's countenance darkened to an extreme. He was acutely aware that individuals like the royal chef were typically assassins, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover any trace of evidence. However, within the capital, those who could afford to raise assassins and wished for his demise could be counted on one hand, likely comprising his several royal brothers. Despite their blood ties, these brothers still harbored trepidation towards him and plotted his downfall, leaving them in a state of unwarranted tranquility. Qing Ming lowered his head and spoke. My lord, I have already dispatched men to investigate. There's no need. Zhou Mingwu interjected, shaking his head. Fortify our defenses and ensure that a similar incident does not occur again. Even if we were to uncover the truth, what would it matter? Who would stand up for him? In the eyes of my father, the Wen Emperor, I am already deemed a failure and should remain docile. Presenting evidence to the Wen Emperor would only lead him to believe I am fabricating proof to malign my brothers, showcasing disloyalty. Zhou Mingwu's expression was tinged with an undeniable sense of melancholy and disappointment, even though he had long understood the royal family's lack of familial affection. Having endured countless similar treacheries since childhood, he could not suppress the sadness and despair that enveloped him. The guards present were those who had fought alongside Zhou Mingwu on the battlefield, steadfast in their loyalty to him and deeply sympathetic to their lord's plight. Thus, they stood in silence, offering their silent companionship. After a long pause, Zhou Mingwu finally spoke. Qing Ming, you have witnessed it. When Lin Yan'er struck me, her speed. What do you think? Qing Ming was taken aback, then recalled the moment when Lin Yan'er suddenly unleashed her fury, delivering 2 slaps to the prince and then landing a punch that made him spit blood. At that moment, the prince's face bore 2 distinct red handprints, a clear indication of her force. Qing Ming furrowed his brow slowly. Although she had caught him off guard, her speed and decisive techniques undoubtedly indicated that she possessed martial prowess. The coldness and desolation in Zhou Mingwu's eyes gradually dissipated as he nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yan'er not only had skill, but was also formidable. Even he had endured 2 slaps and a punch. He was the war god of the Great Wu, and even seated in a wheelchair, he was not someone an ordinary person could approach easily, let alone strike. Yet, Lin Yan'er had accomplished this. Moreover, she claimed to possess medical expertise, asserting she could heal his legs. Renowned physicians sought by the Great Wu dynasty had all shaken their heads in despair, unable to help. If she could indeed restore his legs, her medical skills would be beyond imagination. Qing Ming hesitated for a moment. My lord, do you think she could be a spy for the crown prince? Zhou Mingwu remained silent for a while, gently shaking his head. If she were a spy for the crown prince, feigning ignorance would facilitate her actions. Revealing her capabilities would inevitably raise our vigilance and defenses, something a spy would not accomplish. Furthermore, if she intended for me to perish, she would simply ignore my poisoning. After all, I had not discovered it, allowing me to die slowly without unnecessary intervention. Recalling the 2 slaps Lin Yan'er had delivered to him, he still felt a slight sting on his cheeks. akin to the fury of an enraged individual venting their frustration upon him. The blow to his chest was sufficient to draw blood. The slaps were unnecessary, clearly infused with animosity. It seemed that compelling the rooster to marry her the next day and designating her as a concubine while requiring the legitimate wife to serve tea was a deliberate humiliation that had truly provoked her ire. Thus, she was driven to seek an outlet for her anger without regard for the consequences. This eldest daughter of the Grand General's residence was far from the foolish and incompetent individual portrayed in rumors. Qing Ming concurred with Zhou Mingwu's assessment. However, Lin Yan'er's public act of slapping and seizing the prince was undeniably a grave offense. Would she truly be allowed to escape unscathed? Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought. Zhou Mingwu was his superior, and he understood that Zhou Mingwu had his own intentions. He simply needed to follow his commands. Indeed, Zhou Mingwu instructed him to conduct a thorough investigation into Lin Yan'er, encompassing her entire life history, demanding the most detailed report within 3 days. Understood, Your Highness. As Qing Ming was about to depart, a thought struck him. Your Highness, the head of Haotian Medical Valley, the renowned physician Endowed, has arrived in the capital. Zhou Mingwu's face brightened with joy. Excellent. Arrange for an immediate meeting. I must see him at once. Whether Lin Yan'er could truly heal his leg remained uncertain. Yet Endowed, as the master of Haotian Medical Valley, was reputed to be the strongest physician of the age, rumored to have the ability to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. He believed that Endowed would undoubtedly possess a solution. For many years, he has sought out renowned physicians in his quest for the miraculous healer, Endowed. Regrettably, Endowed, who roams the world helping the needy, remains elusive like a dragon that is seen but never caught. Now that he has arrived in the imperial capital, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Chapter 6. Who is the master? In Qizhu courtyard, after bidding farewell to Nurse Xiao and the imperial physician, Xiao Qingqing could no longer maintain the smile that had graced her face. Her countenance, swollen and red, twisted in fury, reflecting her deep vexation. Just moments ago, Nurse Xiao had informed her that Zhou Mingwu was preoccupied with other matters and would not be able to accompany her today, urging her to rest on her own. This night was meant to be their wedding night, yet Zhou Mingwu had abandoned her to solitude. Seated at her dressing table, she gazed at the fingerprints on her face. Feeling a surge of frustration, suddenly, Xiaoyun rushed in, exclaiming, "Side consort, I have learned from the guards that wretched woman struck the prince not out of malice, but in an attempt to save him from poisoning, extracting the toxic blood from his body and thereby preserving his life. It is for this act of salvation that the prince has chosen not to hold her accountable. She possesses medical knowledge?" Xiao Qingqing exclaimed, taken aback. Xiaoyun scoffed, "Side consort, that foolish and grotesque woman knows nothing of medicine. In my humble opinion, she must have been driven to madness, striking the prince by sheer happenstance, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, fortuitously saving him. The prince, known for his cold exterior yet warm heart, surely recognizes this, attributing her accidental success to Lin Yan'er, allowing her to escape his wrath. The concubine need not dwell too much on the matter. The prince's absence today may be attributed to the recent alleviation of his poisoning, causing him physical discomfort. He shall surely come to the concubine tomorrow to revel in mutual delight." Xiao Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed with Xiaoyun's words. Zhou Mingwu was indeed a man who valued gratitude. Otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity to marry into the Duke of Zhen's residence, rising from the daughter of a merchant to a lady of high status. Yet, she could not suppress the resentment and discontent within her heart. How could that Lin Yan'er be so fortunate? Striking the prince had somehow turned into saving him. She gritted her teeth and swept the items from the dressing table to the floor in a fit of rage. That ugly woman, indeed. I shall not let her escape unscathed. Xiaoyun, Xiao Qingqing's devoted maid, understood her temperament quite well and knew how to win her favor. A glint of fierce determination sparkled in her eyes. The prince had promised that within 3 days of entering the residence, he would transfer the authority of the steward to the concubine. The concubine merely needed to patiently await these 2 days. Once she obtained the steward's power, the entire residence would be at her command, and then she would have no trouble avenging today's grievances. Upon hearing this, the venomous look in Xiao Qingqing's eyes softened somewhat. Indeed, time was on her side. As long as the prince's heart remained here, that ugly woman's fortune could not persist indefinitely. Let us see how she ultimately meets her demise. Yet, this pent-up frustration was truly unbearable. Turning her head, she noticed a young maid entering with a tray of tea. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoyun, who understood her intent. As the young maid approached, Xiaoyun discreetly nudged her, causing a loud crash as the tray slipped from the maid's grasp, spilling a few drops of tea onto Xiao Qingqing's embroidered shoes. "How dare you, you little wretch! Splash tea on me!" Xiao Qingqing seethed, her teeth clenched, envisioning Lin Yan'er before her. Ignoring the maid's desperate explanations and pleas for mercy, she seized a stick and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the trembling girl. After a considerable time, she finally sank into a chair, panting, while sipping the tea offered by Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, with her eyes narrowed, scrutinized the kneeling maid, whose face was bruised, her clothes disheveled, and body trembling uncontrollably. If others were to see you in such a state, they would surely inquire about it. Do you know how to respond? The maid stifled her tears, lowering her head as she quivered. It was merely a result of a fall. Xiao Yun nodded in satisfaction. At least you are sensible. Allowing the side consort to vent her frustrations upon you is indeed a stroke of luck. However, if I catch wind of any gossip circulating outside, I shall ensure your wretched self meets an even worse fate, perhaps a plunge into the well. The maid prostrated herself, her forehead knocking against the ground in fervent supplication. Sister Xiao Yun, I dare not. I shall never speak a word of this. It was merely an unfortunate accident. Now, get out and attend to your duties. After the maid scurried away, Xiao Yun turned to Xiao Qingqing with a beaming smile. Side consort, just moments ago, I overheard that ugly woman actually consumed the ceremonial rooster yesterday. Raw, no less. Raw? Even Xiao Qingqing's expression turned one of horror. That must mean the prince has neglected her completely, leaving her so starved that she resorted to eating a chicken raw. The prince truly has no regard for her. Xiao Yun laughed heartily. With a person like that, the side consort can do as she pleases to bring about her demise. The prince would undoubtedly remain indifferent. The position of the primary consort of the Town King's residence is ultimately yours. A smile finally graced Xiao Qingqing's face. Lin Yan'er, just you wait. Xiao Qingqing secretly vowed in her heart. At this moment, Lin Yan'er returned to the Qingxi courtyard, and as she settled down, she sneezed twice, muttering, "Could someone be cursing me?" Upon raising her head, she saw someone pushing the door open, a gray-haired old woman accompanied by a girl of about 14. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, Lin Yan'er immediately recognized them as Granny Lin and her personal maid, Shuang'er, whom the original owner had brought from the general's residence. Originally, Zhou Mingwu had dispatched these two servants to serve as miscellaneous staff. As per their prior agreement, he had returned Granny Lin and Shuang'er to Lin Yan'er. She harbored no concerns that Zhou Mingwu would break his promise, knowing that Granny Lin and Shuang'er would come to Qingxi courtyard. Miss. Shuang'er's eyes brimmed with tears, and upon seeing Lin Yan'er, she rushed forward to embrace her arm, inspecting her from head to toe. Are you all right? Shuang'er had been by the original owner's side since she was 6, faithfully accompanying her throughout their journey. Her concern for Lin Yan'er was heartfelt. Lin Yan'er beamed brightly. What could possibly be wrong with me as the illustrious princess of the Town King's residence? Upon seeing Lin Yan'er in perfect health, Shuang'er burst into tears. Mississippi. No, now it's your highness. It is truly wonderful that you are well. I thought I would never see you again. Lin Yan'er was taken aback by the sudden tears of the little girl. She instinctively embraced her, intending to offer comfort. However, Lin Pe, standing nearby, forcefully yanked Shuang'er away and struck her across the face, her expression menacing as she scolded, "You little wretch," wailing and weeping. What kind of decorum is this? If the people from the Wangfu hear you, spreading such rumors to the prince, he might think the princess harbors discontent. If the prince is provoked, we shall find ourselves without a place to rest our bones. After receiving the slap, Shuang'er immediately ceased her tears, afraid to raise her voice, and lowered her head to apologize. Lin Pe, I am sorry, Shuang'er was wrong. I won't do it again. The scene unfolded too swiftly for Lin Yan'er to process. She watched, wide-eyed, as Shuang'er was struck, her brows furrowed in discontent. Lin Pe was a servant of her stepmother, Lu Shi, who, during her time in the general's residence, had wielded her influence with arrogance, often resorting to violence or scolding the subordinates. Even the original owner had frequently been subjected to her humiliations, all to curry favor with Lu Shi. Clearly, Lin Pe had been specifically assigned to keep a tight grip on the original owner. Lin Pe glared fiercely at Shuang'er before turning her gaze towards Lin Yan'er, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. I heard from the people of the Wangfu that the princess consumed the ceremonial rooster. Is there any truth to this? Shuang'er hastened to clarify. Lin Pe, do not listen to those idle tongues. How could the princess possibly eat a rooster? Indeed, I, the princess, have consumed it. Lin Yan'er interjected, surprising Shuang'er, who stared at her in disbelief. Lin Pe's face darkened instantly upon hearing such a candid admission from Lin Yan'er. My lady, do you not understand that the rooster symbolizes the prince? It is but a substitute for your husband. Regardless of your reasons for consuming that rooster, whether raw or cooked, your immediate course of action is to prostrate yourself before the prince and seek his forgiveness. Until you receive his pardon, do not dare to return. For should you do so, I shall report this matter in its entirety to the madam, and you shall bear the consequences. You have angered the prince. And should his wrath extend to the general's residence, it would spell great trouble for them. Lin Yan'er felt somewhat speechless. Was this old woman mistaken about who the true master was? Chapter 7. A lesson for the wicked servant. Lin Yan'er shook her head. The original owner had been excessively timid, allowing anyone to ride roughshod over her, disregarding her as a master. Alas, the Lin Yan'er of today was no longer the same as before. Seeing Lin Yan'er remain silent, the old woman raised her voice further. My lady, did you not hear my words? Are you perhaps hard of hearing? Slap? The crisp sound of a slap silenced the old woman instantly. She gazed in disbelief at the cold-eyed Lin Yan'er. Had Lin Yan'er struck her? How dared she? My lady, you dare to hit this servant? Do you not remember your place? Throughout history, how many servants have had the audacity to suggest their master was hard of hearing? Such a shameless wretch deserves a good thrashing. Lin Yan'er retaliated with another slap, sending the old woman sprawling to the ground. Covering her face in shock, Lin Yan'er declared, I was once the legitimate daughter of the great general's residence, and my current status is incomparably noble. As the esteemed and noble consort of the town king of the great Wu dynasty, a member of the royal family. How dare you strike my maid in my presence and command me to act? Who grants you the audacity to treat a mere servant in such a manner? Lin stared in astonishment at Lin Yan'er's icy gaze. What is this situation? The Lin Yan'er of the past was easily manipulated. The mere mention of Lady Lu, the general's wife, would cause Lin Yan'er to comply instantly, lowering her gaze and not daring to defy even slightly. A rough servant from the general's residence would dare to scold her to her face, and she wouldn't even respond. What has happened today? Has she taken leave of her senses? If Lin Yan'er were privy to Lin Po's thoughts at this moment, she would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap for such a life-altering doubt. Lin Po, contemplating, ventured to suggest that perhaps Lin Yan'er had misunderstood earlier. Your Highness, I have been sent by the general's wife to oversee and correct your actions within the royal residence, lest you provoke His Highness and bring calamity upon the general's household. Hitting this old servant is a sign of disrespect towards the general's wife. Slap. Another strike was delivered. What is the general's wife to me? Does she deserve my reverence? Lin Po gasped in pain. Lin Yan'er dares to disregard the general's wife? Lin Yan'er no longer regards the so-called general's wife with any respect. The torment endured by the former host will soon be reckoned with the nightmare that is Lu. Shuang'er, return the slap. Shuang'er, startled, glanced at Lin Po, whose aged visage was now swollen. She appeared timid, and upon meeting Lin Po's fierce gaze, the hand she had raised fell back down, shaking her head in refusal. The princess, Shuang'er. Shuang'er is afraid. Afraid? Indeed, Lin Yan'er possesses a timid disposition, unable to protect her own maid, which has led to Shuang'er, who grew up alongside her, enduring relentless bullying and becoming exceedingly timid and fearful. It is only natural. From this day forth, she must alter this reality. No one shall dare to intimidate them. Lin Yan'er grasped Shuang'er's wrist, and, with a firm motion, Shuang'er's palm struck Lin Po's face with a resounding slap. Shuang'er stared blankly at Lin Yan'er, who chuckled softly, tilting her chin toward Shuang'er, as if to say, do you see? Hitting someone is as simple as that. There is no reason that an old woman can do it, yet we cannot. After receiving Shuang'er's slap, Lin Po's resentment swelled within her. To be struck by that foolish woman, Lin Yan'er, was already a considerable humiliation. Now, even Shuang'er, the maid, had dared to strike her. How could she possibly swallow such indignity? Your Highness, this old servant has long served the general's household. When the general's wife gives me tasks, she does so with courtesy. And I am certain I have committed no transgression. I feel most wronged and shall certainly report everything to the general's wife, imploring her to intercede on my behalf. Still defiant? Daring to threaten? The general's wife, indeed, but Lin Yan'er is not even at the general's residence now. Why should she fear her? Still feeling wronged, is it? Lin Yan'er rolled up her sleeves and launched into a flurry of punches and kicks, causing Lin Po to wail in despair, striking fear into the hearts of the maids, servants, guards, and workers outside who listened in trepidation. This morning, news emerged that the princess had devoured a live rooster during a wedding ceremony. Not long ago, at the Soul of War Pavilion, she had struck the newly arrived concubine Xiao, causing even the prince to spit blood. Now, the princess has once again unleashed her fury upon an old servant in the green silk courtyard, leaving the poor woman shrieking in agony. A vivid image of a violent, ruthless, and bloodthirsty princess, heedless of the consequences, has taken root in the minds of the servants within the royal household. As a result, the mere mention of the princess sends shivers down their spines, and many deliberately steer clear of the green silk courtyard, as if passing by its entrance could lead to being dragged inside by the princess to meet a grim fate. Lin Yan'er, however, remains oblivious to this prevailing sentiment. She calls out to old Lin and, with determination, compels Schwanger to join her in delivering a few kicks to the old woman, finally breaking her spirit. Old Lin kneels on the ground, bowing her head in apology. Considering her age, Lin Yan'er exercises restraint, inflicting only minor injuries to spare her from severe harm. It is impossible to send old Lin back to the general's residence, for as a dowry servant who entered the royal household, she is now considered one of them. Thus, she is ordered to heed Schwanger's commands and perform menial tasks in the green silk courtyard. Old Lin dares not utter a word about being the general's wife. Having suffered a bruised visage, her very life hangs in the balance. Lin Yan'er had spoken a truth during the beating. Old Lin is merely an old servant. Now that Lin Yan'er has ascended to the esteemed position of princess, if she were to kill her, the outside world would only murmur about the princess slaying a servant, with no real repercussions for her. She cannot fathom why the once meek and easily bullied Lin Yan'er seems transformed since marrying into the royal family, leaving her utterly unprepared. For now, she must endure in silence, too afraid to provoke Lin Yan'er any further. Certainly, she would report all of this to the Liu family. Lin Yan'er dared not to regard the Liu family lightly. They would undoubtedly be furious and teach Lin Yan'er and Schwanger a severe lesson. Let us see how she flaunts her authority when Lin Yan'er is reduced to tears. After all this turmoil, Lin Yan'er felt exhausted. The energy-enhancing potion had a downside. After 2 hours of effect, it would leave one particularly fatigued, necessitating a good rest. She instructed Schwanger to prepare some food, knowing that upon waking, she would be so hungry that she might question her very existence, then closed the door and fell into a deep slumber. Not long after Lin Yan'er drifted off, dark clouds gathered outside, and a gentle rain began to fall. Outside the War Soul Tower, guards stood resolute, their expressions grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. In a room at the back of the tower, Zhou Mingwu sat on the bed, trembling all over, his face pale and drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he endured pain akin to being devoured by a multitude of ants. On rainy days, his previously numb legs would begin to experience excruciating pain beyond imagination. Fortunately, he had weathered many battles, possessed formidable strength, and harbored an indomitable will. Otherwise, another might have rolled in agony on the bed, crying out in despair. Beside him stood an elderly man with a head of silver hair, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, who regarded Zhou Mingwu's legs, which were adorned with numerous silver needles, with suspicion. He quickly added a few more needles and observed Zhou Mingwu's countenance, only to find no change. With a deep sigh, he spoke, "Your Highness, I have been renowned for decades, yet I have never encountered such a vexing ailment. These needles provide not the slightest relief from pain. I am deeply ashamed that I cannot alleviate your Highness's suffering." Zhou Mingwu endured the excruciating pain, gently shaking his head, and with great difficulty uttered, "There is no need for you to blame yourself, old sir. You have done your utmost. This pain I can still endure." Chapter 8. The royal court is indeed a battlefield. Ming's face manifested an expression of compassion. Yet he had exhausted all his efforts, administering 3 large bowls of medicine and employing dozens of needles, without any effect. Despite his empathy, he found himself powerless to alleviate the suffering. "My lord, I am temporarily unable to assist further. I must return and expedite the delivery of fireworm grass from Haotian Medical Valley. If all goes well, they shall arrive within half a month to treat your foot. Please endure a little longer, my lord." Although Ming could not relieve Zhou Mingwu's pain, he possessed a method of treatment, albeit reliant on the crucial and rare herb, fireworm grass. With this herb, Ming was confident he could enable Zhou Mingwu to stand within half a year, though a complete recovery was unattainable. Walking would be the extent of it. All of this had already been communicated to Zhou Mingwu. Aware that it was futile for Ming to remain, Zhou Mingwu reluctantly nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, old sir." "Qingming, send someone to escort the old sir back." "Yes, my lord." Ming slightly bowed to Zhou Mingwu before turning to follow Qingming out. Shortly thereafter, Qingming returned, his brow furrowed. "My lord, are you truly unconcerned for Ming's well-being?" Zhou Mingwu gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, and with great effort replied, "No, I am not worried. The venerable elder is the master of Haotian Medical Valley, a place of formidable strength, from which a significant number of the imperial court's physicians hail. Even the emperor treats the old gentleman with utmost respect. None dare to provoke him. In comparison to him, they perceive me as weak and easily bullied. Thus, in their desperate attempt to prevent me from being healed by him, they are even more eager to eliminate me, to eradicate any future threat, especially knowing that rainy days render me most vulnerable." Zhou Mingwu's voice abruptly ceased as he slowly lifted his gaze. a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he looked towards the ceiling. They have arrived. Qingming also raised his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, 4 figures emerged, drawing their blades to protect Zhou Mingguo. Suddenly, the sound of clashing swords resonated from the roof. In the rainy night, several silhouettes engaged in a fierce exchange above. The Wangfu, shrouded in darkness, was besieged by shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, leaping over the walls. Advancing towards the central Battle Soul Tower. Not far from the Battle Soul Tower, perched upon a tall tree outside Qingzhou Courtyard, stood a slender figure. A flash of lightning revealed it to be Xiang Yun, the devoted handmaiden of Shao Qingqing, concealed among the branches. She observed the direction of the Battle Soul Tower in the faint light. A group of black-clad individuals stealthily approached the base of the tree, their leader suddenly flickering into motion, leaping to Xiang Yun's side. Xiang Yun, has the condition of the Prince of Town flared up? Xiang Yun nodded affirmatively, her voice barely audible to those cloaked in black. I gleaned this information from his guards. Divine Physician Endowed has just departed and is unable to alleviate the prince's pain. At this moment, the prince is exceedingly weak. The figure clad in black chuckled softly, proclaiming that should today's mission succeed, Xiaoyun would earn a significant merit in the eyes of the master. With the demise of the town's king, she would no longer serve as the daughter of a merchant, but would ascend to the role of a concubine, tasked with managing the covert guards within the estate. Overjoyed, Xiaoyun expressed her gratitude to Commander Wei. The cloaked figure gestured downward, prompting the swift advance of a team towards the Battle Spirit Tower. Shortly thereafter, sounds of combat reverberated around the perimeter of the tower. Rain fell in a gentle patter, occasionally accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Both sides seemed to deliberately suppress their voices, ensuring that the skirmish at the Battle Spirit Tower did not disturb the tranquility of the royal residence. Other areas remained eerily calm. In the Qingxi courtyard, Lin Yan'er slumbered soundly, oblivious to the several shadowy figures that danced upon the rooftop. Engaged in a game of pursuit, the tiles creaked beneath their weight. As one of them landed on the roof, Lin Yan'er abruptly awoke, her eyes wide with confusion as she gazed upward. A prodigious medical expert and a rare genius scientist of the 24th century, Lin Yan'er had drawn the ire and jealousy of hostile forces, having survived no fewer than 20 assassination attempts. She maintained a heightened state of vigilance. No matter how fatigued she felt, any disturbance would rouse her instantly. The notion of a battle taking place above her was quickly followed by a cacophony. As a figure crashed through the ceiling, landing beside her bed amidst a shower of broken tiles that threatened to rain upon her. Startled, Lin Yan'er sprang from her bed, her bare feet hitting the floor as a silver handgun materialized in her hand, her gaze fixed upon the fallen figure, an imperial guard of the estate. The guard was grievously injured, his body drenched in blood. He gestured weakly towards Lin Yan'er, murmuring, You must hide. There are assassins." Even on the brink of death, he still worried for her. She had always believed that within the entire royal mansion, no one would care for her, the princess, nor for her well-being. After all, she was merely a pawn sent by the crown prince to humiliate Zhou Mingguo, and no one deemed her worthy of being the princess of the town. Yet, with a mere expression of concern from the guard, Lin Yan'er resolved not to let him perish. With a thought, her eyes scanned his entire form and discovered 5 deep knife wounds on his chest and back, none of which had penetrated his organs. His current weakness stemmed from excessive blood loss. In most cases, the cause of death from external injuries is indeed excessive bleeding. Therefore, modern medicine has successfully developed a rapid hemostatic drug that can induce swift coagulation at bleeding sites within half a minute. Lin Yan'er did not retreat. Instead, a white rapid hemostatic pill appeared in her hand. She opened her mouth and swallowed the drug. The guard, a confidant of Zhou Mingguo, was aware that Lin Yan'er had once struck Zhou Mingguo to expel the poison from him and claimed she could heal his legs. As she offered him the medication, he hesitated. To be honest, he harbored doubts about her medical skills. Nevertheless, as a seasoned warrior, he was acutely aware of his dire condition. The excessive blood loss would soon lead to his demise. At this moment, he had no choice but to gamble on Lin Yan'er's remedy. With this thought in mind, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill she offered. In just a few breaths, his eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed that the bleeding from several wounds was rapidly diminishing, and before long, it ceased altogether. Struggling to sit up, he was about to express his gratitude to Lin Yan'er when a figure clad in black leaped down through a hole in the roof, exuding an aura of tempestuous energy, and swung a blade towards her. The guard, taken aback, summoned his last reserves of strength to rise, attempting to shield Lin Yan'er from the assailant's strike. However, a resounding thud echoed as the blade halted a meter away, and the black-clad figure, incredulously gazing at the silver handgun pointed at him by Lin Yan'er, glanced down at his heart before collapsing backward with a thundering crash. The guard, unable to maintain his footing, fell to the ground in shock, staring at Lin Yan'er, who remained composed with her weapon in hand. What a formidable hidden weapon! Having prior experience in defending herself by eliminating assassins, Lin Yan'er executed her actions with remarkable finesse. The guard had intended to protect her with his body, but unexpectedly, it was Lin Yan'er who saved him, effectively rescuing him twice in the span of mere moments. Noticing the astonishment in the guard's eyes, she triumphantly blew on the muzzle of her gun and waved the silver weapon at him, instructing, "Just lie still. Do not strain your wounds, or you risk further bleeding and peril. With this, no ordinary person can harm me. Even without a gun, I am, after all, a champion of the ancient martial arts world, capable of holding my own against these black-clad foes. Were it not for the restriction on consuming the strength-enhancing agent within 24 hours, my abilities would be magnified tenfold. Without reliance on a firearm, I could effortlessly dispatch that assailant. Speaking of which, this town king's residence truly is a perilous place. Just this morning, they attempted to poison the town king, and by night, they brazenly launched an assassination attempt. How many relentless adversaries could a wheelchair-bound lord possibly have until death? Indeed, the ancient royal court is a veritable battleground steeped in bloodshed and treachery. I must hasten to tend to the lord's legs and sever ties with him swiftly, otherwise, I might find myself embroiled in his calamity. Chapter 9. I am here to rescue the prince as I was lost in thought. Two figures leaped down from the broken rooftop. Lin Yan'er raised her pistol towards the newcomers, only to discover that they were two royal guards. Unaware of the formidable nature of the weapon in Lin Yan'er's hand, they paid her no heed. One of them anxiously knelt beside the fallen guard, examining his injuries. "Achi, how are you?" "I am fine. The blood has been staunched by the medicine of this lady." "The princess?" The two drenched guards, their faces etched with ferocity, paused momentarily, casting a grateful glance at Lin Yan'er. "Achi, the War Soul Tower is in dire straits. We have heard the prince is injured. You stay here while we go protect him." One guard respectfully bowed to Lin Yan'er, and Achi entrusted his safety to the princess. The two pushed open the door and dashed into the curtain of rain. "That scoundrel has been injured?" Lin Yan'er's large eyes darted around. In this dreary weather, it was highly probable that Zhou Mingwu's past afflictions would resurface. If he were injured again, would his life be in jeopardy? Lin Yan'er was not particularly concerned about Zhou Mingwu. Rather, she recalled that throughout history, many princes and emperors who died without heirs often saw their concubines compelled to accompany them in death. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Zhou Mingwu cannot perish. At the very least, he must not perish before the formal dissolution of their union. A month later, she successfully healed Zhou Mingwu's leg and obtained the divorce decree. They parted ways, each leading their separate lives, while Zhou Mingwu could choose his own fate. She cast her gaze towards the door. The side room was tightly shut, and both Lin Pu and Shuang'er were soundly asleep, undisturbed. Grasping a bamboo umbrella beside her, she turned to the frail figure of Aki, who was weakly perched on the edge of the bed, and declared, "You shall remain here." Aki raised his hand, attempting to dissuade her, for he knew that the War Spirit Tower was undoubtedly teeming with shadowy figures clad in black. These individuals were formidable fighters, fearless and relentless, charging forth with reckless abandon. The princess's presence there would be perilous. Alas, he had lost too much blood. His voice was barely a whisper, and before he could finish his warning, the silhouette holding the umbrella vanished beyond the curtain of rain. The downpour intensified, drumming against the roof with a cacophony. Outside the War Spirit Tower, the ground was littered with bodies. There were black-clad figures, guards, and the rain-soaked earth was stained crimson. The black-clad warriors had invaded the War Spirit Tower, and from the periphery, the sounds of battle echoed from within. The rain was torrential, accompanied by intermittent thunder, rendering distant sounds inaudible. As Lin Yan'er approached, she surveyed the scene with remarkable composure. As a distinguished medical expert, she had once interned in war-torn regions during the early stages of her career when her reputation was still budding, and she had become accustomed to witnessing various horrors. The current situation posed little alarm for her. Most of the fallen were not truly deceased but were gravely injured, utterly weakened, lying in the rain, awaiting the inevitable flow of blood that would carry away their lives. Lin Yan'er approached a guard who had already ceased his struggle. Having scanned him with her X-ray vision, she discovered that, like a chi, he bore a significant wound and was losing blood profusely. She instructed the guard to open his mouth, and upon recognizing her, he appeared bewildered, intending to urge her to leave this perilous place. However, as he opened his mouth, a small object was swiftly inserted, sliding down his throat. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Yan'er had dashed to another guard, administering the medicine to him as well. One by one, The guards she treated initially seemed dazed, but soon their eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at the graceful figure sheltered beneath an umbrella in the rain, as if she emanated a radiant light. The blood they had been losing was preserved for the moment, thereby safeguarding their lives. Within the Battle Soul Tower, where the rain could not wash away the despair, the scene appeared even more harrowing. At this juncture, Zhou Mingwu found himself cornered in the hall, confined to a wheelchair, a knife wound staining one side of his shoulder crimson. His complexion was pallid, his grip on the long blade trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained chillingly cold, fixed upon the dozen or so figures clad in black before him. The only ones left to defend him were Qiming and 4 other dark guards, all of whom bore their own injuries. Qiming, when will the reinforcements arrive? He thought, gritting his teeth. They should have arrived long ago. It was perplexing that there were still no updates. The leading figure among the black-clad assailants chuckled ominously. Lord, if you are waiting for the cavalry, I have no qualms in revealing that they are unlikely to arrive for at least half an hour. Half an hour is ample time for us to deliver the head of the great martial god to our master. The guards, including Qiming, were taken aback, realizing that their adversaries had anticipated the arrival of the cavalry and had taken preemptive measures. Zhou Mingwu gritted his teeth against the searing agony that coursed through his legs, his gaze icy and lethal. Who are you truly working for? The leader of the black-clad figures, unperturbed, regarded Zhou Mingwu with a mocking expression. My apologies, Lord, but we are death warriors, sworn not to disclose any information regarding our master. Instead of asking such questions, perhaps you should ponder your current condition. Your previous strength has diminished to less than 1/10. Your comrades are all wounded, and with no one to rescue you. Resistance is futile. It will only prolong your suffering. Why not submit to your fate? We promise to make it merciful. Who says no one is coming to your aid? A melodious voice rang out from behind the black-clad figures, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A tall figure emerged, clad in a flowing white gauzy dress, her face veiled, one hand holding a bamboo umbrella from which raindrops cascaded. In her other hand, she wielded a silver pistol, its barrel pointed towards the ground, her eyes visible through the veil, gazing disdainfully at the leader of the black-clad men. I am here to rescue the prince. The leader of the black-clad figures looked perplexed at Lin Yan'er. Who are you? Lin Yan'er did not hesitate to reveal her identity. I am Lin Yan'er, the princess of the town king's residence. The mention of the town king's princess silenced the crowd momentarily, before erupting into a cacophony of laughter among the black-clad figures. She is that foolish infatuate, the legitimate daughter of the Grand General's residence, rumored to be pockmarked. Indeed, she is the laughingstock among the noble ladies of the capital, the fabled ugly woman who sends even the most handsome men fleeing in terror. The leader of the black-clad figures looked disdainfully at Lin Yan'er, clicking his tongue in disbelief. So, it is the princess of the town king's residence. I am not quite convinced. Why not unveil your veil, so we can verify your identity and see if you truly bear those pockmarks? Perhaps you are merely impersonating the princess. A dozen black-clad men erupted into raucous laughter. As their mirth subsided, Lin Yan'er raised her pistol and aimed it at the leader without uttering a word. With a resounding bang, he staggered and fell abruptly to the ground, lifeless. The laughter of the black-clad men ceased instantly, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, Lin Yan'er expertly pulled the trigger, firing repeatedly, one shot for each adversary, all collapsing to the earth. While they had scoffed at her, the palpable aura of menace and the bloodlust they exuded made it clear. These men were not to be trifled with, and would not hesitate to end her life if given the chance. Lin Yan'er took immense pride in her role as a healer, disdaining the act of killing. Earlier that day, she had shown mercy to Xiao Qingqing. For the likes of her, an innocent white lotus, were not a threat to her existence. Such a transgression did not warrant death. However, when faced with those who truly threatened her life, she would never show mercy. She did not save her enemies or wrongdoers. The notion of treating all equally was foreign to her. For the adversaries, for the nefarious, she spared not a moment's hesitation. Once the dark-clad figures lay prostrate, Zhou Mingwu and his companions stared, transfixed, at the gleaming silver pistol in her grasp for an extended period. Particularly for Zhou Mingwu. Having previously witnessed Lin Yan'er wield that very weapon, he had sensed its perilous nature. Now, it appeared far more treacherous than he had ever imagined. He swallowed hard, feeling a flicker of fortune that he had refrained from rash action when confronted by Lin Yan'er earlier that morning. With a swift motion, Lin Yan'er retracted the pistol, revealing a fist-sized vial in her hand, containing 100 rapid-acting hemostatic pills. She handed the vial to Qiming, instructing, "Administer 1 pill from this to each of our bleeding comrades. It could save their lives. I have already distributed to 30 on our way here." Qiming accepted the vial. Turning to Zhou Mingwu, whose lips trembled slightly as he endured the excruciating pain in his legs. Sensing Qing Ming sought his approval, he nodded without a second thought. Just as Qing Ming was about to depart with the vial, a realization struck him. His duty was to protect Zhou Mingwu, and he could not leave his side at such a critical moment. He thus entrusted the vial to 2 other shadow guards, instructing them to follow Lin Yan'er's directions. Lin Yan'er surveyed Zhou Mingwu, who appeared rather disheveled, a smirk curling at her lips. The esteemed prince of the town, the war god of the great Wu dynasty. And this is all you can muster? Within the capital, your own territory, you have been bested. How foolish of me to think the war god of the great Wu is invincible. What an utter disgrace. Zhou Mingwu was already enduring pain beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and upon hearing Lin Yan'er's words, his complexion grew even graver. It was not due to a lack of strength, rather. He could hardly fathom that those individuals possessed the audacity to dispatch over 100 agile assassins to launch an assault on the Prince of Town's residence under the cover of a rain-soaked night. This was beneath the sovereign's feet, merely half an hour's journey from the imperial palace. Furthermore, they simultaneously sent men to intercept the valiant cavalry that was on its way to reinforce the prince's residence. The adversaries were not only bold, but also formidable. It was likely they had learned that Ming had arrived at the prince's residence and would soon rise again, prompting them to act swiftly lest it be too late. Zhou Mingwu had always adopted a stance of concession towards his brothers, persistently demonstrating weakness in the hope that they would one day comprehend his intentions. His relentless battles and efforts to stabilize the realm were solely for the enduring peace of the Dawu dynasty. As a member of the Dawu royal family, he bore the responsibility of expelling foreign threats and elevating the nation's prestige. He had never coveted the imperial throne. The notion of fratricide, of brothers turning against one another, was the most tragic of human experiences. Regrettably, what awaited him was not the affectionate consideration of his royal brethren, but rather incessant, escalating hostility, employing every conceivable means to bring about his demise. Surveying the bloodied and battered guards both inside and outside the battle spirit tower, he recalled that these valiant warriors had once charged into battle alongside him, spilling their lifeblood for the Dawu dynasty, steadfastly loyal comrades. He could not bring himself to believe that today's events were not orchestrated by his royal kin. How could his brothers behave in such a manner? His eyes reddened with unshed tears. From childhood to adulthood, no matter the dire circumstances he encountered, his eyes were always filled with the intent to kill, devoid of tears. Today, however, he found himself provoked to the brink of tears by a single mocking remark from a woman. What is happening? Lin Yan'er observed this with no intention of offering comfort. Instead, her expression grew ever more scornful. Are you about to cry? Even I, a mere woman, know that a true man sheds blood but not tears. It is truly enlightening to witness a formidable war god weep like a child upon defeat. If those enemies on the battlefield, who trembled in fear at your name, were to discover this, they would surely take their own lives in shame. Unable to bear the thought of being bested by such a weak and pitiful lord, Lin Yan'er harbored deep resentment towards Zhou Mingwu. Despite his survival, he had the audacity to have a rooster perform the wedding ceremony, and the very next day, he took a concubine, forcing her to serve tea to this new wife. To humiliate and torment a frail woman for his own amusement, such a man is the epitome of disgrace. She was determined not to miss any opportunity to provoke Zhou Mingwu. The more she could irritate him, the more satisfaction it brought her. Were it not for their current alliance, motivated by mutual interests and her concern for his life, afraid that if he perished, she would lose her share of the burial slots, she would never have come to the aid of this worthless man. The remaining dark guards, Qing Ming and the others, exchanged shocked glances as they listened to Lin Yan'er's words. In truth, they understood well that Zhou Mingwu was neither weak nor cowardly. He was a kind-hearted man, deeply loyal and affectionate. On the battlefield, he exhibited formidable strength, unparalleled strategy, and an imposing presence, emerging victorious in every conflict. Yet, only a select few confidants were privy to the truth. After each grand battle, while others reveled in triumph, Zhou Mingwu would retreat into solitude, remaining silent for several days. Resolutely abstaining from any celebration, he was silently mourning the brothers who had fallen in battle. They understood that the tears brimming in Zhou Mingwu's eyes were not a result of mockery from Lin Yan'er, nor were they born from the humiliation of an invasion into the royal estate. Instead, his heart was heavy with grief. Out of the more than 100 guards of the duke's residence, only a few, like Jingming, remained standing, having fought valiantly alongside the black-clad warriors until nearly all had perished. Each of these men had been brought back from the battlefield by him, each one regarded as a brother in arms. Qingming contemplated reprimanding Lin Yan'er but hesitated, wary of the concealed weapon she might have tucked within her sleeve. Lin Yan'er's reputation was already tarnished, and her temper was notoriously fierce. Her earlier decisive and ruthless strike against the black-clad man had been lethal. Should he provoke her ire, it was possible she might turn against him, and while he was not particularly afraid of her wrath, he feared she might lash out at the Duke, potentially leading to his demise. Thus, he prudently remained silent, refraining from uttering a word. Zhou Mingwu's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yan'er. With a clatter, the blade he held fell to the ground as he could no longer endure the pain in his legs. He pounded his fists against his limbs in a futile attempt to alleviate the agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his complexion turning ashen, and his body trembling violently. Qiming and the other guards, alarmed, rushed to halt Zhou Mingwu's actions. "Your Grace, you must not. You will harm yourself." Zhou Mingwu found his hands ensnared by Qing Ming and his companions, rendering him incapable of striking his own legs. It felt as though his defenses had been breached, and he could no longer contain his cries of agony. "Ah!" A resounding slap landed upon Zhou Mingwu's face, stifling his anguished scream. Chapter 11. Is this prince's life worth so little? Qing Ming and the remaining shadow guards stood frozen, torn between reprimanding her and their evident trepidation. This woman was indeed audacious. She had struck the prince twice today, once in the morning, and now, yet another slap, sufficient to upend their perceptions of Lin Yan'er. Zhou Mingwu was momentarily dazed, staring blankly into Lin Yan'er's eyes, which now glimmered with unmistakable disdain. "Can't endure the pain in your legs? Act like a man. Don't wail like a banshee at the slightest discomfort. It's utterly intolerable." Lin Yan'er sincerely believed this foolish prince to be exceedingly dim-witted, considering she was merely 100 meters away in the Qingxi courtyard from his battle soul tower. "Did I not tell you that I could heal your legs? When the pain strikes, won't you come to me? Here, take this." A white tablet had appeared in Lin Yan'er's hand, which she extended towards Zhou Mingwu's lips. Observing him remain motionless, as if in a stupor, she swiftly delivered another slap. The guards, including Qing Ming, shuddered in unison. "Open your mouth." Lin Yan'er displayed her impatience. "Were it not for the fact that you are a grown man on the verge of tears from being bullied, I would have let you suffer until the tears flowed freely." While this remark sounded somewhat sympathetic towards Zhou Mingwu, in truth, Lin Yan'er was more concerned about the potential consequences of his actions towards her. It is well understood that excessive pain may potentially trigger cardiac issues, leading to sudden death. Zhou Mingwu appeared to be perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, feeling a burning sensation on his face. He soon noticed a flicker of evident impatience and ferocity in Lin Yan'er's bright, expressive eyes, which inexplicably compelled him to part his lips. Lin Yan'er seemed to recoil at the very notion of touching him. With a flick of her finger, the pill soared past his lips and directly into his throat. Unaware of the taste of the white substance, it swiftly descended into his stomach. "What have you forced upon me?" Zhou Mingwu's demeanor grew icy once more. His gaze fixed menacingly on Lin Yan'er. This woman had struck him twice today, and in front of his subordinates, no less, slapping his face. Did she not understand the unspoken rule of sparing the face in a fight? After all, he was the revered god of war of the Great Wu dynasty. Known for his stoic demeanor and heart of ice, he had his pride to uphold. The thought of burying this woman right where she stood crossed his mind. What did it mean to be unmanly? Had he ever howled in pain like a wretched creature? Was it not her provocation that diverted his attention? Lin Yan'er chuckled mischievously, giving Zhou Mingwu a playful pat on the shoulder. "What you've just ingested is the child-sterilizing pill." The room fell into stunned silence. Zhou Mingwu wore an expression of sheer disbelief as he regarded Lin Yan'er, an impulse to seize a nearby weapon and cleave her in two surging within him. Sensing the chilling atmosphere around her intensifying, Lin Yan'er instinctively shivered. Did he truly contemplate her demise? It was merely a jest. She still had her hand resting on his shoulder, clearing her throat. She continued, "Handsome, tell me, is your leg still as painful as before?" "Leg?" Zhou Mingwu's expression stiffened once more. Just moments ago, he had been so enraged by Lin Yan'er that he felt as though he might explode. Yet now, upon hearing her words, he realized that the pain in his legs had notably diminished. In fact, it continued to lighten. As a martial artist, his sensitivity to sensations was exceedingly acute. Remarkably, his legs were no longer in pain after such a brief interval. He raised his gaze to the door. The rain continued to pour down relentlessly. In the past, such agony would linger, only subsiding half an hour after the rain ceased. How could such a minuscule object prove so effective? It was well known that the legendary chief of Haoyan Medical Valley, the divine healer Yi Ming, had forcefully administered 3 bowls of a dark, exceedingly bitter concoction to him, coupled with dozens of silver needles that had turned his legs into a pincushion. Yet none had yielded any results. And now, a mere tablet from Lin Yan'er had alleviated his suffering? He was utterly incredulous. The guards, including Qi Ming, also recognized that Zhou Mingwu was no longer in pain. Only they, who had accompanied him for an extended period, understood the depths of his suffering on rainy days. Aware of the difficulties posed by his affliction, they had not anticipated that the newly arrived Lin Yan'er could truly relieve Zhou Mingwu's agony. Their gazes shifted to her, now devoid of the initial arrogance and disdain, replaced instead with profound gratitude and respect. Lin Yan'er smiled triumphantly. Is everything better now? Even though Zhou Mingwu was reluctant to admit it, he nodded in agreement. What is this medicine? How can it be so miraculous? An exclusive recipe, not to be disclosed. Lin Yan'er replied, adopting an air of possessiveness. This is merely a common, enhanced analgesic known as morphine, predominantly utilized for alleviating severe pain stemming from various causes. Setting that aside, Lin Yan'er squinted her beautiful, large eyes. Your Highness, have I saved your life once more? Life? The previously calmed emotions suddenly soured. Is my life merely a triviality? Nevertheless, Zhou Mingwu had to concede that Lin Yan'er had indeed rescued him again, twice, in fact. The first instance involved her vanquishing those cloaked assailants, thereby preserving his life as well as that of Qing Ming and the other guards. Had Lin Yan'er not arrived in the nick of time, they would undoubtedly have succumbed to the onslaught of the black-clad attackers. Alleviating the excruciating pain that rendered him miserable also counts as a rescue. Add to that the antidote she administered, and within a single day, this woman had saved him thrice. He could only nod and acknowledge, you have indeed saved me once more. As long as you admit it, Lin Yan'er mused. Calculating the debt of gratitude she had incurred, knowing well that such a life-saving favor must be repaid, she intended to seize the moment to make her demands when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and a group of armored cavalry soldiers brandishing large sabers rushed in. Observing Zhou Mingwu's composed demeanor, she deduced that these were indeed his men, and wisely chose to remain silent, positioning herself beside him. As expected, the leading middle-aged general surveyed the scene with a bloodthirsty gaze tinged with deep remorse, and with a thud, he knelt before Zhou Mingwu, his voice heavy with sorrow. Your Highness, I have arrived late to offer assistance. I beseech your punishment. The newcomer was Chun Meng, representing Zhou Mingwu as the commander of the cavalry. Although Zhou Mingwu was paralyzed, Emperor Wen sought to diminish his power to the greatest extent possible. However, Zhou Mingwu's reputation was formidable, and to maintain his deterrent effect against several rival nations, which kept them from daring to infringe upon the borders of Dawei. He remained the commander of Dawei's most elite force, the fierce cavalry. General Chen, rise. I am already aware of the situation regarding the interception. Zhou Mingwu, seemingly rejuvenated and free from pain, suddenly radiated an aura of chilling authority that commanded respect. He issued his orders with clarity. Seal off the royal residence. No servants are to leave their quarters until dawn. The events that transpired in the Battle Soul Tower must remain confidential to prevent panic among the household and suspicion from the outside world. General Chun led his men to quietly search the royal residence for any remaining threats and to deal with the fallen assailants cloaked in black. Additionally, he dispatched a contingent to carry the injured comrades into the Battle Soul Tower, summoning the household physician and urgently requesting all military doctors from the fierce cavalry to provide immediate care. As Zhou Mingwu's commands were executed without delay by Chen Ming, Lin Yan'er felt a surge of admiration for Zhou Mingwu's final decision to have all the wounded brought to the Battle Soul Tower for treatment. It was evident that he truly regarded his subordinates as brothers, unafraid to sully his own quarters. In stark contrast to other royal members who viewed the lives of their subordinates as insignificant, observing that neither the household physician nor the military doctors had yet arrived, Lin Yan'er rolled up her sleeves and took matters into her own hands, requesting some strong liquor for disinfection as she tended to the injured, performing debridement and suturing with determination. This scene rendered Zhou Mingwu momentarily speechless, observing the tall figure, who, despite being stained with blood, busied herself among the gravely injured guards. He found himself unable to avert his gaze. Unconsciously, he allowed Qing Ming to push his wheelchair, trailing behind Lin Yan'er, watching as she skillfully stitched the wounds with threads and needles he had never seen before. His curiosity piqued. He recognized that it was not the right moment to interrupt her, thus he remained silent, quietly observing. Even when Qing Ming suggested that Lin Yan'er first attend to the knife wound on Zhou Mingwu's shoulder, he firmly declined. The wound on his shoulder was merely a small cut, of little concern. Outside the Zhu bamboo courtyard, a gravely injured man in black collapsed beneath a tree. Xiao Yun and Commander Wei simultaneously leaped down before the black-clad figure. Chapter 12. Is this truly the foolish and wretchedly unattractive girl infatuated with flowers? Commander Wei appeared oblivious to the condition of the injured man. His gaze was filled with fervent anticipation. Was the Town King dead? Moments earlier, he had received word from this black-clad man that the town king was at death's door, severely wounded and surrounded, with no hope of survival. Xiao Yun, too, brimmed with expectation, as if her life was on the brink of transformation, soon to rise above her lowly station as a servant. No longer would she need to ponder Xiao Qingqing's whims, placating her, catering to her needs, and sometimes enduring humiliation by kneeling before her for scolding. She longed to experience the thrill of commanding others, of exerting power over those beneath her. However, the black-clad man weakly uttered, "The town princess has slain all our men. Town princess?" Commander Wei and Xiao Yun gasped in astonishment. They stood atop the trees, their vision obscured by the torrential rain, rendering them unable to discern the situation at the Battle Soul Tower. Had the princess of the town annihilated all their forces? What could possibly have transpired? Was the town lord deceased? Xiao Yun's inquiries went unanswered by the cloaked figure, and upon a second glance, she found him lifeless. The expressions on their faces soured instantaneously. At that moment, they heard what seemed to be commands emanating from the direction of the Battle Soul Tower. The sound of the rain unable to muffle the chaotic yet vigorous footsteps. The cavalry had arrived. Commander Wei's voice was grave. "Xiao Yun, ascertain the situation promptly and report back to our master. I shall take my leave." With a swift motion, he vanished into the rain-soaked night. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yun cast a reluctant glance at the Battle Soul Tower. She had assumed that upon completing the mission, she would return to her master and oversee the shadow guards. Now, it seemed that her return was uncertain. She silently hoped for the demise of the town lord. In a swift movement, she leaped into the bamboo courtyard. Hastening back to her quarters, shedding her drenched garments and hiding them beneath the bed, before quickly lying down. Before long, several cavalry soldiers wielding long sabers discovered the cloaked figure beneath the tree and carried him away. Meanwhile, two of the soldiers entered the bamboo courtyard, meandering about without knocking on any doors, before departing once more. Lying in bed, Xiao Yun breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The following morning, the vast estate of the town lord, having endured a night of relentless rain, was left damp and waterlogged in many areas. Yet, the servants had all risen, methodically attending to their duties. The intentions of those cloaked figures were unmistakably directed towards the Battle Soul Tower. Zhou Mingwu also sensed that something might transpire, instructing old Madame Xiao to relay the message that, aside from the guards, everyone else should retire early. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the events of the previous night. However, upon arriving to work together, they noticed an unusual atmosphere at the Duke's residence. The original royal guards had vanished, replaced by valiant soldiers clad in armor. These warriors were stationed in every nook and cranny of the estate, observing the servants closely. Whenever a servant ventured from their quarters, they would enter the servants' lodgings, not rummaging through belongings, but merely casting a casual glance before departing. Those entering and exiting the Duke's residence discovered that stringent identity checks were enforced at the entrance. Only those possessing the token from the housekeeper, old Madame Xiao, were permitted to leave. The War Soul Tower was under the vigilant watch of the armored soldiers, forbidding common servants from entering. In the kitchen, preparations were mandated to double the usual amount of meals, which would later be inspected by the soldiers before being delivered to the War Soul Tower. Inside the War Soul Tower, Zhou Mingwu sat in his wheelchair, quietly observing Lin Yan'er, who lay sprawled across his bed, her body smeared with blood, soundly asleep. The method Lin Yan'er employed for cleaning and suturing wounds astonished the military physicians who arrived subsequently. After a brief exchange, they were left in utter admiration of her medical prowess. Learning that Lin Yan'er, despite her noble title as the princess, disregarded her esteemed status and fearlessly tended to the injured guards, filled them with profound respect. Lin Yan'er conducted an impromptu lesson, showcasing innovative suturing techniques, utilizing high-proof alcohol and fire to sterilize instruments, and elucidating the concept of sterility, among other things. One evening, Lin Yan'er became the focal point for treating the injured at the Battle Soul Tower, as if she were surrounded by a radiant light that captivated everyone's gaze. As dawn approached, Lin Yan'er, accompanied by 10 military doctors and a civilian physician, completed the care of all the wounded. She intended to take a brief respite in the chair beside Zhou Mingwu, but unexpectedly felt a darkness envelop her, her head tilted, and she collapsed to the ground. Quick to react, Zhou Mingwu reached out and caught Lin Yan'er, gently cradling her in his arms. The military doctors examined her while she lay in his embrace, confirming that she had merely succumbed to exhaustion and would revive after a good rest. This scene stirred profound emotions among those present, particularly the wounded guards, many of whom found their eyes misty, silently acknowledging Lin Yan'er's esteemed position. Lin Yan'er was carried into the room by Zhou Mingwu, with Qingming pushing her wheelchair. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Lin Yan'er, Zhou Mingwu suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to lift her veil and ascertain her true identity. How unbelievable! Could this truly be the clumsy, infatuated, unattractive girl? Just as he was about to reach out, someone quietly entered at the doorway, prompting him to retract his hand. He turned to Qiming and inquired in a hushed tone, "What is the situation?" Qiming, striving to keep his voice low, replied solemnly, "Your Highness. It has been confirmed that 17 guards from the residence have perished, while 27 soldiers of the cavalry brigade were intercepted and killed by the black-clad assassins in the city. The black-clad assassins suffered 172 casualties, effectively resulting in their complete annihilation." Qiming intended to convey that in this battle, they had achieved a resounding victory, with a ratio of 44 to 172, marking it as a truly remarkable triumph. Certainly, Qiming would not express such sentiments in the presence of Zhou Mingwu. With his eyes closed, Zhou Mingwu's expression betrayed no hint of his emotions. Yet, Qiming was acutely aware that he must be feeling quite discontent. Seeking to divert Zhou Mingwu's attention, he glanced at Lin Yan'er, whose sleeping posture was rather undignified, but quickly averted his gaze and lowered his head, saying, "Thanks to the princess, we have saved over 100 of our brothers. Otherwise, in this battle, we would surely have faced a catastrophic defeat. My lord, I believe that what His Highness the Crown Prince has sent you is not merely a jest, but rather an extraordinary treasure." After last night, Lin Yan'er had completely altered Qiming's perception. Regardless of her appearance or past reputation, and despite her audacity to challenge the prince, her remarkable medical skills alone made him feel as though the prince had stumbled upon a gem. Moreover, Lin Yan'er had rescued nearly all of them. Extraordinary treasure? Zhou Mingwu's eyes suddenly flew open as he gazed upon Lin Yan'er, who lay obliviously in her veiled slumber, a profound sense of guilt washing over him. Before him, Lin Yan'er was clad in a long dress, stained crimson in several places, with even her veil marked by specks of blood. He had always detested anything unclean. Yet as he looked upon Lin Yan'er in this moment, he felt no trace of revulsion. Instead, he perceived an inexplicable allure in her state. His gaze having followed the industrious Lin Yan'er throughout the night, still reluctant to part from it. Qiming, unaware of Zhou Mingwu's contemplation, hesitated to interrupt his thoughts, yet felt compelled to convey, "My lord, someone from the palace has arrived. The emperor requests your presence." Zhou Mingwu's expression suddenly darkened, emanating a chilling aura that even caused the slumbering Lin Yan'er to shiver. In the Qingzhou courtyard, Xiaoyun returned from a circuit around the Wangfu. Having gleaned no news from the Zansel building, nor could she gain entry. Just then, Xiao Qingqing finally awoke. After attending to Xiao Qingqing's morning routine, she coughed lightly, feigning the air of revealing a secret, and lowered her voice to say, "This servant has heard that last night, the prince summoned the princess to the Zansel building, where she stayed overnight." "What?" Xiao Qingqing exclaimed in shock, her countenance instantly turning ashen. Chapter 13. "You will surely regret blocking my path. Yesterday was meant to be the wedding night for Xiao Qingqing and Zhou Mingwu, a moment of utmost significance. Yet, Zhou Mingwu did not come to Qingzhou courtyard. Instead, he summoned Lin Yan'er to the Zansel building for the night. Lin Yan'er, so audacious and unrestrained, struck her and Zhou Mingwu, leaving unscathed. Xiao Qingqing found it utterly perplexing. How could the unattractive Lin Yan'er have achieved such a feat? Could it be that she wielded the emperor's influence over the prince? It must be so. Lin Yan'er was indeed bestowed upon him by the emperor. Seeing Xiao Qingqing's fists clench in anger, Xiaoyun feigned consolation. "There is no need for the concubine to overthink. Let us visit the Zansel building to ascertain the truth. If those servants are merely spreading rumors, wouldn't that be a waste of your ire?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingqing considered it plausible. She was acutely aware of the prince's disdain for Lin Yan'er. It was inconceivable that everything could change overnight. "Xiaoyun, let us go." A barely perceptible smirk of triumph flickered at the corners of Xiaoyun's mouth. However, Xiaoyun miscalculated. This time, they found themselves blocked outside the Battle Soul Tower. Xiaoyun's expression darkened as she scolded the valiant cavalry soldiers. "You have the audacity to obstruct us. This is Lady Xiao, the true mistress of the town prince's residence. How dare you stand in our way?" With that, she attempted to strike the two soldiers. Xiao Qingqing also felt her authority challenged and harbored a desire to eliminate these insolent soldiers. However, recalling that they were likely trusted subordinates of Zhou Mingwu, she remembered her carefully cultivated image of kindness and reasonableness in his presence. If she allowed her maid to assault Zhou Mingwu's confidence, and he were to find out, it would surely tarnish her reputation in his eyes. With this thought in mind, just as Xiaoyun's hand was about to fall, she swiftly grasped Xiaoyun's wrist. With a pleasant smile, she said, "Gentlemen, I am Lady Xiao, and I have matters to discuss with the prince. I kindly ask you to allow us entry. You may not be aware, but my bond with the prince is profound. He would never deny me access to the Battle Soul Tower. The two soldiers exchanged glances, and seeing Xiao Qingqing's courteous demeanor, one of them politely bowed. I apologize, Lady Xiao. The prince's military order states that anyone attempting to enter the Battle Soul Tower within 3 days shall be executed on the spot. This decree does not specify exceptions for Lady Xiao, so we hope you will not put us in a difficult position. Xiaoyun was eager to learn about the outcome of the battle last night, whether the town prince had perished or sustained serious injuries, and the extent of the losses on their side. The loyal servants of her master emerged in full force, leading to a catastrophic defeat. Her master was likely awaiting her report on the situation. She promptly incited Xiao Qingqing, saying, "They dare to disregard you. Even 2 mere soldiers have the audacity to obstruct our path. What authority will we have in this royal residence henceforth?" Xiao Qingqing resonated deeply with these words, her demeanor instantly turning frigid. "You insist on blocking my way. Do you not understand that the prince has designated me as the lady of the house? Do you not fear the consequences of offending me?" The two soldiers remained unmoved, one casting a doubtful glance at Xiao Qingqing. "Isn't the lady of the house the princess? The princess is currently resting in the prince's chamber. Last night, she not only saved nearly all the guards of the residence, but also ensured that the injured soldiers of the elite cavalry, intercepted by the dark-clad assailants, were swiftly taken to the Hall of War, where she, alongside the military doctors, provided them with aid. Those brothers, on the brink of death from severe blood loss, were revived by the medicine administered by the princess, preserving their lives. Nearly 100 of the finest soldiers, when they transported the injured to the Hall of War last night. They were fortunate enough to witness that radiant figure, bloodied yet unperturbed, tirelessly attending to the wounded like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Regardless of the princess's appearance or reputation, she is their benefactor, the one who saved their lives. If they were to express their allegiance, it would undoubtedly be to the princess." Upon hearing the soldier declare that Lin Yan'er was the true lady of the prince's residence, currently resting in the prince's chamber, Xiao Qingqing could no longer maintain her composure. Her fury ignited. She stepped forward and struck the soldier with a resounding slap, coldly rebuking him. "What a blind fool you are! I am the rightful mistress of the lord of the town, and the prince has already promised me. Have you not inquired about the status of that princess? Does the prince even hold her in esteem? I shall remember your faces, before long. You will regret obstructing my path today." Initially, she had assumed these two might be the prince's confidants. Yet they seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that Lin Yan'er was merely a pawn bestowed upon the prince by the emperor in a bid to humiliate him. They had mistaken Lin Yan'er for a true mistress, clearly not accustomed to approaching the prince. Thus, there was no need for her to be overly courteous. She scrutinized the faces of the two soldiers intently, imprinting their features in her memory. Resolved to make them kneel and beg for mercy once she had firmly established her position at the lord of the town's residence, their fates would be sealed, and she would not show them any mercy. She would ensure their demise. Given the soldier's demeanor, it was clear she would not gain entry into the Battle Soul Tower today. Casting a glance back at the tower, she turned and returned to the green bamboo courtyard. As she walked, she quietly instructed Xiaoyun to seek an opportunity to visit the Zhao royal residence and inform Prince Zhao that Lin Yan'er, relying on her imperial favor, had shown complete disdain for our lord. "Speak delicately of my plight, of how I have suffered greatly at Lin Yan'er's hands, with my face swollen from her blows." Given Prince Zhao's temper, he would undoubtedly storm into the lord of the town's residence and deal with that wretched Lin Yan'er on the spot. Xiaoyun, understanding that entering the Battle Soul Tower was futile today, frowned upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's instructions. Prince Zhao, Zhou Mingqing, was the younger brother of the lord of the town and the 7th son of Emperor Wen, and he had always held a fondness for Xiao Qingqing. He has repeatedly expressed that Xiao Qingqing is the kindest, most innocent, and most delicate beauty he has ever encountered. Due to her prior acquaintance with the prince of the town, he can only regard her as a sister and protect her with utmost care. Is Xiao Qingqing planning to sacrifice the Prince of Zhao? If the Prince of Zhao were to discover that his goddess was being bullied and his brother suppressed, and were further provoked, he might indeed disregard everything and kill Lin Yan'er by slaying the Empress's sister-in-law, bestowed upon him by the emperor. The Prince of Zhao would effectively ruin his own prospects for a significant future. Xiaoyun silently scoffed. The Prince of Zhao believed Xiao Qingqing to be naive. Yet in truth, he was the one who was most naive, almost foolishly so. She nodded and followed Xiao Qingqing back to the Qingzhou courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Mingwu was seated in a wheelchair, being pushed by Qing Ming, emerging from around the corner. Although Zhou Mingwu could not hear Xiao Qingqing instructing Xiaoyun to incite the Prince of Zhao, he did witness her slapping and threatening the two soldiers executing her orders. Zhou Mingwu furrowed his brow in surprise at Xiao Qingqing's behavior. According to his understanding of her character, She would never resort to making things difficult for others. She was kind and pure, personally assisting an injured beggar and showing extreme leniency towards her subordinates, never resorting to punishment or harsh reprimands. Could it be that she was still upset about yesterday's events? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Mingwu felt an even greater sense of indebtedness towards Xiao Qingqing. Regardless of the circumstances, it was true that Lin Yan'er had struck Xiao Qingqing, and he had failed to stand up for her. Which indeed was a grievance she had suffered. Chapter 14. This pack of dogs, seeing Zhou Mingwu gaze at Xiao Qingqing's retreating figure, Qingming tentatively suggested, "My lord, shall we visit the side consort Xiao?" Zhou Mingwu withdrew his gaze and suddenly issued a command. "Let it be known that until the princess awakens, no one is permitted to disturb her." Qingming was taken aback. What did this mean? Was the prince's statement an answer to his inquiry? Unable to decipher the prince's intentions, Qingming speculated that the prince harbored feelings for Xiao Qingqing. If she were upset, the prince would undoubtedly feel concerned and anxious. To his surprise, the prince seemed more worried about someone interrupting the princess's slumber. But wait, the princess? This was the first instance of hearing the prince refer to Lin Yan'er as such. Previously, he had been reluctant to even mention her name. Did this signify the prince's acknowledgement of Lin Yan'er? Qingming summoned a guard to relay Zhou Mingwu's orders. At that moment, a valiant soldier from the cavalry approached, respectfully presenting 2 tokens resembling insignias to Zhou Mingwu. "My lord, after conducting a thorough search of the entire palace, we found only these 2 tokens, located at the site where the cloaked figures scaled the walls. They must have dropped them. There are no surviving captives, nor any additional tokens found on them." Qingming accepted the tokens, and the cavalry soldier withdrew. He examined them closely, yet did not pass them to Zhou Mingwu, his brow furrowing. These were tokens from the crown prince's residence. Zhou Mingwu, with an impassive expression, lifted his gaze towards the palace. "Let us proceed to the palace." Outside the gates of the duke's residence, 50 robust soldiers from the elite cavalry, astride their majestic steeds, armed with sabers and bows, escorted a luxurious carriage as it triumphantly traversed the grand avenues of the capital, en route to the Great Wu Palace. Lin Yan'er found herself enveloped in a dream, where she and her team members celebrated the successful completion of a significant research project. They gathered in the laboratory, utilizing available materials to ignite a plume of smoke-free flames, roasting an entire lamb. The majority of her colleagues were seasoned professors and esteemed experts. Despite her youth, she held the position of the team as foremost leader. Cherished by all, they presented her with the choicest portions of the lamb, including a succulent leg, which she seized eagerly, savoring every bite with unparalleled delight. The roasted lamb was simply exquisite. As Lin Yan'er slowly opened her eyes, she was greeted by the intricately adorned ceiling above. After a brief blink, she realized she had been dreaming. Sitting up, she discovered herself in an opulently lavish bed, draped with an ethereal silk quilt. The room was infused with a calming incense, bestowing an air of tranquility upon her. Raising a hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, she noted the drool that had accumulated. Almost immediately, her stomach growled audibly. How ravenous she felt. But where was she? Hadn't she been attending to injured soldiers? She recalled tirelessly performing debridement and suturing while simultaneously instructing the military medics. It dawned on her that, in an attempt to rest for a moment, she had succumbed to an unexpected slumber. She gently tapped her head, finally recollecting the events. She pulled back the silk quilt and noticed she was still clad in the same long gown, now marred with bloodstains that had sullied both the bed and the quilt. This left her feeling somewhat flustered. However, there was no need for concern. A simple change of bedding would suffice. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, startling Lin Yan'er as she turned abruptly to see Zhou Mingwu seated in a wheelchair. He stood merely 2 meters behind her, seemingly fixated on her, which sent chills down her spine. Zhou Mingwu displayed no emotion as he coldly remarked, "This prince is not particularly adept at changing a woman's attire. I feared that my movements might rouse you from your slumber, thereby disturbing your rest. Hence, I opted to carry you directly to bed." What did that imply? Zhou Mingwu intended to change her clothing himself? How utterly bizarre. The mere thought sent shivers through her. Had she truly been carried to bed by Zhou Mingwu? My heavens. She hastily descended from the bed, clearing her throat. "Your Highness, I apologize for the inconvenience. I must take my leave." She genuinely preferred not to linger in Zhou Mingwu's presence, not out of fear, but simply due to her disdain for him. Although she perceived that, based on last night's observations, Zhou Mingwu was not devoid of humanity, at least showing kindness to his subordinates. It did little to alter her perception of him as an inept scoundrel. A man who resorts to bullying women for relief is despicable, to say the least. No, even a dog would be superior to him. Just as she intended to bypass him and head for the door, Zhou Mingwu called out to her, "Are you hungry?" You should eat before you return to wash up. It was then that Lin Yan'er noticed a small table beside Zhou Mingwu, adorned with a platter of roasted lamb, a roasted chicken, a roasted duck, and 2 bowls of rice along with 2 bowls of clear soup. Upon seeing the food, Lin Yan'er's stomach immediately responded with a loud growl. Just moments ago, she had dreamed of savoring roasted lamb, and to her astonishment, upon waking, a platter of roasted lamb lay before her, accompanied by the enticing aroma of roasted chicken and duck, gently wafting steam into the air. She was truly famished. Yesterday, she had hardly consumed anything, having spent the entire night performing meticulous wound care and suturing, with only a clandestine sip of glucose solution from her supplies to sustain her. She swallowed hard, her feet instinctively moving to the table, her gaze warily fixed on the composed visage of Zhou Mingwu. Could it be that the prince harbored intentions to poison her? A shadow flickered in Zhou Mingwu's eyes. Did she perceive him as someone perpetually plotting her downfall? Lin Yan'er remained oblivious to the subtle shift in his demeanor, her attention captivated entirely by the delectable spread before her. She plopped down in front of Zhou Mingwu, answering her own inquiry. How could the prince possibly wish her harm? After all, she was his savior. The prince awaited her expertise in treating his leg. There was no conceivable reason for him to wish her ill. Zhou Mingwu's expression softened slightly as he gestured. Please, eat. Lin Yan'er lifted her veil just enough to reveal her small mouth, and Zhou Mingwu indeed noticed the faint traces of blemishes at her chin, though they were sparse. He gently suggested, the veil is quite cumbersome. It would be better to remove it. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly. Perhaps not. For I fear that should the prince behold my unparalleled beauty, I might lose my appetite. She refrained from using chopsticks, instead seizing a piece of roasted lamb. Sinking her teeth into it, the savory flavor exploding in her mouth. In the 24th century, even while dining, she maintained a semblance of decorum. Yet, her hunger was overwhelming, and she longed to devour the entire feast laid out before her, hastily filling the excruciating emptiness within her stomach. At first, she could not stop eating, disregarding her image. Even with Zhou Mingwu seated before her, she devoured the roasted lamb, a whole roasted chicken, and a roasted duck with an insatiable appetite, leaving nothing behind. After finishing her bowl of rice and clear soup, Lin Yan'er finally displayed an expression of utmost satisfaction, gently patting her abdomen and exhaling a sigh of contentment. She felt truly full this time. Her eating habits were poor. Often, she would forget to eat due to work and study commitments. Thus, during meals, she instinctively consumed as much as she could. She often did not even remember the next meal, feeling compelled to eat until she could not take another bite. This practice had honed her capacity for food, consuming a whole roasted chicken, a roasted duck, and a platter of roasted lamb in a single meal posed no challenge for her. To her surprise, the stomach of her original body could also accommodate such a habit, holding so much sustenance. Coming to your residence, aside from the time she had roasted the ceremonial chicken for their wedding, this was her second meal. Second meal? Zhou Mingwu had initially been astonished by Lin Yan'er's voraciousness, but upon hearing her words, his expression stiffened, and an icy aura emanated from him. Those treacherous sycophants, he was displeased that his father, along with the crown prince, had used Lin Yan'er to humiliate him. He had tormented and belittled her, harboring suspicions that she might be a spy, but more so, it was an outlet for his dissatisfaction with the emperor. However, he had never denied her food. No wonder Lin Yan'er had roasted the ceremonial chicken to eat. She must have been truly famished. A pang of pain struck his heart, and his expression darkened further. These loyal hounds possess an audacity of remarkable proportions. Do they intend to starve Lin Yan'er to death? Chapter 15. Afraid of his wrath? Lin Yan'er let out a hearty belch and suddenly noticed the malevolent expression on Zhou Mingwu's face, which resembled that of a man poised to commit murder. She felt no remorse for her words, as she merely stated the truth. Indeed, since her arrival in this realm, she had subsisted on but one meal a day. To be precise, on the night of the wedding, had it not been for that rooster, she might have gone without a single morsel. In her opinion, none of her remarks warranted his ire. Thus, it became evident that this dog of a prince was incensed by her unvarnished revelation of his oppressive treatment. As if she feared his anger? Regardless of how furious he might become, it would bear no consequence upon her. Lin Yan'er held an unwavering confidence in this regard. Unless he truly wished to languish in perpetual torment, confined to a wheelchair for all eternity, enduring such suffering. Having satiated her hunger, it was time to return for a bath. She rose, casting Zhou Mingwu a disdainful glance. Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. The sensation of being well-rested and well-fed was truly exquisite. She stretched languidly, disregarding whether Zhou Mingwu permitted her departure, and strode toward the door. Beyond lay the hall, where over 200 guards of the royal residence and the injured of the valiant cavalry were receiving treatment. More than half of the wounded, having undergone debridement and suturing, had managed to rest and were now able to sit up. As Lin Yan'er made her entrance, nearly all eyes turned towards her blood-soaked figure. Suddenly, the standing military physician, who had come specifically to attend to the wounded soldiers, along with those who could barely sit up, bowed respectfully to Lin Yan'er. The gazes of those still lying down, unable to rise, were filled with profound gratitude towards her. Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with joy. This group was composed of individuals who understood the value of gratitude, affirming that her efforts had not been in vain. She raised her hand in greeting, saying, "I will wash up and change my clothes. Then return to examine your wounds and adjust the treatment plan." In ancient warfare, aside from the immediate deaths on the battlefield, a significant number of fatalities arose from infections of the wounded. Whether in the East or the West, ancient societies were powerless against the threat of wound infections. For the vast majority of the injured, treatment was often more about psychological comfort, while survival was a matter of luck. It was not until the advent of penicillin in the West that this situation began to improve. In the 24th century from which she hailed, antibiotic medications had been further enhanced, proving significantly more effective with reduced side effects. In her medical station, she had stocked a superior version of penicillin, effective for any patient, ensuring a 100% prevention of wound infections. With over 200 wounded soldiers, the quantity required was considerable, and she could not possibly produce it in front of so many witnesses, as that would be too extraordinary and might lead to her being perceived as a monster, possibly resulting in her being burned at the stake. Just yesterday, she had assured the military physician and the wounded that she possessed a method to prevent infections that could lead to death. She speaks and acts with conviction. Within the confines of the medical station, the stockpile of enhanced penicillin is sufficient to treat 200 to 300 patients, and she plans to return shortly with the advanced medication. The substantial reserve was established not merely for treating wound infections. Penicillin is a broad-spectrum antibiotic, effective against a myriad of inflammatory conditions, and is consequently a common remedy. Farewell, Princess. The remaining individuals capable of movement bowed in unison. Their respect for Lin Yan'er evidently genuine and heartfelt. For this reason alone, Lin Yan'er felt that saving these people was worthwhile. Once Lin Yan'er departed, Zhou Mingwu cast a glance at the remnants of his meal, a bowl of rice and clear soup, accompanied by a table of bones, his brow furrowing even deeper. The last words Lin Yan'er spoke felt somewhat brusque, easily interpreted as a sign of her displeasure. She indeed had ample reason to be angry. This was his fault. He had never been so petty before. In his protest against his father, he had unjustly vented his frustrations upon a woman. He needed to make amends. Qingming appeared before Zhou Mingwu in an instant. Investigate who deliberately starved the princess on the day of her entry into the palace. Qingming paused, realizing that the matter was likely handled by the housekeeper, Granny Xiao. Without the need for further inquiry, he could surmise that the harsh treatment of Lin Yan'er was orchestrated by Granny Xiao herself. Ultimately, the source of this disdain originated from the prince, who, in his contempt for the princess, sought to humiliate her, prompting Granny Xiao to exacerbate the situation. He hesitated to speak immediately, responding with a nod before hastily exiting to seek out Granny Xiao for more information. As Lin Yan'er left the Battle Soul Tower and made her way back to the Qingxi courtyard, she encountered several ordinary maids and laborers. Upon seeing her blood-stained attire, they fled in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. She paid them little mind. Her appearance was indeed rather frightening. Upon reaching the entrance of Qingxi courtyard, Shuang'er and Old Lady Lin were equally startled, screaming upon sighting her. Once they recognized Lin Yan'er, Shuang'er rushed over, weeping uncontrollably, and embraced her tightly. Through her tears, Shuang'er recounted that this morning, after rising, she intended to attend to Lin Yan'er, only to discover a gaping hole in the ceiling of her room and bloodstains on the floor, which left her utterly terrified. She had immediately dashed outside, crying for help. But the patrolling soldiers informed her that the princess was unharmed and that they could not disclose further details, instructing her to remain at home and await the princess's return. By noon, a craftsman had come to repair the breach in the ceiling and clean the room. Now, seeing Lin Yan'er return, Shuang'er was unable to contain her emotions. Old Lady Lin, however, appeared less than pleased, standing silently to the side with her head bowed, uttering not a word. After comforting Shuang'er, Lin Yan'er instructed her and Old Lady Lin to prepare warm water, as she wished to bathe and change her clothes. With Shuang'er attending to her, Lin Yan'er enjoyed a hot bath and changed into fresh attire, then declared her intent to rest for a while, commanding Shuang'er to guard the door and permit no one to disturb her without her permission. Upon witnessing that Lin Yan'er was indeed unharmed, Shuang'er refrained from inquiring about the circumstances, recognizing that such matters were not suited for her station. Complying obediently, She exited the room, closing the door behind her, and stood vigil at the threshold. A flicker of thought prompted Lin Yan'er to enter her spatial realm. While organizing the enhanced penicillin, she inadvertently noticed that the shelf designated for the rapid hemostatic agents should have been missing 3 bottles. Each bottle contained 100 tablets in the previous night. She had utilized over 200, leaving the remainder for the military physicians. To her astonishment, the shelf displayed no decrease in inventory. All the rapid hemostatic agents remained intact. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the 3 bottles, previously taken, had mysteriously returned. Heavens! Lin Yan'er suddenly realized that her spatial bracelet might possess an extraordinary capability unbeknownst to her, namely, that the items within it were inexhaustible. Anything removed could potentially reappear in its original place after just a few hours. Hastily, she retrieved her handgun, and indeed, the expended bullets had reappeared. The magazine was fully replenished, not a single round missing. This function was truly remarkable. While she was taken aback by this revelation, a wave of delight washed over her. This meant she could indulge freely in the future. She felt an urge to laugh heartily, but she steadied herself, regaining composure. She took out all the enhanced penicillin and piled it on the table, then called for Scoundrel to fetch 4 bamboo baskets to prepare the penicillin for transport to the Battle Soul Tower. As a leading medical expert, she understood well that the wounded there were eagerly awaiting this life-saving remedy, and time was of the essence. Suddenly, Aunt Lin entered. Glancing at the items held by Lin Yan'er and Scoundrel, oblivious to their significance, she cleared her throat twice and spoke in a somewhat brusque tone. "Princess, I must convey a message from the general's wife. Tomorrow, at the 3rd morning hour, the general's wife expects you to return to the general's residence without fail. She is hosting a lavish banquet in your honor." Lin Yan'er's brows furrowed immediately. Upon noticing her expression, Aunt Lin mistakenly assumed Lin Yan'er was frightened. It was well known that in the past, Lin Yan'er would not dare to lift her head in the presence of Madame Lu, the general's wife. A mere grunt from Madame Lu would send Lin Yan'er trembling in fear. Just yesterday, she had the audacity to strike Lin Yan'er, ordering her to perform menial tasks, with Scoundrel, the young maid, commanding her, boldly claiming to fear no repercussions from the general's wife. But now, it seemed the tables had turned, though it was too late. She had already reported the situation to Madame Lu. Tomorrow, she was eager to witness how the general's wife would handle Lin Yan'er. A vivid image filled Aunt Lin's mind of Lin Yan'er kneeling before Madame Lu, begging for forgiveness, only for Madame Lu to take matters into her own hands and slap Lin Yan'er twice in retaliation. At that moment, she would show no mercy, determined to turn Lin Yan'er's pockmarked face into a grotesque mess. Aunt Lin felt rejuvenated, filled with a sense of triumph. "Princess," she continued, her tone dripping with feigned concern, "the general's wife has insisted that you arrive punctually, lest you disappoint her sincere intentions. She has gone to great lengths to prepare a grand family feast for you. It would be wise not to provoke the general's wife. I trust you are well aware of her temperament." Lin Yan'er narrowed her eyes, observing Aunt Lin, who had once again become audacious. "Old servant, have you returned to the general's residence these past few days?" Lin raised her chin. "Indeed, as a servant of the general's wife, I must periodically report the princess's behavior within the royal palace. To speak frankly, the general's wife was quite incensed upon learning of the princess's actions. If the princess would heed my advice, I might intercede on her behalf and conceal certain matters, thus speaking favorably of her. Otherwise, the princess must fend for herself." Lin Yan'er let out a soft laugh. What audacity this old servant possessed to utter such words. It seemed she had yet to comprehend her situation during their last encounter. Perhaps another lesson was in order, to see if she would finally awaken to reality after a few more experiences. Lin believed that this display of intimidation would cause Lin Yan'er to cower and immediately seek her forgiveness, offering bribes in exchange for her advocacy. Following that, she would hold sway over Lin Yan'er, effectively becoming the true mistress of the Qingxi courtyard. However, before her smug smile could fully blossom, Lin Yan'er delivered a sharp slap. Though one ought to respect their elders, some individuals merely wear the guise of age while harboring a spirit that is deserving of a good thrashing, their very essence demanding retribution. Scoundrel, emboldened by the moment, observed from the sidelines, seizing the opportunity to deliver a few kicks. Lin Po's anguished cries sent shivers through a group of newcomers standing just outside the Qingxi courtyard, halting their steps as they exchanged bewildered glances. The group was led by Madame Xiao, accompanied by Yin Huan and several maidservants, all of whom had been present during the recent wedding ceremony of Lin Yan'er and the rooster. With a determined grit, Madame Xiao knelt down with a resounding thud. The others, Yin Huan and the maidservants, followed suit, collapsing to the ground, albeit with deep confusion. One among them could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Madame Xiao, Why have we come here to accept punishment? Why? Madame Xiao felt a profound sense of despair within her heart. She was merely executing the orders of the prince, who harbored an intense disdain for Lin Yan'er. Hence, she had resolved to withhold food from Lin Yan'er, believing that 2 days of hunger would not lead to dire consequences. Unexpectedly, just the previous morning, Lin Yan'er had publicly struck the prince's favored concubine, Xiao, delivering 2 resounding slaps and a punch that left the prince bleeding. Rather than facing retribution, Lin Yan'er had emerged as the prince's savior. While the common servants were unaware of the events of the previous night, Madame Xiao, as the steward of the royal residence and one who had watched Zhou Mingwu grow up, was among his most trusted confidants and was privy to certain truths. Just half an hour prior, the Qingming guards had sought her out, questioning her motives for allowing the princess to go hungry. They had subtly conveyed the prince's immense displeasure regarding the matter, indicating its severity, and instructed her to gather all relevant parties to receive punishment from the princess. Should they fail to earn her forgiveness, those who had participated in the mistreatment of the princess should brace themselves for the prince's wrath. In the eyes of all, as the god of war of the Dao dynasty, he was a merciless killer, exuding an aura of cold-blooded ferocity. Even Aunt Xiao would occasionally feel a chill run down her spine in the presence of Zhou Mingwu. She could not fathom how, in merely 2 days, the situation could have undergone such a dramatic reversal. The emperor had bestowed upon him a marriage as a means to humiliate the proud daughter of the general's household. The foolish infatuate Lin Yan'er, who, against all odds, had displayed such remarkable prowess. Now, the once despised and ugly woman, whom Zhou Mingwu had scorned to the utmost, suddenly found favor, being defended and cherished, while her servants were left to bear the brunt of her whims. What more could she say? Yan Huan, an aide to Aunt Xiao, held a certain status within the royal residence. She was astute and adept in her dealings, closely aligning with Aunt Xiao, who valued her highly. Aunt Xiao's reputation was well known, and it was clear to Yan Huan that even Aunt Xiao would kneel to accept punishment. Did these fools still need to inquire why? Was it not evident? If the prince did not speak, would Aunt Xiao be here kneeling? Truly lacking in perception. She turned and glared fiercely at the maid, exclaiming, "What are you blathering about? Let me tell you, if the princess does not show us mercy today, we shall all meet a fate worse than death." The maid was instantly struck with terror, and the other maids fell silent, bowing their heads in trepidation as they listened to the anguished cries from within. Aunt Xiao, too, swallowed hard, her heart racing with unease. Lin Yan'er not only dared to strike the prince, but also to take a life. When Lin Yan'er emerged, would she also face a brutal beating? No matter, she had brought this upon herself by acting independently, even denying Lin Yan'er her meals. Behind her, the maidservants possessed an imagination that bordered on the fantastical, with some even expressing concern that Lin Yan'er might drag them into the Qingxi courtyard to devour them. Rumors had it that Lin Yan'er could consume a rooster raw. Who knew if she might also feast upon humans? If Lin Yan'er were privy to their thoughts, she would likely be taken aback by the audacity of these ancients. Did she truly resemble a monstrous being? Lin Yan'er was a premier medical expert, acutely aware of the precise amount of force required to inflict pain without causing injury. She swiftly suppressed the arrogance of Lin Pa, who had been resurrected. Bringing her to her knees in supplication, she instructed Lu Shi to ensure that the banquet was grander the following day. Having said this, she did not spare a glance at the crumpled Lin Pa on the ground. Instead, she lifted her bamboo basket and departed with shuang air. Upon opening the door, she was startled to see Xiao Momo and the others kneeling at the entrance. "We pay our respects to the princess." Xiao Momo led the way, and the group bowed in unison. Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Momo raised her head and replied, "Your servant has acted with reckless audacity, taking it upon herself to mistreat you on the day of your union with the prince. This matter is in no way related to the prince. I, along with those complicit, have come to accept our punishment. Whether it be execution or torture, we deserve our fate. We beseech the princess to administer justice." Yan Huan and the other maidservants all bowed their heads to the ground, imploring, "We request the princess to punish us." Chapter 17. The emperor's affection is outrageously biased. Thus, it unfolded. Lin Yan'er's mind whirled as she quickly comprehended the situation. Last night, in the presence of Zhou Mingwu, she had substantiated her claim with evidence that she could indeed heal his legs. This is a manifestation of his sincerity, or perhaps an expression of apology, merely to placate her. Lin Yan'er let out a cold huff. It was likely that Zhou Mingwu did not genuinely believe he had erred, nor was he genuinely concerned that Lin Yan'er would not wholeheartedly attend to his leg. These were the servants of the duke's residence, who, without Zhou Mingwu's express permission, would not dare deny her even a meal, regardless of their audacity. Now, to have these servants kneel here to receive punishment? What a scoundrel! He lacks any sense of responsibility. The sooner she departs, the better, to avoid the disgust. In truth, even if Zhou Mingwu took no action, Lin Yan'er would still see to his leg. Her objective was crystal clear: to hasten her divorce and distance herself from this tumultuous estate. Lin Yan'er reflected on the matter. As for Granny Xiao and the others, they merely mocked her a few times and allowed her to enjoy a rather delicious rooster, without resorting to physical punishment or harsh words. The consequences were not overly severe. Before her divorce, she still needed to remain at the Duke's residence, to curry favor with Granny Xiao and the other servants, fostering good relations to ensure a more comfortable existence in the days to come. Granny, you all have it tough too, so let it go? Lin Yan'er smiled and said, everyone, stand up and attend to your duties. I am in a hurry to go to the Battle Soul Tower, so I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Yan'er and Shuang'er headed directly towards the Battle Soul Tower, leaving Granny Xiao and the others exchanging glances, none daring to rise immediately. They were prepared. Even if they did not face death, a beating was inevitable. In recent days, their perception of Lin Yan'er had solidified as one of capriciousness, cruelty, and brutality, with her fondness for humiliating the servants exemplified by her daily beatings of old Madame Lin in the courtyard. Did they receive no punishment at all? This hardly seems consistent with Lin Yan'er's usual demeanor, does it? Yin Huan could not help but inquire, Mama, is this truly the end? Xiao Mama was equally perplexed. However, Lin Yan'er's demeanor suggested that she genuinely bore no grudge against them. Sighing deeply, Xiao Mama rose to her feet. Perhaps she was simply fatigued from the earlier altercation? Yin Huan and the other maids nodded in agreement. It must have been the earlier incident with old Lady Lin in the courtyard that had exhausted her, preventing her from turning her wrath upon them. To their surprise, they felt a tinge of gratitude towards old Lady Lin for depleting Lin Yan'er's energy on their behalf. Otherwise, would that devilish woman have truly let them off so easily? Unbeknownst to Lin Yan'er, had she been aware of their thoughts, she would have surely taken action to satisfy them. Within the War Soul Tower, Zhou Mingwu immediately received a report from Qingming that Lin Yan'er had not punished Xiao Mama and the others. A sense of relief washed over Zhou Mingwu. It appeared her fury had subsided. Little did he realize that Lin Yan'er had only grown to despise him even more. Observing a faint glimmer in Zhou Mingwu's eyes, Qingming cautiously ventured, Your Highness, forgive my presumption, but I fail to comprehend why you did not present those 2 tokens from the Crown Prince's residence before the Emperor and inform him of last night's peril. I must speak frankly, the Emperor's bias is exceedingly unreasonable. In the Imperial study, Emperor 1, upon their meeting, hurled an impeachment document at Zhou Mingwu's face. His anger palpable as he demanded, Why did you allow 400 elite cavalry into the city without seeking permission? Are you plotting a rebellion? The formidable cavalry corps, consisting of 100,000 troops, is stationed 30 miles north of the capital city, in Yinyan County. The soldiers of the cavalry are strictly prohibited from entering the capital simultaneously in numbers exceeding 20 without the Emperor's explicit command. Last night, 400 elite cavalrymen forcibly entered through the northern city gate to provide assistance to the Wangfu of the Duke of Zhen. Upon their arrival, they encountered resistance from cloaked figures, leading to a fierce confrontation that unfortunately affected nearby civilians, resulting in casualties and the destruction of homes and shops. At the break of dawn, a formal petition of impeachment was delivered to Emperor 1. Without inquiring into the circumstances, the Emperor unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Zhou Mingwu, deriding him as a useless being, accusing him of attempting to disrupt the court. Zhou Mingwu, seated in a wheelchair, refrained from uttering a word in his defense, enduring the Emperor's tirade for a full hour. Ultimately, Emperor Wen decreed that Zhou Mingwu was to oversee the repair of the damaged homes and compensate the affected citizens, confining him to the Wangfu for a month of self-reflection. Furthermore, all cavalrymen within the city were ordered to return to their garrison within 3 days, with a decree of death for any who dared to enter without permission thereafter. Qingming felt a sense of injustice on behalf of Zhou Mingwu. It was evident that the Duke was not at fault. The Duke's residence had nearly faced annihilation the previous night. Yet the Emperor showed no interest in uncovering the truth or investigating the events that transpired, instead hastily punishing Zhou Mingwu. This was undeniably unfair. As if Zhou Mingwu were not the Emperor's own son. The glimmer of hope in Zhou Mingwu's eyes dimmed once more. He understood that his father, the Emperor, harbored not mere favoritism, but a profound disdain for him. Previously, Zhou Mingwu had diverged significantly from the Emperor's policies and governance, often acting contrary to the Emperor's wishes to advocate for the people's interests, thus earning their affection. Moreover, there were individuals with ulterior motives who spoke ill of Zhou Mingwu in front of Emperor Wen, inciting the suspicious Emperor to harbor resentment towards him. Believing Zhou harbored treasonous intentions and sought to usurp the throne, even contemplating patricide. Zhou Mingwu let out a deep sigh. His father had indeed harbored murderous thoughts against him. And not merely once. In truth, 2 years prior, when he returned to court, he had been ambushed. Though he emerged unscathed and uncovered that the assailants were in the employ of Emperor Wen, the realization that his life was sought after plunged him into despair, allowing a bribed guard to poison his drink. This ultimately resulted in his current state of paralysis. It was only after this that Emperor Wen's murderous intent towards him subsided. The emperor must surely be aware that the mastermind behind this was one of his own sons. His agents were spread throughout the capital, and it is entirely possible that he knows who was responsible, yet he chose to punish Zhou Mingwu instead. This served as a continuous warning. Surviving was merely the beginning. He should abandon futile thoughts and remain compliant. Thus, there was little to explain. The princess consort should be arriving soon. Zhou Mingwu inhaled deeply and urged, "Please push me out." Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the topic of their conversation? He was clearly lamenting the emperor's actions, indirectly criticizing Zhou Mingwu and advocating for his spirit to be lifted, urging him not to remain silent, for such silence would invite disdain and further bullying. Over the years, following Zhou Mingwu, he had felt a deep-seated frustration, yearning to retaliate against those who sought to harm him. He yearned for Zhou Mingwu to issue a command to eliminate someone, and he would immediately draw his sword and mount his steed. However, Zhou Mingwu swiftly redirected the conversation to the princess. He was perceptive enough to understand that Zhou Mingwu wished to avoid discussing those troublesome matters. Very well. Zhou Mingwu was the master, and he had his own intentions. A loyal guard need only devote himself to safeguarding his master's safety and await his commands. Yes, my lord. He pushed the wheelchair and proceeded toward the door. Simultaneously, Xiao Qingqing received a report from Shoyun that Lin Yan'er, accompanied by her maid, had just entered the Battle Soul Tower, prompting her to rush over as well. Having not seen Zhou Mingwu all day, Xiao Qingqing was perplexed by the unfolding events. Why had the original guards vanished, replaced solely by the valiant cavalry soldiers? Why was the Battle Soul Tower sealed off, yet Lin Yan'er was permitted entry? Why? Within the confines of the royal residence, did Zhou Mingwu not seek her out? Wasn't she his favored companion, not Lin Yan'er? Had the prince fallen under Lin Yan'er's influence? She too wished to enter. She needed to find the prince. Chapter 18. What are these words of a tiger and wolf? As Zhou Mingwu stepped out, he beheld a veiled figure in the grand hall, conferring with the military doctor on the application of medicine. Her beautiful, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality. Zhou Mingwu had encountered Lin Yan'er before, but at that time, he had not given her a proper glance. To be precise, he had been too indifferent to do so. Thus, her clear image had not been imprinted in his memory. Now, with her captivating gaze and facial features, he sensed that even a visage marred by blemishes might possess a unique allure, perhaps even a different kind of beauty. Zhou Mingwu's wheelchair glided forward slowly, casting a glance at the bamboo basket held by Lin Yan'er, filled with countless packets of white pills. Could it be that these white tablets possessed the miraculous ability to prevent all wounded individuals from suffering from inflammation and ulceration? The enigma surrounding Lin Yan'er is indeed profound. From where did she procure such items? Whence did she acquire her medical expertise? And who bestowed upon her those formidable hidden weapons? She appears to possess martial skills as well, and not of a trifling nature. Despite her extraordinary capabilities, why does she feign ignorance and simplicity? Zhou Mingwu has discreetly issued orders that no one is to divulge her medical knowledge to others. Perhaps Lin Yan'er remains oblivious to the immense value of the medical skills she possesses and the significance of the pills she wields. The rapid hemostatic agent alone is a rare treasure, capable of saving lives in critical moments. The hidden weapon in her possession, a firearm, is a devastating instrument of destruction, easily operable. If every soldier were to wield one, this army would be invincible. Should outsiders learn of Lin Yan'er's possessions, she would become an object of intense desire. And with that, her peril would escalate. After handing over the medications to the military doctor and instructing them on their usage, Lin Yan'er finally noticed Zhou Mingwu behind her. Zhuang'er hurriedly curtsied to Zhou Mingwu, while Lin Yan'er offered a subtle smile. "Your Highness, you truly have plenty of time on your hands." The teasing tone, coupled with the evident disdain in her gaze, sparked a fleeting expression of astonishment and disappointment in Zhou Mingwu's eyes. Is she unhappy again? Did not Elder Xiao receive her forgiveness moments ago? It seems she is still harboring grievances against herself. Shouldn't he say something as well? To speak frankly, he is in the wrong. So, what shall he utter? After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I am rather idle." The moment these words escaped his lips, even he was taken aback. Lin Yan'er, somewhat speechless, responded, "My apologies, Your Highness. Please continue to enjoy your leisure. I must attend to my duties." She cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Mingwu. inwardly cursing him as a worthless scoundrel, and then disregarded him to inspect the wounds of the injured. Schwanger, who followed Lin Yan'er into the Battle Soul Pavilion, was initially startled by the sight of the numerous injured sprawled upon the mats on the floor. She was further astonished by the respect Lin Yan'er commanded from both the military doctors and the wounded. Now, she was utterly taken aback by Lin Yan'er's demeanor towards Zhou Mingwu. After all, he was the war god of the great Wu dynasty. How could the princess consort treat him so dismissively? Had she missed too much over the past few days? As Lin Yan'er examined the injuries of the soldiers, Schwanger quietly trailed behind her, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Her own mistress. No, the princess consort. When did she acquire such medical skills? Soon after. Schwanger sensed an immense pressure looming behind her. Zhou Mingwu, emanating an icy aura, was being escorted by his guards, mirroring their movements. It seemed as though Zhou Mingwu's gaze lingered upon the princess consort, as if he were admiring her or perhaps scrutinizing her attentiveness to the wounded. At times, when she inadvertently obstructed his line of sight, she felt the temperature behind her drop even further, prompting her to swiftly step aside to alleviate the discomfort. Lin Yan'er focused intently on her patients and noticed that some wounds had become red and swollen, with a few larger ones showing signs of pus. This was due to the ineffectiveness of the herbal decoction they had consumed for inflammation and antibacterial purposes. Some of the wounded had previously been on the battlefield, and some of their comrades had succumbed to infections from similar injuries, which caused her some concern. Lin Yan'er smiled reassuringly at them, stating, "I have assured you that you will not perish from wound infections. Soon, the military doctor will administer potent anti-inflammatory medication, and after a night's rest, these swollen areas will vanish." As a medical expert, Lin Yan'er was particularly adept in the psychology of her patients, understanding the tone and body language that would instill a sense of calm. Her voice was crisp and gentle. Although her face was not visible, her large, beautiful eyes radiated confidence, and her smile seemed to overflow, uplifting those around her. The morose expressions of the injured gradually transformed into smiles, reflecting the infectious nature of her demeanor. This scene also touched Zhou Mingwu, who had been quietly trailing behind. He felt a noticeable lift in his spirits. Suddenly, Lin Yan'er sensed a gaze fixed upon her from behind and turned to discover Zhou Mingwu following her, his deep, cold eyes seemingly shimmering with an inner light. Could he have been watching her all along? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. When she immersed herself in her work, her vigilance waned to almost nothing. The smile that had graced her features vanished in an instant, replaced by a palpable irritation. "Your Highness, does your unwavering gaze imply a skepticism towards my medical expertise? A concern that I might inadvertently harm your subordinate? If you harbor doubts regarding my abilities, you are at liberty to seek a more proficient practitioner. However, should you place your trust in me, I implore you to grant me the autonomy to proceed without constant surveillance." Ah, is he indeed monitoring my every move? Zhou Mingwu's countenance remained largely unchanged, retaining its characteristic solemnity. Yet, within the depths of his being, an urgent impulse stirred. She has misconstrued my intentions, and an explanation is warranted. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a shrill voice pierced the air from beyond the confines of the Battle Soul Pavilion. "You curse. Release me at once. I demand to see the prince. I am his concubine, and if you dare impede my progress further, I shall make you regret it. Your Highness, it is I, Qingqing. Why do they bar me from entering your presence? Has that vile Lin Yan'er manipulated the situation, invoking the Emperor's name to exert control over you within the Battle Soul Pavilion? Lin Yan'er, release the prince immediately. Otherwise, I vow to exact my vengeance upon you." "Your Highness, are you within?" Silence descended upon the assembly as all eyes converged upon Zhou Mingwu. Discerning the ominous darkness that had befallen his countenance, they swiftly averted their gazes. Only Lin Yan'er bore a sardonic expression. "Your Highness, does your beloved hold an unduly elevated opinion of my influence? I suggest you hasten to clarify the situation for her, as falsely claiming imperial decree to control a prince is an act of treasonous, punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Such accusations should not be made lightly." Zhou Mingwu originally intended for someone to escort Xiao Qingqing back to King's Wuan. However, upon hearing Lin Yan'er's words, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he shot her a glare. "I shall handle this myself. You need not fret." He gestured for Qingming to push his wheelchair outward. "Your Highness." Lin Yan'er suddenly recalled something and called out to Zhou Mingwu. "I understand you have not yet had the opportunity to consummate your marriage. I shall grant you 1 hour. After 1 hour, you shall return, and I will commence your treatment. Should you exceed this time, indulging too heartily at the expense of your stamina, it would no longer be suitable for treatment." Indulge too heartily? What a brazen assertion. The room fell into silence. Chapter 19. Only the princess consort remained. Zhou Mingwu sat rigidly in his wheelchair, refraining from turning his head. He was inclined to chastise Lin Yan'er, questioning whether a woman of her stature ought to utter such words. Yet, he ultimately chose not to respond but signaled for Qiming to hasten his departure, as his face was growing warm, undoubtedly flushed. Should that woman perceive his embarrassment over such a remark, she would surely take greater delight in it. Lin Yan'er paid no mind to Zhou Mingguo, diligently inspecting the wounds of the injured one by one. Outside the battle soul tower, Xiao Qingqing continued to shout and bellow, entirely shedding her previously composed and delicate demeanor. Upon hearing Xiuyun mention that Lin Yan'er strode confidently into the battle soul tower accompanied by her maidservants, she felt a pang of discontent when the guards at the entrance not only failed to obstruct them, but also bowed in respect. Upon reaching the exterior of the battle soul tower, she and Xiuyun were halted by the soldiers. She demanded to know why the unattractive Lin Yan'er was permitted entry while she was not. The soldiers at the entrance wore displeased expressions. Lin Yan'er had saved many of their brothers. She was their benefactor, and they held her in high esteem. One soldier, his tone somewhat brusque, remarked, "That is our princess. If she cannot enter, who can? We hope the concubine of the Shao family understands her own position. Be cautious in your words about the princess, for our lord may take offense." The notion that their lord would be displeased caused Xiao Qingqing to further suspect her assumptions were correct. Her lord was under Lin Yan'er's sway. Xiuyun, sensing Xiao Qingqing's thoughts, softly encouraged her from the side. The soldiers' profound respect for Lin Yan'er indicated they were not loyal to the lord, but rather to her. Being the legitimate daughter of the general's household, it would not be difficult for Lin Yan'er to summon some soldiers to her command. Anyone affiliated with the lord knew well how much he detested Lin Yan'er, refusing to appear even for the wedding ceremony, instead sending a mere rooster and compelling the primary consort to serve him tea. Following Xiuyun's analysis, Xiao Qingqing became even more convinced that Lin Yan'er had indeed ensnared the lord's affections. She quickly devised a plan and began to shout loudly. Hoping to attract the attention of the ordinary maids, young servants, and laborers of the estate, Xiuyun had received word that Zhou Mingwu was not dead. He had been in the palace that morning, reprimanded by the emperor. Their master was particularly interested in the reasons for the sealing of the battle soul tower and urged her to ascertain whether Zhou Mingwu was genuinely injured and to uncover the truth within the tower. Her urgent desire to delve into the Hall of Battle Souls remained unquenched, even if she could not enter today. She must at least encounter Zhou Mingwu to ascertain whether he had sustained injuries. Zhou Mingwu had not been subdued. He had, after all, attended the imperial court that morning, a fact known to Xiuyun but unknown to Xiao Qingqing. The information Xiao Qingqing possessed regarding the royal mansion was entirely relayed by Xiuyun. With relentless fervor, Xiuyun raised her voice, successfully summoning a throng of ordinary servants from the royal mansion. In front of these servants, Xiao Qingqing wept copiously, for everyone was aware of Lin Yan'er's reputation. A homely woman marred by a visage of pockmarks. How could the prince possibly harbor affections for her? The true bond lies between the prince and me, otherwise. Why would Lin Yan'er have been summoned to present tea to me on my very first day within the royal residence? The prince has even declared before that I am the rightful mistress of the Jinwang mansion, a statement heard by all present. This malevolent and unattractive woman, lacking the prince's favor, audaciously wielded her status as a royal betrothed and the daughter of a general to stealthily seize control of the royal mansion, imprisoning the prince. Such actions were tantamount to treason. Now, in the name of the mistress of the mansion, I command everyone to rush in and rescue the prince. He and I shall remember your deeds, and the emperor will bestow rewards upon you. Lin Yan'er, in her foolishness, dared to brazenly confine a prince within the Hall of Battle Souls, a reckless act indeed. Should this transgression come to light, it would undoubtedly result in the annihilation of her family. Even if her lineage stemmed from the great general's house, the emperor's mercy would not save her life. The sanctity of royal authority must not be trifled with. In her heart, she reveled with laughter. Lin Yan'er was doomed. This time, not even a celestial being could save her. She had acted foolishly, just as she was about to wave her hand grandly, instructing her subordinates to charge forward. She believed that once they rescued the prince from Lin Yan'er, he would be utterly captivated by her. At that moment, she would have the world at her fingertips, commanding both wind and rain. However, she suddenly noticed that her subordinates had all bowed their heads, seemingly too fearful to even breathe. A sense of unease washed over her, and when she turned her head, she was taken aback to find Zhou Mingwu had mysteriously appeared behind her. Xiao Qingqing was stunned. Wasn't he imprisoned inside? How had he managed to escape? Xiuyun's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible smirk of triumph. She had finally laid eyes on Zhou Mingwu. Stealthily, she scrutinized him to ascertain whether he was injured and to what extent. My prince. Xiao Qingqing yearned to leap into Zhou Mingwu's embrace, but was intercepted by Qingming. Concubine Xiao, The prince is unwell. Please remain here. Unwell? A jolt of alarm surged through Shuyun's heart. Indeed, he had been injured. Thus, had the lockdown of the Battle Soul Tower been to facilitate his recuperation? My prince. Xiao Qingqing felt tears welling up, wondering if Lin Yan'er had harmed him. Concubine Xiao, tread carefully with your words. Qiming abruptly interrupted her, for not only was Zhou Mingwu currently inclined towards Lin Yan'er, but Lin Yan'er herself was his savior, as well as the benefactor of his loyal guards. Regardless of the circumstances, Qingming wished to shield Lin Yan'er from any slander, and Xiao Qingqing's remarks were clearly defamatory. Lin Yan'er had not harmed the prince. She had saved him, thereby preserving the entire royal residence. Had the prince been successfully assassinated last night, it is certain that none within the Duke of Zhen's residence would have met a favorable fate. To speak candidly, he harbored little affection for Xiao Qingqing, perceiving her demeanor as somewhat affected, and sensing a lack of sincerity in her character. Yet, fate seemed to conspire in their encounters, as they frequently crossed paths, compounded by her act of valor in saving him, shielding him from an arrow. The prince, a man who valued gratitude, had permitted Xiao Qingqing to enter the duke's residence and serve as his guard. Qingming was acutely aware that it was less about the prince's affection for Xiao Qingqing and more a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of indignation at Qingming's brusque and somewhat disrespectful manner. After all, he was merely a lowly servant, while she was the prince's consort and future principal wife. What audacity did he possess to speak to her in such a manner? She vowed to herself that she would one day break this servant's legs and cast him out of the residence. Instantly, she cast a pleading glance toward Zhou Mingwu, hoping he would reprimand Qingming on her behalf. With so many servants present, how could a mere guard address her in such a way? What credibility would she have going forward? However, Zhou Mingwu paid her no heed, instead casting a cold, disdainful glance at the bowed servants, his voice icy. This prince is not imprisoned by anyone, nor can anyone confine him. The sole mistress of the duke's residence is the princess. Henceforth, any who dare to declare the princess ugly shall have their tongues severed. Chapter 20. What makes her so desirable? Zhou Mingwu's words were succinct and clear, devoid of superfluous chatter, leaving Xiao Qingqing in a state of stunned disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment. Is the sole mistress of the estate truly the princess? Thus, what he stated yesterday morning that to the outside world, Lin Yan'er is the princess, yet within the confines of the duke's residence, she is the genuine mistress, was a revelation. How ironic that she had just asserted her dominance as the mistress of the duke's residence, only to become the subject of ridicule. His final remark seemed to serve as a warning to all present, but was, in fact, directed solely at her. Moments ago, she had been the only one disparaging Lin Yan'er as an unattractive woman. Upon realizing this, Xiao Qingqing's mouth fell agape, her body trembling slightly. Why had circumstances changed so drastically? Just 2 days prior, Zhou Mingwu had held a deep disdain for Lin Yan'er, yet here he was, defending her in front of so many. Xiao Qingqing flushed with embarrassment, utterly perplexed, feeling both awkward and stifled. What of Elder Xiao? Zhou Mingwu scanned the crowd and inquired, prompting someone to rush away. Shortly thereafter, Elder Xiao, accompanied by Yin Huan and several other managers, hurriedly approached. With the kitchen now needing to prepare double the amount of food, Elder Xiao and her team were anxious about potential mishaps. And thus a group of managers swiftly headed to the kitchen to supervise, only to learn of the significant developments here once notified. Upon Elder Xiao's arrival, Zhou Mingwu's expression remained grim. It seemed the attendees were rather idle. Perhaps they should be given more tasks. The servants were taken aback by this suggestion. More work meant punishment. Nevertheless, none dared to voice dissent. Within the duke's residence, openly abandoning their duties to gather at the Battle Soul Tower almost provoked Xiao Qingqing, risking the ire of the duke. This can be regarded as the lightest of punishments. Initially, they believed that Xiao Qingqing was the favored one of the prince, and some even sought opportunities to curry favor with her. However, it has become evident that the rumors were misleading. The prince values the princess far more. Indeed, the prince. Granny Xiao bowed her head in response, then turned to wipe the sweat from her brow, casting a fierce glare at all present. Did you hear the princess' words? Get out of here at once. The servants scattered like birds taking flight, vanishing in an instant. Your Highness, this old servant shall take my leave. Zhou Mingwu offered no reply. Granny Xiao, well aware of his customary silence, interpreted it as tacit approval and departed with several stewards. Zhou Mingwu turned his gaze toward Xiao Qingqing, a flicker of cold light flashing in his deep-set eyes, sending a chill through her heart. Was he blaming her? She trembled, collapsing to her knees with a thud, tearfully lamenting, Your Highness, I thought you were taken by that ugly. Zhou Mingwu's expression shifted abruptly, causing Xiao Qingqing's heart to quiver, her voice faltering. I meant to say, I thought you were with Lin Yan'er. Her words trailed off as Qi Ming urged Zhou Mingwu towards the Qizhu courtyard. Supported by Xiaoyan, Xiao Qingqing hastily rose and jogged to keep pace with Zhou Mingwu, desperately attempting to explain herself. It was not until they reached the Qingzhou courtyard that Zhou Mingwu finally looked at Xiao Qingqing, his icy demeanor softening somewhat, his tone gentler. Qingqing, I trust you have not forgotten our relationship, have you? Xiao Qingqing's expression momentarily froze, as if suddenly recalling something. Her demeanor swiftly shifted to one of embarrassment. Your Highness, I admire you, and now, I am your concubine. You once promised to make me the mistress of this mansion. Zhou Mingwu shook his head, stating, from the very beginning, I have regarded you solely as a benefactor. You risked your well-being to save me, resulting in your own inability to bear children, for which I am genuinely grateful. My decision to marry you stemmed from your heartfelt plea as you knelt and wept, declaring your inability to bear children, that no man would seek your hand in marriage, and that marrying anyone else would not bring you happiness. Thus, I felt a pang of compassion. Before you entered this household, I made a pact with you. I would provide for you for life, ensuring you lived in dignity and wealth within the royal residence, granting you a title to shield you from the scorn of others, but we would not be true spouses. Is that not so? Xiao Qingqing fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Yes, she had entered the royal residence with the understanding that they would not be true spouses. Yet, time would inevitably cultivate feelings, and she had confidence in herself. At that moment, it dawned on Xiao Qingqing that perhaps she had been a touch too hasty. Observing her silence and the unease on her face, Zhou Mingwu, recognizing her as his lifesaver, felt a sense of obligation to fulfill his promise of ensuring her a life of honor and joy within the estate. He understood all too well the grim fate that awaited a woman unable to bear children if she were to marry another. Her prospects would be dire, for few men, especially those from affluent and powerful families, would wish to take such a woman as their wife. Zhou Mingwu sighed, conceding that this time would be an exception, never to be repeated. Xiao Qingqing immediately clarified, My lord, I was merely concerned for your well-being, fearing that you were under the influence of Lin Yan'er, and sought to rescue you. Qingqing, let us momentarily set aside the foolishness of believing that Yan'er could command troops to manipulate this prince, Zhou Mingwu replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her. When I mentioned that this would be an exception, it was not to reproach you for inciting the servants to cause a disturbance under the pretense of saving me. Rather, it was to say that you must not speak ill of Yan'er again. Xiao Qingqing was genuinely taken aback. Zhou Mingwu was truly upset with her for disparaging Lin Yan'er. Moreover, he referred to Lin Yan'er with such intimacy, calling her Yan'er. My lord, do you not detest her? Is she not merely a tool of the crown prince to humiliate you? Zhou Mingwu recalled the events of the previous night, when, in his moment of despair, Lin Yan'er had appeared like a celestial being, wielding an umbrella, declaring, I have come to rescue you, my lord. The image of Lin Yan'er, bloodied yet unwavering, as she valiantly saved his fallen brothers, flashed through his mind. He had not confided in anyone that throughout the night, his heart had raced uncontrollably. When Lin Yan'er lay in his embrace, he felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. In this world, there existed such an extraordinary woman. Qing Ming was indeed correct. What the crown prince sent was no jest, but rather a remarkable treasure. His gaze softened considerably. We have all misunderstood. Yan'er is not as lacking as we presumed. She is truly remarkable. Xiao Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What was so admirable about her? She was utterly foolish. It was said that every prince had received love letters from her. She was nothing more than a laughingstock in the capital, her face covered in blemishes, the very embodiment of an unparalleled ugly woman. Yet, Xiao Qingqing struggled to articulate her thoughts, but was halted by Zhou Mingwu's raised hand. Zhou Mingwu gazed at her earnestly. Qingqing, when I appointed you as the lady of the house, it was merely to humiliate Yan'er. I regret it now. My father and the crown prince have shamed me, and in turn, I took it out on a woman, which is unbecoming of a man. I am certain that Yan'er is the consort I desire. I will find an opportunity to clarify our relationship. You must coexist harmoniously with her, ideally as if you were sisters. If you fail to do so, I cannot guarantee that you will not be sent away. What? Xiao Qingqing was utterly astonished, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Xiaoyun, listening alongside her, was equally taken aback. Chapter 21. I refuse to submit to coexist harmoniously with Lin Yan'er, to foster a sisterly bond, or face the possibility of being sent away. Such words struck Xiao Qingqing like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily incapable of processing such information. How little time had passed. She had only entered the household the previous morning. Upon her arrival, Zhou Mingwu had even compelled the newly appointed consort, Lin Yan'er, to serve her tea, explicitly stating before everyone that while Yan'er was the consort in public, The true mistress of the Duke's residence was none other than Xiao Qingqing. Had it truly only been a day since then? How could Zhou Mingwu's attitude have shifted so dramatically? What transpired yesterday, my lord? It is utterly inconceivable for Xiao Qingqing. Is it possible that Lin Yan'er is leveraging the Emperor's support to coerce you? The gentle expression on Zhou Mingwu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual aloof demeanor. She has not utilized anyone to exert pressure upon me. Zhou Mingwu's voice was cold and somber. You must not hastily speculate about Yan'er. The only requirement is for you to coexist harmoniously with her. Are you capable of that? Coexisting harmoniously with that woman? How could one achieve such harmony? She has come here to assume the role of princess. She aims to be the matriarch of the town prince's residence. She desires to command authority here. She seeks to be intimately acquainted with all aspects of Zhou Mingwu's life. Zhou Mingwu regards her merely with gratitude, not as someone cherished, and naturally, she is privy to very few of his secrets. She intends to eliminate every woman standing in her way. Lin Yan'er is a necessary casualty. How can there be harmony in such circumstances? This was her inner thought, yet her countenance betrayed a semblance of grievance. I am the Lord's person. I cherish what he cherishes, and I shall do as he commands. I harbor no animosity towards the princess sister. Previously, I acted out of indignation for the Lord and inadvertently offended her. I shall visit her and allow her to chastise me, even if she were to take my life. I would harbor no regrets, only seeking her forgiveness. Rest assured, my lord, I will strive to maintain a harmonious relationship with the princess sister. Observing Xiao Qingqing's pitiful demeanor, Zhou Mingwu's heart softened slightly, and his tone lost some of its chill. She is not one to hold grudges. The misunderstandings that others have about her run deep. She is an affable person, kind-hearted like yourself. She will not be harsh with you. Lin Yan'er easily mingles with the lowly guards, her large, expressive eyes radiating sincerity and purity. As the legitimate daughter of the Grand General's residence, she does not possess the lofty, imperious demeanor typical of other noble women. Xiao Qingqing initially believed that upon witnessing her pitiable and wronged expression, Zhou Mingwu would offer her comfort and dissuade her from apologizing. To her surprise, not only did he refrain from offering solace, but he also praised Lin Yan'er in her presence. Her heart felt as though it were being roared at by a monstrous beast, yet her tear-streaked face wore a smile, appearing obediently compliant. My lord, if I were not on your side, I would sincerely assert that the princess consort is not a bad person. She merely writes love letters to several princes, chasing after them in the streets. In truth, she should be quite easy to get along with. My lord, trust me, I shall demonstrate my sincerity to the princess consort. Her words, delivered with an air of casualness, were intended to provoke Zhou Mingwu, reminding him that Lin Yan'er was merely infatuated, having previously penned love letters to his royal brothers, entangling herself in their affairs. Nothing unsettles a man more than the thought of his woman engaging in such frivolities. However, Zhou Mingwu exhibited no sign of displeasure, merely nodding slightly. The past is best left unmentioned. Over these past few days, Yan'er has had much on her plate. It would be unwise to disturb her. In a few days, when she has some leisure time, you may seek her out. The beast within Xiao Qingqing was on the verge of madness. Was this to imply that he disregarded Lin Yan'er as past? By what right? How could a woman, marred by a face of blemishes and a tarnished reputation, garner such favor from him? I refuse to accept it. Xiao Qingqing wiped her tears with her sleeve. Nodding obediently as she said, I understand, Your Highness. I am aware that you are sensible, so I have no cause for concern, Zhou Mingwu remarked, casting a glance at Qing Ming, who promptly stepped forward to push the wheelchair, preparing to depart. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qingqing hastily interjected, Is Your Highness leaving already? I have yet to prepare tea for you. There's no need. Zhou Mingwu replied without turning back, and Qing Ming did not halt his pace. I have numerous matters to attend to. I shall return to savor the tea you brew when I find the time. A jolt of surprise coursed through Qing Ming's heart. During their time at the Battle Soul Tower, the prince had trailed behind the princess, dismissed by her, yet he had claimed it was due to his excessive idleness. As a bodyguard, he had never anticipated that the usually aloof and taciturn prince would utter such fabrications. This truly reshaped Qing Ming's perception of his lord. It seemed the prince had genuinely developed feelings for the princess. Yet, given the princess's appearance, could she truly be deemed fit for high society? Qing Ming could not help but feel a sense of apprehension. For the past few days, Lin Yan'er had been veiled, revealing only her strikingly beautiful eyes. Should the veil be lifted, would it be akin to pouring a bucket of icy water over the prince, extinguishing all his ardor? The silhouette of Zhou Mingwu gradually faded from view, and the smile on Xiao Qingqing's face slowly retracted, replaced by a burgeoning expression of distortion and malevolence. How dare Zhou Mingwu demand that she apologize to Lin Yan'er and seek her forgiveness, urging her to coexist amicably? On what grounds? She deliberately lowered her voice, roaring at Xiao Yun, that foolish, wretched woman. What had she done to deserve such a demand? Why should she be the recipient of such favor from the prince? Having confirmed that Zhou Mingwu's breath remained deep and steady, his complexion unchanged, and his injuries minimal, Xiao Yun lamented the loss of over 100 of her master's death warriors. The warriors painstakingly nurtured by her master had been utterly decimated, yet Zhou Mingwu emerged unscathed. It was crucial to understand that after this battle, her master would lack the power to launch a similar lethal assault on Zhou Mingwu for a considerable time. As long as Zhou Mingwu lived, her own prospects of emerging from the shadows of the Wangfu were distant. In the midst of her contemplation, she was suddenly jolted by Xiao Qingqing's furious shout, prompting her to hastily intervene. "My lady, please, do not act rashly. The prince has not yet departed." With a swift crack, a stick struck Xiao Yun squarely in the chest, silencing her voice and causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. "You do not stand by me either." Xiao Qingqing seethed, her teeth clenched. "Even you are not of one mind with me." The stick whirled through the air, landing harshly upon her. Xiao Yun could only clench her fists, enduring the pain in silence. Xiao Qingqing has a habit of venting her frustrations on others. Although Xiao Yun is her trusted aide, devoting herself entirely to assisting Xiao Qingqing, the latter heavily relies on Xiao Yun. Under normal circumstances, especially in the presence of outsiders, Xiao Qingqing treats Xiao Yun as a sister. Yet, only Xiao Yun is aware of the myriad scars left by Xiao Qingqing upon her body, just when things seem to be improving. The cycle resumes. Xiao Yun is often the one brought along for public appearances. Therefore, Xiao Qingqing never strikes her face, but rather unleashes her blows upon Xiao Yun's chest and back with relentless vigor. Were it not for Xiao Yun's martial prowess, she would have surely perished under Xiao Qingqing's assaults. It is precisely because Xiao Yun endures such beatings that Xiao Qingqing feels emboldened to strike without restraint. Chapter 22. Is His Highness smiling? One of the injured had an incision that inadvertently reopened. Lin Yan'er removed the previously sewn stitches and proceeded to re-sew the wound. Just as she completed the task and turned around, she was startled. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Mingwu had returned and was standing right behind her. His gaze fixed intently upon her. "This scoundrel, back so soon?" She chuckled teasingly. "Your Highness, it has only been half an hour. Or rather, less than that. Isn't that rather quick?" "Rather quick?" Upon returning to the Battle Soul Tower, Zhou Mingwu's eyes immediately locked onto Lin Yan'er, who was diligently attending to the injured in the corner. He gestured for everyone not to bow and instructed Qing Ming to quietly push his wheelchair behind Lin Yan'er, watching her meticulously at work in silence. For reasons unknown, observing her in this manner filled him with an unparalleled sense of joy, a sentiment he had seldom experienced throughout his life. Upon suddenly hearing Lin Yan'er's remark, coupled with a hint of mockery in her expression, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Why did she seem agitated again? Was it displeasure over his visit to Xiao Qingqing? Could this be what is commonly referred to as jealousy? Indeed, women are often so petty. Zhou Mingwu completed this train of thought on his own, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. This unexpected display left Qing Ming, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Simultaneously, it captured the attention of other subordinates, injured personnel, and military doctors present, all wide-eyed in disbelief. The prince, is he actually smiling? The prince can smile? Some among them had been in Zhou Mingwu's service for many years, and none had ever witnessed him smile. The impression he left was singular, cold. His countenance was predominantly unchanged, either expressionless or brooding, sending a clear message from a distance. This prince is displeased. Do not provoke him. Anyone wishing to engage him needed to muster considerable courage. And now, he was smiling? Subsequently, some began to recall the words exchanged between the princess and the prince before he departed, where the princess had advised him not to indulge too excessively. Those with experience quickly grasped the double entendre in her statement, mocking the prince for consummating the marriage rather hastily. This was a derision of the prince's inadequacy. Yet here was the prince, laughed at, and yet he smiled? The prince had always acted swiftly, shunning procrastination. It appeared the prince had not comprehended the implications of the princess's words. Those who understood the jest couldn't help but want to laugh. But this was Zhou Mingwu. Laughter was not an option. Lin Yan'er, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Mingwu's words. Wasn't he this the very thing men loathe to acknowledge? This scoundrel Zhou Mingwu, far from feeling shame, seemed to take pride in it? Truly a remarkable anomaly. Qing Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to laugh. As he explained to Lin Yan'er, simultaneously offering a subtle reminder to Zhou Mingwu regarding the true meaning of her words. "My lady, the prince is not retreating to the bridal chamber. He merely intends to clarify to Consort Xiao that she has misunderstood." "Oh, I see." The smirk at the corner of Lin Yan'er's mouth remained intact. "It seems the prince cannot take his time. His health is not up to par. Fortunately, he has encountered me. I possess ample remedies that can keep the prince awake throughout the night. Should you require them, feel free to ask, though they shall not be given freely. A profound silence enveloped the room. What had they just heard? Her earlier words had been rather obscure, and the prince had not fully comprehended them. But now, the princess had laid it bare, ridiculing the prince's vitality in front of everyone present. This was the greatest taboo for any man. All eyes dropped or shifted elsewhere, as no one dared to meet Zhou Mingwu's gaze. Pretending not to have heard Lin Yan'er's remarks, Zhou Mingwu, too, grasped the situation. His previously joyous visage turned crimson in an instant, his deep-set eyes now cold and somber. What nonsense are you spouting? This woman possessed an audacity beyond belief. How dare she declare his inadequacies before so many witnesses? Jealousy was one thing, but she should not have stripped him of his dignity in such a manner. Truly outrageous. Were Lin Yan'er aware that, at this moment, in Zhou Mingwu's eyes, she resembled a bottle of aged vinegar, sour enough to cause toothache, she would undoubtedly be left speechless. I simply detest you, you scoundrel. I am mocking you, not envious. Lin Yan'er washed her hands in the basin held by Shuang'er, then approached Zhou Mingwu in his wheelchair. Leaning down, she rested her elbows on his shoulders, her demeanor rather frivolous. Does the prince require tangible evidence to prove my words are mere fabrications? Shall the prince present such proof here and now? The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. This princess certainly dared to voice anything. Truly audacious. They could see and hear nothing. Even Qingming wished he could vanish from the scene immediately. Shuang'er, blushing profusely, dared not look at the two. Good heavens! When did their princess become so astonishingly bold? Having come from the 24th century, Lin Yan'er, despite her lack of romantic experiences, being wholly engrossed in her research and devoid of time for such pursuits, was no stranger to the ways of the world. Though inexperienced in love, she could undoubtedly outmaneuver these ancient figures with her wit. She noticed Zhou Mingwu's face reddening with rage and resolutely decided to press on, determined to provoke the indignant prince further. Indeed, Zhou Mingwu's body tensed, his face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, emanating an icy aura. Did this woman seek her own demise? Where was his sword? Someone, bring me my sword. I shall cleave her in twain. Lin Yan'er sensed the murderous intent in Zhou Mingwu's gaze and shivered slightly. Surely, this was no jest. Had this scoundrel truly taken it upon himself to eliminate her? No matter, it was not the time for such folly. With her presence, all would ultimately be well. She cleared her throat twice, gently pushing Zhou Mingwu toward the bedroom. The time for treatment has arrived, Your Highness. Let us retire to our chambers. The words spoken were rather obscure, merely mentioning the duration of treatment without specifying the ailment, which easily led many to believe that treating the prince was a futile endeavor. Zhou Mingwu felt an urge to erupt with anger, yet he understood that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not substantiate his capabilities. His hands gripped the armrests of the wheelchair tightly, harboring a fierce determination within. Once he returned to his chamber, this woman would soon realize that not only could he indeed perform, but he could also be quite formidable. As he approached the door, Qiming and Shuang'er attempted to follow him inside, but Lin Yan'er intervened, instructing them to remain outside. You need not enter. My methods of treatment are rather unique, and it is inconvenient for you to be present. Qingming glanced at Zhou Mingwu, who inwardly scoffed. Finding this arrangement to be quite agreeable, he coldly stated, as per the princess's wishes, you shall guard the door. Regardless of what transpires inside, you are not to enter. Little woman, does my restraint lead you to believe I am but a feeble cat? Soon enough, you shall comprehend that publicly disparaging my abilities is undoubtedly the most foolish act you have ever committed. Chapter 23. I hope the princess can endure. Lin Yan'er spoke the truth. This treatment would involve the utilization of 24th century apparatus. Such equipment was relatively large and required extraction from a spatial realm. Should it be seen by others, they would surely regard her as a sorceress. She planned to render Zhou Mingwu unconscious before proceeding with the treatment. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly. Addressing the bodyguard Qiming, did you hear what your lord said? No matter what peculiar sounds you might hear shortly, you must not enter. What strange sounds? Qiming inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou Mingwu. Zhou Mingwu's face flushed once more. This woman, how outrageous, revealing everything without restraint. She truly knows nothing of modesty. Close the door, Zhou Mingwu commanded tersely, causing Qingming to shudder and hastily shut the door. As soon as the door was closed, Zhou Mingwu suddenly made his move, reaching out towards Lin Yan'er's slender waist. Lin Yan'er, ever vigilant, deftly sidestepped just as his hand was about to make contact, narrowly evading him and retreating a few steps with her beautiful eyes narrowed. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Zhou Mingwu's cold, somber gaze sparkled with a dangerous glint. Did you not claim that I am incapable? Allow me to present my evidence. Lin Yan'er's charming smile revealed her realization that she had inadvertently provoked the prince's pride, inciting his wrath. Yet, alas, before me, should I choose to deny your abilities, you shall remain impotent. Zhou Mingwu huffed disdainfully, daring to underestimate him. With a swift motion, he struck the armrest of his wheelchair, which propelled forward as if under his command, darting towards Lin Yan'er with remarkable speed, one hand reaching directly for her shoulder. Lin Yan'er was taken aback. His martial prowess was indeed formidable. However, she was undeterred, launching a punch towards his approaching hand. With a resounding clap, their limbs collided. Lin Yan'er was suddenly thrust backwards by a force, executing an impressive backflip before crashing into the wall with a thud. Zhou Mingwu regarded her with admiration. Princess, your skills are commendable. From that collision, Lin Yan'er discerned that even in his paralyzed state, Zhou Mingwu's strength surpassed hers by 3 to 5 times. The scoundrel, provoked by her, found his self-esteem shattered. It appears that unless he is thoroughly subdued, reconciliation will be elusive. The ancient martial prowess of this era far surpasses that of the 24th century where she resides. Lin Yan'er is a world-class champion in ancient martial arts of the 24th century. However, in the presence of a true master from this dynasty, even one confined to a wheelchair, she is undeniably outmatched. Drawing a firearm would be futile. Zhou Mingwu is acutely aware that she would never kill him. Fortunately, she possesses a technological marvel, an enhancer. In just 2 hours, or rather a single hour, the augmentation could exceed tenfold, allowing her to easily overpower Zhou Mingwu. Such a despicable man, daring to harbor ill intentions towards her, certainly deserves a taste of retribution. With a thought, she ingested a single enhancer. Immediately, Lin Yan'er felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her, as if it was about to overflow. She felt exceptionally invigorated and contemptuously lifted her chin towards Zhou Mingwu. You are far inferior. If you wish to prove your worth, you must first defeat me. Of course, you, seated in your wheelchair, are no match for me. Zhou Mingwu, noticing the transformation in her aura after she consumed something, was filled with doubt. Upon hearing her taunt, he could no longer maintain his composure. He slammed his hand against the armrest of his wheelchair and, with a swift motion, propelled himself towards her. The prince intended to deliver a sharp retort, however. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden blur caught his attention. Lin Yan'er's petite hand swiftly reached out, deftly circumventing his extended palm, and with a resounding slap, struck his face. In a fluid motion, she lifted her foot and kicked the wheelchair, sending both him and the chair hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, the wheelchair nearly disassembled upon impact. As it fell, Zhou Mingwu swiftly pressed his palm against the ground, executing a flip to prevent himself from tumbling unceremoniously away from the chair. Outside the entrance, Qiming, stationed as a sentinel, noticed the strikingly beautiful Shuang'er diligently guarding the doorway, and thus took the initiative to greet her. Greetings, Miss Shuang'er. I am Qiming, the prince's personal bodyguard. I look forward to your kind assistance in the days to come. It is evident that the prince holds the princess in high regard. Henceforth, ensuring the princess's well-being is paramount for a prosperous future. In her brief stay at the royal residence, Shuang'er had learned that Qiming was the prince's most trusted confidant and the head of the guards at the duke's manor. Despite his esteemed position, he bore no airs and was exceedingly approachable. She harbored the desire to cultivate a friendship that might facilitate her support for the relationship between the princess and the prince. As she contemplated how to initiate conversation, Qiming preemptively extended his greeting, prompting a surge of joy within her. She promptly returned his salutation, stating, "Indeed, it is I who shall rely on your guidance, Protector Qiming." Zhou Mingwu had commissioned Qiming to investigate Lin Yan'er's past, while Shuang'er, eager to glean insights into Zhou Mingwu's preferences and habits, engaged in an animated discourse with him. In the midst of their lively conversation, a sudden, thunderous noise interrupted them, leaving them bewildered as they exchanged confused glances. Shortly thereafter, another resounding crash reverberated through the room, causing the very walls to tremble slightly. Even the individuals in the lobby took notice, casting astonished looks in their direction. The room was soon filled with a cacophony of sounds, reminiscent of someone smashing objects within. Shuang'er swallowed hard and turned to Qiming. Qiming contemplated entering to investigate, yet recalled Zhou Mingwu's instructions, compelling him to shout from outside the door instead. "Your Highness, should I enter? Get lost." Zhou Mingwu's terse reply left Qiming momentarily stunned, followed by yet another thunderous noise from within. Panic-stricken, Shuang'er implored, "Qiming, the princess won't come to harm, will she?" Qiming inhaled deeply, pondering. The prince must be trying to prove himself before the princess. Given the intensity, I believe he indeed possesses the capability. Shuang'er, exasperated, began to pace anxiously. Qingming, my question pertains to the princess's safety. What do you mean by that? Qingming found himself at a loss to answer her inquiry. The tumult within suggested that the prince might have been riled up, showing no tenderness. He thought to himself that the princess must fend for herself. He could only hope she would endure. After all, she had publicly belittled the prince. Such thoughts were not ones he could share with Schwanger, lest she dissolve into tears. Thus, he sought to reassure her, there is nothing to worry about. The prince cherishes the princess and would not resort to excessive violence. In response to Qingming's words, another resounding crash echoed, sending dust cascading from above. This time, Schwanger truly wept, reaching out to knock on the door. Qingming hastily intercepted her, covering her small mouth and pulling her aside to prevent her from disturbing the prince's amusement. Although he deemed the prince excessively violent, he firmly believed that the prince would not take the life of the princess. As the prince's most loyal guard, he naturally stood by his side. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the formidable and aloof war god of the Great Wu dynasty, Prince Zhou Mingwu, lay on the bed, his face battered and bruised. With one hand shackled to the left and the other to the right, confined by intricately designed handcuffs, Lin Yan'er sat by the bed, her attire disheveled. The veil that once adorned her face nowhere to be found, revealing her pockmarked countenance, as she panted lightly. My lord, you truly are formidable. Even after consuming the potion that amplified my strength tenfold, I still nearly failed to subdue you. Chapter 24. This dog prince will not drive you to madness. Zhou Mingwu's countenance darkened, his expression so grim it seemed he could squeeze water from it. He had indeed held back against Lin Yan'er, concerned about injuring her at a crucial moment, always tempering his strength. As a result, he now lay on the bed, battered and bruised, restrained by handcuffs whose origin was a mystery to him. The greatest source of his ire was that, due to his paralyzed legs, he could only muster half of his peak internal strength, battling from a wheelchair, rendering him a burden, utterly drained of energy. Otherwise, would this woman have been able to confine him so? Nonetheless, he had finally managed to unveil her veil, as he had surmised. While her face bore a multitude of pockmarks, her facial structure was indeed exquisite, proving that the rumors had been exaggerated. She was not exceptionally unattractive. Rather, she was at least somewhat acceptable. Thus, he found himself considerably more at ease. What on earth do you intend to do? Resigned to his predicament, he ceased his struggles, quietly gathering his inner strength, planning to unleash it and subdue this woman, compelling her to regret provoking him. Although Lin Yan'er was unaware of his thoughts, she did not afford him the opportunity to accumulate his energy. Your Highness, allow me to attend to your leg, she declared, rolling up her sleeves as she began to tug at Zhou Mingwu's garments. Zhou Mingwu was taken aback. Why are you pulling off this king's clothes for a leg treatment? Confused, he genuinely did not comprehend why one would need to disrobe for such a procedure. You shall not lay a hand on this king, he bellowed, indignant at the audacity of being restrained by a mere woman. His pride, as a formidable warlord of the Great Wu dynasty, could scarcely bear the humiliation of such a situation. If word got out, it would be an utter disgrace, tarnishing his reputation as a valiant warrior. Shout louder. The more you yell, the more delighted I shall be. Lin Yan'er paid him no heed, continuing to unfasten his buttons. With his hands shackled and his legs numb, he was powerless to resist, reduced to mere shouts while she did as she pleased. Possessing the original owner's memories, she too was not well versed in male attire. And with Zhou Mingwu wriggling about, she struggled to undo the fastenings. Frustrated, Lin Yan'er concentrated, and a remarkably sharp scalpel appeared in her hand. Zhou Mingwu sensed impending doom, only to hear the crisp sound of fabric being sliced, and suddenly felt a chilling draft as he found himself completely stripped bare. Lin Yan'er showed him no mercy, leaving him completely exposed. She was unconcerned with Zhou Mingwu's despair, his face ashen and eyes shut tight. With her delicate hand, she lightly pressed against his chest, exclaiming in admiration, Your Highness, I must say, despite the multitude of scars adorning your body, your physique is truly exceptional. The elasticity of your muscles far surpasses those of the steroid-enhanced gym-goers. Feeling her warm hand glide over his chest, Zhou Mingwu's face flushed crimson. When he heard her mention muscle men from the gym, he was puzzled. He had no knowledge of such a place, but the term was easily comprehensible, men brimming with muscles. Did this woman, perchance, have experience with numerous muscle men, even having touched them? A surge of anger welled up within him. And just as he was about to roar in indignation, he heard Lin Yan'er exclaim, Your Highness, how exquisite. Exquisite? What did that mean? It hardly seemed a favorable description. Zhou Mingwu glanced at her, only to find mischief dancing in her eyes, fixated on a particular spot, causing his face to burn with embarrassment. Blood rushing to his head until everything faded to black as he fainted. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, Zhou Mingwu felt a sense of relief. Fainting was indeed preferable. It would allow her to do as she pleased. Otherwise, he would either suffer irreparable humiliation or succumb to his rage. He simply did not know how to navigate such a situation. Seeing him lose consciousness, Lin Yan'er let out a chuckle. This foolish prince, you won't die of anger. At least you have the sense to faint. If he were not to faint, he would ultimately be rendered unconscious by her hand. She wished to shield him from witnessing the manner in which she administered his treatment. Initially, Lin Yan'er possessed numerous methods to effortlessly incapacitate him. Yet, her disdain for this despicable scoundrel fueled her desire to deliver a sound thrashing and retribution. Observing his battered visage alleviated much of her resentment, allowing her to commence her work. At this moment, Lin Yan'er's demeanor had shifted from the frivolous and petty to a more focused resolve. As she wielded a set of silver needles, a bottle of alcohol, and a packet of cotton swabs, she meticulously disinfected the 20 or so acupuncture points on Zhou Mingwu's lower body with alcohol, precisely inserting the needles, before retrieving an electrotherapy device from her space. Each silver needle was connected to the device. Even in modern times, traditional Chinese acupuncture remains an ideal treatment for nerve damage and muscle atrophy. However, instead of employing moxa sticks to warm the needles and convey heat to the acupuncture points, she now utilized a continuous, gentle electric current for stimulation. This method proved highly effective in activating the nerves. Of course, this was merely an auxiliary treatment. In the 24th century, there existed superior and swifter methods for nerve revival. Breakthroughs in neurorestorative pharmaceuticals had enabled many previously incurable paraplegics to regain their ability to stand. Were it not for Zhou Mingwu's attempt to demonstrate his capabilities to Lin Yan'er through physical confrontation, she would have administered the neurorestorative medication first, laced with a sedative to ensure he fell into a deep slumber, prior to employing electroacupuncture. The synergy of both treatments would expedite recovery. Now that Zhou Mingwu had fainted, she could only proceed with electroacupuncture and await his awakening to administer the neurorestorative medication. Lin Yan'er estimated that within 20 to 30 days, he would surely be able to stand again. Thus, she would be able to obtain the divorce papers and leave the town king's residence with dignity, without implicating anyone. From that point on, she would be free to explore the depths of the waters and soar through the skies. She harbored a profound interest in the customs and cultures of the world, and with her abilities, she would face no challenges in sustaining herself anywhere. Once the connections were established, Lin Yan'er began to activate the electrotherapy device, gradually increasing the voltage until Zhou Mingwu's body exhibited a slight tremor. She then reduced the power, employing her X-ray vision to observe the rhythm of Zhou Mingwu's heartbeat, ensuring his tolerance. She set the treatment duration for 3 incense sticks, equating to 6 hours, after which the device would automatically shut down. Having prepared everything, she awaited the conclusion of the therapy. At last, Lin Yan'er found herself with some leisure time. Initially, she contemplated entering her space, yet she was concerned that Zhou Mingwu might suddenly awaken and notice the electrotherapy apparatus. She had no desire to explain anything to him. He was a contemptible man, and had it not been for the divorce papers, she would not have bothered to treat his legs. After a moment's contemplation, she seized a strip of cloth she had cut from him and blindfolded his eyes. This way, if he awoke, he would see nothing. She clapped her hands and cast a glance at Zhou Mingwu's bare form, swallowing hard. What a perfect specimen of a healthy male. She entered her space and proceeded to the medical station, intending to address the blemishes on her face. The town king's residence was far too perilous. In recent days, she had to manage various matters, leaving her with little personal time. Now, at last, she could attend to her appearance. Chapter 25. She deliberately embarrassed him before the mirror. Lin Yan'er immediately discerned that the lesions on her face were remnants of a childhood poisoning, an affliction that, while not fatal, left behind what is commonly referred to as drug-induced rashes. These persistent rashes had accompanied the original owner since childhood, becoming a normalized aspect of her existence over time, rendering internal medication utterly futile. Topical treatments that claimed to eradicate the rashes were nothing more than deceitful schemes to extort money. The stubborn rashes, more resilient than the skin itself, were impervious to any remedy, leaving the skin unscathed. In this era, there were no superior solutions for the original owner's facial blemishes. However, the medical advancements of the 24th century offered a plethora of options. For instance, laser therapy could, within mere hours, transform a pockmarked visage into one as smooth as silk. Eliminating blemishes was certainly within reach. The laser treatment apparatus at the Space Medical Station boasted a high degree of intelligence. One merely needed to set the parameters, recline, and drift into slumber. Upon awakening, the ugly duckling would metamorphose into a graceful swan. After consuming a strength-enhancing agent and engaging in a fierce duel with Zhou Mingwu, Lin Yan'er now felt the effects of the medication waning, leading her to experience a sense of fatigue. Once she programmed the device, donned her eye mask, and settled beneath the laser-esque glow, she gradually succumbed to sleep. At that moment, a full moon illuminated the night sky, surrounded by a sea of stars. On the official road, a luxurious carriage surged forth, trailed by several young men clad in green, brandishing longswords and riding majestic steeds as they sped towards the capital, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. A rider, enveloped in a cloud of dust, approached swiftly, dismounting to kneel before the carriage. "Master, news has arrived from the general's mansion in the capital." The carriage's curtain was abruptly lifted, revealing a face of striking beauty. With lips as red as coral and teeth as white as jade, his eyes sparkled with concern, akin to stars in the night sky. "What has happened to Yan'er?" The young man hesitated before revealing. "The Emperor of Dawu has arranged a marriage. The young lady has wed Prince of Zhou Mingwu, just 2 days ago." "What?" The man's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting to one of evident dismay. Gradually, the light in his gaze dimmed, and he murmured, "I have returned too late." On the official road, dust settled in silence, with both man and horse frozen in stillness. Only the chirping of night insects resonated in the air. Zhou Mingwu, the Prince of Zhou, was a revered war hero of Dawu, a figure worthy of Yan'er. After a long pause, the man sighed. "Yan'er. She must be very happy and content, for she has long admired heroes. Her wish has finally been fulfilled." The young man, still kneeling, lowered his head, his face etched with doubt. Noticing this, the man furrowed his brow. "What else is left unspoken?" "Master, you have not been attentive to the affairs of the Dawu royal family these past 2 years." The young man, sensing the inquiry, took a deep breath and continued. 2 years ago, Zhou Mingwu was ambushed and now remains confined to a wheelchair. The emperor harbors apprehension towards him, or perhaps disdain, and the marriage to the young lady was a proposal from the crown prince. Those in the know understand that this is the insidious method employed by the emperor and the crown prince to humiliate the Duke of Zhou. Whispers among the citizens of the capital circulate. The young man suddenly halted, unable to continue. The man's eyes had turned icy. He urged, "Continue." Gritting his teeth, the young man finally spoke. "It is said among the people that when the young lady married into the duke's residence, on the wedding night, she consumed the ceremonial rooster raw." The man's pupils constricted sharply. "Raw? Consumed?" The young man nodded, explaining that the duke held no affection for the young lady and was acutely aware of her motivations for marrying him, likely depriving her of sustenance, leaving her in a state of extreme hunger. Furthermore, not only did the duke compel a rooster to serve as a witness to their union, but he also married his beloved as a concubine the very next day. The man shuddered, his eyes widening in disbelief, gradually flushing with rage. "This is outrageous. The royal family of Dawu dares to treat Yan'er as a mere tool for degradation. You, Duke of Zhou, have the audacity to subject Yan'er to such humiliation and suffering." He closed his eyes, his voice chilling. "Listen carefully. Instruct all the assassins of Tongtian Pavilion to stealthily infiltrate the divine capital within 10 days. The young man, kneeling in shock, exclaimed, "Master, what do you intend to do?" The man abruptly opened his eyes, radiating an aura of murderous intent, the temperature around him plummeting, startling the birds in the trees to take flight. "I shall take Yan'er away, but before that, I will slay the Emperor of Dawu and massacre the Crown Prince's residence and the Duke's estate. Those who dare treat my Yan'er in such a manner, even the heavens themselves shall feel my wrath." Lin Yan'er awoke naturally, removing her eye mask to find that the laser treatment device had already completed its task and was now powered down. As she sat up and gazed into the mirror, she was struck by a sense of astonishment. Was this truly the original appearance of the former owner? With a delicate oval face, bright eyes, pearly teeth, elegantly arched brows, a slightly upturned nose, and a subtly rosy mouth, her complexion resembled that of polished jade, translucent and radiant, without the application of any cosmetics. She appeared so stunning that even she felt surprised. She posed in front of the mirror several times, utterly satisfied with her reflection. She embodied the essence of beauty, captivating and unparalleled. If those men were to see her, they would undoubtedly be blinded by her exquisite allure. After admiring herself for a while longer, she pondered whether it had been at least 6 or 7 hours since she had slept. Was it dawn yet? With a mere thought, she accessed her spatial awareness and observed the outside. The oil lamp had extinguished, yet light filtered in. Zhou Mingwu, lying on the bed, was stirring, clearly already awake. The time set for the electrotherapy had elapsed, and the treatment was complete. Lin Yan'er emerged from her spatial realm, appearing beside Zhou Mingwu. "Your Highness, do not move. I am here." The moment Lin Yan'er manifested, Zhou Mingwu sensed her presence. He was bewildered, wondering why it felt as though she had materialized beside him out of thin air. If Lin Yan'er had entered from outside and approached his bedside, he would have felt her approach. Just moments ago, upon awakening, he had called out for her, and it was clear she had not been in the room. Zhou Mingwu was exceedingly irked. "Where have you been? Your Highness." "I have been right here." Lin Yan'er donned her veil and swiftly untangled the wires connecting the silver needles, stowing the electrotherapy device within the confines of the medical station before she proceeded to remove the tattered cloth from Zhou Mingwu's eyes. As he beheld the light once more, he slightly lifted his head, only to find himself lying bare upon the bed, his face flushed with embarrassment, and his gaze radiating an unmistakable urge for vengeance. Lin Yan'er disregarded his murderous glare, deftly sweeping her hand, retracting all the silver needles from his lower body. She produced a vial of nerve revival medication, placing it on the adjacent table. "1 pill in the morning and 1 in the evening. Do you remember to take them? I shall return tonight for your second treatment." With that, she turned and made her way toward the exit. Zhou Mingwu, taken aback, felt a jolt of alarm. You aren't going to help me?" Lin Yan'er turned back, her large eyes twinkling with mischievous delight, her fingers playfully twirling 2 small keys. "In a while, I shall have Qingming come in to assist you." "What?" He was incredulous at the prospect of her allowing her subordinate to witness his present mortifying state. Was she deliberately orchestrating his humiliation? Chapter 26. Yet another oversight. Zhou Mingwu, in a fit of frustration, desperately tugged at the handcuffs, the bed's guardrails clattering ominously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly, pushing the door open, and Zhou Mingwu's expression shifted to one of panic as he urgently called for her to return. However, Lin Yan'er quickened her pace. Outside awaited Qingming and several other guards, while Shuang'er lingered nearby in comfort, following the tranquility of the room. Qingming had procured for her a small reclining chair. She sat in the reclining chair, her heart heavy with concern for Lin Yan'er. Despite the obstruction posed by Qingming and the other guards, she felt it was not the right moment to disrupt the affairs of the prince and princess. After a restful slumber the previous night, her spirits lifted when she saw Lin Yan'er dash out, and she sprang from her chair with delight, rushing towards Lin Yan'er with an expression of deep concern. "My princess, are you unharmed?" Lin Yan'er coughed lightly and gently patted Shuang'er's small head. "What could possibly befall your princess?" She then handed a small key to Qingming, stating, "The prince has instructed you all to enter. This key is for unlocking the door." Qingming recalled the cacophony that had erupted from the room the previous night, a sound so thunderous it could only be likened to the earth trembling. To witness the princess rise with such vitality early in the morning was a testament to her remarkable resilience. As he marveled silently at this, he took the 2 small keys with a hint of bewilderment. "Unlock? What lock are we to open? Quickly, let us not keep the prince waiting." With a smile, Lin Yan'er grasped Shuang'er's hand and dashed away, as if pursued by phantoms. In the grand hall, the military doctor and injured soldiers bowed to her, but she scarcely acknowledged them, seemingly fleeing from an unseen terror. Qingming swiftly led several guards into the room, and upon glimpsing the scene upon the bed, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Who is this wretch, reduced to a state akin to a beaten pig? What kind of game is being played here? Get out! A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The individuals in the grand hall turned in astonishment towards the commotion, witnessing Qingming and the other guards emerge, their faces stricken with disbelief. Subsequently, a roar echoed through the air. "Qingming, come in here." Qingming trembled and hurried inside. Lin Yan'er, pulling Shuang'er along, raced toward the Qingxi courtyard. Faintly, they could hear the resonating roars emanating from the battle spirit tower, and imagining the current predicament of Zhou Mingwu, Lin Yan'er could not help but chuckle, her laughter escalating to the point where she could hardly move, clutching her belly as she doubled over in mirth. Shuang'er, unaware of the underlying circumstances, also heard the roar, which seemed to belong to the prince, indicating his wrath. Yet, Lin Yan'er's infectious laughter drew her in, and soon she found herself laughing alongside her. Within the battle spirit tower, Zhou Mingwu donned a fresh robe and settled into a new wheelchair. The room lay in disarray. The previous wheelchair had been destroyed during his altercation with Lin Yan'er. Qingming surveyed the surroundings, noting that the bed and its accompanying small table remained intact, while everything else was in ruins. He quietly lamented that the prince and princess had taken their antics a bit too far. His curiosity piqued, yet he dared not inquire further. Zhou Mingwu's swollen face bore an ominous expression, his fury palpable. "Where has that woman gone?" Qingming quickly lowered his gaze, hesitant to meet Zhou Mingwu's piercing stare. Which woman was the prince referring to? A chill ran down his spine as he cautiously raised his head, only to find Zhou Mingwu regarding him with a murderous glare. His body trembled, and he bowed his head even lower. Was the prince inquiring about the princess? Xiao Momo had reported that the princess had personally gone to the kitchen for breakfast and had stated her intention to return to her family. She also mentioned that this was with the prince's consent. Xiao Momo, not daring to pry further, arranged for a carriage to take the princess back to the general's residence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingwu felt an overwhelming urge to commit violence. This woman truly knows how to act on her own accord, audaciously misrepresenting his commands. When did she ever inform him of her intent to return to her family today? Had she mentioned it, he would have prepared gifts for her to take along. Were it not for the emperor's confinement of him for a month, he would certainly accompany her on this visit. Suddenly, he recalled that, according to customary rites, a bride should indeed return to her family on the third day after her marriage. This oversight was entirely his. It was not Lin Yan'er who was at fault, but rather himself. His anger dissipated significantly. He sighed and shifted his tone. He instructed that some gifts be sent to the general's residence, explaining that he had been unwell and would pay a visit in due time. Qiming nodded and summoned a guard to convey Zhou Mingwu's message to the matron. Zhou Mingwu raised a hand to gently touch his cheek, a surge of pain radiating through him as he clenched his teeth. They say one should not strike the face. Yet, this woman had relentlessly targeted his visage. With such swelling, it would likely be several days before he could venture outside. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation and glanced down at his legs. Though still immobile, when he pressed down with force, he detected an exceedingly faint sensation. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had slept deeply the previous night, likely due to the lack of rest the day before. All he remembered was Lin Yan'er administering acupuncture. How exactly had she performed the procedure? Numerous esteemed physicians, including the renowned healer Yi Daoming, have employed acupuncture techniques, piercing his legs with needles akin to those of a hedgehog, yet to no avail. She claimed that within a month he would regain his former self. Could it truly be? While he harbored faith in Lin Yan'er's ability to heal his legs, he remained skeptical about her assertion that he would be restored in a month. After all, even the illustrious Yi Daoming had only a half-year's assurance that Zhou Mingwu could stand again, and a complete restoration seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he felt an inexplicable trust in Lin Yan'er. One night, he experienced a faint sensation returning to his legs. His gaze fell upon a white bottle of unknown material on the table, inscribed with the words Nerve Revival Medicine. He opened the bottle to reveal dozens of small, round pills, recalling Lin Yan'er's instructions to take one in the morning and one at night. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured one into his palm, swallowed it, and carefully tucked the bottle into the pocket of his clothing. At this moment, the general's residence stood silent and securely closed. Within a tranquil boudoir, infused with the fragrance of medicine, a beautifully adorned young woman stood before a noblewoman, her expression dark and troubled. The noblewoman was Lu, the wife of the formidable General Lin Xiong, who had risen from a concubine. She gazed at her daughter with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Did I not instruct you to exercise restraint and refrain from taking action against that wretched girl? She is merely a foolish simpleton. Eliminating her would be effortless. Why can you not remain composed? You are on the cusp of becoming the prince's consort. What if unforeseen complications arise? The graceful maiden is none other than Lin Yan'er, the illegitimate sister of Lin Yan'er. A flicker of resentment and malice flashed in Lin Yan'er's eyes as she thought, I cannot accept this. Why does she have such fortune? Despite being foolish, unlearned, and hideously unattractive, she has managed to become the legitimate wife of the town king. I wish for her demise, for her immediate death. The mere thought of her smugness and my presence drives me to madness. Chapter 27. A portrait of maternal kindness and filial piety. Lin Yan'er's mind wandered back several years to a scene where a man clad in battle armor, exuding grandeur and vigor, led 100,000 troops into the fray, passing beneath the walls of the capital city. Zhou Mingwu was once her dream. The ideal spouse in the eyes of countless women in the capital, a man whose very name stirred the heart. She had once held a chance. During Zhou Mingwu's initial paralysis, had she boldly offered to care for him as a physician, the title of town king's consort would undoubtedly have been hers. As the only female disciple of Zheng Longdu, the head of the imperial hospital, she possessed extraordinary talent in the healing arts, becoming the most renowned physician in the capital at the tender age of 16. Yet, while she admired Zhou Mingwu, her true reverence lay with the lofty power and status he represented. With Zhou Mingwu's fall from grace and the emperor's profound disdain for him, his future was bleak. Currently, she had won the favor of the empress, dedicating herself to her service during illness, with the empress considering her for the position of a concubine to the crown prince. The crown prince is destined to be the future emperor, should she secure a place as a concubine. She would earn the affection of both the present empress and the future empress dowager. Certainly, with her own capabilities, she harbored absolute confidence that after marrying into the prince's residence, she could easily surpass the current crown princess, Rongoelon, and take her place. She was destined to be a woman of great influence, capable of commanding the world with a mere flick of her wrist. However, how could she allow her past dreams to be tarnished by that wretched Lin Yan'er? The very person she deemed unworthy had audaciously achieved what she had longed for. It was she and Lu Shi who orchestrated Lin Yan'er's disgrace, aiming to ruin her reputation. Unexpectedly, their scheme backfired, due to Lin Yan'er's unfortunate appearance and her tarnished reputation. The crown prince sought to humiliate the town king, proposing a marriage between Lin Yan'er and the town king as a means to honor the merits of the Lin family's ancestors, an idea the emperor approved. While her own aspirations to become a secondary consort to the crown prince had yet to materialize, Lin Yan'er was set to become the town king's primary consort. Upon learning this news, she spent several sleepless nights. How could she allow Lin Yan'er to have her way? Thus, on the day of Lin Yan'er's wedding, she poisoned the bridal wine in an attempt to eliminate her. After all, Lin Yan'er was merely a tool to vex the town king. Her demise would likely go unpunished. Dismissed as a mere chaotic affair. To her surprise, just as before, Lin Yan'er emerged unscathed, causing Lin Yan'er to doubt her own medical skills, unable to even eliminate a single person. Today, as Lin Yan'er returned to her familial home, she pondered anew how to poison her. At that moment, Lu Shi approached her. Observing Lin Yan'er's face twisted with frustration, she felt a pang of disappointment. "Yan'er, you were raised by me. I never concealed anything from you or your sister. You have witnessed how I, a humble girl from a poor background, entered the general's residence as a concubine and eventually secured my position as the general's wife. Both you and your sister possess unique talents and intellect, surpassing your mother's capabilities. To eliminate an adversary, a direct approach is not always necessary. Distancing oneself from the act is paramount. This is the essence of what your mother has strived to impart. As a secondary consort in the crown prince's residence, your starting point exceeds your mother's. In the future, you may have the opportunity to become the most esteemed woman under heaven. Within the palace walls, the tumultuous intrigues far surpass anything experienced in the general's mansion. You will contend with cunning vixens, each 10 times more formidable than the naive and foolish mother of Lin Yan'er, and each possessing noble lineage and considerable influence. Your mother has consistently advised you both to maintain a low profile, seize opportune moments, and avoid recklessness. Meticulous planning is crucial. Ensuring the demise of an opponent without their awareness is the epitome of skill. Only then can you secure an invincible position. Directly poisoning the wretch may evade investigation. But should scrutiny arise, suspicion will inevitably fall upon you. Even if you become a suspect, your reputation will be tarnished. How then can you uphold your current image of innocence and virtue, and aspire to become the empress of the realm? Lin Yan'er lowered her head, inwardly resenting Lin Yan'er, but refrained from contradicting Lu Shi. She strongly disagreed with Lu Shi's words. Lu Shi was overthinking the situation. No one would care about Lin Yan'er's life or death. Seeing Lin Yan'er's submissive demeanor, Lu Shi's heart softened. She truly did not wish for her cherished daughter to suffer any hardship. "Ingo, that little wretch will lead a life worse than death upon marrying into the Prince Jun's residence. You have surely heard of it. She consumes raw rooster, and it is evident that the Duke's residence does not even provide her with a meal. If you still feel aggrieved, let us arrange this. Shortly, she shall return. And today, I shall create an opportunity for you to vent your frustrations upon her, as long as you refrain from causing her demise. Is that agreeable? Really?" A smile of delight finally graced Lin Yan'er's face. "Can I strike her?" In the past, Lu had maintained the image of a benevolent mother before all, permitting only scolding, humiliation, and mild corporal punishment, such as making her kneel overnight or striking her lightly with a rod. However, she could not be too harsh. Nor could Lin Yan'er bear any visible scars. Lu would even ensure Lin Yan'er was well fed to prevent her from becoming gaunt and vulnerable to accusations of cruelty. A tender yet ruthless smile spread across Lu's face. "My daughter is indeed a soaring phoenix, and how could I not indulge in punishing a lowly wretch? Still, it must be done in such a manner that she is left speechless, silencing others, and even earning their approval for your actions. My daughter, this time, I shall not assist you. You must orchestrate the scheme yourself, treating it as a rehearsal within the palace walls." The smile at the corners of Lin Yan'er's mouth widened as she embraced Lu's arm, her charming face resting against Lu's shoulder, exclaiming, "Mother, you are so good to me." Inside the room was a scene of maternal affection and filial piety. Outside the gates of the general's residence, the carriage came to a halt. Scoundrel lifted the curtain and assisted Lin Yan'er in dismounting. Nearby, old Lin, upon sighting the general's gates from a distance, was already brimming with vigor. Her aged visage bore the marks of yesterday's altercation with Lin Yan'er, the bruises still vividly apparent. Any movement of her face elicited a wince of pain. Yet, within her, a sense of exhilaration thrived. Once she crossed this threshold, Lin Yan'er would surely come to regret the indignities she had suffered at the Wang residence over the past 2 days. This foolish, unattractive woman, upon marrying into the Wang family, had become insufferably arrogant, daring to treat her, who represented the general's wife, as though she were a mere servant, allowing that little wretch, Scoundrel, to boss her around at will. It was one thing to be struck by Lin Yan'er, but it was another to endure Scoundrel's audacity. Barking orders, and even daring to kick her when she perceived her to be slow, hurling insults such as old hag. Lin Yan'er, of course, had her own means to deal with the likes of Scoundrel. She was keen to see how Scoundrel would be reprimanded. "Princess, I shall go knock on the door." Lin Pa could hardly contain her eagerness to approach, but suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves reached her ears as four magnificent steeds galloped toward them. Figures of formidable stature, each adorned with a sword at their waist, dismounted in unison and knelt before Lin Yan'er. "We pay our respects to the princess. The guards of the Wang residence, rise." Lin Yan'er commanded, immediately recognizing the leader as Chi, the guard who had fallen from her ceiling 2 nights prior. Once they stood, she continued, "You are the one from that night." Chi bowed his head in utmost respect. "Princess, I am Chi. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." Lin Yan'er offered a gentle smile. "It was but a trifling matter. Have you recovered so swiftly?" Chi nodded. "Grateful for the treatment plan devised by the princess for the military physician. Although I had lost a considerable amount of blood, I am now fit for duty, even if I have not fully recuperated." The princess returned hastily, unprepared, and the prince commanded us to escort her for her safety. Lin Yan'er was taken aback. Zhou Mingwu had sent protectors for her. Could he be so considerate? She harbored no affection for Zhou Mingwu. In fact, she despised him, viewing him as a quintessential scoundrel. Thus, she refrained from mentioning her return to the palace to him. If she did, she doubted that Zhou Mingwu would be inclined to accompany her back, and he might even prevent her from leaving. Upon reflection, she realized that his concern stemmed from the possibility of her encountering an accident and needing someone to tend to her injuries. With that in mind, Lin Yan'er accepted the arrangement with pleasure. Having 4 guards was advantageous, especially since she had come back seeking trouble today. It was exhausting to take matters into her own hands. With helpers at her side, she welcomed the opportunity to confront anyone who displeased her. The Grand General's residence had enjoyed peace for far too long, and the Liu family had basked in their own arrogance for far too long as well. The days of chaos were approaching, and those within were surely unprepared for what was to come. Beneath her veil, Lin Yan'er smiled subtly. "Lin Pa, what are you waiting for? Knock on the door." Lin Pa had been engaged in various chores within the palace over the past few days. Remaining oblivious to the affairs at court, she had even been unaware of old Madame Zhao's pleas for Lin Yan'er to administer punishment. Consequently, she had not caught wind of any rumors, and Lin Yan'er's status within the palace had risen significantly. It was truly unexpected that the royal household had dispatched 4 guards to protect Lin Yan'er. This left her somewhat astonished. How could it be that the leading guard had once been saved by Lin Yan'er? What treatment regimen could Lin Yan'er have imparted to the military doctor? Was it possible that Lin Yan'er possessed medical skills? Surely there had been a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er's call, Granny Lin hastily knocked on the grand door. The main entrance remained unyielding, yet the side door swung open, revealing the steward of the Grand General's residence, Luan, accompanied by 2 young attendants. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yan'er and greeted Granny Lin with a beaming smile. "Granny Lin, you have returned." Granny Lin immediately donned a radiant smile and engaged in light banter with Luan, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yan'er standing nearby. From the memories of her predecessor, Lin Yan'er understood that Luan was a cousin from the Liu family, a steadfast ally who held considerable sway in the Grand General's household. His position was exceedingly high, and even Lin Yan'er's father, the esteemed General Lin Xiong, treated him with deference, never regarding him as a mere servant. During her time at the estate, it was Luan who had dispatched individuals to oversee her upbringing, ensuring she remained illiterate and learned nothing, merely sustaining her existence. Had it not been for her mother teaching her some characters in her early years, she would have been utterly illiterate. Granny Lin was acutely aware of Luan's intentions and engaged him in jovial conversation, occasionally glancing at Lin Yan'er, eager to witness her fury and despair. But what could anger accomplish? This was the Grand General's residence, with the General's wife within. What could she dare to do? Lin Yan'er, however, remained remarkably composed, her large eyes even reflecting a subtle hint of amusement, which only fueled Granny Lin's smugness. To be disregarded to such an extent that she could scarcely muster anger? Scoundrel could not help but step forward to remind Luan, "The princess is here." "The princess?" Luan cast a sidelong glance at Scoundrel before directing his gaze towards Lin Yan'er, his expression laced with disdain. "Oh, it appears the young lady of our household has returned. My apologies. I failed to notice your presence, young lady." "Indeed, I shall not accept your apology." Lin Yan'er replied with a mocking smile. A mere servant daring to disregard the princess. Clearly, The rules of the general's residence require enforcement. Someone, deliver 10 slaps. What? Lin, along with Lin Pu and the two young attendants trailing behind him, were taken aback, unable to react in time. Achi responded promptly, and with a swift motion. He was before Lin, delivering a resounding slap. Had it not been for Lin Yan'er, the guards of the royal residence would have faced dire consequences, along with Achi and the three present. Although Achi's injuries were not severe, he had lost considerable blood. Later, Lin Yan'er had specially arranged for him and the other severely blood-loss guards to receive unique treatment by extracting blood from healthy cavalry soldiers, using methods they had never encountered before to replenish their strength. After a night's rest, he became revitalized. Moreover, when the prince dispatched them, he explicitly stated that the prince is the princess. Lin was clearly willfully ignoring the princess, and Achi, along with the three guards, had already adopted a confrontational demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er's command, they had no intention of being courteous. The slap delivered by Aki was anything but gentle, sending Lin soaring through the air, performing a somersault before crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could even comprehend the situation, another guard seized his neck, lifting him to expose his face. A third guard stepped forward, delivering blows from both sides, joined by Aki, ensuring that not a single slap was spared. When the guards finally released Lin, he was left with a mouth devoid of teeth, his face swollen beyond recognition, resembling a battered dog lying helplessly on the ground. This scene left Lin Pu and the two young servants utterly astonished. How dare this lackey disregard his master, and not being killed was indeed a display of mercy. Lin Yan'er raised an eyebrow at the two young servants, remarking that upon her return, they should have opened a small door. Was that not a sign of disdain for the Wangfu? The two young servants, startled, noticed the four guards behind Lin Yan'er, their eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they were poised to draw their blades at any moment. One of the young servants quickly bowed, stammering, "Miss, no, my lady, please wait a moment. I shall inform the madam." "Madam?" Lin Yan'er scoffed. "Are you referring to my mother? Beneath the yellow springs, do you intend to report to her? Would you like me to send you on your way?" With a swift motion, Aki unsheathed his long knife, causing the two young servants to gasp in horror and fall to their knees. "My lady, spare me. I shall open the big door for you at once. Please, do not frighten me." Lin Yan'er was thoroughly pleased with Aki's cooperation. This guard was indeed not saved in vain. "Get out of my sight." The two young servants were oblivious to Lin Yan'er's intentions. Upon hearing her command to step aside, they hurriedly scrambled out of the way. "Achi, kick the door open for me." Yes. Although he could not comprehend why the princess would want to forcibly breach her own entrance, he understood that a command from the princess bore the weight of a decree from the prince himself. Achi sheathed his blade and approached the door, roughly shoving Lin Pu aside. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Achi didn't spare her a glance. He had realized that this old woman was not aligned with the princess. Along with that steward Lu, they seemed intent on sidelining her. Gathering his strength, he bellowed and delivered a powerful kick to the closed door. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy doors fell inward, startling the inhabitants of the general's residence, who rushed from all corners to ascertain the commotion. Chapter 29. She will surely face consequences. Lin Pu was at a loss for words. How dare Lin Yan'er act so boldly? Her audacity was astounding. To have someone demolish the general's door, did she not value her life? After injuring her husband's cousin, Lin, to such an extent, coupled with this act against the door, Lady General would surely be furious. Lin Pu could almost hear Lin Yan'er's cries of despair under the onslaught. Rising from the ground, she seemed reinvigorated. Most of the household servants had emerged, all gazing in bewilderment as Lin Yan'er strode confidently over the fallen doors, her long legs carrying her slowly into the depths of the general's residence. Due to Lin Yan'er donning a veil, the servants were unable to immediately recognize her, and they began to speculate about which noble family she belonged to. It was evident that anyone daring to stir trouble at their doorstep must possess an extraordinary lineage, especially with the presence of four formidable guards behind her. Consequently, none of the servants dared to approach her for inquiries, and someone promptly rushed to report to their master. Soon after, an individual recognized the attendant, Scoundrel, beside Lin Yan'er. At that moment, influenced by Lin Yan'er's commanding presence and bolstered by the four guards, Scoundrel no longer appeared as the timid figure she once was. Instead, she held her chin high, exuding an air of confidence. Wasn't Scoundrel accompanying the young lady to the Prince of Town's residence? Goodness! Could she be the esteemed young lady herself? Oh, today marks the day of her return. Indeed, she must be the young lady. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their gazes toward Lin Yan'er becoming exceedingly peculiar, with many even tinged with sympathy. They shared the sentiment of the matriarch. Believing that Lin Yan'er's return heralded trouble, and she was bound to face dire consequences. The second young lady has arrived. Among the throng, Lin Yan'er, accompanied by her personal maid, Cui Hong, gracefully approached, her smile visible from afar as she warmly greeted, "Oh, how wonderful that my sister has returned. Why was there no prior announcement?" As she spoke, Lin Yan'er drew nearer, a fragrant breeze wafting towards them. Her fair complexion was imbued with a rosy glow, and her smile radiated an exquisite charm, evoking a sense of sincerity that instinctively encouraged others to open their hearts to her. Just this aspect alone is enough to render her a true beauty. She is also a skilled physician, having been apprenticed under the esteemed Zheng Long, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute from a young age. Her medical expertise is unparalleled, and under Lu's arrangement, her persona is crafted to perfection, making her universally adored and praised. However, Lin Yan'er is acutely aware that Lin Yan'er, much like Lu, embodies a lineage of venomous beauty akin to a seductive serpent. The original owner was brought back from the countryside by Lu a year ago. During this time, her reputation as a lovesick fool has spread far and wide, thanks to the machinations of Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er. The original owner, lacking in intellect and raised in isolation, yearned for familial affection and regarded Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er as genuine sisters, obediently following their lead. It was under their instigation that she penned love letters to various princes, some of which Lin Yan'er had composed, only for Lin Yan'er to transcribe and deliver. Naively, Lin Yan'er adhered to Lin Yan'er's instructions, rushing to confess her feelings in public, thereby creating a sensational stir throughout the capital. For this, she endured punishments from Lin Xiong and Lu, including confinement in the ancestral hall, kneeling, and even flogging. During her year's stay at the general's residence after being taken from the countryside, the majority of her time was spent in a vicious cycle of foolishness and subsequent punishment. Lin Yan'er mused that throughout that year, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er must have laughed mockingly at her foolishness while embracing Lu each night. Fortunately, when the original owner was married, she wholeheartedly believed that Lin Yan'er was her dear sister, unwittingly drinking the poison wine she offered. The memories of the original owner before her death did not reach Lin Yan'er. It is highly probable that, in her final moments, the original owner remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yan'er had orchestrated her demise. The Lu family was exceptionally formidable. The daughters they raised were remarkably alike, capable of bringing about one's ruin while being perceived as benevolent caregivers. Then, as if she had just grasped the gravity of the situation, her smile vanished, replaced by a look of urgent concern. Who could have angered her sister so? Had they truly dismantled the front gate? If their mother and father were to discover this, what would become of them? Second miss. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air as Lin Per rushed in from outside, collapsing before Lin Yan'er with a thud, her old eyes brimming with tears. Not only had the princess demolished the front gate, but she had also knocked down Steward Lu, leaving his fate uncertain. Lin Yan'er had heard the servants report that Lin Yan'er had ordered the gate to be kicked down, and her heart swelled with delight. The Lu family had set the stage, and now Lin Yan'er had unwittingly provided her with a legitimate reason to unleash her wrath upon her. It would not suffice merely to beat her. She aimed to incapacitate her for at least 10 days or half a month. She had just conceived a plan, though its execution would prove somewhat troublesome. Yet now, Lin Yan'er had foolishly placed the leverage directly in her hands. The front gate of the general's residence represented its facade. To have it publicly dismantled warranted punishment under family law, allowing her the opportunity to strike Lin Yan'er without restraint. To her surprise, Lin Yan'er had even struck down Steward Lu. Lin Yan'er reveled in her fortune, as if a pillow had been delivered to her during a moment of slumber. How utterly delightful. She stretched her neck and glanced at Steward Lu, who lay motionless outside the door. A smile blossomed in her heart, yet her expression grew increasingly anxious, to the point where she began to stamp her feet in frustration. Sister, how could you be so foolish? Let us not dwell on anything else. I shall take you to Mother, where you will kneel before her and apologize. Mother has the authority to enforce Father's discipline. I will plead on your behalf, and I trust that, for my sake, she will not punish you too harshly. She reached out to grasp Lin Yan'er's hand, feigning heartfelt concern. Listen to your sister, and follow me. I promise you will not suffer too greatly. Lin Yan'er felt an overwhelming joy within her heart. Soon, she would pretend to act as the arbiter of punishment, ensuring Lin Yan'er would be beaten mercilessly, all the while telling her it was for her own good. That if the servants were to administer the punishment, it could very well lead to her demise. This fool would surely be overwhelmed with gratitude. It had always been this way. The servants of the general's residence regarded Lin Yan'er with expressions of approval. The second young lady is truly benevolent, always prioritizing sisterly bonds, regardless of the circumstances. The eldest lady, now a princess, still remained so oblivious. Old Lady Lin, with tears in her eyes, rose and cleared the path ahead. Quickly, step aside and do not block the way. She could hardly contain her anticipation to witness Lin Yan'er kneeling in supplication, subjected to lose disciplinary measures, crying out in agony. How would Lin Yan'er remain so arrogant then? Beneath her veil, Lin Yan'er wore a mocking smile. She swiftly withdrew her hand, producing a handkerchief to delicately wipe away the spot where Lin Yan'er had touched her, as if it were sullied by some unclean substance. The audacious girl. Does she disdain her, considering her unclean? Lin Yan'er was immediately incensed, nearly failing to maintain the anxious expression she wore for Lin Yan'er. Chapter 30. What on earth is this person thinking? Lin Yan'er composed herself, addressing her sister. This matter must not reach Mother. We cannot allow her to lay blame upon us. We must hasten to apologize to her, for you know well Mother's temperament. Even if I wish to intercede on your behalf, it may prove futile in quelling her fury. Lin Yan'er's personal maid, Chui Hong, raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Miss, your actions today have been utterly outrageous. Just look at how distressed the second miss has become. If you continue in this manner, I shall be quite displeased. You are now wed to the prince's residence. You cannot keep burdening the second miss with such worries. Displeased? Lin Yan'er chuckled, glancing at Chui Hong. What can a mere maid do if you are displeased? Chui Hong was momentarily speechless, her expression one of sheer astonishment. What nonsense is this? Who does she think she is? The second Mrs. Maid. Just 3 days prior, a mere raised voice before this girl would have rendered her meek and submissive, too afraid to utter a sound. Yet now, she dares to confront her directly. Is this not an affront to her dignity? Lin Yan'er, taken aback, asked, Sister, what has come over you? There is a limit to temper. It cannot be expressed in such a manner. About Mother. What about Mother? Lin Yan'er squinted her large eyes, fixating on Lin Yan'er. Which mother do you intend to take me to see? Lin Yan'er forced a smile, of course. It is our mother. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly. How is it that I recall my mother has passed away, with the cause of death remaining a mystery? The room fell into silence. A mysterious death? Lin Yan'er's words hinted at doubts regarding her biological mother's demise. Many of the servants present were bonded laborers, destined to remain in the general's residence for life, and they were well aware that Lin Yan'er's mother, Gui Choyan, had succumbed to illness. A chill ran down Lin Yan'er's spine. Could this foolish girl possibly know something? Sister, you jest. Your mother passed away from gastric bleeding, and you were by her side. How could there be any mystery surrounding her death? After the passing of my sister's mother, my own mother treated her as if she were her own flesh and blood. Treated like her own? Lin Yan'er erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. To treat me as one's own would mean sending me to the countryside, locking me within a courtyard, forcing me to do menial tasks and subsist on the simplest of foods just to survive. To treat me as one's own would lead to poisoning me after my mother's death, resulting in my face being marred with pockmarks. Sister, please enlighten me. Is this what it means to be treated as one's own? The onlookers instinctively gasped in shock. The servants, in general, understood that the Liu family did not favor Lin Yan'er. The mere fact that Lin Yan'er was sent away to the countryside upon her mother's death clearly illustrated this disdain. Regarding Lin Yan'er's claim of being poisoned, resulting in her pockmarked face, there are uncertainties among those present about its veracity. Perhaps it holds some truth. In affluent households, schemes and rivalries abound, and the struggle for survival is commonplace, rendering such actions unsurprising. Many among them have previously conspired to curry favor with the Liu family, actively participating in the humiliation and torment of Lin Yan'er. Their astonishment does not stem from the mistreatment of Lin Yan'er by the Liu family or the notion of her being poisoned, but rather from Lin Yan'er's audacity to bring such matters to light. What audacity has she to speak so boldly? This is the general's residence, and she is not favored by the Prince of Zhan. Rumors even suggest that she consumes raw chickens, indicating that the prince's household provides her with no sustenance. Is she intent on reckless self-destruction? Lin Yan'er is doomed. Only the guards, including a Qi, witnessed her words, their eyes gleaming with cold fury. They were taken aback to learn that their princess had endured such treatment. Under Lin Yan'er's inquiry, Lin Yan'er could no longer maintain the concerned expression she had previously worn. Her smile became painfully forced and deliberate. Sister, what you are stating are grave accusations that require evidence. Has someone with ill intentions whispered something in your ear? Sister, I know your mind has always been rather muddled. Do not heed the provocations of outsiders, for they chill both my mother's and my heart. As for the poisoning, I indeed possess no evidence, including concerning your bridal wine. Lin Yan'er's words caused Lin Yan'er's smile to shatter in an instant. What do you mean by that? Just what you comprehend it to mean. Lin Yan'er retorted coldly, her gaze piercingly fixed upon her. I possess no evidence, so I shall refrain from further comments on that matter. Let us turn our attention to the present. Lin Yan'er, Spare me the pretense of sisterly affection. I am no longer susceptible to such ruses. At this moment, I stand as the legitimate wife of the Duke of the town, a daughter-in-law of the royal family. While you remain a lowly daughter of the General's household, of inferior status. Upon encountering me, you ought to perform the act of kneeling. What are you waiting for? A lowly daughter, an inferior status. This has forever been a thorn in Lin Yan'er's heart. Because of her status, no matter how exceptional Lin Yan'er may be, her aspirations to marry into the royal family can only commence from a secondary position, forever barred from becoming the primary wife. This is one of the reasons for Lin Yan'er's animosity towards Lin Yan'er, who, from birth, has occupied the esteemed position of the legitimate daughter. Regardless of Lin Yan'er's talents or efforts, she is persistently overshadowed. Lin Yan'er is not the original host. She has gleaned insights from the original hostess' experiences and deliberately targets the most sensitive spots of Lin Yan'er. Indeed, Lin Yan'er's eyes widened in disbelief, and the genteel demeanor she had meticulously maintained crumbled in an instant. Lin Yan'er audaciously proclaimed her a lowly daughter, denouncing her status as inferior, and demanded she kneel. Is she worthy? With great effort, Lin Yan'er forced a smile. Sister slap. Lin Yan'er raised her hand and struck, silencing Lin Yan'er's voice abruptly. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence, akin to a graveyard. Lin Yan'er had struck Lin Yan'er. How could this be? Yet, as improbable as it seems, it was indeed the truth. After witnessing Lin Yan'er's previously meek and submissive demeanor for so long, the sudden emergence of a Lin Yan'er who was assertive and even brazen left the members of the General's household in disbelief, as though caught in a dream. Even Lin Yan'er felt an unsettling sense of unreality. However, the searing pain on her face ignited a flicker of defiance within her. Her maid, Suihong, quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "What audacity! You dare to strike the second young lady? Let me tear that ugly face of yours apart." Suihong charged towards Lin Yan'er, but just 2 meters away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan'er, lifting a leg. Suihong felt as if she had become a kite severed from its string, soaring away into the distance before crashing heavily to the ground 10 meters away. A sickly sweetness filled her throat, and with a violent cough, blood erupted from her mouth. As she attempted to lift her head, a chilling sensation enveloped her neck. A long blade pressed against her shoulder, the cold steel flush against her skin, rendering her unable to expel more blood, forcing her to swallow it back down. Achi's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his voice a low growl. To dare to assault the princess is to show utter contempt for the royal family. The crime is akin to treason. You, a mere servant, what audacity and courage do you possess? Die. With a swift stroke of the blade, Suihong's eyes widened in horror as crimson gushed forth. Her body collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. This shocking scene terrified everyone present, including Lin Yan'er, who was momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgetting the pain on her face. Even Lin Yan'er was slightly taken aback. However, upon reflection, she found it unsurprising. In ancient times, human life was as inconsequential as weeds. For those in power, killing a person bore no more significance than slaughtering a chicken. In wealthy households, if a servant was beaten to death by their master, the authorities would hardly pursue the matter. Suiyin, as Lin Yan'er's maid, was well acquainted with her mistress and understood that humiliating the original owner, Lin Yan'er, would bring her immense delight, surpassing any pleasure derived from tormenting Lin Yan'er. Presently, Lin Yan'er held the esteemed title of the town king's consort, a position of significant nobility, far beyond the reach of a mere servant. Yet, in her ignorance, Xian still entertained the notion of pleasing Lin Yan'er by laying hands on Lin Yan'er. In Achi's eyes, this act transcended mere disrespect towards the consort. It was an affront to the entire town king's residence and a slight against the imperial family. The dignity of the royal lineage was not something that a lowly servant could dare to challenge. She was courting disaster, presenting herself as a target for Achi to make an example of, both for the town king's household and for the consort herself. Lin Yan'er would never resort to killing indiscriminately. However, in a sense, Achi's actions also served to establish her authority. She would not hold Achi's impulsiveness against her. When did even the servants begin to disregard the town king's residence? Achi surveyed the assembly with a cold gaze. Will you not kneel and pay your respects to our consort? All the servants, including old Lady Lin, trembled and fell prostrate to the ground, their foreheads touching the earth. We pay our respects to the town king as consort. Lin Yan'er paid no heed to the prostrating servants, allowing them to remain on the ground, while she turned her gaze towards the utterly astonished Lin Yan'er. And you? Lin Yan'er's delicate frame shivered, sister. Slap. Lin Yan'er delivered another resounding strike. Lin Yan'er covered her face, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she were on the brink of an emotional breakdown. Truly a pitiful sight. However, Lin Yan'er was unmoved by such displays. She demanded, "Kneel and address me as consort." For someone like Lin Yan'er, being forced to kneel before her was an indignity worse than death itself. At this moment, Lin Yan'er must be engulfed in extreme fury and resentment. Wishing to shatter Lin Yan'er into a million pieces, Lin Yan'er relishes witnessing such a reaction, almost causing her to explode with anger, yet she remains helpless. Fear is also evident in her tightly clenched, trembling fists. Her maid, Shui Hong, still lies there. Eventually, her knees slowly bend, and with a thud, she kneels before Lin Yan'er, bowing her head in submission. "I pay my respects to the princess." Lin Yan'er, looking down from her elevated position, chuckles. Now, this is the demeanor befitting a concubine who understands propriety and acknowledges the hierarchy, as one should when addressing the princess. Lin Yan'er can no longer feel the pain on her face, nearly fainting from indignation. Originally, she had planned to confront Lin Yan'er today. Yet before she could begin, she received 2 slaps from Lin Yan'er, and her close maid was directly killed by the palace guards. Could it be that Lin Yan'er is not as despised by Zhou Mingwu as the rumors suggest, but rather favored? How could this be possible? What on earth is happening? Why would the palace guards be dispatched to support Lin Yan'er? The frustration is unbearable. What of Aunt Lu? Lin Yan'er takes pleasure in observing Lin Yan'er trembling with rage. Prostrated on the ground, her spirits soaring. Her voice drips with palpable arrogance. As a mere concubine, she expects the princess to be greeted at the door, rather than having to summon her. Lin Yan'er's face, swollen from Lin Yan'er's blows, no longer bears any resemblance to her former beauty, resembling that of a half-drowned pig. Gritting her teeth, she raises her head, suppressing her resentment and unwillingness, forcing a ghastly smile with all her might. "Sister, the esteemed princess of the town. My mother is not a concubine. She is the recognized lady of the general's household." Lin Yan'er looked down upon her with disdain, believing that her father had lost his senses. In the eyes of this princess, she was merely a lowly concubine, akin to you, an illegitimate daughter. Even if she were the general's wife, she would still be required to pay her respects before me. Summon Lin Yan'er. The command startled everyone present at the general's residence. Achi acknowledged with a nod, preparing to fetch Lu, when a sharp reprimand rang out. "How dare you? What do you think you are doing?" As the words fell, Lu, accompanied by several maidservants and guards wielding clubs, rushed toward them. Lu had been awaiting news of Lin Yan'er successfully ensnaring Lin Yan'er in her scheme, but was taken aback to hear that her cousin, Steward Lu, had been knocked unconscious by Lin Yan'er's commands to the royal guards, and that the gates of the general's residence had been forcefully breached. Alarmed, she concluded that Lin Yan'er must have lost her wits and was acting recklessly. A truly foolish endeavor. According to the household rules, she could be punished severely without anyone questioning it. Lu settled herself, instructing the maid to prepare tea. Eager for the unfolding drama. To trample upon Lin Yan'er was to also trample upon her former rival, Gu Qiulan, Lin Yan'er's biological mother, providing her with a profound sense of satisfaction deep within her soul. She observed Lin Yan'er mercilessly striking Lin Yan'er, absorbing the echoes of Yan'er's anguished cries while she leisurely sipped her tea. Just after a single sip, a servant rushed in, tumbling over themselves, to inform Lu that Shui Yun had been killed and that the second young lady's exquisite visage had been brutally swollen by Lin Yan'er, who had forced her to kneel there. Lu remained in a daze for an extended moment before abruptly rising to her feet, hastening towards the entrance. From a distance, she witnessed Lin Yan'er indeed kneeling before Lin Yan'er, her head bowed in submission, igniting a volcanic fury within her that erupted into a roar. She rushed to Lin Yan'er's side, pulling her up, and was met with the undeniable sight of Yan'er's swollen face, where beauty had been utterly obliterated. Upon Lu's arrival, Lin Yan'er felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, and the tears that had not fallen now cascaded down her cheeks. "Mother, she hit me." "Whoa." Lin Yan'er let out a derisive laugh. "You, little illegitimate daughter, are already 16 or 17. Why do you still behave like a naive 3-year-old? Crying for your parents when you were struck? Have some dignity." Boldly, Lu could no longer maintain her composure. Her once alluring face contorted with rage as she glared fiercely at Lin Yan'er. "Wretched girl, kneel immediately. Otherwise, you shall face the family's punishment." Slap. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lu felt a stinging slap across her face. She was momentarily stunned. It was Lin Yan'er who had struck her. Lin Yan'er had the audacity to hit her? In disbelief, she touched her burning cheek. This was real. Lin Yan'er had slapped her. Upon witnessing Lu receiving a slap, Lin Yan'er was so shocked that her cries ceased abruptly. She sensed an extraordinary transformation in Lin Yan'er. However, she believed that Lin Yan'er would inevitably fear Lu Shi. This time, she was utterly astonished. As soon as Lu Shi arrived, She received a resounding slap, and Lin Yan'er had yet to utter a word. Lu Shi's expression was one of sheer disbelief, as she stared intently at the figure before her, veiled, with only a pair of mocking eyes visible. "How dare you?" Smack. Another slap forcefully silenced Lu Shi's unspoken words. Lu Shi genuinely felt as if she had encountered a ghost. Was this truly Lin Yan'er? The same timid Lin Yan'er who allowed her to manipulate her, with her life and death firmly in Lu Shi's grasp? Chapter 32. The interest has not been fully collected. Lin Yan'er then retrieved a handkerchief, delicately wiping the hand that had just struck Lu Shi, her voice resonating with immense satisfaction. Striking the right person indeed felt splendid. "Lu Shi, kneel and pay your respects." Lu Shi's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling slightly. You truly are Yan'er?" Lin Yan'er's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Do you doubt me? Do you wish for this princess to unveil her face for you to behold? Do you think you are worthy?" Lu Shi felt a tightness in her chest. The voice was unmistakably Lin Yan'er. How dare she? Lu Shi gently touched her own cheek, which was swollen and painful, feeling much larger than usual. That little wretch certainly struck with great force. She even felt a few of her teeth loosen. This face would take days to recover before she could show it to anyone. Her gaze darkened once more. "Yan'er, you have truly gone too far. Relying on your status as the princess of the town, do you now disregard the rules and regulations of the general's manor? If your father were to return, he would be furious and would surely take your life. However, should you kneel before me now, I might show you mercy in accordance with the family rules. When your father comes back and sees that you have already been punished, realizing your mistakes, I could then persuade him and perhaps spare your life." Lu Yan'er. Lin Yan'er interrupted her with a title that ignited her fury. "You have been in the general's residence for so many years. Surely, as a lady of the princess, you should be familiar with the basic etiquette. How can you be so utterly ignorant? I am the legitimate wife of the prince granted by the emperor, holding a status of immense honor, such that even the younger princesses and princes must show me the utmost respect. You arrive here shouting without a shred of respect, threatening me with family rules at a whim. Do you not understand that hierarchy is the law of the land? If you do not kneel, I shall have you punished for contempt of royal authority." Lin Yan'er was aware of such an offense, yet the specifics of the punishment eluded her. She turned to Achi, asking, "Achi, enlighten her on the consequences." Achi nodded, casting a cold glance at Lu. "For contempt of royal authority, the lighter punishment is 100 strokes of the rod and exile to the frontier. The severest could lead to execution. Lu, kneel and pay your respects to the princess. The emperor treats her as a mere tool to vex Zhou Mingguo, yet this marriage bestowed by the emperor, the status of the duke's residence, is indeed of unparalleled nobility." Lu was utterly astonished. How does Lin Yan'er know all of this? She believed that within the confines of Zhuangzi, devoid of any opportunity for learning, she could not possibly be compared to her own daughters, her mind dull and sluggish, akin to an ordinary village woman, easily manipulated by others. How could it be that merely 2 days after marrying into the town prince's residence, she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, as if reborn? "Kneel." A sharp command from Achi made both Lu and Lin Yan'er instinctively tremble, and with a thud, they knelt down. The servants accompanying Lu also followed suit. Collapsing to the ground. Salutations to the town princess. Regardless of her inner turmoil and seething anger, Lu understood that she must perform the necessary rites. The crime of disrespecting imperial authority was no trivial matter, especially with the guards of the town prince's residence standing nearby, representing its formidable power. She shared Lin Yan'er's bewilderment. Why were there guards accompanying Lin Yan'er upon her return? From the information she had gathered from the outside world and from Aunt Lin, it was clear that the town prince had not favored Lin Yan'er at all. Standing before the mother and daughter, Lin Yan'er surveyed the gathering, as if searching for someone. "Aunt Lu, do you not have another daughter and son? Upon my return, do they dare not come forth to kneel and welcome?" Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er were cut from the same cloth. Today, upon her return, those two sisters would certainly receive a few slaps from her. And there was a younger brother named Lin Yan'er. Though merely 14, he was exceedingly unruly, bullying Lin Yan'er, not quite as formidable as his two sisters, but hardly lacking in mischief. After all, they were all birds of a feather, not a decent lot among them. There were still debts to be settled. Lu suppressed the fury that simmered within her, her fists clenched tightly. "Your Highness, Yan'er is the 6th princess's companion, currently in the palace and unable to return home. Yan'er is accompanying the Grand General, undergoing military training, and should be on his way back from the outer military camp." As she uttered the last words, Lin Yan'er distinctly sensed the latent strength in Lu's voice. Lin Yan'er understood her thoughts. Lin Xiong was her father. Moreover, as the Grand General of the Divine Martial Army, he commanded the forces that safeguarded the capital. Although his abilities paled in comparison to those of Lin Yan'er's grandfather, he remained in power due to the latter's influence. Nonetheless, he was a man of considerable authority. Should Lin Xiong become enraged and seek to punish Lin Yan'er, Prince Xin would be reluctant to offend him, particularly to protect Lin Yan'er, which could escalate the situation. In Lu's eyes, once Lin Xiong returned, she could make Lin Yan'er's life unbearable. Lin Yan'er's smile grew more pronounced. She had anticipated Lin Xiong's return today. This father was not deserving of the original owner's respect. He had never acknowledged her existence. What if Lin Xiong returned? If he wished to exact punishment, he must possess the strength to do so. At worst, she would confront him directly, subduing this worthless father beneath her feet. Even if she were to create a monumental scandal, Zhou Mingwu would ensure it was resolved. Should she falter, Zhou Mingwu's legs would be of no concern. It was this unwavering belief that led her to plan to upend the Grand General's residence during her return. Her father was indeed on his way back. Lin Yan'er coughed twice, commanding, "Then you shall kneel here, as a punishment for the previous offense against me. We shall discuss this further upon my father's return." What? The fury within Lu Shi and Lin Yan'er was palpable, almost bursting forth from their eyes. Yet, they dared not defy Lin Yan'er's decree. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the gravity of their situation. Regardless of Lin Yan'er's past or the disdain she may have faced at the hands of the Prince of Zhen's household, her identity outside was that of the legitimate wife of the Prince of Zhen. This status endowed her with the prestige of royalty and the weight of imperial authority. If she chose to wield it wisely, she could render individuals like Lu Shi and Lin Yan'er utterly subservient. Lu Shi suddenly regretted not having supported Lin Yan'er in her efforts to eliminate Lin Yan'er at the earliest opportunity. A heavy silence enveloped the room as no one dared to breathe. Lin Pu initially believed that with Lu Shi's backing, Lin Yan'er would come to regret her treatment of her. Little did she anticipate that Lin Yan'er would turn the tables, forcing Lu Shi to kneel in utter submission. Powerless to resist, Lin Pu lowered her head even further, wishing to bury her face in the ground. "Shuang'er, bring me a chair and some food. I have stood for so long that my legs have gone numb." Chapter 33. She will suffer. As Lady Xiao entered the general's residence, accompanied by several servants bearing gifts, she beheld an astonishing sight. The entire household, comprising hundreds of individuals, was uniformly kneeling on the ground. While Lin Yan'er sat regally at a table laden with snacks such as sunflower seeds and peanuts, flanked by 4 vigilant guards from the royal household. Beside her, Shuang'er was diligently peeling peanuts and sunflower seeds for Lin Yan'er, who was contentedly humming a tune. Upon noticing Aunt Zhao's arrival at the entrance of the general's residence, Lin Yan'er beckoned her over. "What have you brought, laden with so many large and small boxes?" Aunt Zhao, along with the representatives from the Wangfu, was filled with questions, unaware of the unfolding situation. Seeing Lin Yan'er inquire, Aunt Zhao promptly replied, reporting to the princess, "This old servant, under the orders of the prince, has come to deliver a return gift." Lin Yan'er was taken aback. Was Zhou Mingwu's mind not quite right? He merely sent guards to ensure her safety due to his concerns for his own leg. Such an action was entirely reasonable. What necessity was there to present gifts to the general's residence? "Open it, and let me see," she commanded. Aunt Zhao complied, instructing the servants to unveil several boxes. Inside lay an array of fine silks, satins, and an assortment of gold and silver jewels. The glimmer of the precious metals under the sunlight made Lin Yan'er squint her eyes. "How much is all this worth? Is that crippled prince truly so affluent?" Aunt Zhao responded, "Princess, the total value of these items is approximately 12,000 taels of silver." The prince stated that this is essential for the reputation of the Wangfu. From the memories of the original owner, Lin Yan'er understood that an average commoner could earn around 10 taels of silver in a year, sufficient for a modest livelihood. 12,000 taels was indeed a substantial sum. Lin Yan'er realized that Zhou Mingwu had sent these gifts to uphold the dignity of the Wangfu. What a man! So obsessed with appearances. Yet, this appearance-obsessed man was undeniably wealthy. Sending such a substantial sum of money to the general's residence for the benefit of the Lu family left Lin Yan'er feeling quite discontented. She cleared her throat a couple of times and remarked to Aunt Zhao that these gifts were indeed excessively extravagant. As Lin Yan'er surveyed the several chests on the ground, she felt that retaining any one of them would be a concession to the Lu family's worthless existence. Ultimately, she approached and extracted 3 bolts of fabric, placing them upon the table. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed 3 to be excessive and returned 1 bolt to the chest, securing it with a satisfied nod and a clap of her hands. "Aunt Zhao, please take these gifts back to the Wang residence and deliver them to my Qingxi courtyard, as if I have accepted them on behalf of the general's residence." After her separation from Zhou Mingwu, it was certain that she would require funds, and once these items were returned to the Qingxi courtyard, She could store them in her space as future reserve capital. The individuals present were left somewhat speechless. The Liu family and Lin Yan'er were reminded of this. Yet both bore swollen faces, feeling too ashamed to lift their heads. Both were slightly taken aback, not anticipating that the Prince of Jin's residence would be so affluent. Sending gifts packed in several chests. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er's words, Liu Shi felt an urge to object. She had managed the general's residence, and over the years, the outflow had surpassed the inflow, leading them to a dire situation of living off their reserves. This sum of 12,000 taels would undoubtedly be a significant boon for the general's residence, allowing them a period of comfort. However, she was also conscious of her image. If her current predicament were to be publicized, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished, making it difficult to navigate the circles of high society in the capital. Ultimately, she suppressed her objections. Madame Xiao whispered, "This is rather inappropriate, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Liu felt a deep resonance within her heart. How could one return a gift that had been presented, particularly among the high-ranking families? Etiquette and reputation held paramount importance. Monetary concerns were trivial in comparison. The matron who had come bearing gifts clearly held a position of esteem and would surely not heed Lin Yan'er's wishes. Lin Yan'er raised an eyebrow and issued a direct command. "What is inappropriate about it? As I say, return it to the Qingxi courtyard, and inform the prince that the gifts have been accepted by the general's residence." Liu and Lin Yan'er nearly rose in protest. Lin Yan'er, being a married daughter, had no standing to accept gifts on behalf of the general's household. Any reasonable person would not acquiesce to such an action. Surely, the matron would not agree. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Madame Xiao concurred. "Indeed, we shall promptly return the items." Thereupon, she instructed the servants of the royal household to secure the boxes, ensuring they were carried out as they had been brought in. Madame Xiao was in a hurry. She needed to report the situation to the prince swiftly. The scene unfolding at the general's residence was undeniably amiss. Liu and Lin Yan'er were left in a state of disbelief. This blatant breach of propriety. And yet the matron complied with Lin Yan'er's orders. Was this madness? As Madame Xiao led the group out of the general's residence, she stopped a curious bystander outside the gates. Upon inquiry, she was taken aback by the revelation. The two women, kneeling before the princess with swollen faces, were none other than the general's wife and the princess's half-sister. The one unknown to the crowd was the steward of the general's household. Inside, a maid had also perished. This was a grave matter indeed. The princess truly knows how to stir up trouble. The prince must be informed immediately. Zhou Mingwu was intently examining his reflection in a bronze mirror, feeling quite agitated. That woman is incredibly ruthless, always targeting his face. Does she simply detest his appearance? After a night, the swelling had diminished somewhat, yet the bruises remained conspicuously visible, making it difficult to face others. Fortunately, he had garnered too much attention previously and had prepared some masks to conceal his identity. He opened the drawer and retrieved a mask that appeared relatively benign. Just as he donned it, an urgent voice from outside called out, "Your Highness, something has happened." Zhou Mingwu furrowed his brows and instructed Xiao Momo to enter. Upon seeing the masked Zhou Mingwu, she momentarily paused, but quickly set aside her surprise to relay the news. After hearing about the happenings at the general's residence from Xiao Momo, he felt utterly bewildered. Shouldn't the visit to her family be a joyous occasion? How could it result in such chaos? He summoned Qingming, asking, "Did I not instruct you to investigate the princess's past? Have you uncovered any leads?" "I was just about to report to your highness." Qingming, having received the news and rushed over, was slightly out of breath. Currently, the only information available is that the princess's mother passed away when she was 6 years old, after which the princess was sent to a rural village. Our people have inquired in that village and learned that she grew up there, restricted in her freedom, forbidden from leaving the premises, and required to perform menial tasks, living in conditions akin to those of ordinary villagers. A year ago, the princess was brought back to the general's residence, and it was only then that most people in the capital began to realize the existence of a pockmarked legitimate daughter within the household. Throughout this past year, the princess commenced penning love letters, pursuing several princes, and, indeed, your highness has also received her affections, resulting in a scandalous reputation. Just moments ago, the shadow guard assigned to protect the princess reported that she had provocatively declared during a disturbance at the general's residence that her pockmarked visage was the result of poison from the Liu family. Additionally, on the day of the princess's marriage to the Prince of Jin, the second young lady of the general's residence, Lin Yan'er, had also poisoned the wedding wine in an attempt to assassinate her. What? The face behind Zhou Mingwu's mask displayed palpable shock. He had not anticipated that this woman had endured such harrowing experiences, narrowly escaping death on multiple occasions. This bore an uncanny resemblance to his own fate. He was paralyzed from the waist down, while she bore the marks of her affliction upon her face. An aura of ruthlessness surged through him. Qingming, prepare yourself. We are heading to the general's residence. Lin Yan'er awaited the arrival of her father, the great General Lin Xiong. She would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 34. She must die. Qingming hesitated. Your Highness, have you forgotten the matter of your confinement? Zhou Mingwu's body stiffened momentarily before he let out a cold laugh. What punishment can he impose upon me? Will he kill me? Let us proceed. His dear father had reached a point where he could do nothing against him. With significant value for utilization and being paralyzed, Zhou Mingwu held no other position besides that of the commander of the elite cavalry. This was a position that could not be revoked, for no one possessed the same influence and deterrent power as Zhou Mingwu. No one could win the loyalty of the cavalry, and had it been another, it would have led to a wavering morale. Thus, this time, Emperor Wen was left with no choice but to confine himself, a punishment that barely stung. Moreover, Emperor Wen could summon him to berate him vehemently, hurling memorials at his face. Yet, these matters pale in comparison to the woman. That woman, indeed, infuriated him. Nevertheless, she was his princess, a woman whose very presence quickened his heartbeat. A woman who had, in a single day, saved him thrice. An enigma, elusive and unfathomable. A woman bold enough to pat his shoulder as a friend would. One who possessed both the capability and the audacity to leave him utterly disfigured. How could he allow her to suffer? Even if she were to endure hardship, it must not be at the hands of others. It must solely be at his expense. At the entrance of the general's residence, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered. Although Zhou Mingwu was unperturbed by Emperor Wen's house arrest decree, he opted for discretion, arriving in a humble carriage. Upon his arrival, Lin Xiong had yet to return. Positioned behind the crowd, he peered through the slightly lifted curtain of the carriage and beheld the woman, reclining with her legs crossed, adorned with a veil, humming an incomprehensible tune. Occasionally, she would reach for the peanuts or sunflower seeds, already shelled, and placed in a small bowl before her, bringing them to her lips hidden behind the veil, exuding an air of audacity and contentment. Meanwhile, the members of the general's household remained motionless, kneeling on the ground, with no one daring to rise. The onlookers at the entrance pointed and murmured, for ordinarily, any commoner daring to approach would be met with scorn and driven away by servants. Yet today, the crowd stood at the threshold, undeterred, casting not a single glance at the kneeling figures within. Qingming lowered his voice and asked whether they should proceed now. Zhou Mingwu contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Initially, he had intended to accompany her, but now Lin Xiong found himself at her mercy. However, observing the woman's confident demeanor, he was intrigued to see how Lin Yan'er would handle the impending situation. If she had a plan, his presence might thwart her original intentions, potentially causing her discomfort. He felt a sense of unease in front of Lin Yan'er, as he had been venting his frustrations regarding Emperor Wen and the Crown Prince onto her, which made him feel quite guilty. Once Lin Xiong appeared, Qi and the others would certainly hesitate to confront him. He instructed the hidden guards to disguise themselves, declaring that if the princess were in danger, they were to intervene immediately. He not only dispatched Qi and 3 other guardians, but also sent several covert operatives to ensure Lin Yan'er's safety through a combination of overt and covert support. Qingming nodded, signaling in a particular direction before slipping into the carriage to avoid being recognized, and consequently revealing the presence of the prince within. Lin Yan'er felt she had been seated for quite a while, having munched on peanuts, melon seeds, and a few sugary treats, leaving her feeling somewhat full. She stood up, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum, and in front of numerous townsfolk and hundreds of servants from the general's residence, she twisted and turned to stretch her waist. Zhuang'er, how long has it been? Zhuang'er promptly replied, it has been an hour. An hour, which equates to 2 hours. No wonder everyone was well fed. She looked down upon Lu and Lin Yan'er from her elevated position, clearly aware that they had not knelt for such an extended period. Their knees must be aching terribly, and they began to shift unsteadily. Could they truly not endure this? The original owner had once knelt through the night. As she provoked this mother-daughter duo, a sudden cacophony of hooves and distant shouts reached her ears. Make way. The voice echoed through the general's residence, causing Lu and Lin Yan'er, along with other servants who had been bowing their heads, to perk up in surprise. It was Lin Xiong's voice. Lu and Lin Yan'er were instantly filled with excitement. Yet they dared not rise immediately, instead casting eager glances towards the entrance. The crowd outside stirred, parting to either side as a troop of horsemen galloped in, about a dozen figures leaping down from their steeds. Upon recognizing the burly, bearded man leading them, Lu and Lin Yan'er screamed in joy, General, Father. This middle-aged man was none other than Lin Yan'er's father, Lin Xiong, the commander of the Divine Martial Army. Having received news on his way back, his expression was dark and foreboding. and he fixed a fierce glare upon Lin Yan'er from a distance before striding over. He swiftly lifted Lu and Lin Yan'er to their feet from either side. After having knelt for a considerable time, they took a moment to steady themselves, then collapsed into Lin Xiong's embrace, sobbing in distress. "General, Yan'er has been incited by others to believe that I caused her mother's death, and now she is coming to exact revenge on me. Yan'er, and even Kair and Yan'er, she has been deceived. Do not blame her. Merely provide her with proper guidance and refrain from excessive anger. I am fine. I will not perish. Alas, my poor Yan'er, with such a disfigured face. How shall she ever find a husband?" Lin Yan'er wept bitterly, lamenting that the Empress had held her in such affection, yet in this state. How could she possibly present herself before Her Majesty? "Father, I assure you, I am unscathed. Should the Empress inquire, I shall never disclose that it was my sister who struck me. I will simply say it was a bee sting." "You foolish girl." Lu immediately interrupted Lin Yan'er's words. "It was clearly a slap. How could one deceive the Empress? Yan'er, you are jeopardizing not only your own future, but also the prospects of the general's household. Lin Yan'er is currently the most promising candidate for the general's family. The Empress has already expressed her intention to appoint her as a concubine for the Crown Prince, representing the future hopes of the general's estate. If the Crown Prince ascends the throne, Lin Yan'er would at the very least become a noble consort, with the potential to reign supreme. Lin Xiong has always cherished her as a treasure, and Lu, well aware of this, knew that mentioning such a point would ignite Lin Xiong's fury to its zenith. Originally, Lu had no intention of eliminating Lin Yan'er. However, it now seemed that something had transpired. Lin Yan'er was no longer the same. She appeared to have become astute. Even suspecting that she had caused Gui Chuyun's demise and had poisoned her, revealing such accusations. Lin Yan'er's status had dramatically changed. She must be eliminated. Lu was determined to incite Lin Xiong to execute Lin Yan'er on the spot. Lin Xiong was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing that he possessed no remarkable talents. His son, Lin Yan'er, was an incorrigible rascal, further compounding his concerns. If he wished to elevate the stature of the general's residence and secure a lasting legacy of wealth and honor, he could only rely on his two exceptional daughters. Their advantageous marriages would ensure the future of the household. However, upon witnessing the once promising Lin Yan'er, her once delicate and radiant visage now transformed, coupled with Lu's provocations. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on Lin Yan'er. Chapter 35. He lacked affection for this daughter beneath her veil. Lin Yan'er bore a subtle smile, discernible in her striking eyes. She had been anticipating the performance of this mother-daughter duo, particularly Lu, who was clearly intent on inciting Lin Xiong. The underlying aim was to provoke such rage in him that he would overlook any semblance of paternal affection and, in a fit of fury, eliminate Lin Yan'er on the spot. Lu sought to maintain a faade of maternal compassion, ostensibly advocating for Lin Yan'er, ensuring that if Lin Xiong later felt remorse, he could not lay the blame solely at Lu's feet, as she could claim to have interceded on Lin Yan'er's behalf. This woman's cunning was indeed masterful, in comparison. Xiao Qingqing of the town lord's residence, the merchant's daughter, seemed little more than a child in kindergarten. Once the mother and daughter concluded their performance, Lin Yan'er gently inclined her head towards Lin Xiong, addressing him, "Father." "Father?" Lin Xiong, consumed by rage, forced a laugh. "You still recognize me as your father? How have your mother and your siblings treated you? You are so easily incited by malicious individuals that you would dare to threaten the lives of my mother and siblings? Such an ungrateful daughter, and yet you still address me as father?" Lin Yan'er remained unperturbed, her beautiful eyes still glimmering with mirth. "Father, you did not even take the time to investigate. You simply believed her words, that I wished to kill her and her children? If I truly intended to take their lives, you would not have found two living souls upon your return. This blatant falsehood could be easily corroborated by any witness present. Yet you refused to spare a moment to inquire?" Suddenly, a servant rose and pointed a finger at Lin Yan'er. "The princess has stated that we heard her. She indeed claimed she would kill the lady and the two young misses and the young master." Another individual stood up to accuse, "Yes, General. I can also attest that the princess threatened to annihilate the general's manor." With their voices raised in unison, soon a dozen others, bearing expressions of reckless defiance, emerged to support Lu's claims. This revelation took Lin Yan'er by surprise. It was evident these were Lu's loyal confidants. Having managed the general's residence for many years, Lu's cunning was well known, and she surely understood the importance of cultivating a cadre of devoted followers. Upon hearing these accusations, the onlookers at the entrance, who had initially arrived later, were swayed by the fervent assertions of the crowd. Their gazes turned towards Lin Yan'er, filled with indignation. They had previously heard of Lu's purported kindness towards Lin Yan'er, and could hardly fathom such treachery. Upon becoming the princess of the town, She had seemingly transformed into one intent on exterminating her own family. In a fit of urgency, Scoundrel sought to provide an explanation, only to be halted by Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er cast a discerning glance at Liu and Lin Yan'er, who displayed a barely perceptible smirk, and then composed her expression, her eyes fixated earnestly on Lin Xiong. Father, these individuals are all associated with Aunt Liu. If I were to assert that they are lying, you would undoubtedly find it hard to believe, would you not? Lin Xiong gripped the hilt of his dagger, struggling to contain the surging fury within him. A palpable murderous intent seemed to coalesce in his gaze, chilling enough to send shivers through anyone else present. Before Lin Xiong could respond, Lin Yan'er interjected, Sister, you must not remain obstinate. Acknowledging one's mistakes and amending them is a virtue of great magnitude. If only you would kneel and confess your errors to Father and apologize to my mother and me. We, as sisters, would hold no grudges against you. We would intercede on your behalf, ensuring your punishment is not severe. My sister has been so grievously injured by you that her future hangs in the balance. Who would wish to marry a woman bearing my visage? Your actions were excessively harsh. My face may never fully recover. Lin Yan'er's lament, coupled with her desperate gesture of covering her face in tears, instantly garnered the sympathy of onlookers, who whispered among themselves, voicing their admiration for Lin Yan'er and disdain for Lin Yan'er. Ignoring Lin Yan'er's pleas and the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Yan'er maintained her unwavering gaze on Lin Xiong, resolutely continuing, Thus, Father, I must inform you that my mother's demise was orchestrated by the venomous Aunt Liu. The pockmarked visage I bear is a result of her malicious poisoning. It is only by a stroke of fortune that I survived, and thus the poisonous rash manifested. The epithet of infatuation I bear. The act of penning love letters to several princes was instigated by Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er. Some of those letters were even crafted by the talented Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, which I merely transcribed. On the day of my marriage, as I bid farewell, my dear sister offered me a cup of wedding wine, which was, in truth, a cup of poison. Lin Yan'er's pitiful cries, tinged with guilt, weakened her resolve. The onlookers outside, upon hearing the commotion, appeared largely skeptical, their expressions betraying disbelief. Only Zhou Mingwu, concealed in a carriage at the rear of the crowd, felt an acute pang in his heart, as though pierced by some unseen force upon witnessing the scene. On the day of the wedding ceremony, she had indeed been poisoned? How foolish of him to allow a rooster to accompany her in the rites. Throughout that entire day, no one offered her sustenance, not even a sip of water. Had she not possessed medical knowledge, she might have perished. Zhou Mingwu was increasingly beset by guilt. Truly, he felt damned. Unbeknownst to him, the original soul had already departed, succumbing to poison en route to the Duke's residence. Lin Yan'er's gaze was fixated solely upon Lin Xiong's countenance. Father, you would not believe a word of what I have said, nor would you deign to investigate, would you? Lin Xiong glared at her as if she were a sworn enemy, his voice forced through gritted teeth. Wretched girl, dare you cast aspersions upon your mother and sisters? You are beyond redemption. I tell you, your biological mother met her demise due to your very existence, unrelated to anyone else. I have consulted a master who revealed that your fate is in direct conflict with that of your mother, and mine as well. You must depart for a decade to avert disaster. Therefore, you were relegated to the estate for a decade. However, your benevolent mother ensured your proper upbringing, providing you with luxurious garments and delectable cuisine. You received tutelage in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, just like Ingo and Kair. The instructors engaged to educate you were renowned masters of their respective fields. Alas, your inherent dullness rendered you unteachable, and now you have transformed into an ungrateful wretch, seeking to annihilate my general's mansion. How could I possibly allow such a vile creature to continue existing? I shall end your life. Without further ado, he unsheathed his saber with a swift motion and brought it down upon Lin Yan'er's face. Back then, after the original owner's biological mother passed away, a monk of unknown origin appeared before Lin Xiong, divining that the original owner had caused her mother's death. He claimed that if she remained in the general's mansion, she would also bring misfortune upon her father. Thus, she was sent to the estate. Lin Yan'er found it amusing that these ancient people placed such unwavering faith in such preposterous nonsense. General, halt. Do not harm the princess consort. Achi and the other guards attempted to intervene, but they were thwarted by 7 or 8 warriors of the divine martial army. Scoundrel, in her desperation, tried to shield Lin Yan'er with her body, but Lin Yan'er gently pushed her aside, deftly evading Lin Xiong's blade. Lin Yan'er remained composed, her voice tinged with derision. Very well, father, I have spoken my piece. Let this strike sever our father-daughter bond completely. I shall allow you 2 more strikes, and from this moment forward, you shall no longer be my father. If there is any further conflict, I assure you, I will not show you any mercy. She no longer wished to utter more words, for it seemed futile, as long as she could ascertain that her father harbored no regard for his rightful daughter. That was sufficient. Chapter 36. He would become the greatest jest of the Great Wu dynasty. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er's words, Lin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Let him strike twice. What could this possibly signify? It was a blatant display of disdain and provocation. After all, he was the commander of the Divine Martial Army, a legacy of the esteemed Divine Martial General. Although his talents were rather mediocre and his military acumen lacking, he had been trained under Lin Yan'er's grandfather from a young age, mastering various skills that rendered ordinary generals no match for him. Yet, Lin Yan'er had the audacity to publicly declare that he should be allowed to strike him twice, akin to belittling one's opponent in a duel and claiming to grant them 3 moves. Lin Xiong's ire intensified, and murderous intent swelled within him. If he failed to vanquish this unruly daughter today, how could he ever show his face in the capital again? His reputation within the Divine Martial Army was already tenuous. It was solely the respect commanded by his father, the former Divine Martial General, that allowed him to occupy such a position without challenge. Should he be unable to defeat the rumored dim-witted daughter of the General's household, his own useless daughter, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the Great Wu dynasty. Lu Shi and Lin Yan'er were equally astonished by Lin Yan'er's demeanor. Under such circumstances, they anticipated that Lin Yan'er would go to great lengths to quell Lin Xiong's fury, perhaps by invoking the title of the legitimate wife of the Prince of Zhen to deter him from committing violence, or even by kneeling in supplication. They had already devised a scheme in their hearts to stoke the flames of Lin Xiong's fury, maintaining his wrath until he would slay Lin Yan'er on the spot. However, it now appeared that their plan was unnecessary, as Lin Yan'er had effortlessly ignited Lin Xiong's rage to its zenith. At this juncture, if Lin Xiong did not execute Lin Yan'er, he would have no justification to cease his actions. A cruel smile danced upon their lips. Lin Yan'er was doomed. The onlookers, including the common folk and the servants of the general's residence, held their breath, silently observing the unfolding scene. In the carriage, Zhou Mingwu clenched his fists slightly. As he witnessed Lin Xiong swing his blade towards Lin Yan'er without hesitation, his heart raced to an excruciating pace, accompanied by a sharp pain. Only when he saw Lin Yan'er deftly evade the attack did his heartbeat gradually return to normal. He was too far away to intervene in time. And just as he was about to reveal himself, he was struck by Lin Yan'er's calm demeanor, prompting him to reconsider. Indeed, Lin Yan'er was no ordinary woman. She surely had her own plans. It was best to let her handle the situation herself, for at least for now, she was capable of managing it. Lin Xiong was no match for her. Zhou Minwu was confident that he could easily defeat Lin Xiong with one hand, especially since Lin Yan'er had bested him just the day before. He remained still, signaling to the hidden dark guards not to intervene. Lin Xiong's beard trembled in rage as he roared, "Wretched girl, come and meet your end." He swung his large blade toward Lin Yan'er with ferocity, the force compelling those nearby to retreat several steps. Lin Yan'er, standing close by, slightly furrowed her delicate brows. This wretched father truly wishes to sever ties completely. The more ruthless he becomes, the lighter she feels. Thus, she no longer feels any obligation towards the relationship between the original owner and this Lin Xiong. After all, she is not the original owner. To her, Lin Xiong is merely a stranger. She leans back, bending her knees, and executes a difficult backward roll, allowing the blade to whistle past her abdomen. With the second strike missing its mark, Lin Xiong begins to grasp the situation. Could it be that Lin Yan'er possesses martial skills? How is that possible? This daughter of his had been away for over a decade, only returning to the general's residence last year, her face marred by childhood scars, and since her return, she had been the source of endless ridicule. He had scarcely acknowledged her existence. However, Lu had consistently informed him of Lin Yan'er's activities in the village, mentioning the musicians and dancers she had engaged. Yet never a word about a martial instructor. A mere smattering of martial prowess. What could that amount to? Lin Xiong steadies his mind, slightly bending his knees, his eyes flashing with cold determination as he lunges fiercely at Lin Yan'er, the tip of his blade darting forward like lightning, aimed directly at her chest. Die! The low growl resonates, and Lin Xiong's expression is one of unyielding ferocity, brimming with confidence. This technique was passed down from his father, a lethal thrust. In the heat of battle, Lin Yan'er's expression shifted abruptly. There was no time to evade. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she extended her delicate hand to deflect the blade. With a sharp sound, the edge of the knife was diverted, and she swiftly leaned aside, allowing the tip to graze past her waist. The blade sliced through a portion of her skirt's ribbon, which fell to the ground with a soft thud. Lin Yan'er executed a backflip, landing 10 meters away, her beautiful eyes now glimmering with frost. 3 strikes have passed. General Lin, If you still wish to make a move against me, I shall retaliate. Lin Xiong's expression was one of bewilderment. He could not fathom how Lin Yan'er had managed to evade his lethal strike. Few within the divine martial army possessed the agility to dodge such an attack. Lu and Lin Yan'er felt a pang of disappointment. They had anticipated that this time, Lin Yan'er, the bane of their existence, would meet a tragic end. They even entertained the notion that perhaps Lin Xiong had held back. Recovering his wits, Lin Xiong's face flushed with embarrassment. This was not merely a duel. It was a moment when he had been brimming with confidence, believing he possessed overwhelming strength to eliminate the troublesome daughter and restore order. Yet, despite his attempts with 3 strikes, he could not even harm Lin Yan'er, his own daughter. He was the Grand General of the Divine Martial Army. Unable to vanquish his foolish offspring, his dignity lay in tatters. Foolish child, prepare to meet your end. With fury, Lin Xiong lunged at Lin Yan'er, swinging his blade with ferocity, executing sweeping and vertical slashes, each strike intended to be fatal. Should any of his blows land, Lin Yan'er would surely perish on the spot, perhaps even in 2 pieces. Observing Lin Xiong's ferocious onslaught, Lu and Lin Yan'er felt a renewed sense of reassurance. Lin Xiong was not holding back. He truly intended to slay Lin Yan'er on the spot. Their eyes glowed with fervor and satisfaction, as if in the next moment, Lin Yan'er would meet her demise. In their perception, this worthless Lin Yan'er was as easy to eliminate as chopping vegetables. Initially, Lin Xiong might have hesitated, but now he was driven to madness by Lin Yan'er's provocations, resolute in his vow to end her life. However, Lin Yan'er evaded several blows and, after seemingly stuffing something into her mouth behind the veil, she swiftly closed the distance to Lin Xiong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. He rolled on the ground several times before coming to a halt, his long blade clattering away from his grasp. Their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The onlookers were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Chapter 37. Is she truly his daughter? General Lin, with such meager skills, do you even deserve the title of Divine Martial General? Lin Yan'er approached Lin Xiong, her expression laced with mockery as she looked down upon the utterly shocked figure of her father. I think you should resign to the Emperor, otherwise, the moment you step onto the battlefield, you will be the first to flee in disgrace. The merits that grandfather earned through bloodshed will be squandered by you, and he will surely be enraged in the afterlife. Lin Yan'er's words stripped away any semblance of respect. She no longer referred to him as father nor used any formal titles. Enraged, Lin Xiong leaped up, shouting, unfilial daughter. He hurled a punch at Lin Yan'er, who, instead of retreating, advanced boldly, sidestepping his strike and retaliating with a slap that sent him crashing to the ground. Lin Xiong still yearned to rise, but Lin Yan'er stepped forward, her foot pressing firmly on his back, akin to a mountain weighing him down, his face pressed tightly against the ground, immobilized. Lin Xiong's mind was a blank canvas. How could this daughter possess such formidable combat prowess? Was she truly his daughter? He was being publicly subdued by his own seemingly worthless offspring. A surge of indignation coursed through him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness enveloping him as he fainted. Seeing this, Lu shouted at the warriors of the Divine Martial Army that Lin Xiong had brought back. What are you all doing? Hurry and slay that wretched girl to save the general. Her murderous intent towards Lin Yan'er was no longer concealed. The transformation in Lin Yan'er exceeded her expectations. She could discern that Lin Xiong had given his all. The truth was clear. Lin Xiong was no match for Lin Yan'er. Her strength was not achieved overnight. Over the course of more than a decade in the village, something must have transpired that she was unaware of. If that were the case, Lin Yan'er was indeed terrifying. She had been concealing her true self. Lu realized she had underestimated her. The warriors of the Divine Martial Army who were obstructing Achi and others, upon hearing this, were about to send reinforcements. Achi swiftly drew his long knife, letting out a fierce shout. General Lin's actions against the princess are because General Lin is her father. If you dare lay a hand on the princess, you defy the Duke's authority and disdain the imperial power. There will be no mercy. Disdain for imperial power? The soldiers of the Divine Martial Army were struck with fear at such an accusation, instantly becoming paralyzed. Indeed, the princess of the town holds a position of great esteem. The actions of her father and daughter carry no consequence. However, should they dare to strike, it would be an affront to the princess, akin to disrespecting the royal family. Furthermore, this decree was not issued by Lin Xiong, but rather by his lady wife. They were left paralyzed with fear. Lin Yan'er felt a twinge of satisfaction. Indeed, the title of princess is quite powerful. Observing that Lin Xiong had succumbed to unconsciousness, she let out a derisive laugh. Is it truly so unbearable that one must faint when faced with the current predicament? Upon hearing her words, Zhou Mingwu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Last night, when she had bound his hands and stripped him bare, he too had lost consciousness. Lin Yan'er shook her head, releasing her foot, and turned her gaze toward Lu. Lu shuddered, instinctively retreating a few steps, her face betraying terror. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered. "Fear not." Lin Yan'er chuckled. "There will come a time when you will indeed have reason to fear, but that moment is not now. Today, I sever all ties with the general's residence. I am no longer the legitimate daughter of the general, nor Lin Xiong's offspring. If a severance is to occur, let it be thorough. Aunt Lu, I recall that when my mother wed into the general's household, she brought with her a substantial dowry. Her dying wish was that upon my marriage, her dowry be given to me as my bridal gifts. Upon entering the town prince's residence, I received not a single item. I have no desire for the possessions of the general's household. I shall certainly reclaim my mother's dowry. I have already drafted a list, Scoundrel." This so-called list was hastily compiled by Lin Yan'er and Scoundrel during their journey in the carriage, primarily relying on the memories of the original owner and those of Scoundrel. At that time, they were still young and remembered little, so they wrote haphazardly, noting down whatever they deemed valuable. So much time has passed, and undoubtedly, the original dowry of the mother has been entirely squandered by the Lu family, who themselves may not even be aware of its contents. Scoundrel presented the crooked dowry list before Madame Lu, who, in her weakened state, was at a loss, with Lin Xiong unconscious, leaving no one to advocate for her. Upon receiving the list, Madame Lu glanced at it and nearly lost her breath. Although Lin Yan'er's maternal family hailed from a wealthy and powerful background, the dowry they provided was indeed substantial, a memory she faintly recalled to be worth around 100,000 taels. However, the list before her, having been managed by her steward for a considerable time, suggested a valuation of at least 200,000 taels. Was this not a blatant act of extortion? In a state of panic, Madame Lu exclaimed, "You wrote this carelessly. Your mother's dowry cannot possibly be so much. I only sold off 10,000." Her voice abruptly ceased, and she sensed the ominous implications of her words, having inadvertently let slip a critical truth. If she had outright denied the existence of any dowry, it would have been easier to navigate the murky waters of truth and falsehood. Yet, having uttered those words, it was tantamount to admitting that she had consumed Lin Yan'er's rightful dowry. Under the watchful eyes of many, denial was no longer an option. The onlookers at the entrance regarded Madame Lu with disdain, realizing that she had indeed devoured another's dowry and had the audacity to sell it off. It seemed that Lin Yan'er's earlier claims against Madame Lu were not mere fabrications. Lin Yan'er's eyes sparkled with mirth. "This is the list of my mother's dowry, Aunt Lu. Once General Lin awakens, I kindly ask that you have everything prepared. In 3 days, I shall come to collect it. Should there be any discrepancies, I shall dismantle your general's estate and reclaim the valuables to settle the debt." Feeling fatigued, she declared, "I shall take my leave for today." With a clap of her hands, she disregarded Lu's response and, accompanied by Scoundrel and her guards, strode confidently toward the entrance. The townsfolk, upon catching sight of Lin Yan'er, recoiled in fear, hastily parting like the Red Sea, as if they had encountered a specter. Lin Yan'er was perplexed. Was she truly that terrifying? Noticing a child who stumbled and fell, she approached to offer assistance. To her astonishment, the child, who had not cried upon falling, burst into tears upon her touch. A woman rushed forward, collapsing to the ground in terror. "Your Highness, please spare him. He did not intend to offend you. Have mercy." Lin Yan'er was rendered speechless. She had merely acted out of kindness, yet it seemed as if she were a harbinger of death. Was she not a benevolent soul? Her prior reputation had been less than favorable, and her actions today were undeniably shocking for this era. Merely striking Lin Xiong and publicly severing ties with him was sufficient to cast her into the depths of moral disgrace. In a time steeped in the patriarchal ideology of family heads, a father was akin to a child's deity, wielding the power to dictate their fate. Obedience to such authority was deemed the child's foremost duty. Lin Xiong sought to take the life of Lin Yan'er. It was one thing for Lin Yan'er to be slain before she could steady herself, but to dare retaliate against her own father was utterly outrageous. Such a person is capable of anything, and the onlookers would find it entirely unsurprising. Lin Yan'er's reputation has become utterly tarnished. Chapter 38. The depths of her emptiness. Upon exiting the general's residence, Lin Yan'er was greeted by a carriage that had arrived earlier. Once she boarded, they departed from the general's domain, and Lin Yan'er could not help but burst into laughter. "Scoundrel, did you see the faces of Concubine Lu and Lin Yan'er, swollen like that of a pig? I assure you, they won't dare to venture outside for 3 days. That wretched father of mine is weaker than I could have ever imagined. I could easily take on 2 or 3 of him. How dare he claim the title of a formidable general? Haha, though I must admit, I feel a tinge of regret that Lin Yan'er, that little black-hearted lotus, was absent today, as well as Lin Yan'er. Otherwise, I would have turned their entire family into pig-headed fools." Scoundrel, having grown up alongside Lin Yan'er, was astounded by her newfound prowess, which surpassed even that of Lin Xiong. Regardless, it was evident that her mistress was unparalleled, perhaps blessed with some fortuitous encounter unknown to Schuanger. She was not one to delve deeply into mysteries. Her role as the princess's maid was clear, and she was content to follow her. Truth be told, today was particularly gratifying, as those who had tormented them were now kneeling in abject submission, afraid to lift their heads. Indeed, my lady, you have no idea how satisfying it would be to slap Concubine Lu, especially after she poisoned you, leaving your face marred. The plan was indeed lighthearted, yet utterly infuriating. And that second young lady, how dare she poison the princess? I was completely unaware, foolishly believing her to be virtuous. She is truly deserving of disdain. I am filled with an urge to tear that incessantly smiling face apart. Lin Yan'er perceived that Schuanger had gained considerable audacity and resolved to provide her with more practical experiences. 3 days hence, we shall demand the dowry. And I am certain it will not proceed smoothly. I shall grant you another opportunity, deliver a few slaps to that mother-daughter duo. Schuanger gasped, Princess, are we truly returning? Lin Yan'er replied with a smile, I am not jesting. We shall reclaim every single item that belongs to us. Yet, it is not solely about the dowry. I shall relentlessly pursue the transgressions committed against the original owner and her mother by Lu and her vile offspring, piece by piece. Lin Yan'er cast a sidelong glance at Schuanger. Are you frightened? Schuanger swallowed hard, but ultimately raised her fist with determination. With the princess by my side, I fear nothing. Excellent. Lin Yan'er laughed heartily. I assure you, should anyone strike you, you shall retaliate in kind. Should any trouble arise, I will stand behind you. Do not let me down. Understood, Schuanger affirmed. Today, I am in a splendid mood. Let us venture out for a delightful meal. As she inspected the gifts presented by Mama Xiao, she discreetly pocketed a gold ingot. Indulging in a lavish feast was undoubtedly within reach. In the general's residence, as Lin Yan'er departed, Lu promptly instructed her attendants to disperse the onlookers gathered at the entrance. After Lin Xiong was carried to the bedroom, the physician, after considerable effort, managed to revive him. Upon awakening, Lin Xiong sprang to his feet, and upon realizing his surroundings, his face contorted with rage as he shouted vehemently. What misfortune has befallen our family, to have birthed such a wretched daughter? This is outrageous. I swear to eliminate her and cleanse our household. Lu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yan'er, who immediately donned an expression of profound grievance, wiping at the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Father, as a sister, I bear no resentment towards my elder sister for the beating I received. However, my heart is filled with indignation. My visage has been marred, possibly beyond repair. Should His Highness the Crown Prince see me thus, he would surely be repulsed. How could I ever hope to wed him? Oh, father, my fate is truly lamentable. Lu wept sorrowfully. General, you must trust me. I have always treated Yan'er with unwavering kindness. None of her accusations hold any truth. I have regarded her as my own daughter, never once treating her harshly. I am at a loss as to who has been spreading such vile tales before her, inciting her to threaten my life and the lives of my children. General, I have toiled tirelessly to manage this household. Although my efforts may go unrecognized, my hardships are undeniable. Today, I cannot comprehend why Yan'er would treat me in such a manner. Witnessing the weeping of Lu and Lin Yan'er only fueled Lin Xiong's fury further. I shall seek out the Prince of Zhan. Surely, he will provide me with an explanation. I shall retrieve that wretched girl's head and present it before our ancestors, seeking their forgiveness. He bellowed towards the outside. Prepare the carriage. Grasping the formidable blade resting on the table, he stormed out in a fit of rage. Observing Lin Xiong's retreating figure, Lu's eyes brimmed with malice. Lin Yan'er, gritting her teeth, pondered, Mother, will father succeed in this endeavor? Lu, exuding confidence, coldly laughed. He shall undoubtedly succeed. That vile girl has not grown any wiser. The Duke's residence sends protectors and gifts merely for the sake of appearances. They do not genuinely care for her. If they truly valued her, would they allow a rooster to marry her? Would they neglect to feed her, forcing her to consume the rooster raw? And would they take a concubine the very next day after the wedding? Her countenance is such that no man could possibly find favor in her. Today, her audacity is unmatched, and the Duke surely remains oblivious. Once the general returns, the Duke will surely erupt in fury, delivering that wretched woman into the general's hands. Lin Yan'er is a victim of her own folly. Her demise is inevitable. Lin Yan'er finally displayed a hint of a smile. Yet it seemed that her death might be too swift. At that moment, Lu grew anxious. Yan'er, is your face truly beyond recovery? Lin Yan'er scoffed. After a couple of days' rest, it shall fade away. Lu finally exhaled in relief, though a simmering anger still churned within her. Having never endured such humiliation, She felt compelled to witness Lin Yan'er's severed head to find solace. Lin Yan'er tugged at her mother's arm, urging her to come to her room where the master had sent a soothing ointment for swelling. Together, they would apply the balm and patiently await good news from her father. At the Zhen Wangfu's Battle Soul Tower, Zhou Mingwu had returned early, setting a lavish banquet in anticipation of Lin Yan'er's return. Lin Yan'er, having severed ties with her family, found herself in a dire predicament, with her biological father neglecting her in favor of the Liu clan, even threatening her life. At this moment, her spirits must be exceedingly low, reminiscent of Zhou Mingwu's own despair when he learned of his father's intentions against him. That feeling was truly indescribable. At that time, no one was there to offer solace. He could only drown his sorrows in wine, ultimately succumbing to intoxication. Considering her plight today, he decided to overlook the events of last night, being struck by her, stripped of his dignity, and mocked, wiping the slate clean. He resolved to treat her to a hearty meal and provide her with the comfort she desperately needed, so as not to let her suffer unduly. They were kindred spirits, deserving of mutual understanding and compassion. Alas, despite his waiting, Lin Yan'er did not return. He sent Qingming to inquire about her whereabouts. Qingming reported that the princess had yet to arrive. Subsequently, the shadow guards brought news that she was at the Chungui Tower, having reserved a private room filled with sumptuous food and drink, accompanied by Shuang'er, Aki, and 3 other guards, indulging in revelry and song, causing quite a stir throughout the establishment. Chungui Tower? It was the grandest tavern in the capital. Zhou Mingwu sighed inwardly, recognizing that she had gone there to drown her sorrows, with no one to accompany her but maidservants and guards. She must be feeling quite discontented. He instructed Aki and the others to keep a watchful eye, ensuring she did not overindulge in her libations. What songs had she sung? The expression of the person returning was somewhat peculiar, while the princess beamed with joy. Despite wearing a veil, one could unmistakably feel her elation. The individual cleared his throat, unable to comprehend the songs sung by the princess. With its lyrics about friends embarking on a lifelong journey together and the irrevocable passage of time, such sentiments were beyond his grasp. Zhou Mingwu closed his eyes, understanding her feelings alone. She must have felt that henceforth, she would walk alone, devoid of companionship. How profoundly empty and desolate she must be. An inexplicable pain surged within Zhou Mingwu's heart. He resolved to accompany her once more. Prepare the carriage. Just as he was about to depart, an urgent report arrived. General Lin Xiong of the Divine Martial Army sought an audience with the prince. Chapter 39. He would not let her go. The Divine Martial General? Zhou Mingwu's countenance darkened, a chill enveloping him. Invite him to the reception hall. In the hall, Lin Xiong sat with clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled. He harbored an intense loathing for Lin Yan'er. This daughter was fated to bring calamity upon the Lin family and upon him, no matter what. Today he would ensure her demise. There was no doubt about it. The town prince had no affection for Lin Yan'er, and given Lin Xiong's position as the commander of the Divine Martial Army, the town prince had no reason to protect that wretched girl. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiong, Zhou Mingwu had quietly slipped out through the back door, en route to Chungui Lu. Upon entering the Spring Return Pavilion, one is immediately greeted by a captivating scene. A graceful young woman, veiled and delicate, stands at the second-floor railing, clapping her hands and swaying her body, leading all the diners in the grand hall below in a rousing chorus of a song previously unheard by Zhou Mingwu. Over the years, he has weathered both wind and rain alone. Aki and the other guards stand quietly nearby, vigilant as they observe the surroundings. The crowd below appears entranced, clapping along and singing loudly, with many moved to tears. In the 24th century, Lin Yan'er finds her only solace outside of work and singing, particularly relishing the moments when she and her colleagues join together to perform Jackie Chung's Friends. This song, which resonates deeply in a time that cherishes friendship, takes on even greater emotional weight, prompting those present to request the proprietor of the Spring Return Pavilion to allow the singers to perform for everyone. Lin Yan'er, without hesitation or shyness, graciously steps to the second-floor railing, singing the piece once more, igniting a fervor among the audience. After the initial performance, the crowd clamors for an encore, transforming the gathering into an impromptu sing-along. As Zhou Mingwu listens, memories flood back to him. Those who have walked alongside him throughout the years, the majority being his guards and subordinates. Many have perished in their quest to protect him or fallen on the battlefield for their country. Most of his time has been spent in solitude. Lin Yan'er's song echoes her innermost feelings, articulating his own unvoiced sentiments. Strangely, he finds himself entranced by the melody. This woman possesses martial prowess, medical knowledge, and a melodious voice. Truly, she is a remarkable talent. Suddenly, an exclamation arose as Lin Yan'er swayed to the side and collapsed onto the ground. Shuang'er hurriedly rushed forward to support Lin Yan'er, while Qi and the others gathered around, shielding her as they returned to the private room. Shuang'er, filled with concern, inquired, "Your Highness, what ails you?" Lin Yan'er had forgotten that during her spar with Lin Xiong, she had consumed a strength-enhancing pill. Now, as the effects of the pill waned, she felt exceedingly weak. This was a side effect of the strength enhancer. After 2 hours, one must rest thoroughly and enjoy a hearty meal upon waking to recuperate. Lin Yan'er gestured to Shuang'er, assuring her that it was nothing serious, merely fatigue, and instructed her to assist her in returning to rest. Just as they were about to exit, the door to the private room swung open, and a figure clad in a silver-white mask, seated in a wheelchair, was wheeled in. Following closely was Qingming. Qi and the other guards immediately stood aside to pay their respects. Lin Yan'er recognized him at once as Zhou Mingwu and was about to inquire about his presence when she heard Zhou Mingwu command Shuang'er, "Bring her over." Shuang'er, perplexed, wondered where they intended to take the princess. Qingming exchanged glances with Shuang'er, and she quickly realized that they wished to bring Lin Yan'er before Zhou Mingwu. Ordinarily, even after the effects of the pill had worn off, one would not be rendered so utterly exhausted. Perhaps it was the alcohol she had consumed earlier. The strength-enhancing pill is incompatible with alcohol, as it can amplify the effects of the medicine and deplete physical stamina to a greater extent. Thus, once the effects faded, she found herself devoid of the strength to even stand. Shuang'er supported Lin Yan'er as they approached Zhou Mingwu. Lin Yan'er was somewhat perplexed by Zhou Mingwu's intentions and felt an ominous premonition, an instinctive resistance welling within her. Yet, she found herself unable to assert her autonomy at that moment. Upon reaching Zhou Mingwu, he extended his long arms, encircling Lin Yan'er's slender waist. With a gentle tug, she was effortlessly seated upon his lap in a princess embrace, cradled in his arms. She attempted to struggle but found herself devoid of strength, resigning herself to his hold. Qingming maneuvered the wheelchair, and surrounded by the crowd, they exited Chengui Lu. The guards effortlessly lifted both the wheelchair and its occupant into the carriage. Once aboard, Zhou Mingwu remained seated in the wheelchair, while Lin Yan'er continued to be enveloped in his powerful embrace. Reflecting on her treatment of Zhou Mingwu the previous day, a wave of guilt washed over her. Surely, he would not let her off easily. However, she felt powerless to change the situation, lacking the strength to raise her arms. She surrendered to the circumstances, her sole desire now being to sleep. Before her eyelids closed, she gazed at the masked face before her, contemplating how handsome Zhou Mingwu was. His physique robust and muscular. Such a man, she mused, hardly seemed a loss. Whatever the case, she thought, it mattered little now. With that, her eyes fluttered shut as she drifted into a deep slumber. Zhou Mingwu observed her in silence. Noting the unmistakable sin of alcohol that enveloped her, she had undoubtedly indulged quite a bit. His heart ached as he gazed at Lin Yan'er, who lay nestled against his chest. Gently, he brushed aside her disheveled hair, initially thinking that sleeping with a veil might impede her breathing. As his hand reached toward her face to remove the veil, after all, he had seen her unmasked before. It hesitated just before making contact with her cheek. Better not. She might get upset. At this moment, Lin Yan'er is experiencing the depths of sorrow, facing the darkest period of her life. He merely needs to be by her side, assuring her that she is not alone. That family is present. He is her husband and her kin. She will not be solitary. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Lin Yan'er nestled in Zhou Mingwu's embrace. Sound asleep. Qingming pushed the wheelchair cautiously, concerned that any abrupt movement might disturb the ground. He proceeded slowly along the main thoroughfare of the estate, making their way to the Battle Spirit Tower. Many onlookers witnessed this scene, further solidifying the truth of the rumors that the princess was indeed favored. Xiaoyun observed from a distance, utterly astonished. Zhou Mingwu had actually returned carrying that unattractive woman, tending to her with utmost care, apprehensive about the uneven path, urging the guards to push at an agonizingly slow pace. The guards even gestured from afar, signaling the attendants to be silent, lest they awaken the princess. Little did Zhou Mingwu know, at this moment, even a thunderclap by her ear would not stir Lin Yan'er from her slumber. Xiaoyun could not fathom why Lin Yan'er had suddenly received such favor. Just 2 or 3 days prior, the Duke's disdain for Lin Yan'er was palpable. It seemed that everything changed after the attack on the Battle Spirit Tower. That place remains shrouded in secrecy. What mysteries lie hidden within its confines? Xiaoyun hurried back to Qingzhou Courtyard, reporting the events to Xiao Qingqing in full detail. As Xiao Qingqing listened, her face contorted with rage. Her fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted, eyes ablaze with resentment. Even if that unattractive woman were to wield the emperor's authority over Zhou Mingwu, it was inconceivable that he would go to such lengths. The truth, as Zhou Mingwu articulated, is that Lin Yan'er has truly captivated him. That unattractive woman, what merits does she possess? I must ensure her demise, and swiftly. Chapter 40. Do you possess the ability to take advantage of others' misfortunes? Xiaoyun hastily urged. Concubine, speak softly. The walls have ears. Xiao Qingqing's eyes were ablaze with fury, yet her voice did indeed lower. They were within the Duke of Town's residence, and her time here had been brief. Aside from Xiaoyun, none were her confidants. Should her words reach Zhou Mingwu, she could be expelled without a glimmer of hope remaining. Did I not instruct you to seek news from the Prince of Zhao? Have you any updates? Xiaoyun lowered her voice, a fierce expression gracing her countenance. This servant has indeed met with the Prince of Zhao today and subtly reported the vile deeds of that ugly woman. The prince was genuinely incensed, seizing his sword, intent on coming to the duke's residence to execute Lin Yan'er. However, just as he was about to depart, a messenger from the palace arrived, summoning him to the Empress Ming's presence, and he was thus taken away. Rest assured, concubine, Xiaoyun continued, the prince assured me that with him present, that ugly woman would not stir up considerable trouble. He will not allow you to suffer indignities. Await his return from the palace. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qingqing's countenance improved slightly. After years of painstaking scheming, how could she allow her efforts to be thwarted at the brink of success? The crux of the matter was that she had been bested by a love-struck, unattractive woman, a laughingstock in the capital. How could she come to terms with being outdone by a mere jest? The reception hall of the Duke of Town was directly in front of the Battle Soul Pavilion, where Lin Xiong sat, initially fuming, but now his demeanor appeared somewhat deflated. He was unaware of how much tea he had consumed. In fact, he had drunk to the point of nausea, yet the Prince of Zhen had yet to make an appearance. As dusk approached, Lin Xiong felt a gnawing hunger within him. He walked to the entrance and inquired of the guard stationed there, "Why has His Highness not yet come to see me?" The guard replied respectfully, "I apologize, General Lin. At this hour, His Highness is likely dining and may arrive to meet you shortly." Lin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was the dinner hour. The prince had gone to dine without inviting him along or even sending a servant with some food. Surely, he could not request food from them himself. He resolved to wait a little longer. After a lengthy wait of nearly half an hour, the guards changed shifts. The new guards exchanged cheerful banter with those who had been on duty, mentioning that the evening meal was splendid, featuring braised pork, and urging one another to hurry and eat. At the mention of food, Lin Xiong could no longer remain seated. He approached the guards once more, slightly cupping his hands in salute, and conveyed, "Please inform His Highness that I shall visit again tomorrow morning." He turned to leave but was halted by a few guards. The leading guard remained respectful, yet his tone was firm. "I regret to inform you, General Lin, that His Highness has not indicated that he wishes to avoid meeting you. Please wait a little longer." "What does that mean?" Lin Xiong furrowed his brow. "Then why do you not go and relay the message?" The guard replied earnestly, "General Lin, we have already informed His Highness, and he has requested that you wait a while longer." "How much longer must I wait?" Lin Xiong's expression darkened. "I have been waiting here for an entire afternoon. Please come again tomorrow." He attempted to leave with a wave of his hand, but was halted by several guards blocking his path. "My apologies, General Lin. The prince has requested to see you, and we cannot allow you to depart." "What?" Lin Xiong had always been with the Divine Martial Army, while Zhou Mingwu commanded the Brave Cavalry, two distinct military factions. The Divine Martial Army primarily served to protect the capital, while the Brave Cavalry, though also tasked with safeguarding the capital, was more often engaged in campaigns across the land. Over the past few years, the Brave Cavalry's military achievements far surpassed those of the Divine Martial Army, leading commanders like Lin Xiong to feel somewhat diminished in the presence of Zhou Mingwu. Moreover, Zhou Mingwu seldom appeared in court and had not cultivated connections among officials. Lin Xiong's understanding of him was merely based on court gossip, which indicated that this prince lacked the emperor's favor and had always maintained a low profile. He was taken aback by the audacity of the Prince of Zhen. Was it true that he could not leave simply because the prince refused to see him? Lin Xiong found himself perplexed. After all, he was the Grand General of the Divine Martial Army. Yet, he dared not push past the guards, as they were not only the commanders of the Brave Cavalry but also the Prince of Zhen, the Emperor's own son. Reluctantly, he returned to his seat and, with great impatience, demanded, "Then bring me something to eat." The guards acquiesced, and after a short while, they presented him with a meager meal, 2 steamed buns and a bit of pickled vegetables, devoid of fine wine or meat. Their explanation was that it was late, and the kitchen had run out of provisions. Lin Xiong felt a surge of frustration but realized that causing a scene in the Prince of Zhen's residence might not be wise. Today, he arrived at the residence of the town king, demanding that the wretched girl be handed over to him. He was willing to kill her himself, thus presenting a request to the town king. Famished, he found some steamed buns still palatable. Lin Xiong seized a bun and began to gnaw on it. Within the general's mansion, Lu and Lin Yan'er awaited Lin Xiang's return with bated breath. Lu had even arranged for sacrificial offerings, ready to honor their ancestors and seek forgiveness upon Lin Xiang's completion of his grim task. Both women prepared a sumptuous spread, sipping tea and indulging in delicacies, anticipating auspicious news from Lin Xiang. However, as noon passed and the lamps were lit, Lin Xiang remained absent, with nary a word of his whereabouts. Upon entering the town king's residence, it seemed as if he had vanished from existence. The initially tranquil demeanor of the two women began to wane. They dispatched numerous inquiries, only to receive the disheartening news of silence. Entry to the town king's estate was barred, and the guards professed ignorance. This ignited a sense of urgency in Lu and Lin Yan'er, prompting them to seek connections to gather information about Lin Xiang's fate at the town king's abode. Within the War Soul Tower, the oil lamps flickered to life, and Lin Yan'er gradually awakened. She vowed never to drink alcohol again after consuming energy-enhancing substances. A dull ache throbbed in her head. Truth be told, in the 24th century, she was not one to boast of a robust tolerance for liquor. While others quaffed beer like water, her limit was merely 2 bottles. She found it peculiar, sensing the comfort of an embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a face marred by bruises. Who could this be? The town king, Zhou Mingwu. Ah! She screamed, launching a fist towards Zhou Mingwu's eye. Then, throwing off the covers, she sprang to her feet, landing deftly on the floor. Upon standing upright, she realized that her dress was intact, and she still wore her veil. This indicated that Zhou Mingwu had not overstepped any boundaries. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was likely that he was repulsed by her pockmarked face and could not bring himself to act. Fortunately, this blemished visage served as a shield. Casting her gaze upon Zhou Mingwu, who bore the marks of a panda from the altercation, she felt no sympathy whatsoever. Zhou Mingwu, in a state of utter exasperation, thought to himself, I did not take advantage of the situation. He was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Lin Yan'er's mind, instinctively believing that she had misunderstood his intentions and felt compelled to clarify. Take advantage? Lin Yan'er scoffed. Do you truly possess the ability to take advantage? Have you forgotten that you are nothing more than an inept scoundrel? The label of an inept scoundrel instantly erased Zhou Mingwu's feelings of grievance, replaced by a surge of cold fury that enveloped him, his expression darkening. Do you still consider me inept? Chapter 41. Truly unbearable in truth. Lin Yan'er was aware that Zhou Mingwu was not devoid of capability. In fact, she believed that he was repulsed by her appearance, unable to act, even refraining from lifting her veil. She secretly hoped that if Zhou Mingwu were to unveil her, he would discover a different realm entirely. Otherwise, she would surely fall victim to his malicious intentions. If the pockmarks on her face vanished, she would be left with skin as smooth as ice and beauty akin to that of a celestial being, a visage that no man could resist. However, she firmly believed that Zhou Mingwu held her in disdain, and no matter what, this realization left her feeling quite displeased. Thus, she clung to the notion of his incompetence, hoping to provoke him. Only when he was irked would she feel a semblance of satisfaction. Lin Yan'er's eyes were filled with both provocation and disdain. Humph, you are truly incapable, utterly inept. Otherwise, how could you remain so composed with such a stunning beauty by your side? Zhou Mingwu was genuinely infuriated. His teeth clenched in frustration, regretting his predicament. It seemed that this woman had firmly concluded that he was indeed inadequate. An incapable man could hardly be the object of a woman's affection. No woman would willingly endure a life of solitude. It was imperative to rectify her perception of him, to make her unequivocally aware that he was competent, indeed exceptionally so. Princess, it appears you harbor a profound misunderstanding of me. Zhou Mingwu's previously somber visage suddenly revealed a dangerous curve. Some matters must indeed be substantiated with reality. Otherwise, if you eternally doubt my capabilities, how could you ever love me? His heart ached for her, having been forsaken by her family. He would not engage in any actions that might cause her even the slightest harm. Yet, this woman persistently provoked him. It was utterly intolerable. Grasping the blanket, he flung it towards Lin Yan'er. Realizing the impending situation, she attempted to retreat, only to find her strength insufficient, her movement sluggish, and she was swiftly enveloped, propelled onto the bed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan'er found herself pinned beneath Zhou Mingwu, her small hands held firmly against the bed by his larger ones, rendering her unable to move. Zhou Mingwu's face, mere inches away, bore a hint of playful mockery, his eyes brimming with desire. Heaven knows how profoundly this woman captivates him. Last night, he exerted immense effort to maintain his restraint. Even aware of her pockmarked complexion, he could not help but steal several kisses through the veil. To his astonishment, upon awakening, she had the audacity to taunt his prowess. Princess, let me assure you, I am indeed quite capable. His countenance, though marred by dark circles and bruises, still held a striking handsomeness as it loomed closer to her, his breath warming the fabric of her veil. A miscalculation. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yan'er would stand no chance against the current Zhou Mingwu. Last night, having consumed a strength-enhancing elixir that magnified his power tenfold, he had barely been subdued. Now, having just awakened from extreme fatigue after taking the elixir, her stamina had somewhat returned, yet she could only move with basic freedom. To engage Zhou Mingwu in combat would be utterly futile. Of course, as a premier medical expert and scientist from the 24th century, she possessed ample means to handle an ancient adversary, even one as skilled as he. In her lucid state, unless she chose otherwise, no one could lay a finger upon her. A smile flickered across her features. My lord, I believe you are still lacking. Zhou Mingwu paused, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. A surge of danger prompted him instinctively to glance toward Lin Yan'er's hands. In Lin Yan'er's hand was a cylindrical object made of an unknown material. What could it be? With a mischievous grin, Lin Yan'er exclaimed, a super self-defense electric gun. Almost instantaneously, a sharp sound was heard, followed by a flash of lightning that struck Zhou Mingwu's shoulder. He cried out in pain and fell unconscious. Collapsing heavily onto Lin Yan'er, burdened by Zhou Mingwu's weight, Lin Yan'er found herself in a rather exasperating predicament. This was a military-grade close-combat electric gun, designed for individual use. A single charge could unleash 10 electric discharges, potent enough to incapacitate even a bull within a distance of 10 meters. Zhou Mingwu was exceptionally heavy, towering, and robust. Weighing at least 150 pounds, he was incredibly cumbersome. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Yan'er summoned all her strength to shove Zhou Mingwu away. With a resounding thud, he toppled off the bed. After this exertion, Lin Yan'er lay on the bed, gasping for breath before finally managing to rise. At this moment, hunger gnawed at her. The commotion had depleted her already waning energy. She staggered to the door, cracked it open slightly, and immediately drew the attention of those outside, including Qingming and several guards. Greetings, Your Highness. Qingming quickly offered his respects. Lin Yan'er feigned calmness and cleared her throat. Qingming, the prince is hungry. Please fetch some food for him, she insisted. Something substantial, Lin Yan'er emphasized. In Qingming's eyes, Lin Yan'er and Zhou Mingwu had become akin. Both were his masters, and he had no grounds to refuse. He surmised that after returning from their midday excursion, they must be fatigued and in need of sustenance. Although there were no sounds today, unlike the tumultuous night before that nearly brought down the house, Qingming remained convinced that their unique battle today was equally exhausting. After all, it had been hours since noon. The prince truly needed to replenish his strength. The princess did as well, requiring a substantial boost. Upon issuing a command, food began to arrive in succession: chicken, duck, goose, pork, and beef, an array of meats prepared in various styles, each dish a feast for the senses. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Lin Yan'er to salivate. She refrained from allowing anyone into the room, fearing they might glimpse Zhou Mingwu lying rigidly on the floor, potentially leading them to mistakenly believe the prince had been assassinated. Zhou Mingwu had merely been incapacitated. Once she had eaten her fill and regained her strength, she would carry him to the bed and administer the same electric treatment as the night before. Lin Yan'er carefully maneuvered each dish through the door's crack. Qingming felt a twinge of confusion, but the image of Zhou Mingwu, stripped and locked away, filled him with a sense of trepidation and astonishment. Could it be that the prince and the princess were engaged in some scandalous game? Out of respect, he dared not ask to enter. After arranging the sumptuous feast, Lin Yan'er settled down, lifted her veil. After all, no one was watching, and began to devour the meal with great zeal. It took a full half-hour for her to satiate her hunger, slumping against the table, panting from the effort. Once she felt her strength return, she walked over and dragged Zhou Mingwu to the bed with considerable effort, securing him with handcuffs as before. The gleam of the scalpel flashed ominously as Zhou Mingwu was stripped bare, and she bound a rag around his eyes to prevent him from seeing the electric treatment device upon awakening. The garments of ancient men are beyond Lin Yan'er's comprehension. After all, a prince possesses an abundance of attire, and changing into a new outfit suffices. Skillfully completing her stitching, she connected the electrotherapy device, adjusted the timer, and with a swift motion of her body, she entered the spatial realm. Upon entering the laboratory, she surveyed the assortment of equipment, drones, personal flying devices, and more, all present in abundance. She retrieved a spy drone, scarcely larger than a fly, grasped the remote control, and with a mere thought, emerged from the spatial confines, activating the drone and maneuvering it through the narrow gap of the window. Chapter 42. The most malicious woman's heart. The spy drone darted through the window, And through the display screen of the remote, Lin Yan'er beheld the scene in the grand hall. Qing Ming and several guards stood resolutely at the entrance, while nearby, a reclining chair cradled her maid, Shuang'er, who lay there in serene slumber. She was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that her maid would receive such privileged treatment. Under Lin Yan'er's deft control, the drone continued to hum as it flew about. The hall, once filled to capacity with the injured, now housed fewer than half. Thanks to the innovative treatment regimen she had imparted. Although many had not fully recovered, they were capable of resuming duty or returning home for recuperation, no longer confined to the beds. The remaining patients, as decided by Zhou Mingguo, would be transported to the station of the cavalry before dawn, where their treatment would persist. Helpers were nearby, assisting in the gathering of belongings, and by morning, the War Soul Tower would lift its blockade. The spy drone ventured outside the War Soul Tower. Its diminutive size limited its perspective and altitude, allowing it only to flit between the buildings. Where to go? Within the Jinwang mansion. There exists one person who harbors malicious intent towards her, and that is the side consort, Xiao. Regardless, it is merely a trial of the spy drone. Thus, the diminutive drone, emitting an imperceptible hum, ascended into the Qingzhou courtyard. Equipped with night vision capabilities, it was unnecessary to activate this feature tonight, as the moonlight illuminated the surroundings. Upon entering the Qingzhou courtyard, the environment revealed itself to be far superior to that of the Qingxi courtyard, boasting a small bridge over flowing water, 2 quaint pavilions, and an abundance of exotic flowers and plants. The area of her own Qingxi courtyard was at least half that of Qizhou, featuring merely a few banyan trees adorned with dense aerial roots, which presumably inspired its name. Beyond that, there was naught else. Indeed, the side consort is the true love of that scoundrel. Lin Yan'er cast a glance at Zhou Mingguo, whose hands were shackled, completely unclothed, and blindfolded with strips of cloth. How she yearned to give him a good thrashing. After all, she was his savior. At that moment, the man lying on the bed suddenly stirred. Lin Yan'er let out a cold snort as the tiny drone, no larger than a fly, entered through the window into the main room of Qizhou courtyard where Xiao Qingqing resided. The night had deepened, yet Xiao Qingqing remained awake. What was she engaged in? Through the lens of the spy drone, Lin Yan'er observed Xiao Qingqing holding a doll upon which a name was inscribed. As the lens drew closer, she was astonished to discover that the name was none other than her own, Lin Yan'er. Internally, Lin Yan'er cursed under her breath, bewildered by the situation. Xiao Qingqing was poised with a needle, stabbing the doll repeatedly while muttering incantations. I will pierce you, you ugly girl. Curse you, ugly woman. May you be blinded. Lin Yan'er adjusted the camera, and as she focused, she was struck by the grotesque, venomous visage of Xiao Qingqing illuminated by the flickering oil lamp. A shiver ran down her spine. How could Xiao Qingqing harbor such intense hatred for her? It was utterly unfathomable. She was the beloved white moonlight of Zhou Mingguo, his cherished partner. What reason could Xiao Qingqing possibly have to despise her so? Was it merely a consequence of having been slapped twice and kicked once on that fateful day? Such animosity that led her to lose sleep at night and resort to voodoo dolls for release. In ancient times, this was considered witchcraft, a practice believed to be dreadfully potent, and employing such sinister means against others was a grave offense, particularly within the confines of the palace across every dynasty. This malice thrived among the women of the court, who would surreptitiously wish harm upon rivals or those they found displeasing. Although Lin Yan'er was also a woman, she could not help but scoff. The heart of a woman can be most treacherous. Some women truly are not to be trifled with. The spy drone made a circuit, and losing interest in Xiao Qingqing's continued malice, Lin Yan'er steered it out of the Qingzhou courtyard and back towards the Zansul Tower. Accidentally, the lens swept across the brightly lit guest house in front of the tower. Were there still visitors present? Manipulating the drone, Lin Yan'er guided it past several guards at the main entrance and into the guest house. As the camera drew closer, she beheld a familiar face. It was none other than her original father's, Lin Xiong. He was pacing restlessly, clearly agitated, before approaching the guards. The prince does not allow me to leave, yet he refuses to see me. Could you perhaps relay a message to my lady at the general's residence, informing her that I am detained at the prince's manor and will not return until tomorrow? My wife will undoubtedly worry for my well-being. Lin Yan'er quickly comprehended that Lin Xiong, having been beaten by her during the day, must have come to seek an audience with Zhou Mingguo to lodge a complaint and demand an explanation. Zhou Mingguo has left him waiting in the reception hall. It is also possible that Zhou Mingguo has been rendered incapacitated and is unable to meet Lin Xiong, resulting in the guards of the royal residence preventing Lin Xiong from departing. What a despicable father he is, truly a match made in malevolence with Lu, that devious and sinister woman. Lin Yan'er had anticipated Lin Xiong would seek out Zhou Mingguo before she even decided to make a scene at the general's residence. She felt no concern whatsoever. For the sake of her own safety, Zhou Mingwu would certainly protect her. Her actions were not merely a whimsical outburst aimed at the general's residence. Lin Xiong and Zhou Mingwu are not of the same caliber. As long as Zhou Mingwu desires it, Lin Xiong would find himself utterly helpless, which in turn renders Lin Yan'er equally untouchable. She held no interest in Lin Xiong. And as the reconnaissance drone returned, it seemed to capture two shadowy figures flitting through the darkness ahead. Lin Yan'er's brow furrowed slightly. Were they perhaps assassins? The drone swiftly pursued them, and indeed, the two figures clad in black stealthily evaded the guards, moving silently towards her residence, the green silk courtyard. Linpa had remained at the general's residence, and since Lin Yan'er had not brought her back, the green silk courtyard was currently unoccupied. The two individuals, agile and nimble, leapt into the verdant courtyard, making their way directly to the main residence of Lin Yan'er. They swiftly pried open the door and stealthily entered. A drone trailed closely behind them. Once they confirmed the absence of occupants within the room, one of them whispered, "What shall we do if no one is here?" The other replied, "The master will arrive within 3 days. If we do not even know where the person is, how can we report back? Let us continue searching." As they prepared to exit, Lin Yan'er was filled with confusion. Were they searching for her? Suddenly, shadows flickered ahead, and two figures abruptly appeared before the lens. Standing directly in front of the two cloaked men, clad in the attire of the royal guard. She recalled what Chi had mentioned. The royal residence employed both overt and covert guards, and these must be the latter. How could there be covert guards in the courtyard? Where did they usually conceal themselves? The royal residence's covert operatives were truly formidable. She had not sensed their presence at all. The spy drone had traversed the area, observing only the visible guards on duty or patrolling, failing to detect a single covert operative. Chapter 43. Do you think I am so easily deceived? Without a moment's hesitation, the two factions engaged in combat, swords clashing and sparks flying. The cloaked men exhibited commendable skill but dared not linger. They feigned a few moves before swiftly retreating. Lin Yan'er maneuvered the drone, pursuing the fleeing black-clad figures through a labyrinthine route, covering approximately 5 or 6 kilometers before scaling a wall into a large courtyard. Just as the drone was about to follow, it unwittingly overlooked a frog lurking in the corner, which suddenly leapt up and ensnared the drone, which was no larger than a fly, with its tongue. With a sudden whir, the drone autonomously generated a self-defense current, startling the frog into a rigid stance before it tumbled to the ground. After liberating itself from the amphibian, the drone glided into the expansive courtyard, where an unusual tranquility enveloped the surroundings. All inhabitants were fast asleep, and the two shadowy figures had vanished without a trace. The drone circled the courtyard, only to discover at the main entrance that it was a grain store named Tongtian Grain Shop. Lin Yan'er meticulously noted down the name and activated the return function, prompting the drone to retrace its path to the Duke's residence. The Duke's manor remained eerily silent, as though no disturbance had transpired. Lin Yan'er made a point to observe the whereabouts of the hidden guards, but regrettably, none were found. This spy drone, no larger than a fly, had limited endurance and signal range, capable of only 2 circuits within a 10-kilometer radius. However, the laboratory possessed medium-sized drones, significantly more formidable than the diminutive spy variants. Equipped with high-definition cameras, thermal sensors, and infrared scanners. Under the scrutiny of infrared technology, any concealed life forms would undoubtedly be exposed. Regrettably, the category of research Lin Yan'er was engaged in did not encompass weaponry such as missiles. Otherwise, should she find someone displeasing, she could dispatch a drone to unleash a missile upon them, rendering them utterly untraceable, truly invincible. After retracting the miniature spy drone, Lin Yan'er returned to the space laboratory, meticulously inspecting the finished and semi-finished high-tech products. The innovative, energy-efficient personal aircraft she led the team in developing stood quietly in a corner of the lab. The aircraft is an electric, silent marvel, with wings spanning just over a meter. Beneath its steel wings lie several exhaust vents, which generate powerful airflow, enabling high-speed flight. The device is equipped with a highly sensitive sensing system. Once a person is bound to the aircraft, the sensing mechanism activates, allowing the individual to control the flight through sheer willpower. This is the pinnacle of 24th century personal aviation technology, capable of lifting up to 300 pounds and achieving speeds of up to 800 kilometers per hour. With a single charge, it boasts a remarkable range of 500 kilometers. She yearns to soar through the skies of the great Wu dynasty, to revel in the breathtaking vistas of the capital and breathe in the air of ancient freedom. However, such aspirations remain impractical at present. The mere appearance of such contraptions could attract unwanted attention, as they are far too extraordinary for the ancients to comprehend. potentially leading to accusations of sorcery and branding her as a witch. The ancients harbored little patience or tolerance for demons or sorcerers. Their only resolution was annihilation for peace of mind. She must wait until she is far removed from Zhou Mingwu, embarking on a journey to a secluded place where she can finally unleash her true self. Lin Yan'er resumed her tinkering with unfinished projects in the laboratory until the designated alarm signaled her departure from that realm. Initially, she assumed Zhou Mingwu remained asleep. It was only when she stood beside him that she realized he had already awakened, albeit without the struggles and writhing of the previous day. Upon sensing Lin Yan'er's presence suddenly beside him, he confirmed his suspicions from the day before. Just moments ago, Lin Yan'er was surely not within this chamber. Her presence seemed to materialize out of thin air. Could it be that her lightness of foot was so extraordinary that even he could not sense it? Your Highness, you are awake. Do speak, Lin Yan'er declared as she retracted the electrotherapy device and removed the needles. With a graceful motion, she untied the cloth that bound his eyes. He blinked a few times, adjusting to the light, and regarded Lin Yan'er with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Were you sleeping beside me? Lin Yan'er chuckled softly, gesturing towards a nearby chaise lounge. Of course, I was sleeping quite comfortably. She feigned a yawn and stretched languidly. Zhou Mingwu had no intention of probing into her secrets. Even if his curiosity was piqued, he chose to heed her words and not dwell on the matter any longer. He was assured that Lin Yan'er was neither the crown prince's nor anyone else's, and harbored no malice towards him. Regardless of the secrets she held, they posed no threat to him. This woman was his princess. Lin Yan'er's concealment was merely a reflection of her insufficient trust in him. One day, he vowed, he would earn her unconditional and wholehearted trust. Though initially incensed by the punch she had dealt him to the eye and the cylindrical device that had shocked him, leaving a bruise on his shoulder and causing persistent pain and numbness, he had calmed himself and continued his introspection over the past 2 days. The conclusion was clear. It was still his fault. He resolved to be magnanimous and not hold the woman accountable. He must exhibit the demeanor of a true man, allowing her to perceive his patience and generosity. Yan'er, please unlock these handcuffs for me. Zhou Mingwu's voice was gentle. I do not hold yesterday's events against you. Yan'er? Were they so familiar? He had referred to her in the same manner yesterday, and it had left her feeling particularly uneasy. Now, with that tone, Lin Yan'er was immediately on high alert. He must have ulterior motives. Once the handcuffs were removed, would he seize the moment to launch an ambush? This scoundrel. Does he think I am so easily deceived? She coughed lightly and smiled mockingly. Your Highness, I could easily turn you into a one-eyed panda and leave you stunned. If you were to shout at me, I might find that somewhat acceptable. But now you claim not to blame me? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. I'm afraid I'll have to leave this task to Qingming. Farewell. You, come back here. Zhou Mingwu's veins throbbed with fury. This woman was utterly insufferable. Yesterday, he had been exposed in such a disheveled state before his subordinates, leaving his dignity in tatters. And today, it was no different. He could only imagine what his guards, including Qingming, were thinking as they witnessed this scene. The very thought made Zhou Mingwu's scalp prickle and his face burn with embarrassment. Yet, Lin Yan'er did not return. She left without a moment's pause, almost fleeing. Then, Qingming cautiously entered. He felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Your Highness, I have entered, he said. Upon seeing Zhou Mingwu's condition, Qingming swallowed hard. The scene remains unchanged from yesterday, yet today, everything in the room is intact, while yesterday, even the walls bore cracks. Consistently, the prince's garments have once again been ruined by the princess, necessitating the acquisition of a new attire. The prince's hands are once more shackled to the bed, his eyes closed, exuding an expression of yearning to burrow into the depths of the earth, awaiting his release. He is perplexed. What manner of game does this couple engage in that captivates the prince so thoroughly? Chapter 44. You deserve this, Qingming, while unlocking the handcuffs for Zhou Mingwu, felt a surge of curiosity, though he dared not voice it. After being provided with a new robe, Zhou Mingwu, once seated in his wheelchair, coughed twice and, with a serious demeanor, inquired of Qingming what he seemed eager to discuss. Noting Zhou Mingwu's grave expression, Qingming also cleared his throat but refrained from revealing his inquisitiveness. Your Highness, last night, a group of masked intruders breached the Wangfu. Their target, however, was not the Zhanhuan Tower. Do you know their intended destination? Impatient with Qingming's enigmatic manner, Zhou Mingwu urged him to speak plainly. Qingming, with a slight grimace, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While engaging in all sorts of playful antics with the princess, there was no semblance of decorum, yet he remained cold and unyielding with his subordinates, unable to share even a jest. Your Highness, they were headed towards the Qingxi courtyard, seemingly with intentions harmful to the princess. What? Zhou Mingwu's countenance shifted dramatically, darkening with an intensity that could almost wring water from the air, as an aura of frost radiated from him. An assault against his princess. Who was responsible? The general's household? It is highly probable that yesterday, Lin Yan'er ruthlessly tarnished the reputation of the general's manor, dragging it through the mud multiple times. Those heartless and ungrateful individuals, who disregard familial ties, are understandably enraged. As for the people from the crown princess residence, or perhaps his other royal brothers. Over the past few days, nearly 300 wounded soldiers have been treated in the Battle Soul Tower, with the involvement of 10 military doctors and 1 court physician. These individuals have come to realize that Lin Yan'er is not the useless person depicted in tales. Rather, her medical skills are extraordinary. The remedies she provided, rapid hemostatic agents, enhanced penicillin to prevent inflammation, blood transfusion techniques, and meticulous suturing methods, each possess a value that could drive any knowledgeable person to madness. Although all of these individuals are loyal subordinates of Zhou Mingwu, he has already instructed Qing Ming to repeatedly warn everyone that the matter concerning the princess must not be disclosed in the slightest. Yet, one cannot guarantee that the news will not leak. Those who are continually watching the Duke of Zhen's residence would surely not allow such a treasure to remain unguarded. Send people to protect the princess with utmost effort, increasing the number of secret guards by 10 and the visible guards by 20. Anyone who dares to harm the princess shall face my wrath without mercy. Furthermore, inform the scouts of the elite cavalry to infiltrate the residences of all those who harbor hostility towards me, and swiftly investigate who has laid hands on the princess. He is indeed anxious, a level of tension he has never experienced before. Even when faced with assassination attempts, he has never felt such a degree of apprehension. Mobilizing the scouts of the elite cavalry, Qing Ming was taken aback. The reconnaissance unit of the formidable cavalry was renowned on the battlefield for infiltrating enemy territory, even embedding themselves within the ranks of opposing forces or the residences of high-ranking officials, gathering critical intelligence, collecting vital information, and executing key enemy personnel. Even in times of relative peace, numerous operatives from this unit remained concealed within enemy domains, ranging from commoners to affluent and influential figures. Over the years, Zhou Mingwu had faced numerous plots against him but had never employed the reconnaissance unit for personal affairs. Now, however, for the safety of the princess, Zhou Mingwu was compelled to harness the power of this unit. This demonstrated the princess's esteemed position in Zhou Mingwu's heart, far surpassing Qing Ming's imagination. Confirming this, Qing Ming did not hesitate, promptly issuing the necessary orders. Zhou Mingwu pondered about General Lin Xiong, wondering if he was still present. Qing Ming nodded, stating that by the prince's command, he had been detained in the guest house for the night. Then let us pay him a visit. In the guest house, Lin Xiong had spent the entire night seated, utterly exhausted. And just as he was about to doze off, he was jolted awake by a guard's loud proclamation. The prince has arrived. Startled, Lin Xiong saw a figure in a wheelchair, adorned with a fearsome black mask resembling a specter, being pushed in by Qing Ming. Lin Xiong was puzzled as to why Zhou Mingwu would wear a mask within the princess residence, yet he harbored no doubts regarding Zhou Mingwu's identity. The guard had declared him the prince, and with the wheelchair being pushed by none other than Qing Ming, the personal guard he had seen before, there was no room for uncertainty. After a sleepless night, he finally encountered the esteemed individual. With a sudden surge of energy, he stood up and bowed in reverence to Zhou Mingwu, proclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the town king." Indeed, enduring an entire night had been quite arduous. However, the thought of retrieving the head of that wicked girl to pay homage to his ancestors, thus allowing the citizens of the capital to witness his restoration of honor and the cleansing of his family name, having been trampled upon by Lin Yan'er, made the ordeal worthwhile. It is quite possible that the town king remains unaware of the grave troubles that the loathsome woman caused at the town king's residence yesterday. If Lin Xiong were to bring this matter before the emperor, Lin Xiong firmly believed that Zhou Mingwu would find himself in dire straits, particularly since he had recently faced punishment from the emperor. Although Lin Xiong was oblivious to the reasons behind Zhou Mingwu's punishment, he had heard whispers of it. At this moment, regardless of whether Lin Yan'er was the object of Zhou Mingwu's disdain or affection, it was certain that Zhou Mingwu wished to avoid any complications at such a critical juncture. That wretched Lin Yan'er was as good as doomed. Lin Xiong's gaze grew increasingly fierce. Zhou Mingwu scrutinized Lin Xiong, uncertain of his thoughts, yet it was evident that he was seething internally. "General Lin." Zhou Mingwu's voice carried a chill and distance. Before him stood his father-in-law. Had it not been for witnessing the events of the previous day, understanding the tribulations Lin Yan'er had endured, he would have maintained a demeanor of utmost courtesy towards Lin Xiong, addressing him as a respectful son-in-law. as would befit a commoner's daughter's husband. However, the very thought of Lin Xiong's intentions sent a shiver down Zhou Mingwu's spine. It was said that he had arrived at the town king's residence by midday yesterday and had yet to take his leave. What pressing matter could compel him to seek an audience with the king? Lin Xiong was taken aback. What does this mean? Is he still unwilling to leave even until now? Can I actually leave? Of course, Lin Xiong sensed that Zhou Mingwu's tone was somewhat rigid and possibly cold. So he dared not voice his thoughts. Let us return to the matter at hand. He pointed to his bruised and swollen face. Your Highness, please look at my face. Do you know who did this? Zhou Mingwu and Qingming's expressions stiffened momentarily. Qingming remarked, what is there to guess? The prince is worse off than you. Zhou Mingwu replied, if the princess had hit me harder, I would be more swollen. Zhou Mingwu's gaze flickered for a moment before returning to its frigid demeanor. I have heard that my princess, upon returning to her family yesterday, was seized by a whim, killing a maid and striking several others, one of whom was her father, General Lin. Lin Xiong had thought Zhou Mingwu was unaware of this incident and anticipated expressing his anger when Zhou Mingwu was taken aback. He never expected that Zhou Mingwu was already informed. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to react. So, the prince had known all along? Indeed. Zhou Mingwu spoke nonchalantly. My princess does not possess a particularly amiable temperament. It is no surprise to me that she resorts to violence. General Lin, I suspect someone in the general's residence must have provoked her. In the town king's residence, even I would not dare to provoke her. I believe you all have brought this upon yourselves. Chapter 45. He must be speaking in irony. Lin Xiong's expression changed dramatically. What is happening? Why does it sound as if the town king is defending Lin Yan'er? This is impossible. He must be speaking in irony. He was acutely aware of the nature of his own daughter. Lin Yan'er, with her pockmarked face, was a formidable presence, despite not being favored by the emperor. She remained a legitimate princess and the commander of the most formidable cavalry of the Great Wu dynasty, now confined to a wheelchair. Acquiring the company of any woman he desired was merely a matter of beckoning. Lin Xiong understood clearly that Lin Yan'er becoming the princess of the town king was, in essence, a form of humiliation directed at the town king by the crown prince. Thus, the notion that the town king would defend Lin Yan'er was utterly preposterous. Any claims that they deserved their fate were undoubtedly uttered in a fit of anger. Furthermore, the town king harbored a disdain for her maternal family as well. He cleared his throat a couple of times and bowed respectfully to Zhou Mingwu. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness the town king. The marriage of such a wicked daughter into the town king's residence is a grand favor from the emperor. I had hoped that this wayward girl would reform her ways. However, she has only escalated her misconduct, causing great vexation to Your Highness. I have come to relieve Your Highness of this burden. If you entrust this wicked girl to me, I shall eliminate her and subsequently seek forgiveness from my ancestors, and then from His Majesty. Lin Xiong failed to notice that as he spoke, Zhou Mingwu's gaze sharpened, emanating an icy chill. Had he dared to meet Zhou Mingwu's eyes, he would have been struck by the murderous intent within them. Even so, he inexplicably sensed a significant drop in the temperature around him, sending shivers down his spine. He attributed this to the sporadic rain over the past few days and the current morning chill. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Mingwu finally managed to utter a few words. You intend to kill my queen? Lin Xiong remained oblivious to Zhou Mingwu's unusual demeanor, his face contorted with rage. Indeed, such a wicked woman could not be allowed to continue bringing calamity to the Duke of Zhan's residence, causing trouble for the Duke himself. This general must take it upon himself to cleanse the household of such filth. All blame shall rest solely on my shoulders, and it shall not affect His Highness the Duke in the slightest. Should the Duke permit, I would take up my blade and slay her right now. Before Lin Xiong could finish his declaration, a sudden gust of wind swept towards him, startling him. In an instant, his throat was seized. As he turned to discern the identity of his assailant, Lin Xiong was utterly astonished. The imposing figure before him was none other than Zhou Mingwu. The mask obscured much of his features, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an icy ferocity, akin to a beast poised to pounce. General Lin. Zhou Mingwu's voice resonated chillingly. Listen closely. If you dare to harm even a single hair on my queen's head, I shall annihilate your entire household. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Mingwu flung Lin Xiong's robust form away, sending him tumbling across the ground until he finally came to a halt. Before he could right himself, Zhou Mingwu's voice, which sent shivers down his spine, echoed again. Give him a beating and throw him out at the entrance, so that all may witness the fate of those who dare covet my queen, even if they are her own father. There shall be no mercy. What? Lin Xiong was taken aback. Your Highness, the commander of the divine martial army, you cannot treat me like this. Before he could finish his words, he was surrounded by several guards who began to beat him mercilessly. In the end, He was dragged away, arms restrained, and unceremoniously discarded at the entrance of the prince's residence like a lifeless dog. Inside the reception hall, Qing Ming appeared deeply troubled. "My lord, might this action be inappropriate?" Zhou Mingwu was well aware of Qing Ming's concerns. Although Lin Xiong lacked exceptional abilities, he was nonetheless the hereditary commander of the Divine Martial Army, a position he had acquired through the merits of the former Divine Martial General. By beating him and casting him out, Zhou Mingwu risked inciting public gossip and attracting the ire of numerous adversaries, potentially leading to impeachment by the Wen Emperor. It was worth noting that Zhou Mingwu had recently faced the Emperor's wrath and punishment due to the attack on the Warsoul Tower and the subsequent urgent deployment of elite cavalry into the city. Now, a prominent commander, a man of merit, was subjected to such treatment. The Wen Emperor's fury was all too predictable. Zhou Mingwu sneered, asserting that there was nothing amiss. Even if he had been oblivious to Yan'er's actions at the general's residence, others would inevitably link the incident to him. They would argue that without his indulgence, a woman would never dare to act violently against her father, mother, and sister. From the moment Yan'er committed this act, he could not evade responsibility. It would be far simpler for those individuals to direct their ire solely at him. Qing Ming's expression stiffened, but he soon comprehended that the prince had a clear and insightful perspective on the matter. For those who fixate on the duke's residence with malice, the capture of a mouse that scurries away with a morsel of food from the estate would inevitably lead them to place the blame squarely upon the duke himself. This time, however, the commotion stirred by the Duchess is no trifling matter. A wave of aggression, indeed a formidable onslaught, is imminent. The Duke has long been mentally prepared for this eventuality. "It seems rain is on the horizon, my lord." Suddenly, a guard at the entrance interjects. Fully aware that should rain fall, Zhou Mingwu's leg affliction will flare up. Qing Ming immediately grows anxious, casting a worried glance at Zhou Mingwu. Upon observing the tumultuous sky, Zhou Mingwu recognizes the ominous clouds gathering overhead, accompanied by a brisk wind infused with palpable moisture. In previous instances, even before the rain commenced, his legs would begin to react under such conditions. Yet, today, he feels no such foreboding signs of impending pain, such as tingling or swelling. This morning, he had already discerned a flicker of sensation returning to his toes. After merely 2 days of treatment, he harbors no concern should the affliction arise again. He has the Duchess by his side. With just a single small pill, she can alleviate his suffering. He remains remarkably composed and reassured. Meanwhile, within the general's residence, Lu and Lin Yan'er have spent the night in restless anticipation of news from Lin Xiong. At the break of dawn, the sun that shone just moments ago has been obscured by thick clouds, heralding an imminent downpour. Suddenly, a servant rushes in to report, "Madam, second miss. The general has returned." Lu and Lin Yan'er simultaneously express their delight. At long last, the father has returned, and the wretched woman has finally met her demise. "Mother, hasten to have the offerings prepared yesterday transported to the ancestral hall." A triumphant smile graced Lu's face, as after a night's rest and the application of Lin Yan'er's soothing ointment, the swelling on her visage had subsided, and the bruises had considerably faded. "Yes, yes. Summon someone to open the doors of the ancestral hall. The general is about to pay homage to our forebears." Several trusted servants promptly complied with the order, while another servant, breathless from his hurried arrival, finally managed to speak. "Madam, second miss, I believe it would be prudent to have the house physician on standby. The great general was carried back by us from the Prince of Zhen's residence." Lu and Lin Yan'er froze in shock. Carried back? The general was injured by those from the Prince of Zhen's household and cast out. What? Both Lu and Lin Yan'er gasped, unable to fathom how this could be. Chapter 46. Did the original owner have old acquaintances? The legitimate daughter of the general's residence, wed as the Princess of Zhen, has had her scandalous deeds, breaking down the doors upon her third visit, assaulting her stepmother, and humiliating her half-sister. Even trampling upon her biological father, spread throughout the capital since yesterday. The streets and alleys buzz with discussions, each person holding their own opinions, the matter stirring a great uproar, with most keenly observing its developments. Initially, nearly everyone deemed the unattractive Lin Yan'er to be egregiously ungrateful. Even if she were not slain by Lin Xiong, she would surely perish at the hands of the Prince of Zhen's household. In this era, daring to raise a hand against one's own father would elicit no sympathy in death. Lin Yan'er's actions were met with disdain. Lin Yan'er, unprotected by her family and scorned by the town prince, found herself in a dire predicament, seemingly without a place to stand in this world, destined for certain death. However, news broke early in the morning that the valiant General Lin Xiong, tasked with assassinating Lin Yan'er, was soundly beaten by the guards of the town prince's residence and unceremoniously cast out like a dead dog. The guards at the entrance proclaimed loudly to the gathered crowd that General Lin Yan'er had acted with reckless audacity, defying the law of the land by storming into the town prince's residence with the intent to assassinate the princess consort. Had it not been for the merits of his ancestors, he would have faced execution at the gates for all to witness. They further emphasized that the princess consort was deeply favored by His Highness the Town Prince, their harmony akin to the perfect melody of a zither. From that moment forth, the princess consort and His Highness were as one. To harm her was to disregard the Town Prince's authority and to disdain the royal family, a transgression that would not be forgiven by the Town Prince's residents. This revelation stirred a great uproar throughout the capital. Meanwhile, in the grand palace of Dawu, the head eunuch, Eunuch Wei, rushed into the imperial study and knelt before the stately emperor, who adorned a purple gold crown and a majestic dragon robe. The emperor, in the prime of his life, was robust and spoke with commanding authority. "What brings you here in such haste, old fellow? Is there a matter of grave importance?" Eunuch Wei, his powdered face betraying astonishment, replied, "Your Majesty, there has been a new development regarding the incident at the general's residence." "Oh." The emperor raised an eyebrow with keen interest. "Pray tell, has that wretch slain the princess consort whom I bestowed in marriage? Or has he returned her to the general's residence for them to dispose of as they see fit?" With a sweeping gesture, the emperor expressed his outrage, exclaiming, "Such audacity! The princess consort I granted in marriage, and he dares to act without informing me." The esteemed eunuch Wei, upon receiving the imperial decree, could no longer restrain himself and boldly interrupted Emperor One. Contrary to expectations, General Lin had sought justice at the Duke of Zheng's residence yesterday and was grievously injured, subsequently abandoned outside the estate. The Duke's household proclaimed that His Highness and the Duchess shared a deep affection, harmonizing as a lute and a zither. Emperor Wen was taken aback. How could that wretched son find harmony with the infamous Lin family's unattractive daughter? Eunuch Wei nodded earnestly, and the emperor understood that Eunuch Wei would not jest in the presence of the sovereign. Every word uttered must bear the truth. This left him perplexed, for it contradicted the conjectures he had shared with Eunuch Wei the day prior. How could his son possibly harbor feelings for the plain woman he had bestowed upon him? Clearly, there was evident resentment regarding that union. The events of their wedding day, with a rooster crowing at the altar and a concubine being taken the very next day, were all too vivid in Emperor Wen's mind. Zhou Mingwu was expressing his discontent in a different manner. What could account for this sudden shift? Logically, Zhou Mingwu should have desired the demise of Lin Yan'er, that foolish and notorious infatuated girl, a disgrace to the Duke of Zheng's household. Now, with paternal violence and maternal abuse, Lin Xiong had come demanding the death of Lin Yan'er, which would conveniently allow Zhou Mingwu to rid himself of her by merely handing her over to Lin Xiong. Emperor Wen had already contemplated summoning Zhou Mingwu, intending to scold him thoroughly and extend his confinement as punishment. The emperor felt a profound resentment, even hatred, towards this son of his. The emperor, in the prime of his life, felt robust and believed himself destined for longevity, capable of reigning for decades in his exalted position. His greatest fear was the ambition of those who coveted his throne. 2 years prior, Zhou Mingwu, emboldened by favor and pride, had repeatedly defied his will, altering his decrees at will. When the emperor sent individuals to reprimand Zhou Mingwu, they were met with resistance, and he uncovered irregular troop movements indicative of a plot to usurp him. On numerous occasions, the emperor contemplated execution, but ultimately, Zhou Mingwu's incapacitation rendered such thoughts moot. Nevertheless, resentment lingered in the emperor's heart, leading him to frequently express his displeasure and impose penalties, ensuring Zhou Mingwu understood his wrath and remained cautious. This situation was utterly absurd. The emperor's countenance darkened. That wretch must have anticipated my intent to decisively eliminate Lin Yan'er, thus concocting an unexpected outcome to vex me. Eunuch Wei dared not utter a word, fully aware of the emperor's animosity towards Zhou Mingwu and the belief that Zhou Mingwu harbored equal hatred for the emperor, wishing for his demise. Should that be the case, no one could reign in Zhou Mingwu. Though Eunuch Wei suspected that Zhou Mingwu might not truly despise the emperor, having served him faithfully for many years and earned his trust, he refrained from voicing any defense of Zhou Mingwu. At that moment, another palace attendant arrived with news, reporting that His Majesty, the Crown Prince, the Minister of War, and the Prime Minister, Lord Hong, sought an audience. The emperor struck the table in fury, unable to contain his rage. "Do you see? These individuals have come to demand an explanation from me. This wretched child harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me, deliberately escalating matters to an outrageous extent, daring even to confront the esteemed General Shenwu. He seeks to vex me, treating my generals with utter disdain, as if I myself were of no consequence. This is a blatant display of disloyalty, a flagrant act of rebellion. He aims to oppose me, believing I am powerless against him. Such a scoundrel. Eunuch Wei, at a loss for words, reflects on the emperor one's habitual nature. Whenever the prince of town undertakes any action, the emperor perceives it as a personal affront. Cautiously, Eunuch Wei advises, Your Majesty, please take care of your health, lest your anger lead to dire consequences. Dire consequences? Emperor Wen's face flushed with rage. He exclaimed, If I were to perish from this anger, that wretch would undoubtedly rejoice. Old fool, do you not believe that upon my demise, that scoundrel would immediately raise an army in rebellion? Eunuch Wei and the reporting attendant, upon hearing this, prostrated themselves on the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. With a disdainful snort, Emperor Wen retorted, What are you afraid of? Before I depart from this world, I shall ensure he is dealt with, and I shall not permit him to have his way. Summon them in. The attendant fled in haste. Meanwhile, Lin Yan'er, oblivious to the turmoil her actions had caused in the capital, returned to the Qingxi courtyard early in the morning and lay down to catch up on her rest. Having been awake all night, she had been immersed in her research within the spatial laboratory, leading her team in the development of a highly intelligent combat robot among other scientific endeavors. The robot in the laboratory is merely a semi-finished product, with materials aplenty available within the confines of the lab. Given some time, she is confident that she can create a highly intelligent robotic assistant. After a slumber that lasted until midday, upon awakening, she instructed Shuang'er to prepare a meal. Xiao Mama and Yan Huan personally brought in a sumptuous array of delicacies to Qingxi courtyard. Once she had satisfied her hunger in the confines of her room, a maid arrived with news of an invitation from an old acquaintance, requesting a meeting at the Mingsheng restaurant outside the estate. An old acquaintance? Lin Yan'er felt a twinge of confusion. Did the original owner truly have any old friends? In Chapter 47, Are we going to fight again today? Lin Yan'er inquired of the maid, who informed her that the message had come from the gatekeeper of the Wang residence, conveyed by a young servant. The invitation was from Miss Zhang Yanxin of the Zhang family. Zhang Yanxin? Lin Yan'er immediately recalled this name from the original owner's memories. She was the legitimate daughter of the imperial censor Zhang, one of the talented women of the capital. Her reputation second only to that of Lin Yan'er from the general's household, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Since being brought back from the countryside, Zhang Yanxin had been invited several times by Lin Yan'er to the general's residence, thereby becoming acquainted with Lin Yan'er. Zhang Yanxin was a close confidant of Lin Yan'er. When had they transitioned to being mere acquaintances? Lin Yan'er remembered a love letter addressed to a certain prince, penned by Zhang Yanxin herself, which she had copied at Zhang Yanxin's behest before Lin Yan'er had someone deliver it. Zhang Yanxin and Lin Yan'er were birds of a feather. Could it be that Zhang Yanxin's invitation was a means to seek justice for the Lin family? This banquet promised to be anything but amicable, a blatant trap. There was a distinct possibility that Lin Yan'er would be present as well. Yesterday, I visited the general's residence, but did not encounter Lin Yan'er. As for Zhang Yanxin, she is equally deserving of a reprimand. This opportunity to let her exact vengeance on behalf of the original owner must not be overlooked. Having traversed into this realm for a few days, aside from indulging in a lavish feast at Chungue Lu after leaving the general's estate yesterday, I have yet to truly explore the grandeur of the capital of the Great Wu dynasty. According to the original owner's memories, the capital is remarkably prosperous. Therefore, I shall venture forth to fulfill my appointment. In any case, whatever actions I undertake, the despicable Lord Zhou Mingwu shall bear the brunt of the consequences on my behalf, especially for the sake of his own well-being. I have never been one to show leniency toward scoundrels. With a grand gesture, I commanded Shuang, accompany me to meet an old acquaintance. Having witnessed Lin Yan'er's transformation over these past few days, Shuang'er's perspective has also shifted. Having followed Lin Yan'er since childhood, she is well aware of who Zhang Yanxin is, someone who has tarnished the young lady's reputation and mocked her alongside Lin Yan'er. Now, however, her mistress, nay, her princess, is no longer the same as before. Who is afraid of whom? With a hint of audacity, she raised her chin and asked, Princess, shall we engage in a confrontation today? This Miss Zhang has struck the maidservant several times, and the maidservant longs to retaliate. Oh, upon noticing Lin Yan'er deep in thought, Shuang'er recalled, Princess, do you not remember last year's Zhongyuan festival? Zhongyuan festival? At last, Lin Yan'er remembered that occasion when Zhang Yanxin visited the general's residence and, along with Lin Yan'er, invited a gathering of talented individuals to celebrate. Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er were well aware that Lin Yan'er merely possessed a rudimentary ability to write a few characters and was utterly ignorant of poetry and verses. Thus, The two sisters, under the pretext of introducing friends to Lin Yan'er, lured her to the banquet, where the crowd mocked her without restraint. Although Lin Yan'er wished to leave, her timid nature prevented her from provoking the displeasure of Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, leaving her feeling uneasy amidst the taunts. Observing this, Scoundrel, seizing the opportunity, spoke up, claiming that the young lady was unwell and wished to take Lin Yan'er away. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yanqing approached and struck Scoundrel several times, causing her to fall to the ground. She scolded Scoundrel, asserting that as a servant, she had overstepped her bounds by speaking without prior permission, ordering her to kneel by the side until the banquet concluded. Recalling these events, Lin Yan'er gently rubbed Scoundrel's small head, feeling a pang of guilt. "Scoundrel, I am truly sorry. In the past, your mistress was timid and unable to protect you properly. But today, your mistress shall seek justice for you. No longer am I merely a young lady." Scoundrel, feeling invigorated, corrected Lin Yan'er. Only in the role of the princess could Lin Yan'er assert herself. Without that identity, had it not been for her actions at the general's residence yesterday, both she and Lin Yan'er might very well have been discarded in a mass grave by now. "Very well, your princess will take you to seek revenge. Let us go." As the two stepped out of the Qingxi courtyard, they momentarily froze. For at the entrance stood 10 guards on either side, swords at their waists, standing tall and proud. Upon seeing Lin Yan'er emerge, they immediately knelt on one knee and greeted her in unison. "We pay our respects to the princess." Lin Yan'er was taken aback and turned to the leader, Achi. Aki hastily explained, reporting to the princess that the prince, concerned for her safety, had specifically dispatched us to protect her. The prince decreed that as soon as the princess stepped out of the Qingxi courtyard, we would accompany and guard her. Should any mishap occur, we would pay with our heads. That scoundrel Zhou Mingwu, in his desperate bid to stand upright on his own 2 feet, has truly gone to great lengths. Indeed, as she attends the banquet at Hongmen, she will rely on her identity as the princess to assert her dominance. With these guards accompanying her, she can intimidate others with unwavering confidence, requiring no effort on her part. "Very well, I am just about to depart. Since you are here to ensure my safety, then please clear the way ahead." Observing those historical dramas where emperors, princes, and various concubines and princesses are surrounded by attendants as they venture forth, what a grand spectacle it is. Today, I too shall indulge in this ostentatious display. Aki received the command and ordered the guards to flank her, instructing those in front to clear the path, making the obstructing servants yield well in advance. Upon seeing Lin Yan'er approach, those servants, aware that the true mistress of the Jinwang residence was Lin Yan'er and not the concubine Xiao, dared not be impudent. They promptly retreated to the roadside, bowing low until Lin Yan'er had passed, before straightening up to resume their tasks. Meanwhile, within the Zhanhuan Tower, Zhou Mingwu felt an immense sense of joy. Remarkably, after enduring over an hour of torrential rain that morning, his legs had not succumbed to the excruciating pain that typically plagued him during such weather. After only 2 days of treatment, the torment that had haunted him for over 2 years and had proven futile in seeking relief from numerous physicians had vanished on this rainy day. How miraculous! He retrieved the medicine bottle given to him by Lin Yan'er, having taken 1 pill that morning. In a month's time, he would rise to his feet once more, regaining the valor and invincibility of his former self, a figure as striking as a jade tree in the wind. By then, the princess would undoubtedly be hopelessly enamored with him. In days gone by, whenever he set forth for battle or returned in triumph, astride his noble steed and passing through the city gates, the maidens of the common folk and the daughters of esteemed families alike would cast upon him adoring glances, their piercing cries a source of vexation. All of this demonstrated the immense allure he possessed in the eyes of women, capable of standing tall and riding a majestic horse. On this matter, Zhou Mingwu held unwavering confidence. Contemplating this, a discernible smile graced the corners of his mouth. The prince was smiling again. Qingming silently mused. This marked the second occasion today that the prince had smiled at the medicine bottle given by the princess. She truly had him utterly captivated. A voice from the entrance announced the guards, prompting Zhou Mingwu to conceal the medicine bottle, while Qingming allowed the guards to enter. The guards bowed and reported, "Your Highness, the princess has been invited to the Mingxing restaurant for a banquet hosted by Miss Zhang Yanqing, the daughter of Minister Zhang." The hidden guards, having overheard a conversation between the princess and her maid, Scoundrel, noted that Miss Zhang had some minor grievances with the princess, suggesting that this banquet would not be a pleasant affair, and there was a high likelihood of the princess resorting to violence again. Thus, the subordinates reported, inquiring whether they should prevent the princess from attending the banquet. Zhou Mingwu was taken aback. Had she not had her fill of fighting yesterday? And now, she was to confront someone anew? Qingming swallowed nervously beside him. Good heavens! The princess was quite the troublemaker. The events from the general's residence had yet to be resolved. The prince was still awaiting summons from the palace. Now, she was to go after the daughter of Minister Zhang? Qingming felt a tingling sensation creeping up his scalp. Chapter 48. The performance there is more captivating. Qingming hurriedly urged, "Stop the princess consort. She must not cause any more trouble." The chaos she had already instigated in the general's residence was enough, and the prince had violently reprimanded General Lin Xiong for it. The emperor would undoubtedly be at a loss for words, unsure of how to chastise the prince or what object to hurl at him. No sooner had Qingming's words left his lips than he felt an unsettling chill along his spine. "Dare you meddle in the affairs of the princess consort?" Your Highness, I am not meddling. I am merely alleviating your burdens." Qingming promptly lowered his head. "This subordinate dares not. Since you dare not, why then do you issue such orders?" Zhou Mingwu scoffed. "It is merely the daughter of an imperial censor. She has already provoked the formidable General Shenwu, her own father. Does the prince falter at the thought of one more daughter of a censor? I shall protect her." Qingming fell silent, ultimately recognizing that the prince would bear the brunt of it all. "Princess consort, do as you please." The guard who had come to report was left with a singular command to ensure the safety of the princess consort before he withdrew. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch from the palace arrived, bearing the summons of Emperor Wan, requesting Zhou Mingwu to enter the palace. Instead of following the eunuch immediately, Zhou Mingwu instructed Qingming to bring forth a meal. He wished to eat his fill before proceeding, sensing that he would not return swiftly today. It would be all the more uncomfortable on an empty stomach. Lin Yan'er, escorted by a formidable entourage of guards, made her grand entrance to the Mingsheng Tavern. As they traversed the bustling streets, the capital of the Great Wu Dynasty indeed showcased a vibrant atmosphere. The bustling streets, teeming with people and lined with numerous shops, exude a vibrant atmosphere. This flourishing scene is largely attributable to the efforts of the Duke of the town, Zhou Mingwu, who, in previous years, stabilized the border against the ravages of war, dissuading the unscrupulous from resorting to violence to seize the provisions and resources of the Great Wu Dynasty. Instead, they have turned to economic trade, thereby further enhancing the prosperity of the realm. As the townsfolk observed Lin Yan'er's carriage, escorted by a retinue of royal guards mounted on majestic steeds, a youthful maiden, her face partially veiled, peered curiously from the window. Initially, there was speculation among the crowd regarding her identity, but soon someone recognized her as the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, the duke's rightful consort, Lin Yan'er. Suddenly, a child's shrill voice pierced the air, exclaiming, "The man-eating monster is coming." Instantly, the children frolicking along the street scattered in fright. A man-eating monster? Where? Lin Yan'er leaned further out, scanning her surroundings in astonishment, pondering whether such creatures truly existed in the Great Wu Dynasty. Yet, she wondered why only the children fled while the adults remained eerily stationary. Just as she was about to inquire about the monster's whereabouts, she noticed the adults collectively gazing at her, their expressions tinged with disdain and aversion. Then, her gaze fell upon a 3-year-old child, cowering behind his mother, peering at her with wide, fearful eyes. If there truly were a man-eating monster, why would he not flee? What was the reason for his scrutiny? Could it be that they disapproved of her imposing presence? No, that could not be. Lin Yan'er inwardly scoffed. Could it be that the so-called man-eating monster was, in fact, her? She withdrew her head back into the carriage and inquired of Zhuang'er, who was also inside, what was happening. Zhuang'er, her eyes flickering, gradually recounted the events to Lin Yan'er. The rumors of a man-eating monster stemmed from her consumption of a wedding rooster. In a mere span of 2 or 3 days, various tales had emerged among the populace regarding her devouring of the wedding rooster, each more horrifying than the last. The notion that she had feasted upon the rooster in a gruesome manner was merely the tip of the iceberg. The myriad stories about her and the rooster sent shivers down Lin Yan'er's spine. One tale suggested that the rooster was a monster, transforming into a robust man upon entering the bridal chamber, only for Lin Yan'er to consume him piece by piece, with the bizarre cries of that night echoing for 10 miles around the duke's residence. Another claimed that after Lin Yan'er had devoured the rooster, she stealthily exited the duke's residence that very night and wreaked havoc upon the men therein, sparing only the duke, who was too virile to be harmed. The descriptions of her misdeeds were truly boundless in their depravity. These narratives, rich in plot and intricately bizarre, were far beyond the crafting of mere commoners. Lin Yan'er keenly sensed that someone was orchestrating this campaign to tarnish her reputation. Her thoughts immediately turned to one person, Lin Yan'er, the most talented woman in the capital. Such absurd and horrific tales were beneath her disdain, for she had an abundance of devoted sycophants to concoct them for her. Soon, Lin Yan'er overheard the whispers of the townsfolk by the street, the overwhelming majority of which were curses directed at her. Suddenly, she heard someone in the crowd speaking loudly. This wicked woman even strikes her own father and brazenly severed her paternal ties with General Lin, truly an act of unparalleled rebellion, destined to attract divine retribution. How can such a venomous and ruthless creature exist in this world? The general's wife raised her with care and provided her with every comfort. Yet upon marrying into the prince's residence and becoming a princess, she resorts to murder and arson at the general's estate, seeking to annihilate his entire household. She is the epitome of a treacherous ingrate, devoid of any moral compass, daring to parade about in public. Were it me, I would seek a solitary refuge and quietly conclude my existence with a rope. Lin Yan'er furrowed her brow, leaning out of the window in search of the source of the disparaging remarks. The voices were notably louder than those of ordinary citizens, evidently orchestrated to sway public opinion. Simultaneously, Lin Yan'er surmised that their intent was to incite her into a furious outburst, causing a scene in the streets and endangering innocent bystanders. Yet, with just a few utterances, those loud voices successfully stirred the emotions of the surrounding populace, whose whispers escalated into accusations and even insults directed at Lin Yan'er. Despite her efforts, she could not identify the instigators among the crowd, as the clamor of condemnation grew ever more intense. He and the other guards, who held Lin Yan'er in the highest regard, swiftly drew their swords and bellowed for silence. Yet such outcry could hardly be quelled. The wrath of the masses is a perilous thing. Soon, foul eggs and rotten vegetables could be hurled in their direction. Lin Yan'er commanded He and the guards to clear a path and depart swiftly. As Lin Yan'er and her entourage made their hasty escape, several elegantly attired young gentlemen and ladies on the second floor of a nearby tea house observed, stifling their laughter behind their hands. One handsome youth, exuding an air of nobility, cast his gaze upon a fair-skinned, beautiful maiden clad in white. Rest assured, Yan'er, this ugly woman dares to act thus towards the general's manor. I shall ensure she becomes as reviled as a rat in the streets of the capital. The white-clad maiden concealed the malice and resentment in her eyes and smiled sweetly at the youth. Thank you for your gallant act, Hong Tao. I shall forever cherish your kindness. The youth felt a stirring in his heart, his smile broadening as he bowed in a gesture of invitation. Yan'er, there is no need for such politeness. Your affairs are my affairs. Let us proceed to the Ming Sheng restaurant and see how Miss Zhang avenges you. The performances there are far more captivating. The white-clad maiden chuckled and bowed. After you, Hong Tao? Were Lin Yan'er present, she would instantly recognize the white-clad maiden as her half-sister, the third miss of the general's manor. Lin Yan'er. The youth, a steadfast admirer of Lin Yan'er, was none other than Wu Hong Tao, the heir of the loyal and brave marquise, always found wherever Lin Yan'er was. Chapter 49. So easily deceived in the carriage, Lin Yan'er refrained from sticking her head out to gaze outside. Instead, she gently closed her eyes to rest, contemplating how to teach those who deliberately tarnished her reputation a lesson. Hailing from the 24th century, her understanding of values differed vastly from that of these ancient folk. She was indifferent to her own reputation. After all, she had no intention of remaining in the capital as a consort to any prince. As long as she could heal Zhou Mingwu's leg and obtain a divorce decree, this place could not hold her. The perception of her reputation held little significance for her. It is crucial to note that she is a person who cannot tolerate the ill temper of others. A proud and gifted young lady. She finds it perplexing that someone would deliberately tarnish her reputation. Lin Yan'er must be dealt with. After pondering for a while, an idea formed in her mind, which she found quite feasible. A smile graced her lips as she began to hum a tune. This unexpected display of cheer left Zhuang'er, who had been anxiously watching Lin Yan'er, momentarily stunned. Could it be that the princess had lost her mind in anger? How could she still be smiling? Lin Yan'er turned her head and noticed the concern etched on Zhuang'er's face. With a gentle laugh, she reassured her loyal attendant. Do not worry, Zhuang'er. My reputation has never been stellar. I do not mind if it worsens a bit more. A tarnished reputation will not be the end of me, especially with Lord Zhou Mingwu supporting me. What is there to fear? Seeing that Lin Yan'er was genuinely unfazed, Zhuang'er let out a sigh of relief, secretly admiring her mistress's resilience. Yet, a shadow of worry lingered on her brow. After all, Zhuang'er was unaware of Lin Yan'er's true intentions. How could a woman with such a sullied reputation possibly maintain her position as the princess of the town? Noticing Zhuang'er's continued discontent, Lin Yan'er suddenly felt compelled to share a portion of her plans, realizing that she needed assistance. Zhuang'er's loyalty was beyond question, clearing her throat twice. Lin Yan'er regarded Zhuang'er with utmost seriousness. Zhuang'er, I have matters of significance to discuss with you. Upon seeing the earnest expression on Lin Yan'er's face, Zhuang'er straightened her posture, ready to listen attentively. Are you curious as to why I possess medical skills? Schwanger's heart stirred. Her curiosity was indeed piqued. It is important to note that she has served Lin Yan'er since childhood, accompanying her to the manor and growing up together. She has spent countless nights sleeping beneath Lin Yan'er's bed, providing constant companionship. Lin Yan'er has never studied medicine. How could she suddenly possess such extraordinary medical skills? Capable of saving a large number of guards and valiant soldiers from the Wang? Even the military doctors seek her counsel. Qiming mentioned that the princess could even heal the prince's leg. Yet, as a maid, she understands her place and dares not pry into her master's secrets. Nonetheless, this remains the greatest enigma in her heart. I shall confide in you, but you must not speak of this to anyone else. Lin Yan'er whispered mysteriously. During my time at the manor, every night as I fell asleep, I dreamt of a venerable old sage with white hair, who taught me various wondrous arts, including medicine. Lin Yan'er could hardly conceive of a reason that would convince this maid, who shared every aspect of life with her, to believe in the origins of her medical prowess, resorting instead to the ethereal notion of divine spirits. The ancients held great faith in such beliefs. Indeed, the expression in Schwanger's eyes transformed into one of profound reverence. So it was. The princess had indeed been favored by the old sage. The princess is truly of noble birth. With this revelation, Schwanger's doubts evaporated instantaneously. Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback. Schwanger had utterly believed her. How easily she had been deceived. A sense of guilt washed over her for having misled such an innocent girl. Perhaps in the future, she could gradually correct Schwanger's understanding of the world. As this thought crossed her mind, a miniature spy drone the size of a fly and a palm-sized remote control materialized in her hand. Schwanger, to take a look at this. Upon witnessing Lin Yan'er suddenly produce such a curious object, Schwanger immediately leaned in closer, her eyes brimming with intrigue. Is this some treasure bestowed by the old immortal, Your Highness? Lin Yan'er greatly admired Schwanger's ability to make connections. It was not that she wished to be anything less than honest, but the circumstances dictated otherwise. Indeed, Lin Yan'er placed the tiny drone, affectionately termed Little Fly, into Schwanger's palm. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. This is the purpose of the Little Fly. Pay close attention. She deftly maneuvered the drone into the air, releasing it through the carriage window, where it gracefully navigated down the bustling street. The vibrant scenery appeared vividly on the remote's display, accompanied by the sounds of the lively thoroughfare. Accelerating the drone, Lin Yan'er soon spotted the sign of Ming Sheng Restaurant. She skillfully guided the drone inside, flitting through several private rooms until she located the one where Zhang Yanqin was seated. At that moment, Zhang Yanqin was surrounded by several elegantly dressed young gentlemen and ladies, gathered around a table. Holding a wine jug, she smugly whispered, "This is the Yin-Yang jug. There is a switch. The wine on the left is laced with a drug, while the wine on the right is safe. Be sure to press the switch to the right when pouring for yourselves." The young gentlemen and ladies nodded in sinister agreement, their faces alight with treachery. One gentleman chuckling lewdly. Soon, she lost her mind and began to strip herself of her garments. I refrained from intervening prematurely, allowing her to shed every piece of clothing. I had already arranged for 2 elderly servants to await her outside, ready to seize her. Before the gaze of the multitude, a noble princess was embraced and subdued by lowly servants. I wondered what courage she would possess to continue living after such humiliation. The original owner recognized this young master, named Xie Du, the second son of the Minister of Works, Xie Hao. Another woman clapped her hands and laughed, remarking how this ugly woman had skin thick enough to withstand any embarrassment. In the public eye, she was stripped bare and driven to madness, even touched by aged servants. How could the royal family still accept her as a princess? She would undoubtedly be cast aside by the duke's manor, facing a fate that would be utterly tragic. Zhang Yanqin's eyes glimmered with a more sinister delight. Rest assured, everyone, we shall seek vengeance for Kaer. She has vowed to remember your kindness and will surely repay you in the future. It is well known that Lin Yan'er possesses exceptional medical skills, cherished by the empress and favored by the crown prince, and it is likely that she will soon become a concubine. Lin Kaer, well-versed in literature, serves as a companion to the 6th princess, deeply adored by the heir of the loyal and brave marquis. Even if she does not marry into royalty, she is destined for greatness. Cultivating a bond with these 2 sisters promises boundless benefits and a bright future. This was the primary motivation for Zhang Yanqin and the others to conspire against Lin Yan'er. Inside the carriage, Schwanger clenched her small fists in fury, suppressing her curiosity about the unfolding scene. The princess truly exhibited the utmost malice. Let us return, fully aware that the path ahead is fraught with peril. One must refrain from advancing and grant the adversary an opportunity. It is clear what their intentions are, so what is there to fear? Lin Yan'er chuckled softly, acknowledging that the primary utility of a trap lies in the unknown. Once the unknown is revealed, it loses its potency. I, the princess, have vowed to ensure your vengeance by returning Zhang Yanxin's slaps in kind. This promise shall be fulfilled. Come, allow me to instruct you on how to wield it. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er's words, Shuang'er nodded in agreement. The Lin Yan'er of today is no longer the same as before. After all, the old immortal watches over her from the heavens, and will certainly not allow her to suffer. Truly enamored with the immortal's precious artifact, she took it in hand and diligently began to manipulate it as Lin Yan'er had instructed, proceeding step by step. Chapter 50. Lin Yan'er is courting disaster. Upon their arrival at Mingsheng restaurant, Shuang'er had already mastered the art of maneuvering the small fly, prompting Lin Yan'er to gift it to her, urging her to keep it discreet. Initially reluctant, Shuang'er accepted it only when Lin Yan'er assured her that there was more to come, treating the small fly like a treasured possession. This remarkable device harnesses solar energy for charging, eliminating the need to return it to the laboratory. It simply requires sunlight to recharge. As the carriage came to a halt at Mingsheng restaurant, Shuang'er alighted first, lifting the curtain to assist Lin Yan'er. Greetings, Your Highness. Suddenly, a chorus of voices echoed, and Lin Yan'er turned to see Zhang Yanxin and Xiedu, accompanied by 6 or 7 young gentlemen and ladies, waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. Impeccably adhering to the formalities of the great Wu dynasty with utmost respect, Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting slightly. How remarkably courteous. Why did the princess lose her temper from the very beginning? There seems to be no justification for her outburst. Lin Yan'er approached, standing before Zhang Yanxin, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Although the girl was not extraordinarily striking, she could certainly be deemed a beauty. However, her heart was as dark as night. Miss Zhang, when did you become so courteous? This individual, during her time at the general's residence, had treated the original owner with utter indifference, only ever regarding her as a mere tool for amusement. Zhang Yanxin offered a sheepish smile. Were it not to ensnare you into my schemes, would I not maintain a demeanor of humility? As for the princess of the town, we once shared a sisterly bond, our feelings deep and our intimacy profound. Thus, there was no need for formalities. However, now that the princess's status has changed, even if we still regard her as a friend in our hearts, we dare not transgress the laws and rights of the realm. The princess seemed displeased. Did she believe our etiquette was flawed? Lin Yan'er shook her head and replied earnestly, that is not the case. Your etiquette is without fault, which is precisely why I feel a twinge of regret. Before arriving, I anticipated you would not offer a greeting. Hence I instructed my maid to prepare a few slaps as punishment for you. Your thoroughness leaves me unable to have my maid administer punishment, which is why I am furrowing my brow. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. This is merely the beginning. My primary objective today is to transform your visage into that of a pig's head. So do take heed and refrain from providing me with a reason to lose my temper. A hush fell over the room, and for a fleeting moment, Zhang Yanxin's expression was exceedingly grim. Others were equally astonished. Initially, they believed that Lin Yan'er had come seeking companionship, eager to forge amicable relations with them. Whenever she graced the general's residence, her demeanor was one of utter servility, striving for their approval and yearning to be acknowledged as a friend. However, to their surprise, Lin Yan'er had arrived with the sole intention of exposing Zhang Yanxin's faults and confronting her. At that moment, Zhang Yanxin felt a seething rage within her. This insufferably foolish and unattractive woman had evidently harbored intentions to humiliate her from the very beginning. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Shuang'er, standing behind, could only shake her head in disbelief. Their lady was far too candid. Could such words truly be uttered so openly? With this revelation laid bare, Zhang Yanxin was now on guard. Nevertheless, this forthrightness in a lady was undeniably bold and commanding. Xiedu coughed a couple of times, breaking the tension. The princess of the town is merely jesting with Miss Zhang. Ha ha ha. We are all friends here. A little playful banter is quite natural, isn't it? Surely no one is taking this seriously. The others quickly joined in, easing the atmosphere considerably. Zhang Yanxin forcibly transformed her furious countenance into a facade of laughter. I knew it. The princess was just joking. Indeed, it was just a jest. Ha ha ha. I am quite serious. Lin Yan'er interjected, abruptly shattering their smiles. She scrutinized Xiedu from head to toe. Young Master Xie, initially, I had intended only to highlight Miss Zhang's missteps and perhaps deliver a few slaps. Yet now, upon seeing your face, it is increasingly irksome, and I am quite tempted to bestow a few slaps upon you as well. Therefore, I urge you to exercise caution, as I would not hesitate to point out any shortcomings. Otherwise, your handsome visage may very well transform into that of a swollen pig. Siadu's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly, momentarily rendered speechless, his smile faltering into an awkward grimace. The lively atmosphere that had just begun to flourish was abruptly doused, akin to a bucket of cold water being thrown over it, as Lin Yan'er effectively silenced the conversation. They had previously believed that Lin Yan'er, the seemingly foolish and unattractive girl, was easy to manipulate. However, it now appeared that she was not as simple-minded as they had presumed. Was she merely concealing her intelligence until now, or had she suddenly become astute? Noticing their silence and the peculiar expressions on their faces, Lin Yan'er regarded them with a hint of hostility. What? Have you summoned me here just to have me stand at the entrance and obstruct the business of the tavern? Outside, a crowd had gathered, comprising either well-meaning citizens or patrons eager to enter the establishment. The nearby attendants appeared anxious, while Lin Yan'er's royal guards stood watchfully, preventing anyone from approaching to urge her and her companions to clear the way. Zhang Yanxin and Siadu, too, had come to a realization, exchanging glances that revealed a fleeting glimmer of malice. Lin Yan'er, in her current state of arrogance, was bound to provide them with quite the spectacle soon. After today, she would no longer hold the title of the princess of the town. In that event, Zhang Yanxin and Siadu, as scions of noble families, would have their way with her as they pleased. Having dared to humiliate them at the entrance, she should brace herself for the consequences. Indeed, esteemed princess, we await you within the private chamber, where a splendid banquet is prepared. We sincerely wish to befriend you, for perhaps there has been some misunderstanding in the past. We are determined to demonstrate our earnest intentions. Lin Yan'er nodded in satisfaction, responding, then let us proceed. Zhang Yanxin and her companions instantly became more animated, surrounding Lin Yan'er as they made their way to the chamber. The guards cleared a path ahead, entering the room first, which startled Zhang Yanxin and the others. With guards present, their plan would be compromised. If Lin Yan'er were to drink the wine and become unruly, the guards would swiftly intervene at the slightest sign of trouble, taking her away. How could they possibly fulfill their intentions of exposing Lin Yan'er before others? As Zhang Yanxin and Siadu exchanged glances, contemplating ways to send the guards away, they heard Lin Yan'er say, "Achi, take everyone outside. There's no need to stay with me. Find a table in the main hall. Enjoy some food and drink while you wait." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanxin's spirits lifted. Lin Yan'er was indeed courting danger. She exchanged a knowing glance with Siadu, who smiled broadly in understanding. "Exactly, we are officials. We would never harm the Princess of Zhen unless we wished for our own demise. You need not worry. We shall heed the princess's words. Come, someone." A young waiter entered, and Siadu generously instructed, "Take these officials to the main hall and treat them to fine food and drink, on my account." The waiter cheerfully complied, ushering Achi and the others out of the private chamber. Lin Yan'er was undoubtedly aware of the subtle exchange of glances between them. Following their lead, she allowed Aki and the others to depart, leaving only Zhuang'er by her side. Siadu approached and glanced outside. Indeed, Aki and the guards had been positioned in the great hall more than 10 zhang away. He quietly closed the door and locked it. All was in order. Turning to Zhang Yanxin, he was met with her warm and inviting smile as she beckoned everyone to take their seats. With a graceful motion, she lifted the wine jug, a glimmer of satisfaction fleetingly illuminating her eyes as she poured wine into the cup before Lin Yan'er. Chapter 51. Then let him drink. Zhang Yanxin's smile was sincere, as she respectfully lifted Lin Yan'er's full wine cup with both hands, bowing deeply in reverence. "Princess of the town, I tend to be rather casual and straightforward. I regard you, Inger, and Kaer as dear friends, united as one. If I have previously caused you to feel any distinction or dissatisfaction among the three sisters, I sincerely apologize. I offer you this cup of wine as a token of contrition, and I hope for your magnanimity." Lin Yan'er narrowed her beautiful eyes, extending her hand to accept the cup. She glanced at the clear liquid, inhaling its fragrant aroma. This potion was colorless and tasteless. It was likely provided by Lin Yan'er. Given her role as the exclusive physician to the Empress, she must possess considerable skill. Just as Lin Yan'er was about to gently lift the veil covering her chin, feigning an intent to drink, Zhang Yanxin and the assembled young gentlemen and ladies watched her with eager anticipation. A moment of hesitation from Lin Yan'er caused everyone to hold their breath. With a slight curve at the corners of her mouth, Lin Yan'er raised the cup and drank it down in one go. In truth, the wine did not find its way into Lin Yan'er's stomach. Instead, it lingered in her mouth before being discreetly stored within the confines of her spatial medical station. She presented the glass to Zhang Yanxin, declaring, "Miss Zhang, although I harbor suspicions regarding this wine, I have nonetheless resolved to partake." At the mention of the wine's dubious nature, both Zhang Yanxin and the onlookers felt a palpable flutter of unease. Had she uncovered something? Surely, That was implausible. Zhang Yinxin promptly donned a flattering smile, questioning how the wine could possibly be problematic. Was it not the case that the princess consort had indulged in too much fine wine at the princess residence, causing her palate to become exceedingly discerning? Upon witnessing Lin Yan'er drink, Siedu felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly chimed in. Indeed. That must be the case. Ha! Princess consort, we are acquaintances. Does wearing a veil truly impede us? Why not remove it, and let us revel in joyous drinking together? Suddenly, Lin Yan'er's expression darkened. Young Master Xie, do you wish to revel with this princess consort? I am now wed as the princess consort of the town, and to drink with men would defy the principles of propriety. Are you attempting to bring harm upon me? With that, she struck her palm sharply. What? Siedu was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, as Shuang, without hesitation, stepped forward and delivered 2 swift slaps across his face. The marks of her handprint blossomed upon his cheek. Siedu stood there in a daze, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. What was happening? How could one strike without provocation? The others present gaped in astonishment, too stunned to utter a word. Lin Yan'er then seized the enigmatic Yinyang wine pot from the table, naturally pouring a full glass of wine into Siedu's cup, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Young Master Xie, even though I have not yet entered the Duke of Zhan's residence nor am I wed, it is inappropriate for men and women to revel together. Moreover, as a royal daughter-in-law, your actions are quite presumptuous. I just cautioned you to be mindful, lest I find a reason to strike you. The sight of those 2 handprints upon your face brings me considerable delight. Should you consume this cup of wine, I shall pardon you this once. Otherwise, the one to punish you next shall not be my maid, but rather the guards of the estate. Siedu was taken aback, glancing at the wine in Lin Yan'er's cup. This is poisoned. Siedu swallowed hard. This, Duke's consort, I indeed misspoke, when friends gather. A modest drink suffices. How can one indulge in wild revelry? This wine should be a token of my respect for you, to atone for my transgressions. Allow me to refill your glass. Instead of reaching for the cup before him, he sought to take the wine jug from Lin Yan'er, intending to pour a drink into her empty glass. However, Lin Yan'er swiftly withdrew her hand, her expression shifting dramatically. Shuang, come here. Unbar the door and summon the others. At once, Shuang opened the door and beckoned 4 individuals. A chi promptly entered with 3 guards in tow. Lin Yan'er, with an arched brow directed at the astonished Siedu, declared, This wine I offer you. Will you dare to refuse? The guards of the estate shall ruin that handsome face of yours if you do. Siedu was flustered, never anticipating that Lin Yan'er could turn as swiftly as a page in a book, her temperament as changeable as the wind. After downing Zhang Yinxin's wine, he had assumed that harmony had been restored among them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yan'er was ready to unleash her wrath. The identity of the town prince's consort is undeniably of far greater significance than that of a mere second son of the Minister of Works. In a moment of indiscretion, he had proclaimed his desire to revel in merriment with the town prince's consort, a statement that was indeed inappropriate. Lin Yan'er graciously refrained from directly accusing him of attempting to seduce the consort, yet he found himself without recourse to protest his innocence. Should his father become aware of this incident, he might well face punishment. While it was customary for him to partake of the wine, the nature of this particular drink posed a dilemma. How could he consume it? Observing Siedu tremble at the sight of the cup, Lin Yan'er felt a cold laugh stir within her. She was poised to issue a command to strike him. If he refused to drink, then he would be compelled to do so. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er's decree, Siedu cast aside his reservations. The concoction had been provided by Lin Yan'er, and it was rumored that its effects would not manifest for another quarter of an hour. Thus, after drinking, he could seize the opportunity to seek the antidote from Lin Yan'er. He grasped the wine cup, closed his eyes, and downed its contents in one swift motion, presenting the empty vessel to Lin Yan'er. Town Prince's consort, I have finished it. Lin Yan'er responded with a hearty laugh, giving him a thumbs up, her spirits evidently lifted. In that case, I shall pardon you this time. Siedu dared not reveal the anger simmering within him. Though his face burned with embarrassment, he maintained a smile. Thank you, Town Prince's consort. Lin Yan'er nodded, then turned to pour wine into the cup before Miss Zhang Yinxin. Miss Zhang has already toasted me. I shall return the gesture to demonstrate that there is no ill will between us. Whatever was said before is now forgotten. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Yinxin sought to prevent Lin Yan'er from pouring more wine, yet the cup was already filled to the brim. Lin Yan'er raised her chin defiantly and exclaimed, Miss Zhang, come now, embrace the spirit. Zhang Yinxin gazed at the wine before her, her hands trembling, unable to muster the courage to grasp the cup. Lin Yan'er furrowed her brow and remarked, Miss Zhang, could it be that what you recently conveyed to this princess was merely a ruse, and you have no intention of regarding me as a sister? Why then do you refuse to partake in the toast I offer? Zhang Yanxin's countenance darkened, and she feigned discomfort. Princess, I have not been in good health these past few days. I even consumed medicinal soup this morning. The physician in my residence advised me against alcohol, for it may exacerbate my condition. Should you doubt my words, you may inquire with the other young ladies present, who are well aware of my plight. The other young ladies, quick to support her fabrication, chimed in. Indeed, I am aware of Miss Zhang's illness. Just a few days ago, she was quite unwell. Today, we practically dragged her here, hoping to foster a bond with the princess. Otherwise, she would still be resting at home. Yes. When I visited the other day, Miss Zhang was still running a slight fever. She is certainly unwell. Zhang Yanxin gently placed a hand on her abdomen, speaking with a languid tone, offering an apologetic smile. Princess, I truly cannot drink. Shall I substitute tea for wine instead? Unnecessary. Lin Yan'er replied with a mischievous grin. Miss Zhang, I possess a miraculous remedy for all ailments, infallible in its efficacy. Would you care to try it? With that, she called out Scoundrel. In the midst of the gathering, Scoundrel advanced 2 steps, striking with both hands and producing 2 sharp sounds, leaving 2 crimson handprints on Zhang Yanxin's face, akin to those on Xiaodu's. The young ladies and gentlemen in the private room were utterly astonished. Chapter 52. Only good food should not be disregarded. Lin Yan'er observed Zhang Yanxin, who was evidently furious, yet wary of the 4 vigilant guards behind her. Aware of Lin Yan'er's status as the princess consort, she restrained her anger with great difficulty, which filled Zhang Yanxin with immense satisfaction. This little vixen harbored a plethora of ill intentions. Though she was uncertain who had conceived this idea, Zhang Yanxin was undoubtedly an active participant, 100% a conspirator. Lin Yan'er feigned a concerned expression. Are you feeling any better? Her serious demeanor suggested genuine concern for Zhang Yanxin, but such pretense was easily performed by anyone. Zhang Yanxin, with her eyes ablaze, glared fiercely at Shuang. This lowly maid had dared to strike her. Once she dealt with Lin Yan'er, this maid would learn that hell truly existed in this world. Rubbing her stinging cheeks, Zhang Yanxin forced a smile. Much improved. Quite so, my method is remarkably effective. Lin Yan'er appeared pleased with Zhang Yanxin's response and turned to Shuang. Shuang, I do not recall how many slaps that person recommended when teaching me this method. Feigning deep thought, Shuang replied, for general ailments, at least 6 slaps are required. This little girl held quite the grudge, remembering every slap Zhang Yanxin had delivered to her. It is evident that at that moment, Shuang was contemplating the day she would return everything unchanged. She cherished this disposition. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly, and then remarked, to thoroughly alleviate Miss Zhang's suffering, it seems I must trouble you. Shuang slightly bowed and replied, this servant obeys. What? Zhang Yanxin exclaimed in surprise, about to refuse. However, Shuang would not allow her to speak, swiftly delivering a series of slaps across her face, executing 4 in rapid succession without affording anyone else a moment to intervene. Afterward, Shuang let out a soft sigh, as if releasing pent-up frustration, and then turned to Lin Yan'er to report, Your Highness, it is done. Good, continue to attend to her. Lin Yan'er said with a smile that was both indulgent and unrestrained, glancing at Zhang Yanxin. The once delicate and charming visage of Zhang Yanxin was now unrecognizable. Her face swollen and her once bright eyes reduced to mere slits, with blood at the corners of her mouth. It was quite a thorough beating. Zhang Yanxin, who had likely never experienced such violence before, found tears streaming down her face. Lin Yan'er cleared her throat twice and waved her hand dismissively. Miss Zhang, there is no need to feel overly moved. Look, does this not bring you some comfort? Should you feel unwell next time, simply follow my advice and have a servant give you a few slaps. You shall find it quite soothing. Soothing? Zhang Yanxin's heart was ablaze with fury. She struggled to widen her tear-filled eyes, glaring at Lin Yan'er, wishing that her gaze could pierce her through. Yet, she dared not unleash her rage. Indeed, she is the daughter of a powerful envoy, yet the envoy himself holds a rank inferior to that of the esteemed General Lin Xiong, who bears the title of a first-grade military official. How could she possibly dare to express genuine anger towards Lin Yanji, a legitimate member of the royal family? She could only stifle her fury, concealing it beneath a facade of utmost respect as she lowered her head in gratitude. Lin Yanji erupted in laughter, declaring that gratitude should not be limited to mere words. Since she was now in good health, she ought to drink the cup of wine before her. Must she partake in the wine? Zhang Yanxin's heart quivered, for this was no ordinary drink, it was poisoned. Lin Yan'er had warned her that consuming this wine could induce a frenzy, causing one to feel an unbearable heat, instinctively strip off their clothing, and run outside for relief, all while shouting uncontrollably. However, the effects would not manifest immediately. As long as the antidote was taken in time, she would be safe. It was utterly unexpected. She had prepared herself, believing that they would not dare to drink this dubious wine, and she had not secured the antidote from Lin Yan'er in advance. She had underestimated Lin Yan'er, that foolish woman, who had wielded her status as the princess of the king from the very beginning to exert pressure upon them. This had thrown their plans into disarray. It remained unclear whether Lin Yan'er was already aware of their scheme or if it was merely a coincidence. But she found herself compelled to drink the tainted wine alongside Lin Yan'er. In the current predicament, with Siadu having drunk and Lin Yan'er also partaking, should she refuse? This madwoman would surely incite others to strike her. Resolving herself, she took the cup, closed her eyes, and downed its contents in one swift motion. Determined to find an opportunity to escape with Siadu and seek the antidote from Lin Yan'er, Lin Yan'er exclaimed with delight, then glanced around at the astonished expressions of others. Young Master Xie and Miss Zhang had both taken a drink, and I too had sipped from my cup. It was only fitting that everyone should partake as well. The remaining individuals, startled and hesitant to refuse, dared not protest upon witnessing the unfortunate states of Siadu and Zhang Yanxin. Hence, two of them rose to their feet, one reaching out to Lin Yan'er, attempting to seize her wine jug. How could we mere mortals presume to pour for the esteemed princess? They protested. Indeed, we shall serve ourselves, whether 1 cup or 3. It matters not. Yet, Lin Yan'er commanded with a firm tone, sit down. Instinctively, those who had stood returned to their seats, while those still seated straightened their backs, their smiles vanishing. Lin Yan'er entrusted the wine jug to Shuang'er, who, with a twinkle of mirth in her eyes, filled each cup one by one. Lin Yan'er, brimming with joy, gestured invitingly, please, partake. The others exchanged glances, too fearful to defy her, anxious about the repercussions. They steeled their resolve, lifted their cups towards Lin Yan'er, and proclaimed, to the esteemed princess. They then downed their drinks in one swift motion. Lin Yan'er cheered loudly. This demonstrates your genuine intent to befriend me. From this moment forth, you shall be true friends of mine. Ha ha ha. Let us feast on both delicacies and hearty fare. Today, may everyone revel in delight. With that, she boldly settled back, picked up her chopsticks, and selected a piece of delectable braised pork, gently lifting the edge of her veil to savor the morsel. Exquisite, even better than what is served at the prince's residence. Such culinary delights must not be squandered. Do not remain idle, everyone. Eat up. Zhang Yanxin and Siadu wore strained smiles, indulging in a few bites before Siadu, as if suddenly reminded, rose to his feet. Esteemed princess of the town, I just recollected a matter entrusted to me by my father that remains unfinished. I must take my leave now. I assure you, upon my return, I shall personally host a banquet to honor you and my cherished friends. He intended to depart, feeling the warmth spreading through his body from the wine he had consumed. If he did not seek out Lin Yan'er for the antidote soon, he would find himself in quite the predicament. Zhang Yanxin also stood, indeed. I too have pressing matters to attend to. If I do not resolve them promptly, I shall incur the wrath of my elders, which would be quite troublesome. Allow me to accompany Master Xie. My apologies, esteemed princess. I promise to host a banquet alongside Master Xie to atone for our abrupt departure. Upon hearing this, Siadu nodded repeatedly. Very well, let us depart together. The remaining individuals exchanged peculiar glances, as Zhang Yanxin and Siadu made their exit, each contemplating the best excuse to slip away. Stop, Lin Yan'er called without turning, her voice brooking no argument. You invited me here today. Until I am satisfied with the meal, none of you shall leave this private room. I make it abundantly clear, should anyone dare to step out before I am content, they shall face dire consequences. Do not invoke your father's names before me. When I am enraged, I would not hesitate to confront my own father, let alone yours. Zhang Yanxin and Siadu trembled, deterred from advancing any further. Chapter 53. The Emperor's Genuine Fury in the Hall of Diligent Governance within the Great Wu Imperial Palace. The Emperor sat upon his throne, his countenance darkened with displeasure. The officials gathered below him were rendered mute, too fearful to utter a sound. Outside the hall, Zhou Mingguo, masked and confined to a wheelchair, was exposed to the relentless sunlight. He had been waiting there for an hour, yet the Emperor had not summoned him inside. This was a form of punishment directed at him. Merely basking in the sun, however, felt more like a luxury than a hardship for Zhou Mingguo. He remained unperturbed, while Qingming beside him felt a pang of anxiety. The trouble the princess had stirred was indeed significant. The entire court of civil and military officials was convened in the Hall of Diligent Governance to deliberate the matter. Both the Crown Prince and Prince Qi were present. As the Crown Prince passed by Zhou Mingguo, he made no effort to conceal his smugness, openly mocking him. The Emperor, his expression grim, maintained a prolonged silence before finally inquiring of Eunuch Wei about the condition of General Lin. Just as Eunuch Wei was about to respond, The crown prince, Zhou Haotian, interjected, reporting to his father, "Your Majesty, I have just accompanied the imperial physician to examine General Lin. He has suffered no serious injuries, only superficial wounds. With a few days of rest, he shall recover. However, he feels greatly aggrieved. As the esteemed commander of the divine martial army and a key minister of the great Wu dynasty, to be treated in such a manner by the fourth prince has truly disheartened him." At that moment, the minister of war, sensing the gravity of the situations, stepped forward respectfully, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, the actions of Prince Zhun not only weigh heavily on General Lin's heart, but also chill the spirits of all the officials present. General Lin, a man of great merit, has suffered indignities at the hands of the princess of the town king, who has assaulted her own father, stepmother, and half-sister. It is regrettable that His Highness, the town king, did not intervene on General Lin's behalf. Instead, he ordered his injury and cast him out like a commoner. I dare to assert that such an action by His Highness is a flagrant disrespect for the imperial authority and a provocation against His Majesty. If this affront goes unpunished, it will surely unsettle the hearts of the ministers and undermine the foundation of our laws and governance. I beseech Your Majesty to take decisive action." In the court, the majority of the ministers knelt in deference. The emperor's countenance darkened further. Observing this, Prince Qi, Zhou Jinxiao, clasped his hands and spoke, "Father, I believe that this matter, instigated by the fourth prince, is indeed improper. However, we should afford him an opportunity to explain himself. The fourth prince has waited outside for quite a while. It would be prudent to summon him in." The crown prince, Zhou Haotian, interrupted Zhou Jinxiao with evident disdain in his eyes. "What further explanation is necessary? The fact remains that he has harmed General Lin. An account must be given." Zhou Jinxiao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his gaze. "Then, what does His Royal Highness propose regarding the town king and his consort?" Zhou Haotian raised his chin, unwavering. "The town princess's assault upon her parents is a violation of filial piety and warrants her execution as a deterrent. The town king, in his failure to discern right from wrong and his injury to a high-ranking minister, deserves to have his royal title stripped and be relegated to common status. Our royal family must present a clear stance to all subjects. Those who display disloyalty and disregard for the law, regardless of their rank or status, must face severe retribution." Zhou Jinxiao's heart was filled with a cold sneer. This second prince, relying on the fact that his mother was the empress and that he had won the favor of Emperor Wan, had become utterly complacent. In the court, he audaciously dared to usurp the authority of his father, making decisions in his stead. Was he seeking to provoke his father's disdain and suspicion, given the emperor's fondness for him? Noticing the peculiar gaze emperor when directed at Zhou Haotian, Zhou Jinxiao realized his objective had been achieved. He bowed respectfully to the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, this humble son believes it is prudent to heed the words of Prince Zhun before making any decisions." Zhou Haotian, still unaware of the emperor's discontent, stubbornly insisted on his stance. The attendant beside him, sensing the tension, swiftly bowed and reported, "I believe what His Highness, Prince Qi, has stated is valid. We must afford Prince Zhun an opportunity to speak." Zhou Haotian cast a sidelong glance at the attendant, perplexed as to why one of his own would side with Prince Qi. However, upon catching a subtle cue from the attendant, he suddenly comprehended the gravity of his demeanor. He had been excessively aggressive. This was his father's domain, and his actions were beginning to challenge the emperor's authority. Having competed with Prince Zhun, Zhou Mingwu, for several years, it was only 2 years ago, after Zhou Mingwu's unfortunate paralysis, that he ascended to the position of crown prince. He was unwilling to let any opportunity to suppress Zhou Mingwu slip by, aiming to ensure that his rival would never rise again. Thus, upon recognizing such a favorable opportunity, he hastily sought to strike at Zhou Mingwu, driven by an impatience that had now become apparent. Realizing the scrutinizing gaze of Emperor Wan upon him, he quickly bowed again, admitting, "Father, this son has been rash." Emperor Wan cast a cold glance in his direction and waved his hand, signaling for him to enter. The esteemed Lord Wei immediately called out, announced the arrival of King Zhun. Zhou Jinxiao bowed and said, "Father, King Zhun is unable to move. I shall assist him inside." Emperor Wan, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Jinxiao retreated and hurriedly approached Zhou Mingwu, who stood several dozen meters away. Qingming bowed respectfully, and Zhou Jinxiao positioned himself behind Zhou Mingwu, instructing, "Wait here while I assist your lord into the hall." Qingming stepped aside as Zhou Jinxiao pushed Zhou Mingwu's wheelchair toward the hall of diligent governance, lowering his voice to convey urgency. "Fourth brother, the crown prince and others seek your demise. Though I wish to protect you, my strength is limited, and father is exceedingly angry. You must speak with utmost tact. Do not confront father directly. Speak earnestly, clarify your position, and sincerely admit any faults. At a crucial moment, I shall lend you my support. Zhou Mingwu was acutely aware that his elder brother, who hailed from a humble background, had been born of a palace maid and possessed no substantial backing. He had developed a penchant for wine from a young age, and as he matured, he indulged in carnal pleasures. For reasons unknown, father had assigned him to oversee the imperial guards, primarily responsible for maintaining order within the capital. Following Zhou Jinchao's assumption of control over the imperial guards, peace reigned within the inner city, earning Emperor Wen's favor and affection for him. Consequently, the emperor allowed Zhou Jinchao to partake in significant state affairs. However, aside from his official duties, Zhou Jinchao was often engrossed in debauchery, which further reassured Emperor Wen. In secret, Zhou Jinchao quietly cultivated his personal influence. Zhou Mingwu had faced several assassination attempts, and the very brother who professed to advocate for him was inextricably linked to these threats. Zhou Jinchao merely sought to sow discord between him and the crown prince, hoping to incite a deadly conflict from which he could profit. Zhou Jinchao held Zhou Haoyan in disdain, firmly believing that Zhou Mingwu was his ultimate adversary. Zhou Mingwu, of course, would not expose this sentiment. He merely lowered his head and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother." Zhou Jinchao smiled slightly, remarking that such formalities were unnecessary between brothers. As they conversed, he nudged Zhou Mingwu toward the presence of the Emperor Wen, when suddenly, an object soared through the air and struck Zhou Mingwu on the forehead. The mask worn by Zhou Mingwu was not a hard shell but crafted from thick cowhide, resulting in a swollen bruise upon impact. Upon looking down, he discovered that the object that had struck him was none other than the imperial seal used by Emperor Wen. Following this, the emperor's furious roar reverberated through the hall. "You insolent fool, assaulting a high-ranking minister of the court, and now you dare to appear before me wearing a mask? What does this signify? Do you intend to convey that I am unworthy to behold your true visage?" The prince, observing from across the room, could hardly conceal the amusement tugging at the corners of his mouth. His greatest delight lay in Zhou Mingwu's misfortune. The ministers aligned with the prince shared in this joyous sentiment. Emperor Wen was genuinely enraged. Prior to entering, Zhou Jinchao had also noticed Zhou Mingwu's mask. However, he chose not to alert him, fully aware that it would only serve to fan the flames of the emperor's wrath. Indeed, he felt a twinge of pride in his clever machinations. By sowing discord between Zhou Mingwu and Zhou Haoyan, he not only provoked the emperor further, but also secured favor with Zhou Mingwu, rendering himself the undeniable victor. Chapter 54. The performance is about to begin. Eunuch Wei hurried over, carefully retrieving the imperial seal, his anxiety evident as he stomped his feet. "Your Highness, Prince of the town, should you not remove your mask?" He then turned and placed the seal back on the emperor's desk with utmost reverence. The crown prince, Zhou Haoyan, spoke with a tone of reproach, his words laden with implication. "Fourth brother, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Before father, you dare not reveal your true self. Should someone impersonate you and attempt to assassinate the emperor, the ramifications would be unfathomable. Do you truly harbor treasonous intentions, wishing to usurp the throne?" His voice abruptly ceased, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Zhou Mingwu, who had suddenly removed his mask. The previously furious Emperor Wen, upon recognizing Zhou Mingwu's visage, stood momentarily taken aback, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Zhou Jinchao, who pushed the wheelchair, was equally stunned. The entire assembly of civil and military officials stared at Zhou Mingwu, rendered speechless. Zhou Mingwu took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Emperor Wen. "Father, your son dons this mask not for any ulterior motive, but solely because my face is not fit for public view." Emperor Wen scrutinized Zhou Mingwu, noticing the swelling on his forehead, a result of being struck with the imperial seal. In addition, his cheeks displayed evident bruising, and one eye bore the unmistakable mark of a black ring, a telltale sign of a punch. The last time the Duke of Zhen's residence was attacked, Zhou Mingwu's face was unblemished. Who could have inflicted such injuries upon him? Emperor Wen longed to inquire, yet in his current state of rage, to ask would only give this wretched son the impression that he cared. Understanding the emperor's sentiments, Eunuch Wei promptly interjected, "Your Highness, how did you come by these injuries?" Zhou Mingwu closed his eyes, a look of resignation crossing his face. "This injury was inflicted by the princess, due to a slight misunderstanding between us." Struck by Lin Yan'er, the eyes of all present widened in astonishment. The mighty god of war of the Great Wu dynasty, a figure who commanded the winds and rains on the battlefield, undefeated in countless battles, was actually rendered humiliated by his own princess? Zhou Jinchao coughed twice. "Fourth brother, you?" Zhou Mingwu sighed. "I believed I should not compete with women. Nonsense. The crown prince, Zhou Haoyan, could no longer contain himself. You are clearly incapacitated, unable to defeat even a woman. After using a rooster to wed her and marrying a concubine, you have angered your newlywed princess, only to be beaten by her. Ha ha. Fourth brother, you are indeed henpecked. In the Great Wu dynasty, where men were valued over women, it was a tremendous joke for a man, especially a prince, to be so thoroughly bested by his wife. Zhou Haoyan laughed uncontrollably, and the ministers following him could barely restrain their chuckles, though they dared not laugh as freely as he did. Soon, however, they caught sight of Emperor Wen's expression and fell silent in an instant. The Hall of Diligent Administration was engulfed in an eerie stillness. After a while, Emperor Wen finally spoke. Prince Shen, why did you strike General Lin Xiang? He is not only a high-ranking official of the court, but also, by custom, your father-in-law. Zhou Mingwu lowered his head, his demeanor reflecting deep despondency. Your son, lost in a quarrel with the princess, hence I agreed to assist her unconditionally. Uffed. Zhou Haoyan couldn't help but erupt in laughter again. A man, subdued by a woman, such an absurdity. To heed the words of a woman, what future could he possibly have? Truly, I had overestimated him. Upon witnessing the emperor's ashen visage, Zhou Haoyan could barely stifle his laughter. How utterly absurd. The emperor appeared to be suppressing a surging wrath as he struck the table with his hand. Continue to bask in the sunlight, and until I grant permission, you shall not depart. He commanded, my esteemed ministers, you may withdraw. I shall provide General Lin with an explanation regarding today's events. The eunuch Wei proclaimed the decree loudly, signaling the court's adjournment. Zhou Haoyan, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the emperor's failure to announce the punishment for the Duke and Duchess of Zhan, noticed Jian casting him furtive glances, prompting him to relent. Zhou Jinshao guided Zhou Mingwu back to his original position, handing him over to Qing Ming, and suppressing his amusement, exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries with Zhou Mingwu before hastily departing. Zhou Haoyan and the entourage of ministers were less inclined to show Zhou Mingwu the same courtesy as they passed by. They indulged in scornful mockery before gradually making their exit. Though Qingming's position was several dozen meters from the Hall of Governance, a practiced martial artist possesses keen hearing and sight, allowing him to discern the discussions within the hall with clarity. Once all had vacated, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired of Zhou Mingwu, my lord. You paint the princess consort as so ferocious that it leads them to believe you are cowed by her, thereby tarnishing your reputation. Can this truly safeguard the princess consort? Zhou Mingwu adjusted his mask, obscuring his expression from Qingming's view. Only in this manner can I ensure her safety. My father desires her protection even more than I do, for she is the very instrument he covets, capable of controlling me. At this moment, I fear my father is reveling in delight greater than that of the crown prince. Qingming found himself momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing the sincerity with which the prince regarded the princess consort. Within the imperial study, as Emperor Wen settled into his seat and waited for eunuch Wei to close the door, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Initially, he chuckled softly, but soon his mirth escalated into hearty guffaws. I have never witnessed such a sight. This scoundrel, so humbled and compliant today, is truly a rarity. I nearly laughed aloud right then and there. You old rascal. Do you realize how I have stifled this laughter? It almost caused me internal distress. Eunuch Wei, holding a cup of tea, smiled and gently urged, Your Majesty, do take care to laugh more softly, lest you harm your health. Perhaps sip some water to soothe your throat. Ah, that fierce woman. At last, this scoundrel has encountered someone who can keep him in check. The emperor took a couple of sips of tea, finally managing to compose himself, and then, with a serious demeanor, commanded, You old rascal, issue the decree. The Duke and Duchess of Zhang are to visit the general's residence to offer their apologies and compensate the general's household with 50,000 taels of silver. As for the Duchess, they have yet to present tea to the new bride. Arrange for the Duke and Duchess to come to the palace tomorrow to pay their respects. And as for that scoundrel, let him bask in the sun until dusk before returning. Eunuch Wei, the emperor's most loyal and understanding confidant, was not the slightest bit surprised by this outcome. He smiled in agreement and exited to convey the decree. Upon hearing the imperial edict, Zhou Mingwu felt a great weight lift from his heart. Meanwhile, across from the Mingsheng restaurant stood another establishment of similar stature, where on the second floor, a private room had been opened, and the heir of the loyal and brave Marquis, Wu Hongtao, was joyfully entertaining Lin Yan'er. Yan'er, the time is nigh. The grand performance is about to commence. Lin Yan'er wore a radiant smile as she gazed at the entrance of the Mingsheng restaurant across the street. Despite the malevolent actions taking place within, her expression remained innocent, devoid of any trace of wickedness. The audacious villainess who dared to harm my parents and sister deserved every bit of retribution. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the Ming Sheng restaurant, and a bare figure burst forth, shouting wildly. Chapter 55. Mastering the Art of Performance Thereout. Wu Hongtao's smile widened as he shifted his attention from the fleeing figure to Lin Yan'er. He delighted in her joyful laughter, as enchanting as the sun, radiating warmth and brilliance. Lin Yan'er fixed her intense gaze on the person rushing out, and as she did, a few old servants crouching nearby noticed her. In an instant, she dashed forward, pinning the figure to the ground. Though the distance was not great, the bustling street obscured her view, and the figure moved with remarkable speed. A peculiar sensation washed over her. It seemed as though this figure was rather large. Lin Yan'er was more slender, and the voice sounded oddly unfamiliar, almost resembling Zhang Yanqin. Moments later, several more bare figures rushed out from the Ming Sheng restaurant, shouting as they stumbled out, only to be swiftly subdued and wrapped in blankets. Wu Hongtao, initially captivated by Lin Yan'er's joyful expression, began to notice her smile fading, replaced by astonishment. He turned to observe the chaos erupting from the Ming Sheng restaurant. How could there be so many bare figures? Wu Hongtao sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in disbelief. Something was amiss. It was Xie Du and Zhang Yanqin, among others, all of whom were children of officials with whom they typically associated. What was the situation? These young masters and ladies each had their own attendants, who remained outside the private room, merely waiting. Once they regained their composure, they promptly took their respective masters away. Just as they departed, the guards from the prince's residence escorted Lin Yan'er out of the Ming Sheng restaurant. The veiled woman gently patted her abdomen, exuding a sense of satisfaction as she glanced at the burping Schuanger beside her. Schuanger, did you find today's meal satisfying? Schuanger beamed with delight, nodding vigorously. Indeed, it was quite satisfying. Lin Yan'er then turned her attention to Ah Qi and the other guards. So, my brothers, have you eaten your fill? The guards responded in unison. We have eaten our fill, thank you, princess. To be addressed as brothers by Lin Yan'er moved them deeply. The prince had previously remarked that they were his brothers. The princess and the prince truly were kindred spirits, a match made in heaven. Lin Yan'er clapped her hands in contentment, letting out a sigh. She had forgotten to inquire who had paid for today's meal. There was no way to reciprocate. But the free food had indeed been quite delightful. Schuanger, with her eyes sparkling, chimed in, the princess is wise. I, too, share her fondness for complimentary meals. Lin Yan'er linked her arm with Schuanger, laughing heartily. We truly are great sisters. Come, let us return to the prince's residence. The two boarded the carriage bound for the palace, while 2 rows of guards mounted their noble steeds, forging ahead and disregarding the murmurs of the surrounding populace as they commenced their journey home. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan'er clenched her small hands into tight fists, her delicate face slightly contorted, and her eyes radiated an unusual malice, wishing to rush forth and tear Lin Yan'er and the carriage apart. Zhang Yanqin and her companions were truly a band of ineptitude. She gritted her teeth, for despite having meticulously arranged everything, such a dismal outcome had ensued. The first to rush out was Zhang Yanqin, who was swiftly subdued by the designated elderly servants. After overpowering her, these 3 elderly servants would publicly humiliate her, subjecting her to their indignities in front of the onlookers, thereby utterly tarnishing her reputation. As for the men, such as Xie Du, it mattered little. They would merely become the jest of the capital. Women, however, were different. Even if they hailed from noble families, the events of today would undoubtedly circulate throughout the capital, rendering any hopes of marrying into a prestigious family utterly futile. In more traditional households, the pressure could compel a daughter to take her own life to preserve the family's honor. Wu Hongtao gazed at Lin Yan'er before him, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Instead, he believed Lin Yan'er truly deserved her reputation as the foremost talented woman of the capital, displaying her emotions, be it joy or anger, so vividly. He gently patted Lin Yan'er on the shoulder, saying, do not be upset, Yan'er. Lin Yan'er is indeed vile, having so thoroughly tarnished the reputations of Miss Zhang and the others. I have never encountered such a malicious person. If Lin Yan'er were to hear this, she would undoubtedly spit in his face in indignation. What did he mean by never having seen such malice? They had conspired together to ruin Lin Yan'er, only for her to turn the tables and destroy them instead. Was that not the epitome of malice? Lin Yan'er suppressed the ferocity on her face, her eyes glistening with tears, reddened and imbued with a profound sense of grievance. Your Highness, I feel so miserable. I have failed to avenge my parents and sister. I am utterly useless. Her pitiful demeanor tugged at Wu Hongtao's heartstrings, compelling him to embrace her tightly and whisper assurances. Rest easy, Yan'er. You are aware of the strength of the house of loyalty and valor. I shall ensure that she pays a heavy price for her transgressions, avenging you. Lin Yan'er's head rested against Wu Hongtao's chest, a fleeting expression of triumph mixed with resentment crossing her face, yet she gently shook her head. Your Highness, this is my matter. She is the legitimate wife of the town prince, and I fear it may implicate your esteemed house of loyalty and valor. At the pavilion in Qingzhou courtyard of the town prince's residence, Xiao Qingqing's eyes were rimmed with red, reflecting her profound sense of injustice. Opposite her sat a young man clad in opulent attire, his hand clenched into a fist upon the stone table, his handsome face radiating an aura of cold severity. Your Highness Xiao, please do not be enraged. I am merely the daughter of a merchant, of lowly status, inherently inferior to the esteemed princess consort, the legitimate daughter of the general's household, bestowed upon by the emperor, a position of utmost nobility. Her humiliation of me, even to the point of striking me, is something I must accept, by my standing. Even being a secondary consort would be an overstep. What truly incenses me is not only her violence against me, but also her audacity to strike the prince, emboldened by her royal marriage. Your Highness Zhao must have noticed the bruises upon the prince's face. My heart aches for him. The prince, wary of her being bestowed upon him by the emperor, has repeatedly shown her leniency, leaving him in a state of helplessness. I have been unable to see the prince these past 2 days. Upon speaking, she bowed her head and wept softly, her shoulders trembling slightly. The maid, Xiaoyun, standing nearby, couldn't help but admire Xiao Qingqing's performance. In her view, Xiao Qingqing was not particularly clever and possessed a notably fierce temperament. However, she certainly excelled in the art of theatricality. Zhao Wang, Zhou Mingqing, wore a grim expression, as if he could squeeze water from it, his teeth clenched tightly, suggesting that he might draw his sword and kill at any moment. It was absurd. The rumors circulating within the palace turned out to be true. The malicious and unattractive Lin Yan'er had returned home yesterday, brutally assaulting General Lin and his wife, and even striking down the second Miss Lin, resulting in the death of one of her maidservants. General Lin had come to the prince's residence seeking an explanation from his royal brother, only to be thrown out after being beaten by him. The emperor summoned the royal brother to the palace to question him about the incident. At that moment, the royal brother was being punished by the emperor, forced to endure the sun outside the Hall of Diligence. It was rumored that he had been left bruised and battered by that fierce woman, and the assault on General Lin was also coerced by her. This infuriates me, thinking that my royal brother, rendered incapacitated and no longer favored by the emperor, could be so brazenly humiliated. I shall take her life today and present her severed head to the emperor as an apology. Just then, a little maid rushed in, saluting Zhao Wang and concubine Xiao. Before her gaze flickered momentarily, Xiaoyun furrowed her brow, wondering what the matter could be. The young maid hesitated, and Xiao Qingqing feigned a scolding tone, stating that His Highness, the Zhao Prince, is the younger brother of our lord, and there is no need to conceal matters regarding the Zhen Wangfu from him. Speak plainly. Only then did the young maid kneel before Xiao, reporting that the princess had returned and instructed someone to inform Xiao, who must immediately go out to kneel and welcome, for delay would result in 10 lashes. Xiao Qingqing pretended to be alarmed, exclaiming that she must hasten to welcome her sister, the princess, lest she incur punishment for tardiness. She beckoned for Xiaoyun to assist her, anxiously making her way outside. Xiaoyun, help me move more swiftly. Do not lag. I cannot afford to anger the princess and face her wrath. As they reached the entrance, Xiao Qingqing and Xiaoyun heard a roar behind them. A figure, swift as the wind, flashed past them, followed closely by several others. It was Zhou Mingqing and his guards. Observing their retreating figures, Xiao Qingqing felt her urgency dissipate. Clutching Xiaoyun's hand, a fierce smile crept onto her lips. Xiaoyun's eyes glimmered with a ruthless gleam. Side consort, the lord is still within the palace. At present, no one in the Wang Fu can deter the Zhao prince. That ugly woman is as good as dead. Once Lin Yan'er is eliminated, Xiao Qingqing will ascend, allowing her daily encounters with Zhou Mingwu, thus facilitating her ambitions. Whether her master seeks intelligence on Zhou Mingwu or aims to assassinate him, it will be far more convenient. With the War Soul Tower unsealed, the mysteries of what transpired before the lockdown remain undisclosed. Her failure to provide her master with valuable information has already incurred dissatisfaction. If she fails to demonstrate her worth to her master, how will she ever be acknowledged? Xiao Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed with Xiaoyun's words, her demeanor exuding an unshakable calm. Let us go and witness how that ugly woman's head was severed by the Zhao King. I am indeed curious to see what extraordinary means this woman possesses that could subdue both the prince and the Zhao King, allowing her to escape unscathed. The two hastened their steps towards the outside. Lin Yan'er, too, refrained from wandering about, for her reputation was exceedingly tarnished. The common folk on the streets, aware that the lady in the carriage was the Duchess of the town, seized the opportunity to voice their disparaging remarks amidst the throngs of people. She had no doubt that should she continue to flaunt her presence, she would be pelted with rotten vegetables and foul eggs. Henceforth, she resolved to temper her arrogance and adopt a more discreet demeanor. Although her entourage exuded an air of authority, the attention was far too pronounced. She must devise a means to rehabilitate her reputation. While she was not overly concerned with public opinion, the extent of her notoriety had become an irksome burden. Unbeknownst to her, another wave of infamy was on the horizon, poised to cement her name upon the pillar of disgrace. The embellished tale of her defeating the town king had begun to circulate from the imperial palace, transforming into an impending sensational topic that would be fervently recounted across all strata of the capital, earning her the moniker of the fiercest woman of the great Wu dynasty, striking fear into all who heard it. This time, her unintended allies were not those who despised her to the core, but rather the town king, Zhou Mingwu, whom she incessantly derided as a scoundrel. The carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance of the Duke of Zhen's residence, and a group of individuals stepped inside, making their way towards the Qingxi courtyard. As they approached, a furious roar pierced the air. "Wicked woman, prepare to meet your end." All halted, and from around the corner emerged a strikingly handsome young man, tall and bearing a resemblance to Zhou Mingwu. He wielded a long sword, radiating an aura of menace, accompanied by several guards who surged forth. Alarmed, the guards, led by a Qi, shouted in unison, "Protect the princess." They swiftly drew their sabers, positioning themselves defensively in front of Lin Yan'er to thwart the young man's advance. "How dare you?" The guards accompanying the young man bellowed. "Do you not recognize His Royal Highness, Prince Zhao? Kneel and pay your respects." Only then did a Qi and the others realize that the individual before them was none other than Zhao Wang Zhou Mingqing. They quickly sheathed their weapons and knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness." Zhou Mingqing, however, paid them no heed. His enraged gaze remained fixed on Lin Yan'er as he commanded, "Step aside. I shall slay that vile woman." A Qi and the other guards exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering. Remaining in their kneeling position, a Qi clasped his hands together, his eyes resolute. "Your Royal Highness, we are under the orders of the Duke to ensure the safety of the princess. If you intend to harm her, we cannot comply." The other guards echoed his sentiment. "We cannot comply." These were seasoned warriors, once following Zhou Mingwu into the fray of battle. Their loyalty was unshakable. Zhou Mingwu had entrusted them with Lin Yan'er's safety, and none would dare harm her unless they were prepared to lay down their lives. Moreover, Lin Yan'er had saved their lives. She was their benefactor. For both public and private reasons, they could not be permitted to step aside. Zhou Mingqing was taken aback. The prince's order was to ensure the safety of the princess? How could his royal brother dispatch so many guards to protect this vile woman? The expressions of the guards indicated that they had received a strict command. Lin Yan'er scrutinized Zhou Mingqing, delving into the memories of the original owner to glean information about the Zhao Wang before her. Unfortunately, the original owner's recollection of the Zhao Wang was limited to a distant glimpse of him alongside the Jin Wang, followed by a letter of affection penned by Lin Yan'er, which was sent to the Zhao Wang without any response. What had driven the Zhao Wang to such madness today? To label her as a vile woman and threaten her life? Your Highness Zhao Wang, do not act impulsively. At that moment, two figures emerged from around the corner, Xiao Yun supporting Xiao Qingqing as they approached, noticing that Zhou Mingqing had come to a halt. Such intense fury could not be sustained indefinitely. A brief pause might prevent one from succumbing to blind rage. Instantly, she displayed a look of utmost urgency, rushing forward to kneel before Zhou Mingqing. Your Highness Zhao Wang, the princess sister is the emperor's betrothed, the legitimate daughter of the great general's residence. Please do not harm her. Even the prince would not dare to lay a finger on her. Should the emperor be enraged, it could spell disaster for your highness. Upon seeing Xiao Qingqing, Lin Yan'er immediately understood that Zhou Mingqing's erratic behavior was instigated by this little white lotus. Xiao Qingqing's words were not an attempt to quell Zhou Mingqing's anger. Rather, they served to stoke the flames. Xiao Qingqing timidly cast a glance at Lin Yan'er, her expression betraying a palpable fear of the latter. She then prostrated herself on the ground, her shoulders trembling slightly. Sister Princess, His Highness the Zhao Wang has been provoked by some wild and reckless words from outside, which has led him to offend you. I beseech you, do not report this to the emperor, lest His Highness face his wrath. I am willing to relinquish the prince's affections and request that he cast me aside. What? Report to the emperor? I have never even laid eyes on the emperor's visage. How could I possibly know what to report? Lin Yan'er scoffed inwardly. Moreover, When did I ever require your sweet, innocent self to relinquish the prince's love? I intend to part ways with your esteemed Wanya. Lin Yan'er coughed lightly, addressing Xiao Qingqing. Are you attempting to stir up trouble? Have you not learned your lesson from your last encounter? Xiao Qingqing's heart swelled with joy. It was as if a pillow had been placed beneath her head while she was drowsy. She feigned extreme trepidation, bowing repeatedly. Sister Princess, my sincerest apologies. I remember and shall not act out again. I only wish to quell His Highness the Zhao Wang's fury and assist you in your predicament. Observing Xiao Qingqing in such a state of fright, kneeling and offering explanations, Zhou Mingqing recognized the truth in the saying that the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. Since her arrival at the Duke of Zhen's residence, he had witnessed how this wicked woman, Lin Yan'er, had bullied her mercilessly. The audacity of Lin Yan'er, unabashedly flaunting her disdain in front of him, underscored just how unrestrained and lawless she was. If this woman were not dealt with, Xiao Qingqing would surely have no peace in her life. In the Wangfu, where is there any day of tranquility? Chapter 57. This is undoubtedly foolishness. The youthful and handsome visage of Zhou Mingqing, slightly contorted under the weight of his fury, could hardly bear the intensity. He pointed his sword and bellowed, "Listen well. Today, I shall execute this woman on the spot, and I shall bear the consequences. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face death without mercy." The guards surrounding him drew their swords, aiming them at Achi and the others. Stealing his resolve, Achi unsheathed his dagger anew, while the remaining guards followed suit. Confronting Zhou Mingqing's men, with a chilling demeanor, Zhou Mingqing declared, "I am the younger brother of your lord. You ought to understand the bond between my elder brother and myself. My command is akin to that of the emperor's. As you are loyal subjects of my brother, I have no desire to slay you." He discerned that Achi was the squad leader and pressed the sharp tip of his sword against Achi's chest, warning, "Stand aside, or I shall be compelled to take your life, even if it might incur my brother's wrath, as an example to others." Achi inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure, and shook his head. "Your Highness, we are well aware of our origins. Threats cannot sway us. If you wish to kill the princess, you must first eliminate us all." Lin Yan'er trembled, reflecting on the audacity of Zhou Mingguo, that scoundrel, to garner such loyal comrades. Anger surged within Zhou Mingqing, and with a determined heart, he advanced his sword. On her knees, Xiao Qingqing raised her head, a smirk curling at her lips as she cast a defiant and ruthless glance at Lin Yan'er. Achi harbored no intention of evasion. He dared not lay a hand on Zhou Mingqing, for Zhou Mingqing was equally a master. His life had been spared by the princess, and she was but a step behind him. There was no escape. Therefore, he resolved to offer his life in gratitude to the princess. Hoping to bring some semblance of calm to His Highness, the Prince Zhao, Achi had accepted his fate. However, the tip of the sword did not pierce his chest, but merely rested against his garment before halting. Upon discerning what had transpired, both he and Zhou Mingqing were taken aback. For Zhou Mingqing's wrist, which gripped the sword, was firmly held by Lin Yan'er. Zhou Mingqing was startled and attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover, to his astonishment, that Lin Yan'er's delicate grasp felt as if it were bound by iron shackles. He could not pull away, let alone move. Lin Yan'er's eyes were fixed intently on Achi, her brows furrowed, radiating unmistakable fury. "Achi, do you wish to perish?" Loyalty is indeed a commendable virtue, but Achi's fidelity had reached a level of folly. They sought to take his life, and yet, in his effort to protect her, he refused to retreat. He could have easily struck Zhou Mingqing's sword aside. Lin Yan'er had scrutinized Zhou Mingqing's physique. Though he appeared somewhat sturdy and muscular, it was evident he possessed only a modicum of strength. This indicated that Zhou Mingqing practiced martial arts regularly, yet he was in no way comparable to Zhou Mingguo. Even Achi could easily surpass him. Yet, Achi did not strike. He stood rigid, allowing Zhou Mingqing to deliver the fatal blow. She simply could not comprehend this. Was this also a form of loyalty? It was patently foolish. Achi sensed Lin Yan'er's ire, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "If you were to perish in battle or die while dutifully fulfilling your responsibilities, I would utter no words of reproach. Instead, I would honor you as a hero, dying for a worthy cause," Lin Yan'er articulated with deliberate emphasis. "However, your demise here, rendered meaningless by the hands of a hot-headed fool, is a death unworthy of even a single coin. You have succumbed to death so carelessly, yet have you considered the anguish of your parents, who are grieved by the loss of their child?" Achi's breath caught in his throat, as if something within him had become obstructed. Lin Yan'er cast a glance at the guards of the Wangfu, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, prompting them to bow their heads in silence. She realized that these guards likely harbored sentiments akin to those of Achi, prepared to sacrifice their very lives to shield Zhou Mingqing, hoping that such an act might save her. Their unwillingness to resist stemmed from the fact that Zhou Mingqing was the younger brother of Zhou Mingguo, the seventh prince. The supremacy of royal authority compelled them to face death without choice. Lin Yan'er understood that it was futile to engage these antiquated and misguided loyalists in discourse about the inherent equality of all beings, for such notions would be deemed heretical. Her earlier reprimand directed at Qi was likely only to evoke a fleeting reminder of their families back home, stirring some semblance of emotion within them. Should a similar situation arise again, they might very well exhibit the same behavior. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yan'er declared, "Very well, step back a little. Allow me to cool the fervor of this hot-headed fool." She then turned to face Zhou Mingqing, whose expression had grown somewhat rigid, her eyes, concealed beneath her veil, glimmering with an icy resolve, causing Zhou Mingqing's heart to skip a beat. He had not anticipated that this woman would intervene to save a guard. Just moments ago, her words were laced with anger towards the guards who risked their lives. Is this not a form of kindness? Could he have misjudged the situation? As this thought crossed his mind, he heard Lin Yan'er remark about cooling down this hot-headed fool. Who was she referring to? With her icy glare directed at him, he finally realized she was speaking of him. She deemed him a fool. Zhou Mingqing's anger flared once more, and he bellowed, "You venomous woman! How dare you call this king a fool? Release my hand, for I shall end your life." "Am I as foolish as you, my lord?" Lin Yan'er scoffed. "If you intend to kill me, do you expect me to relinquish my grip, believing my mind to be as muddled as yours?" "What? She still dared to insult him?" Zhou Mingqing was utterly infuriated. He lifted a leg to kick at Lin Yan'er, but it lacked any strength, soft and feeble. Lin Yan'er remained unperturbed. Having consumed a power-enhancing pill, she could easily overpower Zhou Mingqing. With a swift motion, she raised her leg, gaining momentum, and delivered a kick to Zhou Mingqing's knee, causing him to lean forward. With a thud, he knelt before her, still clutching his sword. Lin Yan'er applied pressure, and pain shot through Zhou Mingqing's wrist, eliciting a pained cry as his sword clattered to the ground. She swiftly pivoted, positioning herself behind Zhou Mingqing, seizing his hand and forcing it behind his back. With a downward pressure, she compelled him to kneel, firmly restraining him, rendering him utterly immobile. This scene astonished both Shao Qingqing and Xiao Yun. Lin Yan'er truly possessed martial prowess. She effortlessly subdued Zhou Mingqing. Zhou Mingqing roared in fury, "You vile woman, dare you treat this king in such a manner? I shall have you torn asunder by 5 horses. Summon someone to slay this wicked woman with a flurry of blades." As Zhou Mingqing's guards regained their senses and surged forward, they were met with resistance from Qi and his companions. While Qi and his allies were unable to lay a hand on Zhou Mingqing himself, it did not preclude them from confronting his guards, who were of equivalent standing. Outnumbered, Qi and his comrades swiftly overpowered several of Zhou Mingqing's guards, bringing them to the ground. Chapter 58. Why such a commotion? Noticing that Zhou Mingqing's guards were thwarted, Lin Yan'er narrowed her beautiful eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Mingqing's kneeling profile. "Why do you wish to kill me?" Zhou Mingqing turned to meet Lin Yan'er's gaze, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Is a reason truly necessary for your demise? Is it not?" Lin Yan'er burst into laughter, then turned to Shuang'er. "Fetch me a rope for this royal consort. This young man harbors a severely misguided worldview. He must be properly educated to understand that one requires sufficiently justifiable reasons to take a life." Shuang'er scurried away and soon returned with a length of coarse hemp rope. Lin Yan'er directly aimed to loop the coarse hemp rope around Zhou Mingqing's head. Zhou Mingqing attempted to resist, but he was no match for Lin Yan'er, who had consumed a strength-enhancing potion. She forcefully pinned him to the ground, stepping on his back, and twisted his hands until he was tightly bound in mere moments, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. "Princess, this is His Highness, the Zhao Wang. How could you?" "Silence!" Lin Yan'er interrupted Shao Qingqing sharply, pointing a finger at her. "You shall kneel there, Shuang'er. Keep your eyes on her. You are not permitted to rise without my consent." Lin Yan'er added with emphasis, "If you find her displeasing, feel free to give her a slap." "Understood." As Lin Yan'er displayed such overwhelming authority, her maidservant could not afford to tarnish her mistress's reputation. She approached Shao Qingqing, looking down upon her. "Shao Concubine, kneel properly. Do not provoke the maidservant's ire, or you shall be punished." "Lin Yan'er, you vile woman. If you dare to lay a finger on Qingqing, I will have you torn to pieces." Lin Yan'er glanced at Zhou Mingqing, who was helplessly bound and still shouting defiantly. She turned to Shuang'er and commanded, "Give her a slap." With no hesitation, Shuang'er delivered a sharp slap across Shao Qingqing's face, the sound echoing crisply. A bright red mark instantly appeared on Shao Qingqing's delicate visage. Xiao Yun attempted to step forward but was deterred by Qi's stern gaze. However, Witnessing the imprint on Xiao Qingqing's face brought her a sense of satisfaction, knowing all too well the pain inflicted by this woman had not yet faded. Zhou Mingqing continued to howl in rage. "You wicked woman, if you dare to touch Qingqing again." Without a moment's hesitation, Shuang'er obeyed Lin Yan'er's command and delivered another resounding slap. Xiao Qingqing was left in a daze. The events unfolding before her were entirely unexpected. She had come to witness the tragic demise of Lin Yan'er. How was it that she now found herself kneeling here, being struck by Lin Yan'er's maid? How could Zhou Mingqiang, of all people, be overpowered by Lin Yan'er and brought to his knees? Why were the guards of the Wangfu so fiercely protective of Lin Yan'er? Zhou Mingqing's commands seemed utterly ineffective. This was not at all what she had envisioned. Lin Yan'er's foot hovered near Zhou Mingqing's face, giving him a gentle kick as she taunted. "Do you dare to question me, the princess? If you still doubt my resolve, I would be more than willing to turn that little white lotus into a pig's head." Zhou Mingqing gazed at the imprints of the slaps on Xiao Qingqing's cheeks. Her eyes filled with unshed tears of grievance, and her frail, trembling form kneeling before him evoked a profound sense of pity. Lin Yan'er was exceedingly audacious. He had believed that, within the confines of the Zheng Wangfu, he held the highest authority, second only to his elder brother, Zhou Mingwu. No one should have dared to disregard his commands. Yet, the reality was that no one heeded his orders. In fact, the guards were rallying around Lin Yan'er. It was utterly preposterous. He had capitulated, his temper extinguished. "All right, I acknowledge your courage. Just spare Qingqing. Her frail health cannot withstand such torment." "Ha!" Lin Yan'er burst into laughter, remarking on his surprising tenderness. "Why do I feel that you, my little uncle, cherish this delicate flower even more than your elder brother? My proper husband? TSK. Could there be some special bond between you two? If so, your brotherly affection is indeed remarkable." Zhou Mingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared once more. "You vile and unprincipled woman, cease your slanderous words against us. I hold Qingqing in the highest regard. She is virtuous and innocent. We adhere to propriety, and before she weds my elder brother, I treat her as my own sister. Your filthy mind cannot conceive the purity of our intentions. Virtuous and innocent?" Lin Yan'er was ready to hurl more fragrant words at Zhou Mingqing. "If she is virtuous and innocent, then I must be the epitome of sanctity." Oh, feigning realization, Lin Yan'er lowered her gaze towards Zhou Mingqing. "As for other matters, I am unaware, but I firmly believe you do not uphold propriety. Or perhaps your so-called propriety differs greatly from that of normal individuals. Young man, I must re-educate you on the principles of propriety. Someone, hang him from that large tree," Lin Yan'er commanded, pointing to a nearby tree. Zhou Mingqing was taken aback. And so was everyone else. No one dared to move. Lin Yan'er quickly realized that Zhou Mingqing was the Prince of Zhao, and his standing was formidable. If there were to be repercussions later, anyone who touched him would meet their demise. Zhou Mingqing snorted coldly. "You wicked woman. How could you possibly comprehend the essence of propriety? Release me at once, or else." "Oh, what are you doing?" Zhou Mingqing felt his body lift off the ground, and in no time, he found himself suspended beneath a tree by Lin Yan'er. She casually broke off a twig the size of a finger from the tree and stood below him, swinging it in the direction of the swaying Zhou Mingqing. "I am your rightful princess consort, bestowed upon you by your father, the emperor. To show me disrespect and threaten my life is a blatant disregard for your father's authority and a clear indication of your contempt for your elder brother. The first strike serves as punishment for your insolence towards your sovereign and elder sibling. The second strike addresses your trivialization of human life. To claim that killing requires no justification is a grave error. Even the Son of Heaven must provide a clear rationale for taking a life. To act on mere whim is to trample upon human dignity. The third strike is a chastisement for your foolish naivety, easily swayed by mere words." In the grand palace of Dewu, as the sun gradually descended, Zhou Mingwu felt drowsy under its warmth. Suddenly, Eunuch Wei rushed past him, appearing to have something urgent to convey. Zhou Mingwu, puzzled, inquired, "Eunuch, speak your mind." Eunuch Wei sighed, glancing around cautiously before lowering his voice. "Your Highness, you must keep a close watch on your princess consort. She has a propensity for causing trouble. Just recently, Inspector Zhang and Minister Xie have claimed that your consort assaulted Inspector Zhang's daughter and Minister Xie's young son, with 7 children of various officials as witnesses. Not only did he strike someone, but he also commanded the guards to strip several young masters and ladies of their garments and cast them into the streets. How outrageous. The emperor is furious once more. His Highness, the prince of the town, must brace himself for the consequences. Zhang Yinxin and Xie Du, among others, have truly suffered a significant loss this time. frustrated by the indignity of their situation and unable to explain why they found themselves running naked through the streets. They conspired to slander Lin Yan'er. The fathers of these young ones, witnessing their children being so disgracefully treated, could not contain their anger. Thus, they collectively petitioned Emperor Wen to intervene. Zhou Mingwu and Qing Ming were taken aback. Was it not simply an act of violence? How did it escalate to such proportions? A couple of slaps may be overlooked, but forcing someone to run naked in public, especially a girl, is a matter of honor and a grave concern. Chapter 59. The heart of the subordinate cannot endure. Zhou Mingwu remained silent, while Qing Ming expressed his gratitude to Eunuch Wei. As he watched Eunuch Wei depart, Qing Ming could not help but remark, "Your Highness, Eunuch Wei is indeed correct. Our Lady truly requires stricter oversight. If this continues, my heart cannot bear it." Zhou Mingwu's emotions were indescribable. He wished to exert control, yet he was at a loss regarding the source of her abilities. Just last night, a flash of lightning rendered him unconscious. Her martial skills seemed limited, more for show than substance, and she lacked internal energy. Yet, strangely, in a one-on-one encounter, he found himself unable to best her. His wife harbored resentment towards him, refusing to submit. Qing Ming. Zhou Mingwu's demeanor shifted dramatically as he dispatched agents from the cavalry corps to investigate the matter at hand. Should any evidence arise indicating the princess's involvement in the affair, he would ensure the evidence was meticulously eradicated. Preparations were being made in anticipation of an imminent investigation by the officials of the Dali Temple, who would subsequently report to the emperor. Qing Ming nodded and retrieved a pigeon, its beak sealed with a cord, from his sleeve. He affixed a small note to its leg before releasing it into the air. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch approached, announcing that the emperor wished to summon Zhou Mingwu to the imperial study. Within the study, the somber presence of the emperor loomed large, accompanied by Zhang Yanqin, the father of the inspector, Minister of Works Xia Hao, Crown Prince Zhou Haoyan, and several other officials, all standing silently before the emperor, whose expression was as dark as turbulent waters. Qing Ming remained outside the study, while another eunuch ushered Zhou Mingwu inside. At the entrance, Zhou had already removed his mask, revealing a conspicuous swelling on his forehead and noticeable bruises on his face. Yet, his habitual cold demeanor remained unaltered, and the aura he exuded inexplicably instilled a sense of dread in Zhou Haoyan. He loathed this feeling. Why did his brother, even seated in a wheelchair, evoke such an emotion in him? This was the fundamental reason behind his relentless efforts to undermine Zhou Mingwu, driven by a desire to utterly defeat and trample him. The emperor instinctively reached for a hard object on the table, contemplating hurling it at Zhou Mingwu's face. It had become a reflex. The mere sight of Zhou Mingwu incited a desire to throw something at him. It seemed that only in this manner could he assert his authority as a father and the power of a sovereign before Zhou Mingwu. This time, the desk bore no hard objects, only a memorial presented by Xia Hao. "Take a good look, you, the princess, at the fine work you have done for me," declared Emperor Wen as he tossed the memorial over. Unlike before, Zhou Mingwu did not ignore it. Instead, he reached out to receive it as it landed upon his face. He genuinely began to read it. The document detailed that Miss Zhang and the second young master of the Xie family had invited several acquaintances, familiar with Lin Yan'er, to the Mingxing restaurant to celebrate her marriage into the Duke of Zhen's residence, becoming the rightful duchess. It was meant to be a gesture of goodwill from old friends. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan'er erupted in fury, commanding the guards of the palace and her maid to beat Miss Zhang and the second young master of the Xie family, stripping them of their clothes and casting them out onto the street. Zhou Haoyan reveled in the misfortune. For him, today was indeed a day of great satisfaction. For the first time in history, he witnessed his royal brother Zhou Mingwu being beaten to a pulp by a woman, yet claiming to be helpless, looking utterly defeated. Despite his discontent with Emperor Wen's subsequent handling of the matter, he felt it was far too lenient, even suspecting that Zhou Mingwu still held some regard in the emperor's heart. Externally, Emperor Wen appeared exceedingly disappointed and disdainful towards Zhou Mingwu. Yet he had never truly dealt him a fatal blow. He then turned to visit the empress in the Phoenixy Palace, only to hear reports that the Duchess of Zhen had stirred up trouble again. The Minister of Works and the imperial envoy, along with officials, were convening in the imperial study to discuss the matter. He hurried over, nearly bursting into laughter in front of the visibly displeased Emperor Wen and the assembled ministers as he learned of the unfolding events. It is recommended that Lin Yan'er be bestowed in marriage to Zhou Mingwu, which he considers to be both his most successful endeavor and the most unfortunate predicament for Zhou Mingwu. This evening, upon returning, should he refrain from indulging in inebriation, he may find himself too elated to sleep. It is astonishing that Lin Yan'er has managed to stir trouble to such an extent. If not now to take advantage of this moment, Then when Zhou Haoyan coughed twice, addressing the fourth prince, "It is not the crown prince's intent to criticize you, but you have been excessively lenient with your princess. We have only just resolved the matter concerning General Lin, and already she has caused yet another uproar. A woman's reputation is of the utmost importance. If a life is lost, what then? This cannot merely be settled with monetary compensation or an apology. You must express your stance to the emperor and this assembly of ministers. How do you intend to handle this situation?" All eyes turned towards Zhou Mingwu, particularly that of the Emperor One, whose gaze was as sharp and menacing as that of a hawk, seemingly poised to tear Zhou Mingwu apart at any moment. Zhou Mingwu maintained a stoic expression. He had conducted inquiries. Was the situation truly as reported? It is not that he disbelieves the words of the ministers, but given the implications for the Prince of Zhen's residence, he must ascertain the sequence of events to discern right from wrong. Zhou Haoyan could hardly contain his delight, a smile dancing upon his lips. "Father knows you will inevitably attempt to defend yourself. Prior to your arrival, he instructed Lord Situ, the Chief Justice, to investigate. I believe we shall soon have answers. Fourth Prince, do share how you intend to resolve this matter." Zhou Mingwu was about to speak when, suddenly, another eunuch hurried in and whispered a few words into the ear of Grand Eunuch Wei. Alarmed, Wei cast a quick glance at Zhou Mingwu before reporting to Emperor One. "Your Majesty, just now, the young lady of the Minister of Rites has hanged herself." The room fell silent, including the emperor, momentarily stunned. Then, the Minister of Rites present let out a wail, "My daughter." He fell to his knees before Emperor One, lamenting that his daughter, unable to endure the humiliation of the day, had chosen death to uphold her chastity. "Your Majesty must seek justice for this old minister. Someone has died." Ha ha ha. Zhou Haoyan's heart was filled with a sinister glee. A death would escalate matters significantly. Other ministers hurried to console the Minister of Rites, while Emperor Wen's expression darkened to an extreme. Only Zhou Mingwu remained impassive, seated there as if the turmoil did not concern him. Just as chaos enveloped the study, another eunuch entered, intending to follow protocol by first reporting to Grand Eunuch Wei, who would then relay the information to Emperor One. However, upon seeing the emperor in a fit of rage, the eunuch blurted out, "What are you sneaking around for? Speak plainly." Startled, the eunuch fell to his knees, trembling as he reported, "Your Majesty, someone from the Duke of Zhen's residence has come, saying that the Duchess of Zhen is hanging Prince Zhao from a tree and beating him. They wish for the Duke to return to the residence at once." What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 60. This woman must be severely punished. The eunuch, sensing the ominous silence, trembled in fear. Once again, Crown Prince Zhou Haoyan appeared incredulous at the words he had just heard and inquired once more, "What did you just say?" The eunuch's voice trembled as he replied. "The servant said that the princess of the Zhen Wang has hung His Highness, the Zhao Prince, from a tree and beaten him. This is what was reported by someone from the Zhen Wang residence." Suddenly, Zhou Haoyan could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter, a sound that shattered the solemn atmosphere of the imperial study. However, amidst his mirth, he abruptly realized the inappropriateness of the situation. The emperor was seething with rage, and nearby, several ministers were present, their children recently subjected to severe humiliation as they sought justice from the emperor. Moreover, the daughter of the Minister of Rites had just passed away, leaving her family in mourning. This damned Zhou Mingwu had certainly played a trick on him. Yet, how could he, the crown prince, suppress his laughter? Zhou Haoyan recognized the gravity of his error. He forced himself to stifle his amusement, even if it meant inflicting internal injury, shoving his laughter deep within. The princess he had recommended to Zhou Mingwu was truly adept at causing chaos. Not only did she beat others, but she also hung her own maternal brother from a tree. What kind of behavior was this? With such a troublesome princess, his position as crown prince was undoubtedly secure. She could create discord among the ministers, incite strife among brothers, and even mercilessly assault her husband. The thought nearly sent Zhou Haoyan into another fit of laughter, until the emperor's thunderous voice cut through the air, "You impertinent fool." It was only then that Zhou Haoyan fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Father, please forgive me. I am utterly without decorum." At this moment, he was striving to suppress the laughter bubbling within his chest, perplexed as to how to justify his sudden outburst of mirth. Fortunately, the Emperor Wen's ire did not stem from this incident. He usually maintained a lenient attitude towards the crown prince's antics, with a fierce glare directed his way. The emperor swiftly shifted his dark gaze towards Zhou Mingwu, slamming his palm heavily onto the table. "Summoned the princess consort of the town king to me." Initially, the emperor had taken a light-handed approach regarding Lin Yan'er's previous actions, wishing to retain someone capable of restraining Zhou Mingwu. Upon hearing of Lin Yan'er's humiliation of the official's offspring, which incited a collective petition from them. The emperor felt a flicker of amusement. She ought to stir trouble, tarnishing the reputation of the town king's scion, thereby souring his relations with the officials, making any rebellion he might contemplate less likely to gain support. However, with the daughter of the Minister of Rights having hanged herself, a death that demanded severe punishment, it would be difficult to maintain public order if he did not act decisively. The fallout would not only tarnish the image of the town king, but also reflect poorly on his own reign. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, another emerged. This time, Lin Yan'er had even struck his son. His sons, each of noble birth as princes, were beyond reproach. They could do as they pleased. But no one else was permitted to lay a finger on them. To even utter a harsh word was an affront to imperial authority, punishable by the eradication of entire clans. Moreover, to have struck him while hanging from a tree, this woman must face severe retribution. Beneath a pavilion in the loyal and valiant Marquis's residence, as dusk enveloped the sky, the lanterns glowed brightly. The heir, Wu Hongtao, along with Lin Yan'er, Lin Yan'er, Zhang Yanxin, and Xiedu, gathered around a table. Lin Yan'er's countenance, adorned with a light dusting of powder, bore no traces of the previous altercation with Lin Yan'er. A smile danced upon her lips as she raised her wine cup towards Wu Hongtao. I extend my gratitude to the heir for avenging our Lin family. Zhang Yanxin and Xiedu, upon returning home, recounted to their fathers the indignity they suffered when Lin Yan'er sent people to strip them in the streets. It was Wu Hongtao's suggestion. A faint smile graced Wu Hongtao's face as he slightly nodded. Dear second miss, there is no need for politeness. It is my duty to uphold justice for Yan'er. At his words, Lin Yan'er lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, radiating happiness. Her enchanting smile stirring Wu Hongtao's heart. Zhang Yanxin, taking a sudden gulp of her drink, seethed with indignation. This time, that ugly Lin Yan'er is surely doomed. Xiedu scoffed, stating that the daughter of the Minister of Rights was already dead. Even if Lin Yan'er survives, she will undoubtedly be discarded by the royal family. Once she is no longer the princess of the town and is branded as a traitorous daughter of the Lin family, devoid of their protection, Yanxin. We may dispose of her as we please. Zhang Yanxin's eyes glimmered with malice. How outrageous. Our reputations have been tarnished. Had we not agreed to claim we were coerced by that vile woman, my father would have surely punished her. Now, I actually hope the emperor spares her life, for I eagerly await the opportunity to exact my revenge. At the gathering, one individual abruptly posed a question. Miss Zhu, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, does not strike me as a paragon of virtue. How is it that she took her own life upon returning home? Did we not agree to cast the blame upon that unattractive woman? The moment this query was uttered, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Wu Hongtao and Lin Yan'er exchanged knowing glances, both revealing a subtle smile of understanding. Lin Yan'er merely hinted that if this matter resulted in death, Lin Yan'er would have no means of escape and would be doomed without a doubt. This statement was directed at Wu Hongtao, and soon after, the daughter of the Minister of Rights met her demise. For Lin Yan'er, even if she desired the stars from the heavens, Wu Hongtao would find a way to procure them for her. Although Wu Hongtao did not disclose this affair to Lin Yan'er, she was nonetheless aware of his involvement. Lin Yan'er preferred to remain uninformed, as in the event of any fallout, she could feign ignorance, thus distancing herself from the consequences. Lin Yan'er, however, remained oblivious to the tumult unfolding outside. Zhou Mingcheng, obstinate as he was, remained impervious to reason. He was as unyielding as a stone. Ultimately, his youth rendered him susceptible to impulsive actions, having been ensnared by the naive ideals of Xiao Qingqing, the innocent lotus. Even breaking a branch proved futile. She understood well that Zhou Mingcheng was a prince, the brother of Zhou Mingguo, and could not be genuinely harmed. Zhou Mingcheng gradually grasped this reality. Realizing that Lin Yan'er dared not take any serious action against him, the sting of the branch, if applied frequently, could be dismissed as mere discomfort. He even dared to issue threats to Lin Yan'er, proclaiming, "You vile and ugly woman, I share the same mother as my royal brother. Our bond is profound. Should you treat me thus, my brother will surely annihilate you upon his return." Lin Yan's heart stirred. Do you truly believe that your royal brother would dare to harm this princess? Zhou Mingcheng gritted his teeth. My royal brother is the renowned god of war of the great Wu dynasty, a towering hero of unparalleled might. Would he allow a mere woman to bring dishonor upon him? When he returns, he will surely kill you. A playful smile blossomed in Lin Yan'er's eyes. Prince Zhao, it seems you possess considerable confidence in your royal brother. She continued, consider this. If it were not for your brother's protection, would I be so audacious? The people of the town king's manor are all proud and haughty. Without your brother's command, would they truly obey me so readily? You trust he would kill me for you. Yet why do you believe that this princess could possibly intimidate him? or torment his delicate white lotus? Do you harbor some misunderstanding about this unparalleled hero? If Zhou Mingwu were to be so thoroughly subjugated by me, rendered so weak that he cannot even protect the woman he loves, he ought to be called a great bear instead. Do you have unwavering faith in Zhou Mingwu? Or do you doubt him? Zhou Mingqing paused, his breath catching. Chapter 61. Is this possible? Indeed, he nearly forgot that his royal brother was the illustrious hero of the great Wu dynasty. Being of the same mother and raised closely together, he believed he understood him best. If even their father could not force Zhou Mingwu into submission, how could a woman, bestowed upon him by the emperor, manage to dominate him and bring him such humiliation? Was there something he was unaware of? His brow furrowed deeply, as Zhou Mingqing calmed down to ponder. Xiao Qingqing knelt there, her face burning with pain, filled with anxiety about Zhou Mingqing being swayed by Lin Yan'er. She was acutely aware that as long as Zhou Mingqing's fury remained ignited, Lin Yan'er would face dire consequences upon Zhou Mingwu's return. Even if Zhou Mingwu were to forgive Lin Yan'er, Zhou Mingsheng would certainly report her to the palace, where Ming Fei would not spare her, nor would the emperor. If Zhou Mingqing's anger were to be extinguished by Lin Yan'er, she might well escape unscathed once more. Xiao Qingqing wished to fan the flames of anger, but noticed that Shuang'er was squinting her eyes, fixated on her. As she prepared to speak, Shuang'er's hand itched with anticipation. Xiao Concubine, it would be wise for you to remain silent. My hand is rather itchy and I might just use your face to soothe it. Instantly, Xiao Qingqing fell silent, understanding that the maid was not jesting. She relied on her beauty. Should her face be marred, what chance would she have to be a true partner to the town prince? She firmly believed that men were creatures who valued appearances, and if her visage were ruined, even if she were to eliminate Lin Yan'er, another woman would inevitably take her place. Currently, the town prince had yet to genuinely fall for her, and she could not afford to jeopardize her looks. Thus, she resolved to keep her mouth shut. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Yan'er's words that once again provoked Zhou Mingqing's ire. It seems your brain, which has always dwelled beneath your posterior, is finally beginning to ascend to your neck. Lin Yan'er's eyes sparkled with evident mockery. So you have managed to cool down and think properly. Whose head truly resides beneath their backside? Zhou Mingqing felt a surge of anger rising within his chest. This detestable woman must be eliminated. He erupted once more, hurling insults at Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er, slightly irritated by the commotion, let out a resigned sigh. Just as she finished speaking, her head fell back down to her posterior. The onlookers found it difficult to stifle their laughter. However, with the presence of His Highness the Zhao King, none dared to express their amusement. Amidst the uproar, a eunuch, accompanied by over a dozen palace guards, hurriedly approached, calling out from a distance. By imperial decree, the Princess of Zhen is summoned to the palace. Upon seeing the royal entourage, Xiao Qingqing felt a rush of relief. She had been worried that this scene would not reach the palace. This time, Lin Yan'er was surely doomed. The dignity of the royal family is sacred and inviolable, especially when it concerns the humiliation of a prince. As the eunuch drew closer, Zhou Mingqing saw a glimmer of hope and cried out, "Eunuch, save me." Upon hearing that the Princess of Zhen had hung the Zhao King, the eunuch had initially been skeptical, but witnessing it with his own eyes left him utterly astonished. He promptly commanded the palace guards to release Zhou Mingqing. Stop. However, Lin Yan'er stood defiantly in front of them. Without my permission, no one shall lower him. The eunuch was taken aback. Princess of Zhen, this is His Highness the Zhao King. Lin Yan'er held her head high. I am still his imperial sister-in-law. He attempted to assassinate his sister-in-law, defied the emperor, and showed disloyalty and ingratitude. Until he acknowledges his mistakes and apologizes to me, no one is allowed to release him. The eunuch was left in a state of confusion. Is this permissible? Surely, everyone knows that it is not. It is well known that such behavior is unacceptable. Yet the princess of the town lord defies this understanding. Could it be that she possesses some hidden strength? At present, everyone is aware that this princess is not to be trifled with. She has struck the town lord, and yet the emperor has refrained from punishing her. The emperor's decree merely summoned the princess to the palace, without any mention of deposing His Highness, the Prince Zhao. The eunuch swallowed hard and knelt before Zhou Mingqing. Bowing his head, Your Highness, I shall return immediately to seek the emperor's command to rescue you. Rising again under Zhou Mingqing's astonished gaze, he gestured towards Lin Yan'er. Princess of the town lord, His Majesty requests your presence at once. Please follow me. Lin Yan'er had long been mentally prepared for this audience with the emperor. She believed that Zhou Mingwu would exert every effort to save her, especially for the sake of his own well-being. She had faith in Zhou Mingwu's capabilities. This scoundrel, Zhou Mingwu, commanded such apprehension from the emperor. His strength surely surpassed mere appearances. Thus, she harbored no concerns. Regarding her confrontation with Zhou Mingqing, She had ample justification to absolve herself. She instructed Scoundrel, keep a close watch on this little white lotus. Do not allow her to rise. Today, Zhou Mingqing's intent to harm her was instigated by this little white lotus's actions. His foolishness, blinded by rage, prevented him from considering the truth. Or perhaps he was willingly manipulated by this white lotus, unwilling to entertain the notion of being misled. However, Zhou Mingwu was no fool. He ought to discern the underlying truth. Therefore, she intended to inform Zhou Mingwu that it was his little white lotus who had sought trouble with her, and she was merely retaliating. In order to prevent Zhou Mingwu from mistakenly believing that she is unjustly tormenting his innocent little white lotus and harboring resentment towards her, leading to unforeseen consequences in the divorce decree, Scoundrel felt a sense of trepidation. However, upon observing Lin Yan'er's calm demeanor, she regained her composure and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, my lady, without your command, I shall not allow her to rise. Xiao Qingqing was utterly bewildered. She had anticipated that with the arrival of the imperial envoy, she and Zhou Mingqing would finally have the upper hand, turning the tide in their favor, and that Lin Yan'er and her servant would be begging for mercy. Yet, here she was, still kneeling, while Zhou Mingqing remained in a precarious position. What had transpired? Why did events consistently unfold contrary to her expectations? Zhou Mingqing was equally at a loss. Even the eunuchs from the palace seemed to heed Lin Yan'er's words. This was absurd. A carriage from the palace had come to escort them under the cover of night. Along the way, Lin Yan'er was brimming with excitement. For the effects of the strength-enhancing potion she had consumed had yet to wane. Suddenly, a voice reached her ears, belonging to a palace guard positioned near the carriage window. My lady, you are unaware of the frenzy that occurred today at the Mingsheng restaurant, where the young masters and mistresses lost their senses and shed their garments. Remember this. Lin Yan'er was taken aback, lifting the carriage window to gaze at the palace guard, who, mounted on a stately steed, advanced a few paces as if to ensure he did not obstruct her view of the scenery. Doubt clouded her thoughts. She had initially assumed that the emperor summoned her to address the matter of her altercation with Lin Xiong, Lu Shi, and Lin Yan'er. She believed that by recounting the grievances she had endured over the years in seclusion, and with Zhou Mingwu as protection, the emperor would not hold her accountable. However, it now appeared that the events at Mingsheng restaurant were of paramount importance. How did the incident at the Mingsheng restaurant escalate to the emperor's attention? The reason she decided to reciprocate their malice with their own methods was due to her recognition that they were the ones who had concocted the poison. They were in the wrong and thus lacked the courage to amplify the situation, choosing instead to suffer in silence. Yet, how could they dare to bring the matter before the emperor? Were they not fearful that their treachery would be uncovered? Lin Yan'er was entirely oblivious, believing that the conflict between her and Zhou Mingwu and the Lin family had already been settled. It was merely a directive for her and Zhou Mingwu to apologize and compensate the Lin family, which was conveyed to Zhou Mingwu, who would inform her upon his return. She had no inkling of this, thinking it was merely a matter concerning the Lin family. Chapter 62. What is there for her to be concerned about? Lin Yan'er pondered for a moment, then lifted the carriage curtain to gaze at the leading eunuch ahead. This eunuch was rather accommodating and opened the conversation. Esteemed eunuch, do you know why my father has summoned me? Why has he summoned you? The eunuch appeared momentarily speechless. Does the princess not know the reason? Lin Yan'er cleared her throat, reflecting on the myriad events of the past few days. As the princess, I am unaware of which matter it pertains to. The eunuch again fell silent, realizing that her actions seemed to be significant in every regard. Well, perhaps she genuinely did not know the cause. After a moment's thought, the eunuch replied, Princess, as far as I am aware, it primarily concerns the incident at the Mingsheng restaurant. The daughter of the Minister of Rites has already taken her own life. Prepare yourself mentally, Princess. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed eunuch. I have taken note. She understood the kindness behind his words and felt grateful. Given the opportunity, she would certainly repay it. The eunuch was momentarily taken aback by her response, but then smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The princess of the town exhibits such courtesy, unlike those arrogant and domineering individuals. The eunuch did not mention the incident of Zhou Mingqing being suspended and beaten, which would have offended the dignity of the imperial family. This omission may be attributed to Lin Yan'er's calm demeanor, suggesting that she possesses an understanding of the situation and a means of extricating herself. The town prince, being a royal, also suffered injuries, yet the emperor did not pursue the matter. The issue of maintaining the imperial dignity and the manner in which it is upheld is entirely at the emperor's discretion. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, and considering the discreet message conveyed by the imperial guard, Lin Yan'er regained her composure. It was evident that the guard might very well be in league with Zhou Mingwu, who had taken measures to protect her. What did she have to fear? However, The news of the daughter of the Minister of Rights having hanged herself raised questions. Were women of ancient times truly so fierce? A twinge of guilt flickered within her, albeit momentarily. Surely, they were despicable, intent on her ruin. She bore no blame for their actions. Indeed, Zhou Mingwu's strength was profoundly unfathomable, with even the palace guards in his employ. One might ponder whether he harbored rebellious intentions. Otherwise, why would he have stationed his people within the palace? Yet, such matters were beyond her concern. In a month's time, when Zhou Mingwu reclaims his position, she would gracefully withdraw, traversing the world freely as a carefree immortal. She slightly closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. The potency of her enhancer would soon wane, and she wondered how long it would take to resolve the affairs within the palace. Thus, she decided to conserve her energy. The carriage sped forth, and after approximately a quarter of an hour, Lin Yan'er entered the imperial study, finally in the presence of Emperor, one of the Great Wu. Lin Yan'er had envisioned the appearance of the emperor, yet upon witnessing him now, she found the reality to be rather different from her imagination. Perhaps due to her origins in the 24th century, her values diverged significantly from those of ancient individuals, resulting in a less profound understanding of imperial authority. Therefore, she approached the emperor without trepidation, perceiving him merely as an ordinary middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, seated with a fierce gaze. Nonetheless, she adhered to the etiquette remembered from the original host and performed the act of kneeling before the emperor. While she harbored no fear of him, she was acutely aware that, despite her limited comprehension of imperial power, the emperor held the authority to determine life and death based on his whims. Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to Father Emperor. All eyes converged upon Lin Yan'er, including that of Zhou Mingwu, who was utterly astonished by her audacity. He had not anticipated that Lin Yan'er would dare to suspend his younger brother, Zhou Mingqing, from a tree. Grand Steward Wei cast a furtive glance at the emperor, whose expression was darkened, and cleared his throat. Why does the princess consort present herself before his majesty veiled? Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback. She had forgotten this detail. It was worth noting that her facial blemishes had vanished, and she now possessed an undeniable beauty that could captivate nations. She wished to avoid revealing her appearance unless absolutely necessary, to prevent any unwarranted complications. However, should the emperor request her to unveil, she would have no choice but to comply. I report to Father Emperor that your daughter-in-law is of unsightly appearance, fearing to startle your majesty, and thus dares not remove the veil. Grand Steward Wei glanced towards the emperor, who waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this detail was of no consequence. It has long been rumored that the legitimate daughter of the general's residence possesses an unappealing visage, rendering it unnecessary to behold her. Observing the emperor's demeanor, Lin Yan'er secretly entertained the hope that there would be no need to unveil her face. The emperor's voice resonated with a deep timbre. Ah, you, the princess consort of the town king. Striking the town king can be dismissed as a jest between spouses. But why have you dared to raise your hand against Prince Xiao? Are you aware that this constitutes a crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans? All eyes were fixated on Lin Yan'er. Crown Prince Zhou Haoyan could scarcely conceal the amusement that danced upon his lips. Zhou Mingwu, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity regarding the circumstances that led Zhou Mingqing to provoke her ire. Lin Yan'er straightened her posture, meeting the emperor's hawkish gaze with unwavering resolve, devoid of any trepidation. This momentarily caught the emperor off guard. This woman was indeed intriguing. To report to His Majesty, His Highness Prince Zhao has shown contempt towards you, disregarding the principles of propriety and decorum, succumbing instead to the persuasion of the town king's concubine, Xiao Qingqing. He has drawn his sword with the intent to take the life of a loyal subject's wife. My intention in suspending him was not to cause him harm, but rather to impart a lesson, to clarify his true position. He is Prince Zhao, the younger brother of the town king, and my brother-in-law. Yet he has entangled himself in the internal disputes of the royal family, championing the cause of the town king's concubine. If word of this were to spread, it could lead to misguided perceptions, insinuating an improper relationship between him and concubine Xiao. How then shall we preserve the dignity of the royal family? It is merely slander. Anyone can engage in such acts, not solely Xiao Qingqing. I am equally capable. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Mingwu's previously frigid countenance finally displayed an array of emotions, the most striking of which was sheer dismay. Zhou Haoyan could no longer suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, 4th Emperor brother. Your concubine seems to share an extraordinary bond with 7th Emperor brother. It appears that brothers born of the same mother are indeed closer, able to share everything. Silence. The emperor thundered, barely maintaining his composure. Had there been any hard object on the table, he might have struck the crown prince for the first time. This son of his was utterly outrageous. He had chosen Zhou Haotian precisely because he believed him to be simple-minded, someone who would not possess the cunning to scheme for his throne. Yet today, he felt that selecting Zhou Haotian as the crown prince might not have been the most prudent decision after all. He couldn't even control his own emotions. Zhou Haotian understood that it was indeed inappropriate to laugh, but upon hearing Zhou Mingwu's embarrassing incident and witnessing his flushed face, he couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. My goodness! Was he so delighted that he couldn't suppress his laughter? Meanwhile, the ministers wore peculiar expressions. What had they just heard? The princess of the town suspected a scandal between Prince Zhao and the concubine of the town prince? Such matters were secrets of the royal family. Could they be silenced? Compared to the brawl between the town prince and Prince Zhao, this scandal would have an even greater impact on the royal family's reputation. The emperor gritted his teeth and asked, "Is what you say true? Prince Zhao wishes to kill you?" Lin Yan'er paid no heed to Zhou Mingwu's gaze and deliberately added, "Indeed. He seeks to kill the daughter-in-law of the minister for the sake of concubine Xiao, and everyone in the town prince's household is aware of it. If Father Emperor does not believe it, he may send someone to inquire at the town prince's residence. Concubine Xiao is still kneeling there, while Prince Zhao is still hanging around." The emperor fell silent once more. Whether concubine Xiao was kneeling or not mattered little. He had no regard for the concubine of the town prince. It was a woman whom Zhou Mingwu married to express his protest. His son was, astonishingly, hanging from a tree. However, judging by Lin Yan'er's tone and gaze, Zhou Mingqing was likely intent on killing her. In this case, his son was woefully unaware of the gravity of the situation, audaciously meddling in his brother's affairs. He certainly deserved a reprimand. Chapter 63. He understands her not at all. Zhou Haotian covered his mouth, daring not to utter another word. Zhou Mingqing too had his day of reckoning. Although among princes there exists a bond of brotherhood, in public, particularly in the presence of the emperor, they would maintain a facade of civility. They would occasionally exhibit fraternal affection, yet the reality was that the brothers were distinctly divided. As the younger brother, Zhou Mingqing firmly aligned himself with Zhou Mingwu. This fellow seemed more forthright than anyone, openly confronting those he found disagreeable, often embarrassing Zhou Haotian in various public settings. Zhou Haotian could not help but chuckle at the thought of Zhou Mingqing being suspended and beaten. He was certain laughter would escape him the moment he spoke. Bang! The emperor delivered a resounding slap upon the table, pointing at Zhou Mingwu and rebuking, "You scoundrel! Return and manage your courtyard affairs properly. I cannot bear to witness the discord between your brothers. Should I hear of any further disgraceful matters arising from your household, rest assured, I shall not let you go unpunished." Zhou Mingwu remained non-committal, choosing silence. Lin Yan'er too refrained from speaking, though a slight smile played at the corners of her lips. The emperor had entrusted this matter to Zhou Mingwu to resolve. With a hawk-like gaze, Emperor Wen surveyed the entire assembly. Minister of Works Xie Hao, Inspector Zhang, and several other officials immediately broke into a cold sweat and bowed their heads in assurance. This is a matter of the imperial household. We have heard nothing, and there is absolutely no possibility of any information leaking. The emperor then turned his gaze upon Zhou Haotian. Zhou's eyes widened as he stifled his laughter once more and knelt before the emperor. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, as the crown prince, it is my unquestionable duty to safeguard the honor of the royal family." Only then did the emperor look towards Lin Yan'er, the princess consort of the town. "For this matter, I shall not punish you. However, there is another question I wish to pose." The emperor's expression darkened once again. "Today, at the Mingsheng restaurant, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing?" Upon mentioning the Mingsheng restaurant, Xie Hao, Inspector Zhang, and the other officials cast furious glances at Lin Yan'er, their anger palpable, particularly from Deputy Minister of Rights Zhou Qing, whose eyes seemed to blaze with indignation. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth and forced the words through clenched jaws. "Princess consort of the town, my daughter has taken her own life. I hope you can clarify why you had them stripped and cast out into the streets. They invited you to a banquet in goodwill, hoping to foster a relationship with you." Feigning surprise, Lin Yan'er responded, "Miss Zhou has committed suicide? Who said that this princess consort had them stripped and thrown into the streets?" Everyone was taken aback, and the emperor appeared quite astonished as well. "Was it not the princess consort who instructed the guards to do so? This is a grave injustice, father." Lin Yan'er immediately became anxious, for she was utterly unaware of what had transpired. During the banquet, everyone had been engaged in delightful conversation when, all of a sudden, chaos ensued. At that moment, her guards, stationed outside the main hall while they were in a private room, erupted into frenzy, stripping off their garments and shouting as they rushed into the streets. By the time Lin Yan'er grasped the situation and attempted to call for restraint, it was already too late. Who could be spreading such malicious rumors and slandering her? This matter could easily be clarified by an inquiry from the emperor. She fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face, appearing exceedingly wronged. "Your Majesty, I implore you to uphold justice for me," she cried. After all, they were in the private room, and those outside could not see. Anyone could speak without consequence. Lin Yan'er couldn't help but admire her own resilience. Her tears came effortlessly. If given the chance to return to the 24th century, she would certainly try her hand at the entertainment industry. Perhaps she too could become a star. Upon her crossing over, she discovered a new talent. This scene momentarily stunned those present. Xiahao swallowed hard, for his son had returned, crying out in distress, claiming that the guards of the Zhen Wangfu had held a knife to his throat, compelling him to strip and flee outside. The Zhen Wangfei, young Xiadu, was of pure character and would never lie. This matter must not be denied. Inspector Zhang's expression was grave. His daughter, Zhang Yanxin, had been educated in literature and propriety since childhood, earning universal acclaim throughout the capital. She had never uttered a falsehood and would certainly never engage in defaming others. At this moment, the princess of the town still protests her innocence. "Could it be that my daughter has falsely accused you? Truly, this is preposterous. To poison others and attempt to inflict harm. Does that signify a character of commendable virtue, worthy of universal praise?" It appears that these two fathers are utterly oblivious to the nature of their own children. Minister Zhou Qin, unable to contain his grief, stomped his foot and wept. "My daughter has been raised under my guidance since childhood, possessing a character of integrity and kindness. Upon her return, she wept to me, recounting how the princess of the town had suddenly unleashed violence upon them, striking Master Xie and Miss Zhang, and even threatening them with a sword, demanding they disrobe. It is a lamentable fate that my daughter, in the name of female righteousness and to uphold the dignity of the Zhou family, must endure such humiliation, contemplating the end of her life for the sake of greater virtue and renown. Princess of the town, do you still dare to defend yourself at this juncture? Your Majesty, this is an utter violation of justice. Alas, I implore the Emperor to intervene. Those who perpetrate such treachery are deemed virtuous, while the true victim is unjustly labeled as malicious. Even the act of defense is rendered erroneous. Is it the case that whoever cries the loudest is deemed righteous? As a woman, should she not weep louder than an old man? Her strength enhancement has nearly waned, yet she still possesses ample vigor. Just as she was about to unleash her cries, Zhou Mingwu spoke before her. "Minister Zhou, and all esteemed officials, did you not hear my princess? My princess is equally not one to lie. Of this I am most assured. My father has already dispatched the Chief Justice to investigate, and I trust that results will come forthwith. You should also consider the words of your own children. Their biased accounts are hardly credible." The ministers were taken aback, observing that the awkwardness on Zhou Mingwu's face had vanished, replaced by an impenetrable coldness that radiated an aura of authority. This transformation caused a shiver among the ministers, none daring to confront Zhou Mingwu. At that moment, Lin Yan'er finally cast a direct gaze at Zhou Mingwu, internally marveling at his audacity. Did this scoundrel truly believe she would deceive him? Did he know her so little? It appeared that this rogue possessed an exceptional talent for fabricating lies. In that instant, Zhou Mingwu offered Lin Yan'er a reassuring glance. She noticed it, yet failed to comprehend its significance. Was he attempting to flirt with her? Zhou Haotian could not resist interjecting. "Fourth Imperial brother, you claim the ministers are biased, yet are you not equally guilty of selective hearing? Compared to the words of your consort, the children of these ministers number many, all echoing the same sentiment. Do you truly believe they would conspire to slander your consort? I doubt they would dare to oppose the Prince of Zhen." The minister's words held greater credibility. By confronting Zhou Mingwu, he endeared himself to the ministers, solidifying his position as a prince aligned with their interests. Today, he had thoroughly outmaneuvered Zhou Mingwu. The ministers expressed their gratitude to Zhou Haotian in unison. Zhou Haotian was indeed self-satisfied, remarking that there was no need for such formalities. He was merely speaking out of righteousness. He provocatively glanced at Zhou Mingwu. In truth, he found himself reluctant to eliminate Lin Yan'er. Keeping her around to further vex Zhou Mingwu seemed far more appealing. Chapter 64. Lin Yan'er was also astonished. Lin Yan'er gazed at Zhou Haotian, the prince who had recommended the original owner as the future princess of the town. In terms of appearance, it seemed that royal men were generally not lacking in attractiveness. However, when compared, Zhou Mingwu was far more handsome, possessing an innate charisma that was simply captivating. The prince before her exuded a distinct instability. He laughed inappropriately at unsuitable moments, and his emotions were easily readable, revealing his thoughts and feelings at a glance. It appeared that his outward appearance was commensurate with his inner qualities, suggesting a lack of substance. This left Lin Yan'er perplexed. How could someone of such caliber, even if not entirely inept, be favored over Zhou Mingwu to become the prince? With Zhou Mingwu's paralysis, It was possible that the Daowu dynasty did not permit a physically unfit individual to be the crown prince, especially with the emperor having 7 sons. Was it conceivable that none of the other sons were superior to the prince? Lin Yan'er cleared her throat, intending to retort against the prince and perhaps unleash a few cries to elicit sympathy from the emperor. Just as she was about to speak, she felt her strength evaporate in an instant, her complexion paling slightly as cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Her luck was abysmal. The effects of the strength-enhancing agent had worn off, and even kneeling was becoming uncomfortable. She felt an overwhelming urge to lie down. There was no way to shout now. She needed to conserve her energy. Zhou Mingwu had been keenly observing Lin Yan'er and noticed the sudden weakening of her aura. His brows furrowed as he cast a concerned glance in her direction. This was not the first time Lin Yan'er had been abruptly fatigued. Was the previous situation re-emerging? Lin Yan'er certainly noticed Zhou Mingwu's gaze. However, she did not perceive his attention as concern for her and offered no response. At that moment, a eunuch hurried in to announce that Lord Situ, the minister of the Dali Temple, requests an audience. Has there been a conclusion to the investigation? Emperor Wen waved his hand, urging him to enter. A middle-aged man clad in a blue official robe strode in swiftly, kneeling beside Lin Yan'er, paying his respects with shouts of "Long live the Emperor." After Emperor Wen granted him permission to rise, the Minister of Works, Xie Hao, eagerly inquired, "Lord Situ, have you uncovered the truth regarding the Ming Sheng restaurant incident?" Lord Situ Han nodded slightly, acknowledging his peers, before turning to Emperor Wen with a respectful bow. "Your Majesty, after my investigation team conducted inquiries at the Ming Sheng restaurant, we have clarified the events that transpired." Inspector Zhang shot a piercing glance at Lin Yan'er and snorted disdainfully. "Princess of the town, I wonder how you will defend yourself now." Other officials cast looks of resentment at Lin Yan'er, their children's reputations truly tarnished, especially the girls, whose names were forever sullied, making it exceedingly difficult for them to find a suitable match in the future. Situ Han also cast a glance at Lin Yan'er, who knelt silently with her veil in place. "Is this the infamous princess of the town who has gained notoriety in recent days?" He then glanced at the town prince, who wore an expressionless face, seemingly indifferent to all around him, his demeanor betraying a hint of uncertainty. Zhou Haoyan believed that Situ Han feared Zhou Mingwu, and immediately patted his chest, declaring, "Lord Situ, as the esteemed Minister of Justice, you need only to handle matters with impartiality. Should anyone dare to retaliate against you, His Majesty will surely stand up for you." Emperor Wen also assumed that Situ Han was apprehensive about Zhou Mingwu, and thus concluded that the fault lay with the Princess of Zhenwang. How audacious of Lin Yan'er to speak such falsehoods in his presence, claiming ignorance of the situation. It was truly outrageous. To deceive the emperor to his face was a grave offense. The emperor's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting to one reminiscent of an impending storm, charged with electricity and thunder. "My dear Situ, please speak freely." Situ Han nodded in acknowledgement. "Your Majesty, according to my investigations, the matter at hand is not as the ministers have stated. It is not the doing of the Princess of Zhenwang. They mistakenly consumed hallucinogenic mushrooms." "What?" A profound silence enveloped the room. "Hallucinogenic mushrooms?" Xie Hao's expression was one of bewilderment. "Lord Situ, what do you mean by this?" Situ Han replied earnestly, "Minister Xie, we of the Ministry of Justice have questioned all 47 individuals, servants, cooks, and patrons, who were present at the Ming Sheng Inn on that day. The truth is, prior to the arrival of the Princess of Zhenwang, the maidservant of Minister Xie's daughter had purchased 2 pounds of vividly colored mushrooms from the street. This maid presented these mushrooms to the inn's waiter, asserting that they were rare delicacies, urging him to deliver them to the kitchen promptly so that the young masters and misses could savor them. In the back kitchen of the restaurant, the kitchen staff, unfamiliar with these mushrooms, unknowingly prepared them according to instructions. After the dish was served, the young ladies and gentlemen consumed it. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed princess of the town arrived. Yet, not long after her arrival, the young ladies and gentlemen began to strip off their garments and rushed into the street, crying out in a frenzy, resembling the deranged. Witnesses present asserted that this was undoubtedly a case of poisoning, rather than mere coercion to disrobe. The restaurant's waiter corroborated that the princess had commanded her guards to restrain them. However, the occurrence was so abrupt, and with the young ladies being unclothed, the guards of the town palace were left bewildered and failed to prevent their mad dash into the street. In the aftermath, as onlookers speculated about the incident, a kitchen worker recalled the 2 pounds of mushrooms and rummaged through the kitchen until he discovered one that had fallen. He presented it for identification, and it was then recognized as the colorful mushroom known as the poisonous illusion fungus. "This toxic fungus I have brought forth. Your Majesty, please take a look." Situ Han proffered a vibrant and visually striking mushroom from his sleeve to Wei Gonggong, who received it and presented it to Emperor Wen. The assembled ministers, along with Zhou Haoyan, were left dumbfounded. Even Lin Yan'er was taken aback. This was clearly a result of her coercing Zhang Yanxin and others to consume poison wine. How had it transformed into a narrative of them consuming poisonous mushrooms beforehand? The restaurant's waiter had also testified that she instructed the guards to stop them. Yet she had merely stood by, laughing and enjoying the spectacle. Which waiter would dare fabricate such a blatant falsehood? The expression of Emperor Wen softened slightly, his gaze still filled with astonishment as he examined the exquisite little mushroom, unable to discern its significance. Summon the imperial physician. In a short while, an elderly physician hurried over, bowing deeply before presenting his respects. Eunuch Wei handed the poisonous mushroom to him, inquiring, "Director Zhang, pray tell, is this indeed a toxic mushroom? And what consequences might ensue from its consumption?" Upon receiving the mushroom, the old physician's demeanor shifted, and he clasped his hands in reverence, stating, "Your Majesty, this is the toxic illusion mushroom. Its venom is not fatal. However, it induces intense bodily heat, mania, and confusion, causing one to perceive visions invisible to others, hallucinations." Emperor Wen nodded slightly, and Eunuch Wei remarked, "Thank you, Director Zhang." The entire assembly was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 65. Acknowledging defeat. Inspector Zhang was incredulous. However, the young lady had clearly stated that the Princess of Zhen ordered her guards to force her to disrobe, and there were evident marks of slaps upon her face, inflicted by the princess's maid. Xia Hao concurred, asserting that the young boy had spoken in the same vein, for he would never dare to deceive an official of this stature. What could possibly be the truth? The deputy minister of rights was in tears, lamenting, "Indeed, the young lady possesses a virtuous character. How could she lie? Sir Situ, have you truly conducted a thorough investigation?" Situ Han contemplated momentarily before earnestly nodding. "I have conducted a comprehensive inquiry. All witness testimonies, along with the physical evidence of the toxic illusion mushroom, have been duly recorded. Should any esteemed official doubt the findings of my investigation, they may verify them personally. As for the offspring of the esteemed officials, they all uniformly claim to have been coerced by the Princess of Zhen. I, too, have two hypotheses regarding this matter. One possibility is that they were not fully conscious at that time, and the guards of the Prince of Town attempted to prevent them from leaving the tavern, creating an illusion that the prince's consort was coercing them. Nearby, the royal physician echoed this sentiment, stating that such symptoms could indeed manifest after being poisoned. Though the likelihood of everyone exhibiting such behavior is rather low, is the probability truly that diminished? Zhou Mingwu inquired gravely. Is it possible that, as Lord Sid has speculated, they may unknowingly conspire to frame my consort? Situ Han refrained from giving a definitive answer, bowing respectfully to Emperor Wen. "I dare not make rash conclusions. If your Majesty seeks clarity, you may summon the young ladies and gentlemen of the esteemed lords to the Dali Temple for questioning." To send them to the Dali Temple for interrogation? Would that not equate to branding their children as criminals? The incident at Mingsheng Tavern had already brought disgrace upon their offspring, tarnishing their reputations. If their children were subjected to further examination at the Dali Temple, and if it were to uncover truths they were unaware of, such as the framing of the prince's consort, the repercussions would be dire indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, it has now been established that the issue arose from the accidental consumption of poisonous mushrooms, unrelated to the prince's consort. The fault lies with their own children. These seasoned ministers, well-versed in the art of discernment, promptly shook their heads. Lord Situ, upon deeper reflection, it seems highly probable that your hypothesis is correct. This is merely a misunderstanding. My daughter intended to befriend the prince's consort. How could she possibly conspire against her? Indeed, the young one had previously made the acquaintance of the princess consort of the town king. The gathering of a few individuals for a banquet was, in essence, a gesture of goodwill. However, it appears that the guards of the princess consort may have attempted to obstruct, leading to a misinterpretation by the young one and others. When he conveyed this to the official, he was somewhat incoherent. The truth must be as such. We have misunderstood the princess consort, and we must extend our apologies to her and the town king. Xia Hao, Zhang Yushi, and even Zhou Qing, the deputy minister of rights, who had previously been prostrate on the ground in tears, now stood upright, bowing respectfully to Lin Yan'er and Zhou Mingwu. This matter is indeed a misunderstanding, and we humbly request the forgiveness of His Highness the Town King and the Princess Consort. Lin Yan'er's gaze remained fixed upon Zhou Mingwu, her mind still reeling from the shock. His prowess was truly terrifying, far beyond her imagination. He had managed to compel all present at that moment to provide false testimonies on her behalf. At this moment, as Zhou Mingwu met her gaze. Lin Yan'er felt a jolt of fear for the first time. She cleared her throat twice, despite being in the presence of the emperor. She could not afford to appear overly disadvantaged. Her voice faltered, for her strength waned, yet certain advantages must be asserted. The esteemed officials, driven by their parental affections, were understood by this princess consort. Since this was merely a misunderstanding, and as their children were friends of hers, she did not wish to dwell excessively on the matter. However, it is unacceptable that the officials approached the emperor without thorough investigation, relying solely on one side of the story, which startled her. A mere apology could hardly suffice to resolve such a situation. Upon hearing the initial remarks from Lin Yan'er, Xia Hao and the others believed the issue had been settled, only to realize that further complications lay ahead. No one desires to dwell on trivial matters any longer. So how can this situation be resolved? The expression of Emperor Wen had softened, and he spoke with a hint of amusement. What does the princess consort wish for? Lin Yan'er bowed before Emperor Wen and reported, Your Majesty, I have been unwell and burdened with a plethora of distressing issues at home, leaving me utterly exhausted. His Highness the Prince of Zhao remains suspended in the tree, and the prince's concubine is still kneeling there. At such a time, there are still individuals coming to Your Majesty to slander me. Your Majesty, I am but a humble woman, and I do not consider myself one of great tolerance. While I understand the concerns of the esteemed officials, I hope they can also comprehend my plight. A mere apology fails to alleviate the discontent within my heart. I seek some form of spiritual compensation. I do not wish to haggle with them, for I lack the strength. Let each of them offer me 10,000 taels. Xia Hao and the others were taken aback. When they heard her request for some compensation, they assumed it would be a trivial amount, something inconsequential. However, upon hearing the figure of 10,000 taels, they realized that such a sum was indeed significant, enough to cause them considerable discomfort. Inspector Zhang glanced at Zhou Mingwu, hoping to negotiate. The Prince of Zhao, Zhou Mingwu, remained indifferent, stating, According to my wife's words, not a single copper coin less will be accepted. Inspector Zhang had initially thought that Zhou Mingwu, having been beaten by Lin Yan'er, would be at odds with her. However, the reality seemed to diverge from his expectations. What more was there to discuss? Acceptance of fate was the only option. Despite the paralysis of King Zhen, anyone who dares to underestimate him would be gravely mistaken. Regardless of the true nature of the relationship between King Zhen and Queen Zhen, when the king speaks, none dare to take him lightly. Minister Xia Hao and the other officials had no choice but to agree to send someone to deliver gifts to the king's residence the following day. As the ministers departed, Crown Prince Zhou Haoyan coughed twice and chuckled. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law, considering the commotion today, cough, the misunderstanding has been resolved. I must visit my mother and then retire for the evening. Fourth brother, you too should return early. ISNT seventh brother still hanging from a tree? At this thought, Zhou Haoyan couldn't help but smile. Although the situation had taken a turn, with Lin Yan'er escaping unharmed and Zhou Mingwu not suffering any repercussions from Emperor Wen, Zhou Haoyan remained particularly elated. Zhou Mingwu's pitiful state today had altered his perception of him. He had previously held Zhou Mingwu in far too high regard. He felt the urge to find a place to laugh heartily. Zhou Mingwu ignored him, as did Lin Yan'er, which left him feeling slighted. However, this did not dampen his spirits in the least. He believed that as long as Lin Yan'er was with Zhou Mingwu, such joyful days would continue to unfold, rendering Zhou Mingwu inconsequential. Unfortunately, reality soon contradicted his expectations, and he quickly realized that his troubling days were about to commence. He knelt before Emperor Wen, saying, Father, your son takes his leave now. Emperor Wen waved his hand impatiently. Get out. Zhou Haoyan seemed to anticipate the emperor's sentiments. He was well aware that the emperor was displeased with him today. He paid no mind, quickly stepping out. As soon as he exited the imperial study, he could not help but cover his mouth in laughter, hurrying towards Fengyi Palace. He was eager to share these happenings with his mother and revel in laughter at Fengyi Palace. Chapter 66. How could she be in trouble with everyone else gone? Only Emperor Wen remained, flanked by Unique, facing Lin Yan'er and Zhou Mingwu. Although the emperor's expression was not particularly dark, it certainly did not exhibit cheerfulness either. Princess Zhen, please rise. Thank you, father. Lin Yan'er slowly stood, her body swaying slightly as she struggled to maintain her balance. In truth, at this moment, Emperor Wen was quite pleased. He had just uncovered that Lin Yan'er had been wronged. If she were to forgive those ministers, he would feel that she had not met his expectations. Lin Yan'er did not forgive those ministers. Instead, she extorted from each of them a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. The ministers, already distressed over their children's misfortunes, were now faced with a significant financial loss, leaving them understandably discontent and likely harboring resentment towards Prince Zhen and his consort. This tarnished the image of Prince Jean in the eyes of the officials, and should he ever contemplate rebellion, their support would be far from assured. Despite the fact that Zhou Mingwu was made to compensate Lin Xiang with 50,000 taels today, Lin Yan'er retrieved that amount within just a few hours. There were 7 ministers involved, which meant that the Prince Jean's residence could still gain an additional 20,000 taels. This did not diminish the financial strength of the Prince Jean's estate in the slightest. Nevertheless, Emperor Wen was still filled with delight, primarily because Lin Yan'er had managed to safeguard her position. It is unclear what transpired between Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er. However, it is evident that Zhou Mingwu seems to be firmly under Lin Yan'er's control. If Lin Yan'er holds sway over Zhou Mingwu, then should he gain mastery over her, he would effectively dominate Zhou Mingwu as well. This son, who has long been a source of concern for him, should now be free from worry. I have nothing further to convey to you. The voice of the emperor resonated with a deliberate darkness, as though his anger still lingered. Return and resolve the matters concerning the rear courtyard of the Prince of Zhen. I do not wish to hear any rumors that could tarnish the royal reputation. Zhou Mingwu remained silent, merely bowing his head slightly, while Lin Yan'er performed a respectful curtsy. Understood, father. I shall take my leave. Lin Yan'er pushed the wheelchair, exiting the imperial study, her legs growing weak, nearly causing her to falter. Zhou Mingwu observed Lin Yan'er intently. As a martial artist, he sensed her increasing frailty. What is the matter? Lin Yan'er, reluctant to speak, simply shook her head and continued to push him forward. The side effects of the potency enhancer had manifested. Typically, one should rest after its efficacy waned. The distance to the palace gates was still considerable, and Lin Yan'er feared that reaching them might pose a challenge. Speaking had become an exercise in futility. Fortunately, pushing the wheelchair served as a makeshift support for her. Are you particularly fatigued? Noticing Lin Yan'er's silence, Zhou Mingwu furrowed his brow, his tone growing increasingly concerned. Is it not obvious? Lin Yan'er felt cold sweat bead on her forehead, longing to simply lie down. As she was about to take a slow step forward, the wheelchair suddenly spun in place, turning the back into the front. A large hand encircled her slender waist, and before she could react, a startled cry escaped her lips as she was pulled to sit upon Zhou Mingwu's thigh. You. Her voice was faint, and with the last of her strength, she struggled momentarily, but his powerful grip held her firmly in place, compelling her to surrender. Reflecting on her predicament, she realized that she could not possibly walk to the palace gate alone. There was still a kilometer to traverse. Sitting here was quite comfortable. Perhaps it was best to accept the situation. She ceased her struggles. Qingming appeared from an unknown location, pushing the wheelchair towards the palace gate. Zhou Mingwu gazed at her with palpable concern, softly inquiring, "Are you truly all right?" Lin Yan'er replied, "After a good sleep and a hearty meal, I shall feel revitalized." Indeed. Lin Yan'er felt rather unfortunate. In the 24th century, she had developed a strength-enhancing agent primarily for soldiers engaged in warfare and for the protection of her security personnel. Yet, during these days of her journey, she had to administer it herself daily. Zhou Mingwu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. "If you are tired, then sleep. I shall be here, and you will be safe." This assurance was one Lin Yan'er believed wholeheartedly. Given that his leg was injured, how could he allow her to come to harm? With that thought, Lin Yan'er closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. In the imperial study, upon witnessing eunuch Wei hastily return, Emperor Wen no longer bore the formidable and tempestuous demeanor he once had. He eagerly inquired, "Old fellow, is it as I have said?" Eunuch Wei appeared exceptionally invigorated, wearing a smile of servility. "Your Majesty." The Prince of Zhen was reluctant to let the Princess of Zhen walk and instead cradled her in his arms as they left the palace together. The Emperor, filled with joy, rose to his feet and clapped his hands. "Indeed, I have not misjudged. This rascal, despite being battered and bruised, bore no signs of anger or resentment, which I found rather curious. Just moments ago, I observed that his gaze seldom strayed from the princess, leading me to conclude that he harbors affection for her. Splendid. This wild stallion has truly been tamed. I never anticipated that he would be enamored with a woman of such unconventional appearance. While this peculiar taste leaves me somewhat speechless, it nonetheless fills my heart with delight." Ha! At the emperor's side, Eunuch Wei shared in the merriment, holding a cup of tea and gently advising, "Your Majesty, do take care to pace your laughter and sip some water to soothe your throat." The emperor, ever perceptive, smiled as he responded, "Indeed, I am quite surprised myself." The Prince of Zhen was initially discontent with the princess. On their wedding night, he had a rooster perform the ceremony, and the following day, he took a concubine. Yet, astonishingly, within mere days, the couple has become inseparable. The newlywed concubine was punished to kneel by the princess, and the prince showed no signs of concern whatsoever. This Prince of Zhen, I have yet to comprehend him. "You frail old man, What can you truly understand? The emperor took a sip of water, his smile unwavering. In all these years, today has brought him the greatest joy. That rascal is a seasoned warrior. Ordinary, submissive women simply do not captivate his interest. It is rather the woman who can engage in combat with him, even overpowering him and pinning him to the ground, who ultimately conquers him. My son harbors psychological issues. He relishes in being subjugated. I cannot help but chuckle at the thought. If Zhou Mingwu were to hear this from Emperor One, he would likely spit out blood in disbelief. His father perceives him as a psychological deviant. Beneath the pavilion of the loyal and brave Marquis' estate, Wu Hongtao, the sisters Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, along with Zhang Yinxin and others, were animatedly toasting and feasting, their faces flushed with excitement. They awaited news from the palace. A servant from the loyal and brave Marquis' household hurriedly approached, bowing in respect to Wu Hongtao, who stood beside Lin Yan'er. Young master, there is news from the palace. The atmosphere instantly shifted, as everyone straightened their spines and turned their eager gazes towards the servant, their faces alight with anticipation. Chapter 67. Do not disturb the princess consort. Zhang Yinxin could no longer contain her excitement. Is it true that that ugly woman has been expelled from the royal family? I can hardly wait to drag her over and strip her bare, throwing her into the streets to experience the humiliation I have endured today. Xiadu sneered. It is unlikely that mere expulsion from the royal family is all that awaits her. Such actions would surely lead to far graver consequences. The emperor's wrath could very well cost her life. Speak quickly. Has she been executed? Yes, yes. Don't just stand there. Can't you see we are all waiting for your words? In the entire gathering, the only individuals maintaining composure were the Lin sisters and Wu Hongtao. To them, it was clear that Lin Yan'er was undoubtedly facing impending doom. The poisoned wine had been consumed, and Lin Yan'er had discreetly arranged for the antidote to be delivered to them. Even if Lin Yan'er were to argue that they intended to poison her, there would be no evidence to substantiate her claims. Their only perplexity lay in the fact that Lin Yan'er had also partaken of the wine, yet she appeared unharmed. However, this was no longer significant. They had vented their frustrations. Externally, the Lin sisters remained serene, yet internally, they felt an immense sense of triumph. What of the town princess? Did Lin Yan'er truly believe she had ascended to a position of superiority? Foolishness, as always, remained foolishness. They could easily orchestrate her demise. They did not even need to lift a finger themselves, for numerous accomplices were eager to assist. If Lin Yan'er sought to contend with them, she would likely be unaware of her own impending fate. The servants, rendered speechless, found themselves in a cacophony of voices that left no room for their input. And now they were being chastised for their silence. He turned once more to Wu Hongtao, whose brow furrowed in impatience. What are you hesitating for? Can't you see everyone is awaiting your response? The servant trembled, inhaling deeply. The message from the palace revealed that the incident at the Mingsheng Tavern had been investigated by the Minister of Justice, and it bore no connection to the town princess. The young masters and misses had succumbed to the effects of mistakenly consuming poisonous, hallucinogenic mushrooms. The servant recounted the events in detail, leaving Lin Yan'er and her companions wide-eyed and in a state of shock. Zhang Yinxin found herself utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Xiadu. Have we ever consumed mushrooms? Xiadu shook his head repeatedly, questioning, when have we ever eaten such mushrooms? We were clearly coerced into drinking poison by that ugly woman. What on earth was happening? Everyone present attested that Lin Yan'er had attempted to enlist the guards on their behalf, from the waiters to the kitchen staff. Even the patrons could testify that Zhang Yinxin's maid had delivered 2 pounds of poisonous illusion mushrooms to the tavern's waiter. The crux of the matter was that each family, in their bid to apologize to Lin Yan'er, was compelled to compensate with 1,000 taels of silver. What was this? Was it not akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers? No, it was more than that. The losses they incurred were far too great. Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, too, could hardly maintain their composure, their faces darkening to an almost dripping gloom. Wu Hongtao clenched his fists, his expression as grim as the bottom of a pot. He had dispatched someone to kill the daughter of the Minister of Rights, fabricating the illusion of her suicide. He had anticipated Lin Yan'er's downfall, hoping to avenge Lin Yan'er and cleanse the Lin family's reputation. Unexpectedly, someone had orchestrated such a scheme to exonerate Lin Yan'er, to arrange for 40 to 50 individuals to collectively falsify testimony in the bustling Mingsheng Tavern was surely beyond the capacity of ordinary folk. Even the loyal and valiant Marquis' household could not achieve such a feat. Who, then, was it that shielded Lin Yan'er from the shadows? A chill swept through Wu Hongtao's heart. Wasn't Lin Yan'er merely a pockmarked, foolish, infatuated girl, notorious in the capital? Could it be the Prince of Zhen's residence? Yet, did that residence truly possess such power? Moreover, even if they did, Did not the prince despise that ugly woman? How could he go to such lengths for her? Xiadu seemed to recall something, and he bellowed at Zhang Yanqing. What on earth is the matter with your maid? Why did she lie to assist Lin Yan'er? Zhang Yanqing, too, was startled awake. During this ordeal, the Dali Temple obtained the most compelling evidence from Mei, a close maidservant brought by Zhang Yanqing. She confessed that the mushrooms were purchased by her on the street and personally delivered to the Mingxing restaurant, adding that it was Zhang Yanqing who had instructed her to make the purchase upon seeing them. With a sharp cry, she called out, "Someone come." The young ladies and gentlemen of various households had brought their own maids and servants, who were waiting nearby. Zhang Yanqing inquired of her maid about Mei's whereabouts. After some commotion, Zhang Yanqing discovered that Mei had vanished. Ultimately, from the records of the Zhang household regarding their servants, as well as the familial information provided by Mei, it was all fabricated. She appeared to have evaporated from existence. At the prince's manor, it was already quite late. Zhou Mingcheng hung there, his hands numb, seemingly devoid of sensation. He shifted from issuing commands to pleading, hoping that Aki and the other guards would lower him. However, Aki and the guards remained impervious, refusing to release him, citing the lack of orders from the princess or the prince. As for Xiao Qingqing, she remained kneeling despite the pain and numbness in her knees. This was because Shuang'er stood before her, constantly watching, threatening that if she moved, she would deliver a slap. Just as the two were on the brink of collapse, someone suddenly arrived with news. The prince has returned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxing and Xiao Qingqing immediately felt invigorated, their eyes brimming with tears. Their savior had finally come back. Zhou Mingxing gritted his teeth, attempting to console Xiao Qingqing. "Qingqing, hold on a little longer. My royal brother will return soon. That ugly woman and those vile servants shall soon find themselves on their knees before us, begging for mercy." Xiao Qingqing, overwhelmed by sorrow, began to weep. She felt a profound sense of injustice. When had she ever endured such humiliation? This time, Zhou Mingwu would not let Lin Yan'er escape, would he? After all, Lin Yan'er had been the one to publicly humiliate Zhou Mingxing. Perhaps within the confines of the palace, the emperor would have her executed. Surely, the eunuch from the palace must have reported this matter to the emperor. In any case, Lin Yan'er was likely to face death, even if she survived. Her demise would be imminent. With a fierce glare directed at Shuang'er, she seethed with rage. This wretched servant must be subjected to severe torment, otherwise, her anger would remain unquenched. Suddenly, several guards approached, cautioning everyone to be silent as they passed. A single sound during the prince's arrival would result in harsh punishment. Zhou Mingxing and Xiao Qingqing were taken aback. What did this mean? Why the need for silence? As they looked ahead, they noticed several figures advancing slowly towards them. "Your Highness." Just as Zhou Mingxing and Xiao Qingqing were about to call out to Zhou Mingwu, a large hand swiftly covered their mouths, and a voice whispered in their ears, "The prince has commanded that you must not awaken the princess." Not awaken the princess? It was only then that they noticed Zhou Mingwu seated in a wheelchair, cradling a pale figure in his arms. As they drew nearer, they recognized the individual to be none other than Lin Yan'er. Has she fallen asleep? Chapter 68. Is the Duke of Zhen blind? Qi, along with the guards and several servants of the royal residence, fell silent and bowed in respect. Zhou Mingxing and Xiao Qingqing had their mouths covered, their eyes wide open, helplessly watching as Zhou Mingwu's wheelchair was gently pushed by Qing Ming towards the Battle Soul Tower. In Zhou Mingwu's embrace, Lin Yan'er was soundly asleep. Her veiled face nestled against him, seemingly finding warmth as she burrowed in deeper. Zhou Mingwu's attention was entirely focused on Lin Yan'er, not sparing a glance at Zhou Mingxing or Xiao Qingqing. It was not until Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er's figures had disappeared for some time that the hand covering their mouths finally released. The two guards of the royal residence slightly bowed to them, apologizing for the inconvenience, and then silently slipped away towards the Battle Soul Tower, quickly vanishing from sight. Zhou Mingxing and Xiao Qingqing were left in astonishment, particularly Zhou Mingxing, who had initially believed that his royal brother, sharing the same mother, was being bullied by their father, the crown prince, and that ugly woman. Little did he know, upon hearing that Zhou Mingwu had been beaten to a pulp by that ugly woman, helplessly mocked by the crown prince and a group of ministers in front of their father, the frustration he felt was immeasurable. Moreover, with Xiao Qingqing's words echoing in his mind that the ugly woman was bestowed upon him by their father, wielding her influence within the Duke of Zhen's residence to torment Xiao Qingqing, he was enraged. It was said that this was not the first time that ugly woman had struck Zhou Mingwu. Xiao Qingqing bore the marks of bruises on her face and spoke of having endured a painful kick, often facing the threat of punishment, kneeling, or even being whipped, while Zhou Mingwu remained utterly powerless. Observing Zhou Mingwu's demeanor now, one would hardly believe he was being tormented by Lin Yan'er. Throughout his life, He has never exhibited such gentleness. At this moment, having been suspended for so long, the fury that once clouded his reasoning has nearly dissipated. It is evident that Zhou Mingwu harbors feelings for Lin Yan'er. This formidable hero, his elder brother, is infatuated with a notorious, foolish woman. This very woman has even penned love letters to him. How absurd. Wasn't his brother enamored with Xiao Qingqing? Although Zhou Mingwu had spoken highly of Lin Yan'er, claiming she was wonderful, she had been skeptical. What exactly was so admirable about Lin Yan'er? Now, witnessing Zhou Mingwu embrace her, the tenderness and affection in his gaze, things she had never experienced, even when she had once shielded him from arrows, drenched in blood and on the brink of death. He had never looked at her with such warmth. Instead, he had always regarded her with remorse. In this moment, she can no longer deny the truth. Zhou Mingwu is genuinely captivated by Lin Yan'er. When a woman enchants a man, beauty is invariably the foremost allure. Lin Yan'er's face is marred with pockmarks. What then? Is her charm? Xiao Qingqing racked her brain in confusion, unable to comprehend how Lin Yan'er could so swiftly ensnare the war god of Dewu in just a few days. Her teeth clenched tightly in frustration. She finds herself outshone by a disreputable, foolish woman. Could it be that the prince is blind? After about a quarter of an hour, Qingming finally guided Zhou Mingwu before them. Your Highness. Xiao Qingqing attempted to rise, but Shuang'er remained there, glaring at her, her hand already raised. The princess remained silent. Thus, you cannot rise. Tears brimmed in Xiao Qingqing's eyes, filled with a profound sense of grievance. My lord, look at this servant. She has treated me so unjustly. You must uphold my honor. She believed that such a plea would compel Zhou Mingwu to assist her and impose severe punishment upon Shuang'er. To her dismay, Zhou Mingwu merely cast a glance in her direction, uttering not a word, before raising his gaze towards Zhou Mingqing, who was suspended from the tree. Why did you attempt to murder my princess? The words were delivered in an icy tone, as if a chill were emanating from the surrounding atmosphere, causing Xiao Qingqing to shudder involuntarily, her sobs ceasing abruptly. Zhou Mingqing swallowed hard. He had never before been regarded by his royal brother with such a gaze. It was an expression of utter indifference, as if he were not Zhou Mingwu's younger brother, but rather his adversary, in imminent danger of being slain. Overwhelmed by this realization, Zhou Mingqing felt a genuine panic rise within him. Brother, Zhou Mingwu interrupted him. Do you think I am a coward? Zhou Mingqing shook his head vigorously. Surely, you are no coward. Then have you been incited by others? Zhou Mingqing and Xiao Qingqing trembled at the implication. Incited by others? Zhou Mingqing, startled by Zhou Mingwu's words, instinctively glanced at Xiao Qingqing before quickly averting his gaze. Brother, no one has incited me. It was merely that I heard of your humiliation within the palace, and in a moment of rage, I acted rashly. However, his every action had long been observed by Zhou Mingwu. Zhou Mingwu turned to Xiao Qingqing. Qingqing, what did you say to him? Startled, Xiao Qingqing immediately ceased her tears and shook her head repeatedly. Your Highness, no, I said nothing. It wasn't me. Zhou Mingqing quickly interjected on her behalf. Your Majesty, do not blame Qingqing. She acts for your well-being. Moreover, she truly has not uttered a word. I learned of it from outside, and it has nothing to do with her. Zhou Mingwu then glanced at Shuang'er. Why does the princess consort command Xiao Concubine to kneel? Initially intimidated by Zhou Mingwu, Shuang'er lost her fear upon witnessing his treatment of the princess. With the prince thoroughly chastised by the princess, what was there to fear? She straightened her back and replied, Your Highness, the princess believes that His Highness Zhao Wang intends to harm her because of your concubine's instigation. She has been provoking His Highness Zhao Wang consistently. Nonsense. Xiao Qingqing exclaimed anxiously. Your Highness, I have been persuading His Highness Zhao Wang not to act against my elder sister. It is a misunderstanding. Zhou Mingqing added, Your Majesty, Qingqing indeed attempted to dissuade me, striving to keep me composed. This matter is truly unrelated to her. She has been unwittingly caught in my turmoil, suffering from this undeserved calamity. Shuang'er, displeased by this, was about to argue further when she noticed Qiming, standing behind Zhou Mingwu, shaking his head at her. Seeing this, she swallowed her words in indignation. Zhou Mingwu took a deep breath and cast a glance at Zhou Mingqing and Xiao Qingqing, noting the prince's unprecedented state of disarray. Hanging in such a humiliating predicament, Xiao Qingqing, whose health had always been frail, now bore a swollen visage, her eyes glistening with tears. One was her own flesh and blood, her brother, while the other was her savior. A pang of compassion stirred within her heart. With a decisive wave of his hand, Zhou Mingwu released Zhou Mingqing. Mingqing, I have acknowledged Yan'er. She is my consort, your imperial sister-in-law. Should you continue to show her disrespect, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. From now on, unless permitted by me, You are not to approach the prince of Zhen's residence. Zhou Mingcheng was taken aback. Had he grown so estranged? Your Highness. Enough. Zhou Mingwu interrupted, raising his gaze towards Zhou Mingcheng's guards. See His Highness back to his residence. The guards bowed respectfully to Zhou Mingwu and stepped forward to assist Zhou Mingcheng. Realizing that Zhou Mingwu truly wished to avoid conversation, Zhou Mingcheng could only bow in resignation, casting a complex glance at Xiao Qingqing before departing with the support of his guards. Chapter 69. She had truly miscalculated. Xiao Qingqing remained kneeling there, utterly disheartened. Today had indeed been a complete miscalculation. She had never anticipated that Zhou Mingwu would go to such lengths to defend Lin Yan'er, preventing Zhou Mingcheng from visiting. They were brothers, after all. Could it be that Lin Yan'er, like a bewitching vixen, had ensnared Zhou Mingwu entirely? It felt utterly bizarre. Perhaps she ought to summon a priest or sorcerer to investigate. You should return as well, Zhou Mingwu stated coolly, having observed her for a moment with a profound indifference. With that, Qingming pushed the wheelchair toward the Battle Soul Tower. Xiao Qingqing was engulfed in disappointment. He seemed utterly unconcerned about the injuries on her face. Nor did he inquire about the pain in her knees after kneeling for so long. Why has it come to this? Returning to the Qingzhou courtyard, Xiaoyun carefully assisted Xiao Qingqing onto the bed, crouching beside her to gently massage her swollen knees. Xiao Qingqing's face contorted in rage, her eyes filled with an intense ferocity. She suppressed her voice as she bellowed. That ugly woman dared to let the maid strike me. How utterly despicable. I must kill her. Suddenly, she cried out, glaring viciously at Xiaoyun, who was tending to her knees. You wretched servant, can't you be gentler? Xiaoyun immediately prostrated herself on the ground. My lady, I apologize. Does saying sorry make any difference? Xiao Qingqing's voice dripped with malice. Bring me that rattan whip and lie down. Understanding Xiao Qingqing's temperament, Xiaoyun knew that complying with her wishes could alleviate her own suffering. Thus, she obediently crawled over, retrieved the whip, and respectfully handed it to Xiao Qingqing. Turning away, she bent slightly forward, presenting her back. The expected lashing soon followed, and as before, Xiaoyun endured the pain, though a flicker of fury glimmered in her eyes. If Xiao Qingqing were to lose her place in the town prince's residence, she would be of no use to her. When the time came, she would return the favor tenfold. After kneeling for several hours, Xiao Qingqing grew weary. After delivering more than 20 strokes, she paused, gasping for breath. Her teeth clenched in anger. Xiaoyun, drenched in sweat, turned back, masking the murderous intent in her gaze, and sought to comfort Xiao Qingqing. My lady need not be overly disheartened. From my perspective, that ugly woman cannot maintain her arrogance for long. She has struck the town prince and even hung the Zhao prince for punishment. If the emperor remains indifferent, could it be that the empress dowager will not intervene? Those are her own two sons. Xiao Qingqing's contorted expression gradually softened, slowly regaining a hint of brightness. Indeed, how could she have forgotten that Prince Zhen and Prince Zhao have their own mother? Once, Ming Fei was one of the most favored consorts in the imperial harem, nearly usurping the position of the current empress and becoming the matriarch of the great Wu dynasty's harem. The fact that she bore two imperial princes attests to her esteemed status. With her two sons treated in such a manner by Lin Yan'er, how could Lin Yan'er possibly escape retribution? Surely, Prince Zhen would not oppose his own mother. Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of confusion, her mind blank. How should she convey the news to Ming Fei? Xiaoyun regarded Xiao Qingqing's intellect with a hint of disdain, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead while suppressing the pain in her back. Over the past few days, her back had been marred with injuries. Old wounds had not yet healed, and new ones had emerged. There was no need to send a message. The situation had escalated to such a degree that even if the news were to be contained, it would undoubtedly reach the outside. I firmly believe that Ming Fei is already aware. The lack of her action may indicate her own considerations. We simply need to wait. Ming Fei will surely deal with that wretched woman. Xiao Fei need only exhibit a bit more patience. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingqing felt a sense of relief. She still held a trump card. It was not yet time to reveal it. Since there was still Ming Fei, she would observe how Ming Fei would handle Lin Yan'er. No mother in the world is without affection for her children. Among the women in the palace, who is not formidable, Lin Yan'er will not live for long. It is highly likely that her end will be quite tragic. Within the Hall of Battle Souls, Lin Yan'er was in a deep slumber, enveloped in a dreamless rest. Just before awakening, she felt an unusual warmth, as if cocooned tightly in her blankets. Slowly, she opened her eyes and nearly startled herself to death. Good heavens! It was not merely a blanket enveloping her. It was Zhou Mingwu's arm, securely holding her in his embrace. One of her delicate hands was wrapped around his waist, their faces mere inches apart, allowing their breaths to intertwine. What on earth was Zhou Mingwu thinking? Last night, He had also held her close as they slept. Did he not harbor a strong aversion towards her? Could it be that Zhou Mingwu had developed feelings for her? As this thought crossed her mind, she realized that her veil had yet to be lifted. Surely, that was impossible. With her face marred by pockmarks, how could she possibly attract the interest of the esteemed war god of the Great Wu dynasty? Perhaps he harbored some peculiar preference that prompted him to hold her so closely while sleeping. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. If Zhou Mingwu could hear her innermost thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly roar in her ear, "I possess no peculiar preferences. If I did, it would be a fondness for you, the pockmarked beauty." Gazing at Zhou Mingwu's face, so near yet so striking, she couldn't help but marvel slightly. His features were well-defined, his complexion a sun-kissed hue, as if meticulously sculpted by the hands of the divine. He was undeniably handsome. In her estimation, he surpassed even the so-called national idol Xiao Shizhan of the 24th century, though his face bore some bruises, including a distinct panda eye from her own strike, and a noticeable bump on his forehead. He still exuded an undeniable charm. These features could not conceal the allure of his countenance. She felt an inexplicable urge to reach out and caress his face. It was simply too tempting. A sudden impulse surged within her, pondering the sensation of a kiss. The mere thought ignited a flush across Lin Yan'er's cheeks. Perhaps she should first touch his face, to see if the sensation was agreeable. After all, if she were gentle, he would remain oblivious in his slumber. Even if he were to awaken, what was there to fear? She had already succumbed to his embrace during the night. With that thought, her hand gently lifted from Zhou Mingwu's waist, inching towards his handsome visage. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, Lin Yan'er suddenly noticed a marked quickening in Zhou Mingwu's breath. Goodness! In an instant, she realized he was not truly asleep, but merely feigning slumber. A spark of inspiration struck her, and a vial of potent anesthetic spray materialized in her hand, aimed at Zhou Mingwu's mouth and nose. With a swift hiss, she administered the spray. Zhou Mingwu jolted awake, feeling a dampness in his nostrils. Hastily sitting up to wipe his nose and mouth. "What would have you sprayed on me?" Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan'er rolled off the bed, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Now, you need not pretend to be asleep. Do sleep for real." Zhou Mingwu had not truly slumbered, having held her in his arms for over 3 hours while observing her peaceful countenance, albeit through the veil. He yearned to unveil her mask, and not just the veil, but all her garments, to demonstrate his prowess and make her aware of his capabilities. Yet, the woman before him appeared utterly exhausted, and his heart ached for her. He ultimately resolved that he could not act without principles, seizing upon the unguarded moments of others in a furtive manner. Once he stood, he would possess sufficient confidence to win the affections of this woman willingly. If she were not inclined, he would confront her directly, overpowering her through force. Such brute strength would be more honorable than his current subterfuge. Chapter 70. Assistant Xiao Shizhan, Zhou Mingwu felt a wave of dizziness and explained, "Yan'er, this prince has done nothing to you." Lin Yan'er scoffed. "Of course not. You are incapable of doing anything to me." Zhou Mingwu's breath caught. How had they returned to this subject? He began to feel somewhat disoriented, his speech coming out in fragments. This prince is not incapable, merely reluctant to take advantage. He collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. Lin Yan'er shrugged her shoulders, thinking that his reluctance to exploit her vulnerability stemmed from his failure to appreciate her exquisite beauty. Were he to behold her enchanting visage, even celestial beings would be unable to resist. Yet, this man, to his credit, exhibited a commendable restraint, not even unveiling her face. Perhaps this could be considered a small virtue? As this notion crossed her mind, Lin Yan'er snickered softly. How absurd that she was seeking out the man as qualities. She inhaled deeply, raised her small hand, feigning a strike against the unconscious Zhou Mingwu, glaring at him fiercely before turning her attention back to her task. Once again, Lin Yan'er bound his hands, using a scalpel to slice through his garments, blindfolded him with cloth, administered needles, and attached the electrotherapy device, setting the treatment duration. Having completed all of this, she felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at her. Just as she was about to open a small gap in the door to procure some food, a delightful aroma wafted into her nostrils. Turning her head, she beheld a table at the far end of the room, laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes, still radiating a slight warmth. Had Zhou Mingwu prepared all of this? The entire spread had yet to be touched. This indicated that Zhou Mingwu might not have eaten yet. Well then, she had perhaps rendered him unconscious a tad too soon. She should have ensured he had a hearty meal before incapacitating him and treating his leg. Disregarding these thoughts, she swiftly opened the door just enough to inquire of the guard outside about the current hour. Upon learning that dawn was still an hour away, Lin Yan'er instructed him that no one was permitted to enter until she emerged. After locking the door, Lin Yan'er focused her thoughts and entered her spatial realm. continuing her work on the nearly completed robot in her laboratory. Achieving its full potential would require additional time. However, today, she could activate the robot. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yan'er pressed the activation button. The robot emitted a beep, its eyes flashing red momentarily before it sprang to life. Standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, it was modeled after the ideal man of the 24th century, with a smooth silicone exterior that exuded a refreshing handsomeness. The robot stood there, truly resembling a striking young man, capable of captivating the hearts of countless maidens. A radiant smile blossomed on Lin Yan'er's face as she greeted it. Xiao Shizhan, hello. The robot turned effortlessly, a perfect embodiment of a dashing gentleman, moving with a fluidity that belied any mechanical stiffness, indistinguishable from a real person. It possesses a certain degree of self-awareness, capable of memorizing simple information such as names and engaging in basic communication. However, there remains a conspicuous disparity when compared to a human being. It is incapable of autonomously acquiring skills, with all its capabilities meticulously programmed by humans. Nevertheless, it stands as the most advanced robot of contemporary times. It bowed courteously to Lin Yan'er, exclaiming, "Greetings, Dr. Lin." Lin Yan'er, radiating with a cheerful smile, welcomed Xiao Shizhan to this world. It lowered its head, a smile gracing its face. "Thank you, Dr. Lin." Lin Yan'er playfully pinched its cheek and patted its chest, then, turning around, playfully kicked its rear, expressing her satisfaction with a nod. Recalling the toxic drink she had procured earlier that day from the Mingsheng restaurant's medical station, she had yet to analyze its composition. Xiao Shizhan, proceed to the medical station and determine the composition of that drink. What are its primary raw materials? Understood. Xiao Shizhan strode confidently towards the medical station, effortlessly retrieving the cup of liquor. With deftness, it collected samples and operated the testing equipment. In merely a minute, it reported back to Lin Yan'er. Report, Dr. Lin, this is a hallucinogenic toxin extracted from poisonous mushrooms. However, I find no records of such mushrooms in my database. Yet, I can trace back to the physical appearance of the raw materials from the toxin. Please observe. 2 beams of blue light emanated from Xiao Shizhan's eyes, intertwining before Lin Yan'er, revealing a vivid array of colorful poisonous mushrooms. Finally, as the blue light retracted, the image dissipated. Lin Yan'er deduced that it was indeed the poisonous illusion mushroom. With a smile illuminating her face, she playfully patted Xiao Shizhan on the shoulder. Well done. I shall gradually refine your capabilities. For now, you may remain in this space, and in the future, I will take you to explore the vibrant world beyond. Although Xiao Shizhan lacked profound emotions, unlike humans, who experience a spectrum of feelings, he still inclined his head with a smile. Thank you, Dr. Lin. This robotic companion had indeed exceeded her expectations. Thus, she found herself with an assistant, eager to test the responsiveness of her creation. She focused her thoughts and exited the space, standing beside Zhou Mingwu's bed. She issued a command to connect with the robot, and to her delight, she successfully established communication with Xiao Shizhan. Overjoyed, she snapped her fingers, her spirits soaring, only to notice the swelling on Zhou Mingwu's forehead. During their carriage ride back from the palace, Lin Yan'er had not been in a deep slumber. She had overheard the conversation between Zhou Mingwu and Qing Ming, realizing that the swelling was a result of the emperor when striking him with the imperial seal. The emperor was indeed ruthless towards his son, as Zhou Mingwu had ordered a beating for Lin Xiang, subsequently casting him out. Through his actions, Zhou Mingwu conveyed a stern warning to Lin Xiang. He was not to lay a finger on Lin Yan'er. Should Lin Yan'er suffer even a single hair's injury, Zhou Mingwu would not hesitate to take his life. In his efforts to protect her, Zhou Mingwu had also resolved matters at the Mingsheng restaurant. Heaven knows the extent of resources and effort he expended to orchestrate such a web of lies on her behalf. Undertaking such endeavors was no trivial matter. Even though Lin Yan'er felt that Zhou Mingwu's actions were motivated by his own desire to preserve his legs, ensuring her safety was essential for his recovery. To be honest, she was somewhat touched. In her heart, she urged Xiao Shizhan, apply the best anti-swelling ointment on him. In an instant, Xiao Shizhan appeared before her, deftly opening the ointment and gently applying it with his fingers to Zhou Mingwu's forehead and the bruised areas of his face. Lin Yan'er settled into a chair nearby, where a few pastries remained uneaten, and she contentedly watched Xiao Shizhan's skilled hands at work. It was as if with a mere thought, someone would fulfill her desires. How wonderfully indulgent life could be. As she nibbled on her treats, she began to hum a tune. Chapter 71. She actually harbors affection for the prince today. When Zhou Mingwu awoke, he found himself no longer shackled, yet his garments lay in tatters. He turned to sit up, feeling a lingering dizziness, recalling how he had pretended to sleep and was swiftly rendered unconscious by something Lin Yan'er had sprayed on him. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before fully regaining his senses. Qingming. Qingming entered upon hearing his call. Drawing from the experiences of the past few days, he had already prepared new attire and skillfully assisted Zhou Mingwu in dressing. After Zhou Mingwu sipped a glass of water, he inquired, "When did the princess depart?" "An hour ago," Qingming replied. "I have informed the princess of the imperial decree. Today, she must first apologize at the Grand General's residence before proceeding to the palace to offer tea to the new bride. The princess mentioned that once the prince is ready, he should send someone to the Qingxi courtyard to summon her." Zhou Mingwu nodded, and then, as if struck by a thought, remarked, "Let us quietly commend the reconnaissance unit of the cavalry for their commendable work regarding the incident at the Mingsheng restaurant yesterday." Qingming hesitated for a moment. Caught between words, Zhou Mingwu, perplexed, inquired, "What troubles you?" Only then did Qingming reveal. The brothers from the reconnaissance unit report that the affair at Mingsheng restaurant was not their achievement. By the time they arrived, everything had already been arranged. "What?" Zhou Mingwu exclaimed in surprise. "Who is responsible?" "The people from the Tongtian Pavilion." "Tongtian Pavilion?" Zhou Mingwu's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Qingming. Qingming promptly continued, "The defenses at Mingsheng restaurant are exceedingly stringent. The experts from the reconnaissance unit managed to secretly abduct a young waiter from the restaurant, disguising themselves as him to infiltrate the establishment. It was through this method that they discovered Mingsheng restaurant is a business of the Tongtian Pavilion, and that the second-in-command, Vice Pavilion Master Longxing, personally oversaw the arrangements to exonerate the princess. We have also received additional intelligence indicating that the elusive leader of the Tongtian Pavilion will arrive in the capital in the coming days. Furthermore, we inadvertently obtained a confidential report. The Tongtian Pavilion has summoned a multitude of assassins from various nations to gather in the capital. It remains uncertain whether their intent is to protect the legendary leader or to pursue ulterior motives." Zhou Mingwu furrowed his brow deeply. The Tongtian Pavilion is an extensive organization, ostensibly focused on commerce. Its name, meaning heaven-reaching, signifies their ambition to elevate their business to celestial heights. Over the years, the Tongtian Pavilion has indeed lived up to its name, extending its commercial endeavors across numerous nations, even beyond the borders of the western regions. It is said that the Tongtian Pavilion possesses a wealth surpassing that of any nation, with hundreds of thousands scattered across the globe. For those endowed with such riches, their desires extend far beyond mere monetary gain. Their influence reaches into various realms, with numerous organizations in the world effectively under the control of the Tongtian Pavilion. Even in certain small nations, the true rulers are, in fact, the Tongtian Pavilion. This is indeed a formidable power. The master of the Tongtian Pavilion has arrived in the divine capital, gathering a multitude of assassins. What could the true intention of the Tongtian Pavilion be? Assassins are typically the elite of the elite, and the pavilion possesses a plethora of martial organizations. Their decision to deploy assassins must signify a significant objective. Zhou Mingwu's intuition warned him that a storm might be brewing over the divine capital. Qingming, mobilize all operatives in the intelligence camp. The sole aim is to swiftly ascertain the purpose of the Tongtian Pavilion's leader's visit. Furthermore, prepare the elite cavalry to be on standby for any orders. Qingming acknowledged and disseminated the command. Zhou Mingwu's brow remained furrowed. Could it be that the Tongtian Pavilion intends to interfere with the Great Wu court? As long as Zhou Mingwu is present, the pavilion shall not prevail. Yet, why would the Tongtian Pavilion assist Lin Yan'er? What connection could Lin Yan'er have with the Tongtian Pavilion? Zhou Mingwu's mind was in turmoil. Could it be that Lin Yan'er is affiliated with the Tongtian Pavilion? Standing beside him, Qingming, who had been silent out of concern for interrupting Zhou Mingwu's thoughts, suddenly exclaimed, "Your Highness, the swelling on your forehead has vanished." Zhou Mingwu was taken aback and requested Qingming to fetch a bronze mirror. Indeed, the swelling, which was expected to take 3 days to subside, inflicted by Emperor One with a jade seal, had completely disappeared. Furthermore, all the bruises and dark circles on his face, inflicted by Lin Yan'er, had completely vanished, leaving his complexion pristine. Zhou Mingwu sensed a slight oiliness on his face. He rubbed his fingers against it and brought them to his nose, detecting a delicate floral fragrance. Qingming remarked, "Did the princess apply medicine to the prince?" "It must be so." For a fleeting moment, Zhou Mingwu felt as though a soft, warm hand was gently massaging his face. He recalled that just before he succumbed to slumber, Lin Yan'er appeared to want to caress his face. A pleasant curve formed at the corners of his mouth. Only Lin Yan'er's medicine could facilitate such swift recovery. She surely did not wish for him to don a mask in public, especially with an important event looming today. It seemed she harbored feelings for him. She had induced his slumber to tend to his leg, while also administering treatment to his face. Zhou Mingwu's brow completely relaxed. Regardless of the heavenly pavilion, the princess belonged to him. Anyone daring to approach his princess would be considered his adversary. Inform the princess that he is prepared. It is time to depart and extend apologies to his father-in-law. In the general's residence, Lin Xiong and his entire family were gathered in the hall. Lu maintained her usual gentle and loving demeanor, seated beside Lin Yan'er, Lin Yan'er, and the young master of the general's house, Lin Yan'er. Lin Xiong sat majestically in the main seat, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed ahead. Each person exuded an air of authority, awaiting Lin Yan'er's apology. At just 13 years of age, Lin Yan'er was in a rebellious phase, fearless and audacious, characterized by a propensity to wield his family's influence to intimidate others, displaying an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. On the day of Lin Yan'er's return to her family, he initially accompanied Lin Xiong but discreetly departed midway upon encountering a few debauched young men, opting instead to revel with his friends. Upon his return, he learned that Lin Yan'er had caused a tremendous uproar at the general's residence, assaulting both Lu Shi and Lin Yan'er, and even slaying Lin Yan'er's maid. Ultimately, she had trampled Lin Xiong underfoot. Infuriated, he drew his sword intending to exact vengeance on Lin Yan'er, only to be halted by Lu Shi's admonition. Today, an imperial decree was issued, wherein Emperor Wen commanded both the Prince of Zhen and Lin Yan'er to visit the Lin family to offer their apologies, accompanied by a compensation of 50,000 taels of silver. The family regarded this as a significant favor from Emperor Wen towards the Lin clan. What family could boast of a prince personally visiting to apologize? Furthermore, a sum of 50,000 taels of silver is indeed a considerable fortune. Early in the morning, the gates of the general's residence swung wide open, and several servants were dispatched to announce the news far and wide, drawing a considerable crowd of curious citizens to the entrance. The general's residence aimed to ensure that the entire capital would be aware of this matter. Seeking to cleanse the Lin family's honor tarnished by Lin Yan'er's actions, Lin Yan'er seethed with anger, questioning her father, "Cannot that ugly woman be dealt with?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shi immediately reproached her. "Nonsense, she is your elder sister." Lin Yan'er scoffed, replying, "Mother, you regard her as a daughter, whereas I see her as a sister. Does she treat us as family? Our goodwill has been met with ingratitude. Does she not wish to exterminate our entire household? Such a vile woman cannot be allowed to remain. She is bound to bring disaster upon us." Lu Shi cast a furtive glance at Lin Xiong, her voice rising slightly. "Foolishness. Regardless of how your elder sister has treated us, she is ultimately the legitimate daughter of the general, the flesh and blood of the Lin family. As long as she obediently offers her apology, we shall reconcile as before, and we will remain a united family. Do you understand?" Lin Yan'er rolled her eyes, her face a mask of anger, refusing to glance at Lu Shi. "Father, can you truly endure her?" Lu Shi attempted to speak further, but Lin Xiong gestured for her to remain silent, letting out a soft huff. "Today, she arrives with the prince of the town, bearing the emperor's decree. Under no circumstances must we harm her. However, is it so simple to receive our forgiveness merely by coming to apologize?" Lu Shi, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er immediately grasped Lin Xiong's intent. They understood that they could now delight in tormenting and humiliating Lin Yan'er. Though they could not eliminate Lin Yan'er, they could certainly vent some of their frustrations. The trio of mother and daughters exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 72. Does Zhou Mingwu not believe in spirits? While the Lin family deliberated on methods to harass Lin Yan'er, she, accompanied by Shuang'er, arrived at the gates of the town prince's residence. There, over 30 mounted guards awaited them. Upon seeing Lin Yan'er emerge, they collectively bowed in salute. "Your Highness." Lin Yan'er discerned that these guards, who had saved the majority of the town prince's residence during that stormy night, held a sincere respect and gratitude towards her. She raised her hand in a friendly greeting. "Hello everyone, have you all had breakfast?" Suddenly, she felt that this inquiry was somewhat ill-timed, as it was already past noon. The treatment for Zhou Mingwu had taken longer last night, causing him to rise later than usual. Certainly, visiting the general's residence to offer an apology was not deemed a matter of great significance. Neither Zhou Mingwu nor Lin Yan'er attached much importance to it. Thus, the timing was of little consequence. Similarly, the act of presenting tea to the new bride upon entering the palace was not considered particularly vital. Conventionally, this should have taken place on the second day after the wedding. It appeared that Emperor Wen and even the esteemed Mingfei of the palace were indifferent to Lin Yan'er, the princess of the town, or perhaps they held no regard for Zhou Mingwu, as they had yet to partake in the tea ceremony. Now, with the emperor's decree in hand, it seemed that they were merely fulfilling a formality. Ultimately, it all rested upon Zhou Mingwu's preferences, and Lin Yan'er was hardly concerned. The guards exchanged glances, until finally, Achi responded, relaying to the princess that they had all already had breakfast. That's splendid. Lin Yan'er coughed lightly, and then noticed that behind the 2 horse-drawn carriages, there were indeed 2 ox carts, laden with 10 large chests. Lin Yan'er understood that these contained the 5,000 taels of silver intended as an apology to the general's residence. Money held little meaning for her. In the 24th century, currency was merely a series of numbers. She was oblivious to the extent of her wealth, as she had never truly lacked for it. The original owner of this life had spent most of her days in a humble estate, living modestly, yet had never needed to spend money, thus lacking a proper understanding of its value. Lin Yan'er was not particularly concerned about the amount of money. Rather, the thought of compensating the general's household with such funds left her feeling quite displeased. During her last visit home, Zhou Mingwu had sent gifts through Nurse Xiao, but Lin Yan'er had only kept 2 pieces of fabric, returning the rest to the town prince's residence, where they remained piled in the Qingxi courtyard. Leaving behind 2 pieces of fabric for the Lin family felt, in retrospect, rather generous. Those treacherous individuals. Even the slightest coin felt like a needle pricking Lin Yan'er's heart. She discreetly confided in Shuang'er, once we arrive at the general's residence, find an opportunity to manipulate the flies and follow the personnel to ascertain where they transport the silver. Shuang'er was taken aback. Your Highness, what are you planning? Lin Yan'er shrugged. Heaven's secrets must not be divulged. With that, she intended to join Shuang'er in the carriage at the back. She was aware that the carriage in front was grander and more luxurious, drawn by 5 horses, designated for Zhou Mingwu. The rear carriage was pulled by 2 horses. It was the very one they had taken upon their departure. However, Qingming intercepted them respectfully, saying, Your Highness, you should take the carriage over there. Lin Yan'er was momentarily stunned. Zhou Mingwu was present. Did this mean she was to share a carriage with him? Together they had shared intimate moments. What was there to fear? In truth, it was Zhou Mingwu who should be wary of her. With confidence, she advanced towards the front carriage, while Shuang'er wished to follow but was escorted by Qingming to the rear carriage. Upon entering the carriage, Lin Yan'er found Zhou Mingwu, along with his wheelchair. The once spacious carriage now felt constricted. Fortunately, his wheelchair was positioned in a corner, allowing her ample room to occupy the primary seat. After settling in, Lin Yan'er cheerfully greeted Zhou Mingwu, who, unlike before, did not maintain a stern expression but slightly nodded in acknowledgement. As the carriage began to move slowly, Zhou Mingwu remained silent, and Lin Yan'er had no desire to engage him. The 2 individuals shared no significant bond. Lin Yan'er was not particularly adept at socializing. In the 24th century, she spent the majority of her time immersed in study and research. To alleviate her discomfort, she drew back the curtains to gaze at the street scenery outside. Yet, Lin Yan'er felt a persistent unease, as if the eyes within the carriage were fixated upon her. Turning her head, she indeed found Zhou Mingwu's dark eyes staring intently at her. Lin Yan'er furrowed her brows and questioned, Why do you gaze at me, Your Highness? Zhou Mingwu's penetrating gaze shifted to the window, revealing nothing of his thoughts. I am merely observing whether Yan'er is truly the legitimate daughter of the divine Marshal General's household. A wave of alarm washed over Lin Yan'er. Could it be that he had discerned something? She had taken great care to remain inconspicuous. No advanced technologies had been showcased in his presence. She had either incapacitated him or rendered him unconscious, often blindfolded and restrained. Nonetheless, the presence of firearms, novel wound suturing techniques, and enhanced penicillin were indeed astonishing, raising the likelihood of his suspicions. Furthermore, his formidable prowess exceeded her expectations. He could easily unearth the truth behind her origins, even to the minutiae of the original owner's choice of undergarments. As this realization dawned on her, Lin Yan'er found it less surprising. The skill she possessed, despite lacking a proper education, would inevitably require an explanation. Even if Zhou Mingwu remained silent, others would undoubtedly inquire in due course. Nevertheless, she had already confided in Shuang'er, claiming that she received guidance from an old deity in her dreams, and was even gifted some fine treasures by this celestial being. Thus, this rationale sufficed for explanation. The ancients possessed a remarkably limited understanding of nature and their living environment. To them, gods and spirits were not mere myths, but rather tangible and formidable entities. Lin Yan'er offered a shy smile and said, Your Highness, if I am not the legitimate daughter of the Grand General's residence, then who am I? This is something that Yan'er must reveal to you, my lord. Zhou Mingwu's expression remained impassive, his words spoken with an air of casual indifference. Lin Yan'er, somewhat resigned, responded, Very well, I admit that I had previously concealed my talents. Surely, Your Highness is aware that General Lin Xiong and his current wife, Lady Lu, spread tales of sorcery, claiming that I brought misfortune upon my mother and would do the same to my father, thus sending me back to the countryside. In truth, It is Lady Lu who cannot tolerate my presence. She fears that I might overshadow her daughters. Unable to eliminate me outright, she chose to treat me like a mere animal, confining me in a manner that would leave me uneducated and inept. Yet, unexpectedly, I have the protection of a deity. With divine encounters in my dreams. Yan'er. Zhou Mingwu abruptly interrupted her, his deep, unfathomable gaze softened momentarily as he gently spoke. I am not in haste to uncover your secret. Should you decide to share it with me, I hope it reflects your true self, rather than a mere deception akin to the tricks played on others. If the secret you divulge is but a fabrication, then I believe it unnecessary for you to speak at all. Does Zhou Mingwu not believe in gods and spirits? This is somewhat peculiar. Lin Yan'er wished to persist for a while longer, but Zhou Mingwu raised his hand to halt her, his expression softening further. Yan'er, I am grateful to you for applying the ointment on my behalf last night. Today, I need not don a mask when I venture out. In my dreams, I felt your delicate hand massaging my face, remarkably gentle, providing me with immense comfort. I comprehend your feelings. Trust me, I shall not disappoint you. Lin Yan'er's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What did he mean? He understood her feelings? What affection could she possibly harbor for this scoundrel? Hadn't she refused to uncover her veil, finding her own face unworthy? When resting in his embrace, he had not even dared to touch her. Just days ago, he had insisted on the ceremonial marriage with the rooster, depriving her of food and the very next day marrying a concubine, instructing her to serve tea to the new bride. How could it be that this rogue had developed feelings for her in such a short span? Was her allure truly of such a magnitude? Lin Yan'er, lacking in confidence, cautiously inquired, Your Highness, have you indeed developed feelings for me? Zhou Mingwu's face flushed slightly. He did not hesitate. This was characteristic of his nature. He preferred straightforwardness, eschewing ambiguity and evasion. In military command, some generals, in their attempts to appear enigmatic, often leave their subordinates guessing their intentions. While this approach may instill a sense of admiration in subordinates for their commander, it often leads to misinterpretations of the commander's intentions, resulting in disastrous defeats. In contrast, he is straightforward and unequivocal. His orders are always clear and comprehensible. Even to a child, he has carried this style into his personal life, where he is genuinely captivated by the woman who makes his heart race. Unbeknownst to her, the image of that stormy night, when she brandished a pistol to save him, is indelibly etched in his memory. The sight of her, bloodied yet resolute, weaving through his men to offer salvation, has deepened his infatuation. He gazes intently at Lin Yan'er, his tone resolute. This prince is enamored with the princess, and I am aware that the princess harbors feelings for this prince. Last night, when the princess wished to caress his face and tenderly applied ointment to reduce his swelling, he understood. Lin Yan'er nearly choked on her breath. Last night, confronted with his striking visage so near, she merely wished to touch it, to assess its texture. It was akin to the sensation of touching the face of the robot, Xiao Shanzhan. There was no emotional connection, merely a desire for experience. In a moment of compassion, she had allowed Xiao Shanzhan to apply the ointment, and in her dazed state, she inadvertently conveyed something else entirely. How could this arrogant prince presume she held affection for him? If she had known that her act of compassion would lead to such a terrifying misunderstanding, she would have refrained from treating the prince's face. Steadying herself, she straightened her posture and cautiously glanced at Zhou Mingwu once more. Your Highness, I bear the marks of blemishes upon my face and am notoriously known as the ugly woman of the capital. How could you possibly hold affection for me? Zhou Mingwu's gaze instantly ignited with intensity, making Lin Yan'er hesitant to meet his eyes. I have seen your face, Yan'er. It is not as dreadful as the world claims. I can accept it. Please believe me, I am not a man who values mere appearances. Should I desire beauty, I could summon countless women, drawn to me like moths to a flame. But I am fond of you, Yan'er. This was indeed a candid declaration. How could this scoundrel claim affection for her when his heart seemingly belonged to the radiant Xiao Qingqing? Lin Yan'er furrowed her brow and replied, Your Highness, what of concubine Xiao in such declarations? A true scoundrel indeed, fickle in his affections. He had once despised her, favored Xiao Qingqing, and even had her, the legitimate wife, serve tea to Xiao Qingqing, proclaiming her the future mistress of the estate. Now, only days later, it appeared he had discovered some allure in her character. No. It must be that she had conformed to his peculiar tastes, leading him to shift his affections. Curse it all. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er mention Xiao Qingqing, Zhou Mingwu's eyes flickered, and he sought to clarify his relationship with Xiao Qingqing. Lin Yan'er raised her hand to silence him and looked at Zhou Mingwu earnestly. Your Highness, I must express my fundamental requirements for marriage. Seeing the seriousness in her expression, Zhou Mingwu straightened his posture and nodded slightly. It is quite simple, a lifelong commitment between two individuals. I cannot tolerate the presence of a grain of sand. I find it repugnant to share a man who has been with others. Zhou Mingwu's body stiffened, his expression growing increasingly complex. With an unmistakable look of difficulty in his eyes, Lin Yan'er felt a surge of triumph within her. Surely she had succeeded in dissuading him this time? In ancient times, the practice of men taking multiple wives was deeply ingrained in society. Not only in the past, but even in the 24th century. The law clearly stipulates a monogamous marriage system, making bigamy a criminal offense punishable by imprisonment. Yet, it remains impossible to restrain men who flit from one woman to another. For the allure of the unfamiliar often proves more enticing than the comforts of home. In this ancient setting, men could openly and legally take concubines, especially among the royal family, where it was commonplace to have numerous favored companions. What man of that era would forsake such privileges? Choosing to abandon an entire forest for a solitary tree? Just as Lin Yan'er began to revel in her perceived victory, believing Zhou Mingwu understood her intentions, he regarded her with utmost seriousness. Yan'er, I promise you a lifetime of devotion, a bond of two souls, he declared earnestly. However, I must ask for a moment to resolve matters with Qingqing. The mention of handling matters with Xiao Qingqing ignited a flame of anger within Lin Yan'er. To handle her, was it not tantamount to casting her aside? That scoundrel! Unable to contain herself any longer, she had intended to maintain a cordial demeanor, not wanting to create discord before their separation in case of unforeseen circumstances. However, she could not fathom what had led this despicable man to develop an interest in her, nor why he was willing to forsake Xiao Qingqing for her sake. And as for his promise of a lifetime of devotion, Lin Yan'er was so incensed that she nearly spat forth a torrent of scathing words. She glared at him, dropping all formalities, addressing him simply as you. You compel me to speak plainly. I harbor no affection for you whatsoever. Yesterday, you went to great lengths to protect me, albeit for the sake of your own leg. And I felt a modicum of gratitude, perceiving that perhaps you are not entirely devoid of virtue. Today, however, you profess that to share a lifetime with me, you would abandon your newly wedded concubine, whom you married just days prior. Do you treat marriage as a mere game? The very essence of your irresponsibility is what I disdain the most. Zhou Mingwu's breath caught in his throat. Lin Yan'er was questioning his character. He had previously stated that he would not consummate his union with Xiao Qingqing, yet she had misconstrued his intentions. Yan'er, allow me to explain. I have no interest in your tale. Lin Yan'er interjected, cutting him off with a wave of her hand. Listen well. Prince Dog, we agreed that once you are healed, you will grant me a divorce. Should you dare to renege on this promise, I possess the ability to mend your leg as easily as I could cripple it, along with that extra leg of yours. To speak of an extra leg, this woman dares to utter such words. Zhou Mingwu felt a tremor in a certain part of his being, and his brow furrowed tightly. He had thought Lin Yan'er's resentment toward him had dissipated, but it was evident that she was still very much angered. As he attempted to broach the topic of his relationship with Xiao Qingqing, Lin Yan'er clenched her fist and raised it before him. Do not utter any more nonsense. Your voice irritates me. If you dare to speak again, I shall knock your teeth out. Lord Dog, do not think I am jesting. Zhou Mingwu gazed at the small fist, and then at Lin Yan'er's furious eyes. Having experienced her strength firsthand, Zhou Mingwu knew she was not merely making idle threats. She would indeed take action, and in his current state, with his legs yet to recover, he was no match for Lin Yan'er. Chapter 74. Capable of blinding your titanium alloy dog eyes, Zhou Mingwu regretted his impulsive actions long ago. In his attempt to express dissent towards Emperor Wen and to repay the life-saving grace of Xiao Qingqing, he had treated Lin Yan'er harshly on the day of their wedding. Even taking Xiao Qingqing as his bride, his affections for women were neither excessive nor promiscuous, having grown accustomed to the intrigues of the imperial palace, where his father's women would go to great lengths to win his favor, and where the princes, though brothers, were more like adversaries. Engaging in a ruthless struggle for survival, Zhou Mingwu felt a profound aversion to such an environment. He sensed no warmth or familial affection. Even his biological mother, after his paralysis, became unable to assist her husband in garnering the emperor's favor. Instead, the emperor, suspecting him of patricide and usurpation, harbored a deep disdain for him and ceased to acknowledge his existence. All of this was utterly abnormal. Had the emperor not been surrounded by so many women and fathered numerous princes, there would have been no need for such treachery, deceit, and bloodshed. Zhou Mingwu yearned for a companion who could ignite his heart, to bear a child, and lead a life filled with maternal kindness and filial piety, living peacefully and joyfully. Even the absence of children would not trouble him, for he felt no intense urge for procreation or the continuation of his lineage. Lin Yan'er's desire for a lifelong partnership truly resonated with his own aspirations. He lowered his head, his expression turning cold, and fell silent. It was not fear of Lin Yan'er striking him that rendered him mute, but rather a genuine sense of guilt. He had wronged Lin Yan'er first, leading to her misunderstanding him. He understood her lingering anger. Actions speak louder than words. Lin Yan'er could not possibly have forgotten him. He needed to rectify the situation before revealing his true self to her. In due time, she would witness his determination and sincerity. Regardless, he would never let Lin Yan'er slip away. The thought of separation was inconceivable to him. He could not afford to provoke her any further, lest their conflict deepen. Lin Yan'er assumed that Zhou Mingwu had been cowed into silence, grasping her sentiments, and thus chose to ignore him, huffing softly as she turned her gaze toward the window. The guards, including Qiming, who flanked them, were martial practitioners, keen of hearing and sight, and they overheard the conversation within the carriage with crystal clarity. Initially, upon hearing Zhou Mingwu express his affections for Lin Yan'er, they were taken aback, thinking how remarkable the prince was to reveal such a side of himself. His words were so gentle. When had they ever heard him speak in such a manner? They resolved to learn from this, for it would serve them well in courting women in the future. Thus they listened intently. However, their astonishment reached new heights when they realized that the princess had rejected their prince. This revelation left them utterly dumbfounded, particularly Qiming, who recalled that just days prior, the prince and princess had been engaged in countless battles within the chambers of the War Soul Tower. They had even indulged in games of a most intimate nature. Unimaginable to him, with the prince returning each morning with his garments in tatters. Now, hearing their exchange implied that the prince had yet to succeed. They were not merely playing games. It is highly probable that the prince intended to exert violence upon the princess. However, who could have anticipated that he would be overpowered by her instead? My heavens! Upon this realization, Qiming suddenly awakened to the truth. For the past few nights, the prince had indeed been subject to the princess's wrath. Qiming and the retinue of guards were left utterly speechless. This was their cold-hearted, formidable, and invincible warlord prince, the pride of the Great Wu dynasty. Throughout their journey, Lin Yan'er scarcely cast a glance at Zhou Mingwu, who, surprisingly, displayed an unusual obedience, remaining silent until they reached the gates of the general's residence. Aside from stealing a few furtive glances at her when she was not paying attention, he spent most of the time in a state of contemplation. At the entrance of the general's residence, throngs of citizens gathered in layers, with Lin Xiong's family nearly making a spectacle, as if to summon the entire capital to witness the event. Servants were seen distributing small bags filled with candies and treats to the assembled crowd. The renown of the princess had resonated throughout the capital in recent days, creating a veritable uproar. Most had only heard of her notorious reputation, but had never laid eyes upon her, driven by curiosity to behold her true form. The scene at the gates resembled a bustling marketplace, with the populace's enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. As the entourage of the town prince and princess approached, a voice rang out, "The town prince and princess have arrived." The crowd swiftly parted to grant passage to the procession, murmuring amongst themselves as they observed the dignified approach toward the grand entrance of the general's residence. Speculations abounded regarding the princess's appearance. Could she possibly possess a ghastly visage, akin to that of a malevolent specter, capable of devouring an entire rooster? That is far from the truth. Surely, one cannot deny that his visage is marred and fierce, perhaps even possessing a formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he possibly triumph over General Lin? TSK, her physical prowess is indeed remarkable. I have heard tales that the princess consort of the town has wreaked havoc upon the robust servants of the town manor, with rumors suggesting that some have even fallen victim to her appetite. Yet, I have also been told that she devours all who enter, rendering the town manor a veritable hell on earth, where no man dares to serve. Upon hearing such slander, Qiming and the guards bore expressions of indignation. Endowed could not restrain himself from bellowing. Who dares to fabricate such outrageous tales about our princess? Are we not men? Are we not living well? Who speaks ill of our princess? Step forward if you possess the courage. As they surveyed the surrounding townsfolk from atop their majestic steeds, exuding an aura of impending violence. Silence engulfed the crowd. Inside the carriage, Zhou Mingwu's countenance darkened ominously, enveloped in an icy chill. How dare anyone defame Lin Yan'er? This matter warrants thorough investigation. Those who spread such vile rumors must be dealt with. Lin Yan'er herself felt a surge of displeasure. She longed to leap atop the carriage and unveil her face before all, for where do they conjure such tales of green-faced, fanged demons? She is, in truth, a vision of grace and beauty, capable of dazzling even the most discerning eyes. When has she ever resorted to devouring a rooster? How could she possess the strength to torment all the robust servants of the town manor? This time, she felt far more incensed than during her previous encounter with similar slanders. Wait for it. Lin Yan'er, Just watch how I deal with you." As they had been waiting for a long time in the general's residence, neither Zhou Mingwu nor Lin Yan'er had arrived. Therefore, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er strolled to the entrance and happened to witness a scene unfolding. Lin Yan'er discreetly gave Lin Yan'er a thumbs up. "KF. The tale you concocted is truly captivating. I can only imagine the dismay on the face of that ugly woman inside the carriage at this very moment. The thought of her being both furious and unable to show herself makes me want to laugh." Indeed, Lin Yan'er covered her mouth, giggling softly. Lin Yan'er gazed at the approaching caravan, her eyes glimmering with scorn. "What a pity, I cannot rid myself of her today. Otherwise, I would have poisoned her." Lin Yan'er's expression turned regretful and vengeful. Yet, Lin Yan'er simply smiled, gently patting Lin Yan'er on the shoulder. "Sister, I am as close as sisters with the sixth princess. I have informed her of the matters at home. The sixth princess is exceedingly furious and told me that once that ugly woman enters the palace, she can only leave sideways. After they apologize at our home, they will still have to go to the palace to pay respects with tea for the newlywed bride. She shall not see the sun rise again tomorrow." Lin Yan'er was taken aback for a moment before exchanging a radiant smile with Lin Yan'er, their expressions bright and welcoming, as if they were greeting the king and queen from afar. This pair of sisters truly was a sight to behold. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd, and a voice cried out from the nearby citizens, "Help! Is there anyone who can save my child? The child had choked on a snack. Is there a healer? Isn't the second miss of the general's residence a renowned female doctor in the capital? At the entrance, quickly send the child over." Chapter 75. Lin Yan'er questions her medical skills. Suddenly, a throng of disheveled common folk surged through the doorway, clad in tattered coarse garments, surrounding a middle-aged woman. This woman, equally ragged and seemingly carrying the sin of dust, was now tear-streaked and visibly distressed, cradling a child in her arms. The child, appearing around 5 or 6 years of age, was emaciated and filthy, his face pale and bruised, lying motionless and languid, devoid of consciousness. As the crowd approached Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, they were intercepted by the guards of the Lin residence. The woman, in desperation, knelt before Lin Yan'er. "Miss Lin, my child just choked on a pastry sent from the general's residence. He cannot breathe and is on the brink of death. Please, help save him, I implore you." Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er instinctively attempted to retreat into the manor. However, before they could, someone had already called out her name. Lin Yan'er, who placed great importance on her reputation, found it impossible to retreat in such a public setting, especially as the Lin family had orchestrated this occasion for Lin Yan'er to apologize and restore their family's honor. When Lin Yan'er discerned that the individuals before her were not mere beggars from the streets, but rather filthy commoners of a similar social standing, her eyes were filled with disdain. Alongside Lin Yan'er, she instinctively covered her nose with a handkerchief. A guard bellowed fiercely, "How dare you? Our second young lady is the exclusive physician to the empress. Even the most esteemed families lack the privilege to summon her for treatment. You, insignificant as ants, possess the audacity to approach and request her assistance? Depart at once. Your foul stench has already sullied our esteemed young lady." The middle-aged woman, kneeling in despair, found herself the center of attention, drawing the gaze of the entire assembly into an uncanny silence. They were but ordinary folk, their status undeniably low, and within the framework of hierarchical society, the notion of life being valued differently was all too common. Tears streaming down her face, the woman, cradling her child, bowed fervently before Lin Yan'er. "Miss Lin is a renowned divine healer," she lamented. "I am acutely aware of our lowly existence, yet we too deserve the chance to survive. I have heard of your compassionate heart. Please, I implore you, save my child. He is but 5 years old, and though he still draws breath, his time is fleeting." The guard, devoid of empathy, glared with bulging eyes, ready to forcibly remove her. It was only then that Lin Yan'er, suppressing her revulsion, interjected, "Halt." The guard indeed ceased his advance. Lin Yan'er surveyed the crowd deliberately, ensuring all eyes were upon her before admonishing the guard. "I am a healer, and healers possess great compassion. It is my sacred duty to treat those in need. To obstruct my efforts to save a life is to trample upon humanity." Instantly, the guard was filled with trepidation, bowing in contrition. "I apologize, Mississippi. I was in error." Lin Yan'er issued a sharp reprimand, fully aware of her mistake, yet still demanding that the individual be brought before her. The guard indeed shouted at the woman cradling the child, urging her to come forth. The woman hurriedly presented the child to Lin Yan'er, anxiously awaiting her diagnosis. However, although Lin Yan'er faced the child, her gaze was furtively directed toward the carriage that had come to a halt at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the wheelchair-bound Prince Zhou Mingwu and the veiled Lin Yan'er, surrounded by guards, drawing near. Only when Zhou Mingwu's eyes fell upon her did she feign a look of urgency, extending her hand to theatrically feel the child's pulse. After assessing the child's ashen complexion and gently probing for the faintest hint of breath, she gasped in deliberate alarm. The child had something lodged in their throat. A perilous condition that often ended in tragedy. Those present were all too familiar with such cases, with survival being exceedingly rare. A murmur of shock rippled through the onlookers at the entrance. Indeed, it was a grave danger. The child of my neighbor met a similar fate. Yes, I had a younger brother who choked on peanuts in his youth. I once witnessed an adult succumb to choking, despite being rushed to a nearby clinic, where even the most seasoned physicians were powerless to save him, and he ultimately perished. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd drained the color from the middle-aged woman's face. It was only then that Lin Yan'er addressed her, saying, "Sister, allow me to explain the situation. There remains a method, a glimmer of hope. The probability of survival is exceedingly low. It is the only method available. If I succeed, I shall not take credit. If I fail, the child's fate cannot be attributed to me. Should you consent, I will attempt to save your child." The middle-aged woman, consumed by desperation, embraced her child and repeatedly bowed before Lin Yan'er, weeping profusely. Regardless of the outcome, she would be eternally grateful and would offer prayers for Miss Lin in the temple, wishing her a long and prosperous life. Very well. She turned around, and Zhou Mingwu along with Lin Yan'er had approached. Without casting a glance at Lin Yan'er, she gracefully bowed to Zhou Mingwu. "Your Highness, Lord of the town, I am Lin Yan'er, at your service. I apologize for not greeting you sooner as I was engaged in saving a life. Please allow me a moment to see if I can revive this unfortunate child before I personally escort you and my sister into the presence of the esteemed prince. My parents have been awaiting you for a considerable time." Seeing her son seemingly devoid of breath while Lin Yan'er continued speaking, the middle-aged woman felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, the individuals before her were renowned figures of the great Wu dynasty, the illustrious god of war and Miss Lin, both of noble stature. Leaving her hesitant to urge them, and instead waiting anxiously, Zhou Mingwu said nothing, merely gesturing for her to proceed, which filled Lin Yan'er with elation as she cast a triumphant glance at Lin Yan'er. Although Zhou Mingwu sat in a wheelchair, rendered unable, his handsome visage stirred remnants of youthful affection within her heart once more. This was once the dream of the girls from the capital, and it was her dream as well. She believed that this time she had surely garnered sufficient favor in his eyes. She turned and feigned urgency, instructing a servant to fetch a spoonful of excrement from the latrine to administer to the child, hoping to induce vomiting. If he could expel it, he would be saved. Hurry! Was the child choking on food? Before she could finish her words, she suddenly heard someone inquire, and the speaker was Lin Yan'er. Initially unaware of the situation, Lin Yan'er only realized at that moment that the child was obstructed by a foreign object lodged in his trachea. In a state of emergency, without waiting for a response, she rushed to the middle-aged woman, seized the child from her grasp, and with one hand supporting the child's upper abdomen, lifted him effortlessly off the ground, causing his upper body to lean forward. With her other hand, she applied the appropriate force, swiftly striking his back. The onlookers gasped in shock. Lin Yan'er was momentarily stunned before she let out a piercing scream. "Elder sister, what are you doing? Do you wish to harm this child?" Lin Yan'er did not cease her actions, glaring at Lin Yan'er. "You foolish girl, are you the one endangering this child? Do you possess any knowledge of medicine? An obstruction in the trachea can claim a life in mere moments, and yet you linger, discussing trivialities. Who taught you that administering excrement is the remedy for tracheal obstruction? The child is nearly unconscious. How can he discern the taste to vomit it out? You do not even grasp the fundamental difference between the trachea and the esophagus. Do you not wish for him to perish completely? What kind of medicine have you studied?" Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan'er's sharp retorts, utterly bewildered by her words. She understood nothing of the trachea or esophagus. However, the latter part of Lin Yan'er's statement resonated deeply. She was questioning her medical expertise. What did it matter if a foolish, unattractive woman, utterly devoid of knowledge, had learned some martial arts skills to defeat her father? She was a disciple of the head of a prestigious hospital, renowned throughout the capital as a divine healer, and the exclusive physician to the empress herself. Anger surged within her. "Elder sister, you have never studied medicine, and yet, with the child on the brink of death, you treat him thus, pounding and pressing, sapping the last breath from him. He is doomed." She exclaimed furiously to the middle-aged woman, "Madam, I apologize. But due to the sudden frenzy of the princess of the town, your child's final glimmer of hope has vanished. I regret to inform you that the princess is the eldest daughter of the general's residence. This matter will be addressed by the general's household, covering the expenses for the child's burial. In such circumstances, the child was undoubtedly beyond saving." Lin Yan'er merely engaged in superficial theatrics to elevate her own image. Surprisingly, Lin Yan'er had willingly walked into the fray, perfectly positioning the blame upon her while allowing Lin Yan'er to stand on the lofty moral high ground. Why not seize such an opportunity? Chapter 76. The repercussions returned to her. The onlookers, drawn by the child as choking, only then realized the gravity of the situations. Recognizing the infamously scandalous princess of the town. Previously, they had heard tales of her being infatuated, and now whispers of her being a pervert had emerged. Rumors claimed she consumed live roosters, lived a licentious life, and even resorted to cannibalism. Moreover, there was the brutality, as the great general of divine might was trampled upon. Yet, it had never been heard that the princess consort of the town possessed medical skills. This utterly distressed the middle-aged woman, who dared not snatch her child from Lin Yan'er's grasp, instead prostrating herself in fervent supplication. Princess consort of the town, I implore you, spare my child. He is on the brink of death. I beseech you to cease tormenting him. He is merely a 5-year-old child. The populace at the entrance began to stir restlessly, with some speaking in mocking tones. Princess consort, you are playing with lives. How can you continue to torment a child in such a state? Have you no conscience? Previously, I remained skeptical. But now I am convinced that this woman is a demon. Who will rise to stop her? Lin Yan'er perceived this as an opportune moment to incite a rebellion against Lin Yan'er's malevolence, and she immediately turned to the town prince with an expression of urgency. Your Highness, my elder sister occasionally descends into inexplicable madness. She may not even be aware of her actions at this moment. I implore you to command her to cease her reckless actions. Fear not, for with your Highness present, he is the guardian angel of the great Wu dynasty, and he shall advocate for us all. Lin Yan'er was always pleased with her sister. This truly was a stroke of divine assistance, intensifying Zhou Mingwu's disdain for Lin Yan'er. Zhou Mingwu harbored a dislike for Lin Yan'er, favoring instead the newly wedded merchant's daughter, Consort Xiao. Even upon hearing news from the palace regarding Lin Yan'er's assault on Zhou Mingwu, she remained silent, likely out of fear of Lin Yan'er, who had been bestowed upon him by the benevolence of Emperor Wan. She believed that Zhou Mingwu wished for nothing more than to eliminate Lin Yan'er. However, Zhou Mingwu found himself at a loss for a suitable justification. Presently, Lin Yan'er brazenly disregarded a life, demeaning a child, and inciting public outrage. Zhou Mingwu, a warrior devoted to the protection of the populace, could least tolerate the degradation of the common folk. His fury would undoubtedly be monumental. Lin Yan'er's fortunate days were truly numbered. Yet, as Zhou Mingwu furrowed his brow and cast a menacing glance at Lin Yan'er, he spoke in a grave tone. Silence. Who dares to disturb the princess consort while she saves a life? I shall not show mercy. What? Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with internal force, leaving the gathered crowd with a sensation akin to thunder in their ears, and the atmosphere fell into immediate stillness. The renowned war god of the great Wu dynasty possessed an overwhelming presence that commanded respect. No one dared utter a word. Close by, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er felt their ears ringing, their minds blank for a moment before regaining composure. The two sisters exchanged incredulous glances. Zhou Mingwu actually believed that Lin Yan'er was saving a life? Lin Yan'er exclaimed urgently, Your Highness, do not be deceived by my elder sister. Although she is my sister, I cannot conceal the truth. She truly lacks medical knowledge. I can guarantee with my integrity that if she possessed any medical skill, I would be willing. Suddenly, a child's wail interrupted Lin Yan'er's words. The child was alive. A gasp arose from the crowd as Lin Yan'er turned to see the source of the cries. It emanated from the child in Lin Yan'er's arms. There lay a small, hard, damp piece of confectionery on the ground, evidently expelled from the child's mouth. Lin Yan'er cradled the weeping child, meticulously examining his eyelids, demeanor, and respiration. Only after confirming everything was in order did she tenderly hand the child to a middle-aged woman who knelt on the ground, her forehead bloodied from prostration, her face streaked with tears. As the woman embraced her warm, still crying child, she seemed to awaken from a dream, holding her offspring tightly and bursting into inconsolable sobs. This poignant scene moved the onlookers to the brink of tears, though Lin Yan'er had never experienced such a moment. She could empathize with the mother's overwhelming joy of reclaiming her child. She did not intervene to stifle the woman's cries, allowing her to weep until she had released her sorrow, after which the woman, still holding her child, bowed deeply before Lin Yan'er, tears streaming down her face in gratitude. Lin Yan'er, undeterred by the dirt on the woman's clothes, gently helped her to her feet, and, without a backward glance, commanded, Bring this woman 100 taels. Before Zhou Mingwu could signal, Qingming promptly stepped forward, producing a 100-tael banknote and presenting it to the middle-aged woman. The woman halted her sobs. gazing in astonishment at the note, hesitant to reach for it. A sum of 100 taels was beyond her wildest dreams. Her entire family earned scarcely 5 taels in a year. Lin Yan'er took the banknote and pressed it into the woman's hands. Dear sister, your child is malnourished. Ensure he receives proper nourishment. Use some of this money with your family to start a modest business and raise him well. Tears of gratitude welled up in the woman's eyes once more, and she yearned to kneel again, but Lin Yan'er steadied her. Sister, and everyone here. She raised her voice, surveying the gathered crowd. You all witnessed the method I used to treat the child who choked. Cradling the child's upper abdomen, exerting force as I demonstrated earlier. One can administer repeated thrusts if the foreign object lodged in the child's airway is not deeply embedded. This method proves remarkably effective. It could be a life-saving maneuver in critical moments. In the event of encountering a similar situation in the future, this technique will suffice. For older children or adults, Lin Yan'er summoned Scoundrel to her side, guiding her to lean forward, and from behind, she carefully demonstrated the Heimlich maneuver. The atmosphere was enveloped in profound silence, only to be broken by the anguished cries of a middle-aged woman. Thank you, Princess of the Town. Your immense kindness and benevolence will forever be etched in our hearts. We shall continually remind our child that the Princess of the Town is his savior. We will establish a longevity tablet for the princess at home, offering incense daily, wishing for her enduring happiness and health. The middle-aged woman turned, raising her fist and proclaiming loudly, Listen well. The Princess of the Town is the most benevolent person in the world, truly possessing a heart of compassion. Those rumors are undoubtedly false. Henceforth, should I hear anyone dare to speak ill of the princess, I will risk my life to silence them. The middle-aged woman embraced her now calm child, preparing to bow in gratitude to Lin Yan'er. However, Lin Yan'er gently stopped her, saying it was merely a small matter. Dear sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality. The child still appears somewhat weak. Take him home to rest. The middle-aged woman departed, overflowing with gratitude. Once she left, someone initiated a round of applause, which began as sparse clapping but gradually crescendoed into a thunderous ovation filled with cheers. Heavens! The Princess of the Town has indeed rescued that child and generously shared her life-saving methods with everyone. Is this not the very embodiment of compassion? That esteemed elder sister speaks the truth. The rumors must be false. The Princess of the Town is clearly a kind-hearted individual, and it is evident that someone is maliciously slandering her. How can one claim that the princess is foolish or unlearned? Her medical skills surpass those of the renowned Miss Lin, the so-called divine healer. While Miss Lin declared the child doomed, the princess revived him with ease. Standing there, Lin Yan'er was utterly stunned as she listened to the murmurs of the crowd. Her intention had been to manipulate public opinion to thoroughly discredit Lin Yan'er, yet unexpectedly, this fire had backfired upon her. Not only had it scorched her, but it also seemed to significantly cleanse Lin Yan'er of her disgrace. How was Lin Yan'er able to save that child? She clearly lacked any medical knowledge. It must have been mere coincidence, right? How could she so earnestly instruct others on how to rescue a choking individual? It was infuriating. What was meant to be an occasion to absolve the Lin family of Lin Yan'er's shame had instead allowed Lin Yan'er to redeem her own reputation. Moreover, Zhou Mingwu's attitude was equally perplexing. Did he truly believe in Lin Yan'er? Lin Yan'er noticed that throughout this ordeal, Zhou Mingwu's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Yan'er, scarcely wavering. When his eyes were upon her, they exuded warmth, but the moment he looked away, his expression turned starkly indifferent. Could it be that Zhou Mingwu harbored feelings for Lin Yan'er? How could that possibly be? Beneath Lin Yan'er's veil lay a visage marred with pockmarks. Lin Yan'er felt as if she were struck by a double blow. The war god, Zhou Mingwu, had once been the dream of the women of the capital and the man whom Lin Yan'er had admired for a long time. Despite this man's downfall, she chose the prince. Yet the mere thought that someone she once held in such high regard might harbor feelings for the ugly Lin Yan'er drove her to a state of uncontainable frustration. Lin Yan'er's expression was equally grim. Much of the notorious reputation of Lin Yan'er stemmed from her own scheming. The numerous scandalous tales that tarnished the image of the town as princess were all fabrications she orchestrated to spread. Today, however, Lin Yan'er's act of saving a child and returning money had rendered her dubious in the eyes of the public. She cast a venomous glance at the commoners, deeming them a gullible lot, easily swayed. A simple act of salvation was enough to overturn their prior judgments, as if they were ready to deify Lin Yan'er. A bunch of fools. At that moment, Lin Yan'er turned her gaze towards Lin Yan'er, a smile gracing her lips beneath the veil. Dear sister, just now, you assured us with your honor that if this princess possessed medical skills, how would you respond? The silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixating on Lin Yan'er, leaving her utterly flustered. This wretched ugly woman was relentlessly pursuing her. Lin Yan'er stammered, her face flushed, unable to formulate a response. Observing her distress, Lin Yan'er interjected to alleviate the situation, saying, "Elder sister, we truly did not know you possessed medical skills. Second sister merely assumed you had lost your senses and were mistreating that child." Silence. Lin Yan'er interrupted Lin Yan'er, pointing a finger at her nose. "I'll discuss your matters later. For now, I wish to speak of your second sister." Lin Yan'er had never before been treated so by Lin Yan'er. Previously, she had heard of their parents and sister being struck by Lin Yan'er, and everyone remarked that she seemed a changed person. Only upon witnessing it firsthand did she truly believe. The sharpness in Lin Yan'er's gaze instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within her. At Lin Yan'er's words, her face flushed crimson. With the Prince of Jun present, she could not ascertain his stance on Lin Yan'er. Thus, she fell silent. In a swift motion, Lin Yan'er delivered a resounding slap to Lin Yan'er. The sound echoed loudly, leaving Lin Yan'er in a state of utter bewilderment. Anger surged within her. How dare this woman strike her again? This woman had returned to apologize. How could she have the audacity to hit her in front of the Prince of Jun and such a crowd? "Do you know why this princess struck you?" Lin Yan'er's piercing gaze locked onto her. In less than half a moment, a life can slip away. The child is in dire peril, and as a healer, your priority should have been immediate treatment. Instead, you diverted your attention to trivialities, pretending to understand the healing arts while failing to grasp their essence. Attempting to embellish your reputation at the cost of a child's life. It is one thing to lack skill and yet bear the title of a divine healer. It is another entirely to lack the compassion that a true healer should possess, without the noble duty of saving the dying and healing the wounded. What right do you have to call yourself a doctor? The princess's slap served as a poignant reminder that in matters of healing and saving lives, ignorance should not masquerade as knowledge, for it can lead to grievous consequences. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It became evident that Miss Lin's medical skills were indeed lacking. Following the princess's admonition, it was clear that Miss Lin displayed a disconcerting reluctance to assist, thus prolonging the critical moments of intervention. She appeared to disdain the impoverished commoners, covering her nose with a handkerchief as she approached, failing to genuinely examine the child or take their pulse, merely brushing against them before withdrawing her hand to wipe it clean. This lack of earnestness indicated that her intentions were not to save, but rather to exploit the situation for personal gain and reputation. Today was truly an eye-opener. Rumors are often unreliable. The so-called villainous princess, regarded as a heartless figure, proved to possess the compassion of a bodhisattva, while the alleged benevolent and beautiful divine healer seemed to be nothing more than a fade. As these discussions unfolded, Lin Yan'er felt a flush of anger rise within her, her heart ablaze with fury, wishing to tear Lin Yan'er apart in an instant. Lin Yan'er was insidiously malicious, deliberately clinging to her, seeking to obliterate the hard-earned reputation she had meticulously crafted over the years. That reputation was her golden ticket to the royal family, a pathway to marrying into the imperial household. If her name were tarnished, her prospects of becoming a concubine of the crown prince would be jeopardized, not to mention her aspirations of one day embodying the role of a revered matriarch. She longed to unleash her fury, to shout at Lin Yan'er, or perhaps to find a hole to hide in, or simply to flee from the scene altogether. However, in the midst of the crowd, Zhou Mingwu stood there, and if she were to flee, it would only reinforce the notion among those onlookers that she was indeed guilty and undeserving of her reputation. She pondered how to explain herself, but alas, she lacked the experience to navigate such a predicament. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, leaving her standing there, her face flushed, listening to the derisive taunts from the commoners in her line of sight. Lin Yan'er cast her a cold glance before raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap across Lin Yan'er's face. Lin Yan'er, who had been silently seething, was caught off guard by the blow, instinctively covering her stinging cheek and glaring at Lin Yan'er. "How dare this ugly woman strike her? Do you know why I hit you?" Lin Yan'er fixed her gaze on her and asked, "What were you saying to my lord just now? Accusing this princess of occasional madness? When have I ever exhibited such a condition? You have slandered my reputation before the prince and in front of everyone. What is your true intent?" In her panic, Lin Yan'er noticed Zhou Mingwu's penetrating gaze, which seemed to harbor an ominous chill, as if she might meet her demise at any moment. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming, rendering the typically eloquent Lin Yan'er speechless, her words failing her. Upon hearing Lin Yan'er refer to my lord, Zhou Mingwu's earlier displeasure seemed to dissipate. His voice was cold and deliberate as he stated, "No one can tarnish the image of the princess in my heart. She is a woman unlike any other in this world. No words in this world can adequately express the virtues of the princess." The common folk were left in utter astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Listen closely. It is evident that His Highness, the Prince of Town, harbors affection for the princess, and any claims of his disdain towards her must surely be mere fabrications. Was it not said that the two illegitimate daughters of the general's residence treated their legitimate sister well? Yet, it now appears that these two half-sisters are consistently scheming against the town princess. Truly, those of illegitimate birth reveal their inherent nature, proving to be untrustworthy. Miss Lin Yan'er was unable to save the child, and, believing the situation to be fatal, shifted the blame onto the town princess. Meanwhile, Miss Lin San has slandered the town princess. What a pair of devoted sisters they are. Just how much substance lies beneath the facade of these so-called virtuous and talented sisters. Chapter 78. Is there no justice left? Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, the renowned sisters of the capital, bore the distinct marks of slaps on their cheeks from Lin Yan'er. Their faces slightly swollen and reddened. At this moment, their expressions were ashen, barely containing their fury. Lin Yan'er stood before them, aware that their countenance betrayed a desire to tear her apart, yet they were powerless to act. Their indignation was palpable. Lin Yan'er relished this moment, finding pleasure in the sight of the venomous sisters in distress. She cleared her throat twice and remarked, "Since you have nothing to say, I trust you are beginning to realize your errors. As for whether you choose to amend your ways, it is of no consequence to me. Should there be any disgrace, it shall be borne by your general's residence, not by me." Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er were simultaneously on the verge of madness. Where had they erred? They had not mistaken anything. Lin Yan'er was determined to deny them the opportunity for eloquent rebuttal, directly intervening to silence them on the matter, declaring, "The misdeeds you have committed, I, the princess, generously choose to overlook. My visit to the general's residence is for the purpose of offering an apology. The matter at hand is of utmost importance." Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er were indeed overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, desperately wishing to unleash a torrent of scathing words upon Lin Yan'er. "Do you still remember that you are here to extend an apology? Is this how one apologizes?" Upon entering, she had first slapped each of them, trampling upon their reputations. Zhou Mingwu chimed in, "Shouldn't you hasten to lead us to meet General Lin? The prince and the princess must also proceed to the palace to see His Majesty." Exchanging glances, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, despite their hearts raging like volcanoes ready to erupt, could only suppress their feelings. They stifled the burning indignation upon their faces and bowed respectfully to Zhou Mingwu. "Your Highness, please follow us this way. Our father and mother have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Having waited from morning until afternoon, they had finally arrived. It was uncertain whether they had genuinely acknowledged the imperial decree. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once inside, they would undoubtedly make Lin Yan'er pay dearly. They had secretly devised numerous methods to torment and humiliate her. Lin Yan'er must endure it. Otherwise, they would refuse to grant her forgiveness. In such a case, Lin Yan'er would have no explanation to offer to Emperor Wen. The two led Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er, surrounded by a throng of guards from the prince's residence, into the main hall of the general's estate. Lin Xiong, Lu Shi, and Lin Yan'er, upon seeing Zhou Mingwu seated in his wheelchair, stood up in unison and bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to His Highness, the town king." Zhou Mingwu remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Lin Yan'er approached him from behind, gently pushing his wheelchair forward until they reached a somewhat dazed Lin Xiong, raising an eyebrow. "General Lin, why do you stand there in a daze? Clear the main seat." "Ah." Lin Xiong's mouth fell agape, his face a portrait of confusion. Lin Yan'er scoffed, "My lord, the esteemed town king of the great Wu dynasty, holds a rank far superior to yours, despite your noble status as a general. How dare you occupy this position while His Highness is present? Do you harbor contempt for the imperial authority and seek rebellion?" Startled, Lin Xiong quickly retreated, relinquishing his seat and bowing deeply before Zhou Mingwu. "Your Highness, I assure you, I harbor no rebellious intentions." Zhou Mingwu merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiong, offering no response, and then shifted his gaze to Lin Yan'er. There she went again, referring to him as "my lord." Upon hearing her words, the displeasure he had felt during the journey dissipated entirely. His eyes brimmed with affection, as if silently conveying to Lin Yan'er, "Do as you wish. With me here, you are free to act as you please." After all, it was merely the residence of the mighty General Shenwu. He truly held little regard for the individuals within. Lin Yan'er, however, paid no heed to Zhou Mingwu's presence, and instead pushed Lu Shi aside. "Do you lack perception? With the princess consort here, yet you remain seated beside the town king? Do you aspire to be the town king's concubine?" Lu was nearly thrown off balance, on the verge of falling, but was steadied by Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, narrowly avoiding disaster. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, she heard Lin Yan'er's words, which instantly flushed her face with embarrassment, compelling her to bow her head. "I dare not." "Yan'er, cease your nonsensical chatter." Zhou Mingwu had been quietly observing Lin Yan'er, admiring her every gesture and smile. Suddenly, upon hearing Lin Yan'er question Lu about her desire to become the side consort of the prince of the town, he gasped and nearly stumbled. What on earth was this woman thinking? Such audacity in her words. After retreating, Lu boldly took her place as the matriarch of the Lu general's household and settled in comfortably. She cleared her throat and glanced at the Lin family gathered below. What are you all dawdling for? This princess is present. You ought to pay your respects to the prince of the town, yet you have failed to acknowledge me. The laws of the state surpass those of the family. As members of the general's household, you ought to be aware of this. Prioritize the nation over the family. You must first pay your respects to this princess before discussing anything else. Expressions among Lin Xiong and the others froze. Had they not come to apologize? Why were they now in a subordinate position? To apologize yet still dare to impose the airs of the prince's consort? Zhou Mingwu swallowed hard and said solemnly, "The princess speaks wisely. The laws of the nation must not be disregarded. General Lin, do you not yet pay your respects to the princess?" With no choice left, Lin Xiong bowed his hands in greeting towards Lin Yan'er. "We pay our respects to the princess of the town." Lu, along with Lin Yan'er, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Ying, reluctantly followed suit, bowing in deference. Having encountered the town's princess, they pondered, prioritizing the nation over family, having adhered to the state's protocols. It was now time to address familial matters. Soon, Lin Yan'er would be made to pay. Lin Xiong, noticing his kin standing upright, suddenly discerned the telltale marks of a slap upon the delicate faces of his two daughters. Fury surged within him. "Who has struck you?" Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er cast vengeful glances towards Lin Yan'er, who occupied the exalted position of matriarch. In that instant, Lin Xiong understood. It was Lin Yan'er who had dealt the blow. It was only then that Lin Yan'er perceived the injuries on her sister's faces. In youthful exuberance, he bellowed, "You vile woman! How dare you strike my sister? I shall end you." Before he could charge at Lin Yan'er, an ominous voice resonated, powerful and succinct, laden with ire. Lin Yan'er barely comprehended the situation when a figure swept past him, delivering two resounding slaps to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. As he rose, his cheeks were swollen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he sensed several of his teeth had loosened, groaning in pain. Determined to confront Lin Yan'er once more, he was met with the swift flash of a blade drawn by Qing Ming, which now rested threateningly against Lin Yan'er's throat, rendering him paralyzed with fear. The Lin family, in a state of alarm, looked to Lin Xiong, who clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zhou Mingwu. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Mingwu's gaze, imbued with a lethal intensity, swept over Lin Yan'er, his voice devoid of warmth. "General Lin, have you forgotten what I have previously conveyed to you?" Lin Xiong was taken aback when Zhou Mingwu struck him at the duke's residence. He had warned him that if he dared to harm a single hair on Lin Yan'er's head, it would cost him his life. What was happening? Were they not sent to apologize for the previous incident? The duke had this wretched daughter. Where was the attitude of contrition? This general remembers the young and reckless child. I implore the duke to forgive. The duke's expression remained impassive, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity that instinctively caused the Lin family present to shudder. Control your son. Otherwise, you may find yourself bereft of heirs. The Lin family was once again astounded. A person sent to apologize threatened to kill their son. Is there any justice left in the world? Chapter 79. You are unworthy to be her father. Even Lin Yan'er was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhou Mingwu would go to such lengths to defend her. It is important to note that Lin Xiong possessed little ability. He held his position as the Grand General of the Divine Martial Army solely due to the accolades of his grandfather. Nevertheless, he was still the commander of the Divine Martial Army. If he truly killed someone from the Grand General's residence, Zhou Mingwu would likely find himself in dire straits as well. However, considering that he could rise again, reclaiming the glory of the divine martial god, dominating the battlefield, and instilling fear in his enemies, was a vastly different existence from being confined to a wheelchair, living in utter humiliation, awaiting assassination attempts from those who envied him. It was a life worth sacrificing everything for. As for what Zhou Mingwu expressed, his heartfelt affection and his desire to spend a lifetime with her, Lin Yan'er acknowledged that this might indeed hold some truth. However, the predominant reason lies with his leg. Qi Ming withdrew the dagger from Lin Yan'er's throat as the sole young master of the esteemed general's residence, who had been showered with affection since childhood. He had never encountered such a scene. It was always he who brandished the knife against others, never experiencing the chilling sensation of a sharp blade pressed against his own skin. He understood that a mere flick of the wrist could extinguish his life. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Lu hurriedly rushed over to support Lin Yan'er, her face etched with concern as she tenderly caressed his face and hands, inquiring about his well-being, as if nurturing a 3-year-old child. After confirming that Lin Yan'er had merely suffered a bruised face and was otherwise unharmed, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yan'er, who sat calmly observing the unfolding drama, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickering in her eyes. Unable to voice her grievances against Zhou Mingwu, she redirected her ire towards Lin Yan'er. Yan'er is, after all, your brother. He has displeased His Highness the Prince of Zhan, who seeks to take his life. As his sister, bound by blood, you do not utter a word on his behalf. Yan'er, I truly do not comprehend how you could raise such a cold-hearted daughter. I feel utterly ashamed before your mother. As she spoke, her eyes darted towards Zhou Mingwu, clearly scrutinizing his reaction. Lin Yan'er found herself at a loss for words. Was this not a blatant falsehood? What does it mean to raise a cold-hearted daughter? Disguising herself as a benevolent mother is merely a ploy to elicit sympathy from Zhou Mingwu, an attempt to tarnish my reputation before him. Is it not? I harbor no intention of harming my brother. All those who seek my demise are my foes. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly, asserting, You ought to be grateful for the intervention of my lord's men. Had your foolish son not been intercepted by my lord's guards, I assure you he would be nursing broken bones by now. Lu's composure wavered, her facade of gentle maternal affection nearly shattered, her countenance quivering with indignation. Lin Yan'er narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze upon her. You are indeed unworthy of my mother. Luani, I had warned you previously, do not compel me to uncover evidence of your foul play against my mother. Should I find such proof, I will not hesitate to strip you of your hypocritical visage and cast you to the dogs. Lu's body trembled, and she turned to Lin Xiong with a pained expression. General, do listen. She has fallen prey to some malicious instigation, believing that my sister's demise years ago was my doing. I am truly wronged. Over the years, I have cared for her with all my heart, raising her as my own flesh and blood. Though she resides in the manor, it is merely to avoid distressing you. She has everything that Yan'er and Kayer possess, yet she directs her resentment towards me. I am utterly disheartened. Enough of this farce. Lin Yan'er interjected with a mocking tone. Your intent is clear. You merely wish to undermine my reputation before my lord. Do you not consider the person before you? Your performance cannot possibly deceive his discerning gaze. Does Yan'er express admiration for this king? Observe, in Yan'er's heart, the esteem for this king remains remarkably high. Zhou Mingwu inexplicably felt a surge of joy. He cleared his throat, stating, As my royal consort has articulated, Lu Concubine, I place no trust in your words. According to my investigations, Yan'er has lived in the village like a domesticated animal, devoid of any education, toiling daily, growing up on a diet of plain porridge and vegetables. At this juncture, Zhou Mingwu felt a pang of sorrow within. In such an environment, what extraordinary experiences could she have had to become so remarkably accomplished, unbeknownst to anyone? The hardships she endured must far exceed his imagination. Lu's demeanor froze. She had originally intended to tarnish Lin Yan'er's reputation in Zhou Mingwu's eyes, hoping to portray her as an ungrateful wretch. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mingwu had conducted a thorough investigation, thereby revealing her true nature before Lin Xiong. In Lin Xiong's perception, Lu maintained an image of a benevolent mother, believing she treated Lin Yan'er, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Kayu alike. Thus, when a master proclaimed that Lin Yan'er had caused her biological mother's demise and might even bring about her biological father's end, he did not even inquire further after she was sent to the village. Lin Xiong looked at Lu with confusion, while Lu, in a panic, hastily shook her head in denial, her eyes brimming with tears as if she had suffered a great injustice. General, you are most aware of my character. When my sister passed away, I wept for 3 days and nights, unable to rise from my bed, mourning her and pledging before her spirit to raise Yan'er well. By the heavens, I truly fulfilled that promise. Yan'er has now become the princess of the town. Lu's voice faltered, and she broke into tears. Zhou Mingwu gazed impassively at Lin Xiong, the great general, and queried, Do you not believe my words? Lin Xiong hesitated momentarily before suddenly adopting a defiant stance. Your Highness, there is truly no need to treat the general's residence as an adversary over that unworthy girl, nor to confront us so aggressively. I trust my wife has done her utmost. That wretched girl must be deceiving you with whatever she has said before your Highness. I implore you to reconsider. Lin Yan'er could not help but mentally scoff at such fragrant words. How unfortunate to have such a father. Zhou Mingwu was momentarily taken aback, then quietly fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lin Xiong, his eyes devoid of emotion, until Lin Xiong felt a chill down his spine. He then coldly remarked, General Lin, initially, I did not wholly agree with Yan'er in one regard, her striking you. Although I aided her in that action, deep down I believed it was wrong for her to strike her father. 4. Regardless of circumstances, children should never raise a hand against their parents. However, I have now come to realize that her actions were entirely justified. You do not deserve to be called her father. She did well to strike you. Lin Xiong's face flushed with embarrassment at Zhou Mingwu's words. He does not deserve to be called Lin Yan'er's father? Indeed, he certainly does not regard Lin Yan'er as his daughter. A man who has caused the death of his own mother and is intent on bringing harm to his daughter. Does he dare? Is he tired of living? Of course. Such thoughts remain unvoiced. Chapter 80. The nature of apology. Lin Xiong's countenance grew increasingly grim, even in the presence of the prince of the town. He found it impossible to contain the fury simmering within. What of the prince? Merely a discarded son, despised by the emperor one. Although the prince commanded the elite cavalry, he was still a distinguished general of the divine martial army, which boasted a legion of 100,000 soldiers, equal in might to the elite cavalry. Moreover, the prince was here under imperial decree to offer an apology. What right did he have to meddle in Lin Xiong's affairs? Your Highness the Prince. Lin Xiong's tone became increasingly rigid. Are you genuinely here to apologize? If not, you may take your leave immediately. I shall inform His Majesty of the situation. As for how the emperor will address this matter, that is entirely at his discretion. Zhou Mingwu shook his head, choosing not to engage with Lin Xiong's remarks. Nor did he cast him another glance, as if uttering another word to him would be a disgrace. This blatant disregard ignited a fire of indignation within Lin Xiong. His face flushed with rage, his body trembling slightly. Just as he was about to erupt, Lin Yan'er chuckled beside him, saying, Our lord would never contravene the imperial decree. Such an act would be tantamount to treason. We have come to offer our apologies, General Lin. Please do not let your temper flare. Your heart is not particularly robust, and a sudden outburst could prove detrimental. Lin Xiong could not fully comprehend the precise meaning of Lin Yan'er's words. However, he detected a hint of mockery in her tone. Wretched girl. Lin Xiong finally could no longer contain himself and shouted, If you have come to apologize, then that is a different matter. Summon the ancestors, prepare the ancestral hall. Since you refuse to acknowledge me as your father, I, as the general, shall likewise disown you. This wretched girl. Before the tablets of our ancestors, I will officially cast you out. According to the Lin Family Code, Article 15, for grave offenses, you shall receive 30 strokes and be expelled from the family. The smile in Lin Yan'er's eyes blossomed even more brightly. I beg your pardon, General Lin, but our ancestors have an inexplicable rule, which I find rather agreeable at this moment. A married daughter is like spilled water. From the moment I entered the Duke of Jin's residence as his wife, I became a member of the royal family, far surpassing the status of the Lin family. I am no longer of your Lin clan. What right do you have to expel me from the family? And on what grounds would you dare to impose family discipline upon me? To lay hands on a member of the royal family is akin to treason, is it not? Lin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. He had to admit that Lin Yan'er spoke the truth. In his fury, he had forgotten this crucial detail in his desire to strike her. Raising his head, he caught sight of Zhou Mingwu's dark gaze, and suddenly, he felt an anger that he could not express, his expression exceedingly grim. Very well, we shall forego the ancestral hall. Lin Yan'er could not help but interject, elder sister. The Duchess of Jun. Lin Yan'er corrected Lin Yan'er, stating that she was not merely an elder sister, but rather the esteemed princess of the town. Lin Yan'er felt a surge of frustration, deeply unsettled by the words. She forced herself to maintain composure, bowing slightly in a dignified manner. The princess of the town had come to offer an apology. An apology should possess a certain decorum. If it fails to meet our expectations, how could we ever grant you forgiveness? Lin Yan'er also wiped away the resentment from her eyes, managing a strained smile. The second sister was correct. The princess of the town was here on imperial orders to apologize. Such audacious arrogance. If the emperor were to learn of it, he might take offense. Lin Yan'er let out a soft laugh. According to the two sisters of the Lin family, what should an apology look like? Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er remained silent, while Lin Xiong ground his teeth in anger. Kneel before us and bow 3 times. That is the proper attitude for an apology. Then, one by one, bow your head and utter your apologies. Only when our hearts are eased can we consider forgiveness. So this is what an apology truly entails. Lin Yan'er feigned realization, adopting a contemplative expression as if deliberating whether to kneel. Lu Shi, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er exchanged subtle, triumphant glances. This was a decree. How could Lin Yan'er dare to defy it? They would not dare to provoke Prince Zhou Mingwu. However, Lin Yan'er's words could not be easily brushed aside. They had devised numerous ways to humiliate her, and they must thoroughly torment her before any talk of forgiveness could commence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan'er turned her gaze earnestly towards Zhou Mingwu. The prince, The emperor has instructed us to offer our apologies, emphasizing the necessity of obtaining their forgiveness, correct? Zhou Mingwu was on the verge of calling out to Lin Yan'er, remaining silent as he wished to observe her response. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan'er seized upon this opportunity. He found himself at a loss for words. Clearing his throat twice, he answered with utmost seriousness. I am aware that we are to apologize and compensate with 50,000 taels of silver. Beyond that, there is nothing more. Lin Yan'er nodded, as the princess consort. I am only cognizant of these 2 points, hence. Rising to her feet, she clapped her hands and turned to the astonished Lin family members, her smile radiant. I have come to apologize. Whether or not you choose to forgive is entirely your concern. Prince, we must proceed to the palace to pay our respects with tea. Let us go. Very well. Lin Yan'er approached to assist with the wheelchair, casting not a single glance back at the Lin family as they made their exit. Observing the retinue of guards surrounding Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er as they departed, Rooster, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er struggled to conceal the malice curling at the corners of their mouths. Lin Xiong's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for Zhou Mingwu's presence, he would have charged at Lin Yan'er once more, intent on ending her life. His dignity had never been so utterly compromised as it had been over these past few days. The words of that master from years ago contained a fallacy. He had claimed that Lin Yan'er would cease to bring misfortune upon her biological father a decade after leaving the general's residence. It now appeared that this wretched girl was destined to bring harm to her parents. She had caused the death of his legitimate wife, and now she continued to afflict him until his very demise. He could scarcely fathom what enchantment Lin Yan'er had woven over Zhou Mingwu, compelling him to defend her so fervently. He had heard that Zhou Mingwu had been struck by Lin Yan'er, yet Zhou Mingwu bore no grudge. There must be some hidden truths behind this incident. He could not fathom that Zhou Mingwu genuinely harbored affections for a woman so notoriously unattractive, her face marred by pockmarks. Nevertheless, what could be done? With Zhou Mingwu's protection, he found himself powerless against that insufferable girl. Lin Xiong slammed his palm onto the table, which was crafted from the hardest solid wood, yet his strength could not shatter it, causing him to wince in pain. Rooster hurried over, urgently seizing Lin Xiong's hand. General, do not let this rebellious daughter provoke your health. It is not worth it. For now, let us first ascertain whether the town king has indeed sent the promised 50,000 taels of silver. Should he fail to deliver, we shall report this matter to the emperor and seek his judgment. Upon Rooster's reminder, Lin Xiong regained his composure and rushed outside with the others. Leaving behind 10 chests in the courtyard, he instructed the guards to open them, and as sunlight streamed in, the dazzling brilliance revealed chests filled to the brim with silver. Rooster and the others felt a degree of solace. At least they would secure the 50,000 taels. As for the matter of Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er offering apologies, Lin Xiong contemplated how best to report this to Emperor One, vowing that he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Take the money to the storeroom. The family fixed their gaze on the guards as they transported the chests away. Chapter 81. We can be brothers. The carriage of the town king, flanked by guards on splendid steeds, traversed the bustling streets from the general's residence to the Grandwu Palace. Throughout the journey, Lin Yan'er gazed out at the scenery, occasionally overhearing the murmurs of the townsfolk as they recognized the town king's carriage. The events at the general's residence spread remarkably swiftly. While some may harbor disbelief, the majority are convinced, for there were at least 1,000 witnesses present. The public's perception of the town princess has undergone a profound transformation. Yan'er has heard several times individuals vocally vindicating her, informing those around them that the prior rumors about her were mere slander, maliciously intended to tarnish her reputation. Yet, there remain those who assert that the town princess is violent, claiming she assaulted the general's family and even General Lin himself. Furthermore, whispers within the palace suggest that she has even struck the town king, branding her as the most notorious shrew of the capital. Faced with such chaotic discourse, Lin Yan'er felt quite helpless. Nevertheless, things had improved significantly. At the very least, she was no longer perceived as a monstrous creature capable of devouring others. She chose to ignore Zhou Mingwu, who sat silently in the carriage, observing her intently. He sensed that her spirits were quite low. Although Lin Yan'er appeared indifferent towards her family, it is a truth that no human is devoid of emotion. The treatment she received from her kin must have left her deeply disheartened. How could he possibly comfort her? He longed to embrace her or hold her delicate hand. Yet he sensed that she still harbored resentment. Such an act might provoke her further, if she were to become incensed. He feared he would be utterly powerless to contain her fury. Zhou Mingwu could no longer suppress a couple of coughs, and said, "Yan'er, you need not feel sorrow?" Lin Yan'er turned in surprise, asking in confusion, "Am I truly sorrowful? What kind of titanium alloyed eyes could discern such a thing?" I am, in fact, in quite high spirits. Recalling the individuals from the Lin family, she felt a surge of indignation that nearly flushed her face crimson, and she was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Indeed, you are not sorrowful. Zhou Mingwu mistakenly believed that Lin Yan'er was genuinely upset, a topic better left unspoken. Naturally, Lin Yan'er let out a chuckle. My lord, did you catch a glimpse of General Lin's face? So grim it seemed capable of squeezing out water? And those two hypocritical sisters, their expressions contorted with fury, yet utterly helpless? TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh, and let us not forget about Concubine Lu, who appears unchanged on the surface. I suspect she was nearly driven to despair, witnessing her son so brutally treated while helplessly watching my audacity. Ha ha ha. Reflecting on it now, she could not suppress her mirth. You have me laughing. Lin Yan'er truly erupted in laughter. Sorrow? Feelings of regret for the Lin family? That notion was non-existent. She was not the original owner. She was a soul from the 24th century. Many speak of blood ties, yet in truth, emotions are not bound by such connections. They require prolonged interaction to flourish. Her feelings towards the Lin family were utterly absent. They were merely strangers gleaned from the original owner's memories. If they treated her with courtesy, she would naturally reciprocate in kind for the original owner's sake. However, they sought to ruin her, to bring about her demise. Thus, she bore no psychological burden in dealing with them. She felt not an ounce of guilt in confronting Lin Xiong, only exhilaration. In contrast, Zhou Mingwu, observing her laughter, harbored a different perception, believing that Lin Yan'er was merely overwhelmed by disappointment, hence her reaction. His gaze was imbued with an ineffable tenderness. And had it not been for the fear of inciting Lin Yan'er's ire, he would have embraced her warmly to offer consolation. Yan'er, Zhou Mingwu sighed. The prince's residence shall always be your home, and I shall forever be your closest kin. Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled even more brightly. She reached out, encircling Zhou Mingwu's shoulders, presenting a camaraderie akin to that of brothers. Well, considering your commendable conduct at the general's residence and your unwavering support for me, I must say, although you may be rather unkind towards women, as a brotherly friend, you are quite commendable. When the time comes, you shall provide me with a divorce decree, and we can still remain as brothers. Zhou Mingwu, indeed, had shown great dedication to her cause, clearly aligning himself with her. Coupled with the loyalty of the royal guards towards him, it was evident that he possessed redeeming qualities. While being husband and wife may not be suitable, the prospect of being friends and brothers was certainly worth contemplating. However, when Lin Yan'er confidently draped her arm over his shoulder, a wave of emotion surged within Zhou Mingwu. Regrettably, before he could express his delight, he was taken aback by her subsequent words. She wished to be his friend and brother? What was this? Zhou Mingwu's expression darkened immediately, casting a chill over the entire carriage. This woman desired to be his brother? What nonsense! What was she thinking? Can a man truly be a brother to a woman? I am your husband, not your brother. Yet, upon observing Zhou Mingwu's sullen countenance, Lin Yan'er only laughed more heartily. I'm so sorry. But my husband, the one I wed and consummated our marriage with, was so famished on our wedding night that I devoured him. We are merely nominal now. Upon your signing of the divorce document, our relationship can only remain as friends. If you are unwilling, let us become strangers. I am indifferent after our separation. The sky will be my only limit, and I shall wander the world freely, making it a challenge for you to find me. For there shall be no opportunity for a reunion. Ha ha ha, the thought excites me. The ancient landscapes are pure and unblemished. I wonder if there exists the Huanghuasha waterfall, or how the 5 sacred mountains appear. There are countless places I yearn to explore. She possesses a flying device, ready to take flight at any moment, impervious to anyone's attempts to detain her. Her desire to obtain the divorce document before departing stems from a concern for the few who still care for her, such as her uncle's family, who serve in distant locales. She does not wish to be a fugitive princess, evading the grasp of the Dawu dynasty's officials. She dreams of escaping the capital, seeking solace at the ends of the earth. Yet does she truly harbor no lingering affection for him? Zhou Mingwu's expression darkened, as if enshrouded by shadows. He felt deeply wounded. He had believed that Lin Yan'er was merely upset, not devoid of feelings for him. Yet it appears that Lin Yan'er has completely disregarded him. Not in the slightest. Lin Yan'er remains indifferent to his emotions. In her eyes, the divorce is inevitable. Zhou Mingwu can be a friend, but if not, she holds no particular desire for him. She leaned back against the window, intrigued by the scenery outside. Inside the carriage, an unusual silence prevailed. The guards on either side seemed to sense the chilling atmosphere emanating from within the carriage. The carriage came to a halt before the majestic palace gates, and Zhou Mingwu spoke in an exceedingly somber tone, cautioning, once inside the palace, Exercise utmost caution and avoid provoking trouble. However, you need not endure any grievances. Should you incur any misfortune, this prince shall bear the burden for you. Qingming. As the carriage curtain was lifted, Qingming and the guards carefully assisted Zhou Mingguo, along with his wheelchair, down. Lin Yan'er leaned against the carriage window, staring blankly at Zhou Mingguo's back as he alighted. The thought that he would shoulder any trouble she caused stirred an inexplicable flutter in her heart at that moment. Chapter 82. The situation was indeed peculiar in Fengyi Palace. The dignified Empress Rong sat in the high seat, with the Crown Princess Rong Guilin attentively serving her tea. Across from them sat the exuberant Crown Prince Zhou Haoyan. Mother, you are simply too overly cautious. Currently, the fourth prince is nothing but a waste. Once he was merely incapacitated in his legs, but now he is utterly useless. Today, I had no intention of coming, yet the thought of possibly witnessing some amusing occurrence compelled me to hasten here with Guilin. Upon observing her son's demeanor, Empress Rong's brow furrowed even deeper. Haoyan, you must not underestimate the Prince of Zhan. The situation is indeed too strange. Why would the reclusive Prince of Zhan be oppressed by that ugly woman from the general's residence, while the two brothers were beaten, and yet that woman remained unscathed? When leaving the palace yesterday, the Prince of Zhan carried her away, which clearly indicates his affection for her. With her face marked by blemishes and her fierce demeanor, she has managed to conquer the so-called war god of the Great Wu dynasty, a figure deemed rare in a century. How is it that I feel an unsettling sensation deep within? That Lin Yan'er is likely far from ordinary. Chuckling softly, Zhou Haoyan could not contain his laughter. Mother, you worry too much. As the saying goes, there are preferences for everyone. The fourth prince simply has an affinity for such individuals. There is no helping it. Ha ha. Princess Rong Guilin observed the continued frown on the face of Empress Rong, and a confident smile blossomed upon her delicate features. Do not fret, mother. I met that unattractive woman 6 months ago. She is utterly unlearned, dull-witted, and remarkably foolish, just as the rumors suggest. As my cousin, the Crown Prince, rightly points out, the Duke of Zhan happens to favor plain women, even if beauty and ugliness is a rare taste. Rong Guilin is the daughter of the Duke of Rong, the elder brother of Empress Rong. The Crown Prince and Rong Guilin are indeed cousins, and to ensure that their family's interests remain intact, Empress Rong has strategically united the Rong clan with the Crown Prince, thereby fortifying their position atop the Great Wu dynasty. Although Rong Guilin has altered her way of addressing Empress Rong, she still, out of habit, refers to the Crown Prince as her cousin. Having been exceptionally fond of Rong Guilin since her youth, Empress Rong felt her brow ease slightly at the young lady's words. Zhou Haoyan continued to laugh heartily. Mother, Guilin speaks the truth. I conducted a thorough investigation on that unattractive woman before recommending her to the fourth prince. This woman seems to be cursed by the solitary star, though I cannot recall the exact phrasing. She is said to have brought about the demise of her own mother, and will also bring ruin to her father. The general's household has relegated her to a rural estate, raising her like a mere animal. She possesses only a rudimentary grasp of a few characters, taught to her before her mother's untimely death. As Guilin remarked, apart from her unattractiveness, she knows nothing. If she had any understanding at all, she would not have struck her own father, General Lin. It is said that General Lin is quite inept. Indeed, he appears to be utterly incapable, unable to best even a woman. Were it not for the extraordinary achievements of the former divine marshal general, he would never have attained the rank of general. Mother, trust this prince. Pushing Lin Yan'er onto the fourth brother was the most astute decision I have made, ensuring our peace from henceforth. With the comforting presence of Zhou Haoyan and Rong Guilin on either side, the ominous feeling that had been rising within Empress Rong was finally subdued. In stark contrast to the laughter and merriment emanating from Fengyi Palace, the nearby Minghua Palace was filled with the clattering sound of objects being hurled to the ground. A woman of around 40, elegantly attired yet showing signs of age, swept the items from the table with a furious motion, causing those before her to drop to their knees in terror, their heads bowed low. Among them was a young woman whose gaze, fixed upon the floor, sparkled with a mix of pride and malice. Anger is a powerful ally. The more furious she grows, the more certain it is that the ugly girl is doomed. No celestial being could save her now. If Lin Yan'er were present, she would surely be taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Xiao Qingqing. The Ming Fire Palace is the residence of the Ming Concubine, who is the biological mother of Zhou Mingguo and Zhou Mingqi. At this moment, she is in a state of extreme anger, her exquisite makeup slightly altered. Such a wicked woman is truly lawless, relying on the emperor's bestowed marriage, utterly oblivious to her own insignificance, daring to lay hands on my son. It is utterly outrageous. It infuriates me. Oh dear, She suddenly sank into her chair, covering her mouth with her hand, her face revealing signs of distress. The two elderly maids beside her promptly approached, skillfully opening a wooden box and extracting a small wooden spoon filled with gray medicinal powder, pressing it into the open mouth of the Ming concubine. After a short while, she felt considerably better and sighed helplessly. A toothache is not a disease, yet it can be excruciating. For the past few days, my tooth has been tormenting me, causing sleepless nights and immense agitation. The medicine from the esteemed head of the Imperial Medical Institute, Zheng Longdu, was somewhat effective at first, but with prolonged use, it has proven to be no more than this, the pain increasingly relentless. Xiao Qingqing dared not rise, kneeling in place with an urgent tone. Mother, I apologize. I was unaware of your toothache and inadvertently caused you distress, which is truly deserving of death. The one who has angered me is not you, but that vile woman. The Ming concubine has rearranged her appearance, sitting with an air of authority, her eyes gleaming with coldness. Xiao concubine, you shall remain here with me. I shall show you how that ugly woman meets her demise. Chen Mama, an elderly maid dressed in lavish attire with silver hair approached. Prepare the instruments of punishment for the disobedient palace maids and lay them out for me here. Yes. Madame Chen stepped aside and soon returned with more than 10 palace maids, who carefully brought in the instruments of torture that made Xiao Qingqing's heart race. They arranged them meticulously. Empress Ming examined each device, some still stained with old blood, and felt a sense of satisfaction. I shall make that wicked woman experience each of these instruments before her demise. On the surface, Xiao Qingqing appeared unfazed, yet internally, she was elated. She had been pondering when Empress Ming would target Lin Yan'er, but unexpectedly, early that morning, the housekeeper of the town prince's residence, Madame Xiao, arrived at the Qingzhou courtyard, claiming that the empress had summoned her to the palace. Madame Xiao, initially sent by Empress Ming to care for the town prince, had long served as the empress's eyes and ears at the town prince's estate. Naturally, Xiao Qingqing entered the palace with delight. When Empress Ming inquired about the details of Prince Zhao's beating, Xiao Qingqing embellished the tale, successfully inciting the empress's wrath. In that moment, as Xiao Qingqing envisioned Lin Yan'er's anguished cries under the instruments of torture, she almost knelt before the empress, exclaiming her brilliance. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she feigned weakness, saying, Mother, I must remind you of something. That woman has somehow ensnared the town prince, compelling him to heed her every command. If the town prince were present, I fear, it would prevent you from punishing her. Empress Ming paused, contemplating, and turned to Madame Xiao. Indeed, Madame Xiao's expression was somewhat complex, yet she nodded. Loyal to Empress Ming, she would not have been entrusted with caring for Zhou Mingwu otherwise. However, she is more than just Zhou Mingwu's confidant. She has watched that child grow up. The matters Zhou Mingwu decreed to keep confidential shall remain undisclosed to Mingfei. Conversely, she shall report to Mingfei on any matters not under Zhou Mingwu's confidentiality. Chapter 83. Falling into the trap upon hearing this, Mingfei's face contorted with anger. How dare she seduce my son? Yet, wait, she is utterly repugnant. How could she possibly charm him? At that moment, Xiao Qingqing interjected, voicing her own perplexity. It is indeed baffling. Her visage is marred with blemishes, and no man would find her appealing, yet the prince seems infatuated with her beyond reason. Perhaps she has resorted to some unspeakable means. Mingfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you implying she has employed some form of witchcraft? Xiao Qingqing nearly revealed her suspicions that Lin Yan'er might be a supernatural entity, contemplating calling a sorcerer to investigate. Ultimately, she refrained, recognizing that while such creatures are mere legends, the practice of witchcraft is all too real, and she firmly believes it to exist. She contemplated using a voodoo doll to harm Lin Yan'er, intending to prick it nightly. Regrettably, it appears that her methods are ineffective thus far. She lowered her gaze, acknowledging that without evidence, she cannot make unfounded accusations. Good heavens, resorting to such sinister tricks to harm the royal lineage. Mingfei's fury escalated. I shall have her subjected to 1,000 tortures. 1,000 tortures indeed. Xiao Qingqing struggled to suppress her laughter. It is only fitting that she be subjected to such a fate for daring to compete with her for the title of town king, and to have succeeded. She has invested considerable effort in Zhou Mingwu. In those days, she bravely shielded him from arrows, sustaining genuine injuries that required a prolonged period of recuperation before she could rise from her bed. She risked everything for a chance to be near Zhou Mingwu. How could she allow any woman to usurp that opportunity, especially one of ill repute and unseemly appearance? Meanwhile, Xiao Momo furrowed her brow, pondering whether to report the events unfolding here to Zhou Mingwu in advance. As if sensing her thoughts, Mingfei turned her gaze towards her. Xiao Momo, I entrust you with a task. After they have presented tea to the emperor and empress, devise a way to delay Mingwu, allowing that ugly woman to arrive at the Minghua palace alone. Xiao Momo hesitated. The prince was akin to her own child, having been raised under her care. From her perspective, she firmly believed that even in his paralyzed state, the prince deserved the best. Lin Yan'er, with her pockmarked visage, was simply unworthy of the prince based on appearance alone. Yet, she was aware that Lin Yan'er possessed the ability to cure the prince's leg ailment. Until the prince's condition improved, Lin Yan'er could not be allowed to perish. Should she disclose this matter to Ming Fei? The prince had ordered strict confidentiality regarding it. Moreover, it was evident that Ming Fei did not harbor genuine concern for the prince's well-being. Following his paralysis, she had scarcely shown any interest in him, never once visiting the prince's residence. Perhaps it would be wiser not to inform Ming Fei and instead discreetly convey the situation to the prince. She acquiesced and retreated. Upon entering the palace, Qingming pushed the wheelchair while Lin Yan'er, accompanied by Shuang'er, moved forward together. Shuang'er discreetly reported to Lin Yan'er that within the carriage en route from the general's residence to the palace, she had been manipulating the spy drone, dubbed Fly, which followed the 10 boxes of silver that were transported from the prince's manor to the general's residence. It was confirmed that they had moved the boxes into the storeroom. The drone circled the storeroom several times, capturing the situation within. The remote control could store the footage, enabling Lin Yan'er to review it upon her return. Lin Yan'er quietly commended Shuang'er for her efforts. The general's residence could not possibly consume 50,000 taels of silver, and Lin Yan'er intended to compel the general's residence to relinquish both principal and interest. The palace was vast, and as Lin Yan'er and Zhou Mingwu sat side by side in the carriage, her words cast a shadow over Zhou Mingwu's countenance, rendering him silent. The conversation within the carriage was impossible for Qingming, the guard stationed at the front, to ignore. He overheard every word. Qingming felt exasperated, having believed the prince had successfully dealt with the princess consort, only to discover today that the prince had endured so many rebuffs from her and had indeed failed to win her over. The princess consort's stance was unequivocal. She did not want the prince. At that moment, Qingming understood the prince's mood, and thus he remained discreet, refraining from any unnecessary remarks to avoid inciting his lord's ire. With Zhou Mingwu silent, Lin Yan'er also chose to remain taciturn, and the four of them proceeded in silence. As they moved forward, 2 young eunuchs approached, bowing respectfully to Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er. One of them spoke, "Your Highness, the tea ceremony is set in the 100 Fragrance Pavilion of the Imperial Garden. His Majesty requests that you first proceed to the Imperial Study. Allow us to escort the princess consort to the Imperial Garden to prepare." Zhou Mingwu cast a glance at Lin Yan'er, as if to utter a word, yet ultimately remained silent, merely nodding his head. Qingming, pushing the wheelchair, turned towards the direction of the Imperial Study. As Zhou Mingwu receded into the distance, 2 young eunuchs bowed before Lin Yan'er. "Esteemed lady of the town, please this way." Lin Yan'er slightly inclined her head and followed the 2 young eunuchs down a different path, twisting and turning until they arrived at a small pavilion by the lake. The 2 eunuchs exchanged glances before bowing to Lin Yan'er again. "The lady of the town may rest here for a moment. Ahead lies a place we are unable to access. The guiding sister will arrive shortly to escort you to Baifeng Pavilion." They then performed a simultaneous salute and turned to leave. Lin Yan'er quietly observed the retreating figures of the 2 eunuchs, her brow furrowing slightly. Something felt amiss. Upon noticing that the 2 eunuchs had departed and the surroundings were empty, Shuang'er immediately let loose her exuberance, exclaiming in admiration, "My lady, I never anticipated that I would have the fortune to enter the imperial palace and behold such sights. The building, the lake, the trees, the pavilion, each is a marvel I have never encountered before. How exquisite, how refined, how breathtaking." It was only then that she noticed Lin Yan'er's furrowed brow and, perplexed, inquired, "My lady, what troubles you?" Lin Yan'er surveyed her surroundings. Logically, within the palace, there should be guards stationed every 5 paces, sentinels every 10. Since our passage from that direction, we have not encountered any patrolling guards. This place is so secluded, there must be an underlying issue. Someone is indeed scheming. The palace is fraught with trepidation. The tales of palace intrigue from the 24th century are not exaggerated. Having entered the palace, we have unwittingly stepped into someone else's trap. Who dares to cause mischief? Upon witnessing this, Shuang'er immediately tensed up, her gaze warily scanning the surroundings. "You are certainly not as foolish as the rumors suggest." A rather youthful voice suddenly resonated from the opposite side of the pavilion. A girl, adorned in a flowing blue gown and bedecked with gold and silver trinkets, appeared, accompanied by several palace maids and 10 eunuchs. Lin Yan'er scrutinized the girl before her and the entourage behind her, deducing that she must be a princess. The original owner had little acquaintance with the royal family, apart from knowing a few princes due to a prior incident involving love letters. Thus, she did not recognize this particular princess. However, regardless of her identity, the girl was undoubtedly younger than herself. As the princess consort of the town king, this little princess ought to address her as sister-in-law. Even if she were of a more formidable status, Lin Yan'er would not feel intimidated. She possessed numerous trump cards. Merely a child, how much chaos could she truly incite? Chapter 84. The malicious sixth princess. Lin Yan'er's beautiful eyes narrowed, a smile gracing her lips as she courteously inquired, "May I ask which princess this little sister is?" A slightly older palace maid beside the girl immediately scolded her sharply. "How dare you? Upon encountering Her Highness the sixth princess, do you not kneel and pay your respects?" The sixth princess? Lin Yan'er swiftly rifled through the original owner's memories and recalled the sixth princess. Although the original owner had never met her, she had heard of her, as Lin Yan'er was the sixth princess, Zhou Lingxin's companion. Lin Yan'er cast a sidelong glance at the maid who had spoken, raising an eyebrow. "Do you know who this princess consort is? To speak to me in such a manner, daring to offend your superior, is a capital offense. Do you comprehend?" The palace maid's expression abruptly stiffened. Although she served as the personal maid to the sixth princess, and her status was distinct from that of others, she was still not of noble rank. A flicker of fear crossed her features as she cast a timid glance at the sixth princess. Despite her youth, the princess displayed an unsettling maturity, disdainfully regarding Lin Yan'er. "You, an ugly woman, ought not to assume the airs of a noble consort before me. The people by my side cannot be intimidated by mere words. Others may recognize you as the princess of the town, but I care not for such trivialities. Cease your empty talk and kneel before me, bowing 3 times before you utter another word." Lin Yan'er clicked her tongue. "Your Highness, I have no desire to engage in futile conversation. I simply wish to ascertain who it was that led you to orchestrate this scheme to lure me here. Our paths have never crossed, and I bear you no ill will, nor do I harbor any animosity." A fierce expression, incongruous with her delicate features, crossed Zhou Lingxin's face. "Sister Kaya is my companion in study. Just yesterday, due to your ancestral betrayal and egregious transgressions, you harmed your own father and inflicted suffering upon her mother and sister. You have taken advantage of your status as the legitimate daughter of a general's household, relentlessly bullying and suppressing Sister Kaya and Sister Yan'er, which is utterly despicable. Sister Kaya wept before me for a full hour. However, she, being the distinguished talent of the capital, possesses a generous heart and has chosen to forgive you, refusing to hold your transgressions against you. However, I regard Sister Kaya as a sister, and while she can swallow her pride, this princess simply cannot. Thus, I have resolved to take matters into my own hands." Oh, Lin Yan'er suddenly realized. She could easily deduce it was Lin Yan'er. How audacious of Lin Yan'er to claim she has been bullied and suppressed by this legitimate daughter before such a small princess. And yet, she still excels academically? Lu's strategy is indeed quite astute. 2 daughters as venomous as she are each resplendent in their own right, and those who come into contact with them sing their praises. This little princess has been ensnared by Lin Yan'er's manipulations. The demeanor of the sixth princess leaves no room for explanation. It is evident that Lin Yan'er has invested considerable time and effort into winning her over. The sixth princess holds Lin Yan'er in absolute trust and will not be swayed by mere words. "So it is that wicked black-hearted lotus," Lin Yan'er said with deliberate calmness. "Then, how does your highness intend to avenge her?" The sixth princess arrogantly lifted her chin, her eyes glinting with menace. "If this princess must strike, it shall be with lethal intent. I offer you a choice. Leap into the lake and drown, or I shall seize you, break your limbs, and then cast you into the lake to perish." "What?" Lin Yan'er looked at the young girl before her in astonishment. She had anticipated nothing more than being forced to kneel in apology, to be humiliated, or perhaps even to receive a beating. Yet this young girl, in her audacity, sought her life. Such a vicious sixth princess. Was it the influence of Lin Yan'er, or had the inhabitants of this deep palace cultivated a demeanor of ruthlessness? Lin Yan'er furrowed her brow slightly and addressed the sixth princess. "Have you perhaps lacked proper discipline since childhood, leading you to become so arrogant and unrestrained? Is it truly necessary to resort to murder to vindicate someone, even if you are unafraid of the laws of the land? Do you hold no regard for father and the Prince of Jin?" In ancient times, the so-called laws of the monarchy bore no weight against the affluent and powerful, particularly those at the pinnacle of royalty. The emperor's crimes are treated the same as those of the commoners, which is merely an illusion to deceive the ordinary populace. Under Cao Cao's decree, those who trampled upon crops faced execution when his horse startled and charged into the fields. He escaped with merely a lock of hair as a token of punishment. For a common soldier, dismemberment would be the inevitable fate. Zhou Lingxin erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the grandest jest. Ugly girl, father dotes on me the most. Even if I were to kill you, how do you think he would punish me? You have married into the royal family. Out of courtesy, I shall address you as sister-in-law of the emperor. Yet, in truth, you are nothing. How dare you presume to compare yourself with someone of pure blood, a legitimate member of the royal lineage? Father would merely scold me, perhaps confine me to the study for a spell of copying books as punishment. He wouldn't even dare to strike me. And then he would select another princess of Zhun for my fourth brother. Do you believe it? Lin Yan'er found herself at a loss for words, reluctantly acknowledging the possibility of such a scenario. The status of a princess of Zhun indeed held unparalleled esteem in the eyes of those not of royal descent. However, in the presence of those with genuine royal blood, her significance appears trivial. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be oppressed by the sixth princess, begging for mercy upon their knees. Alas, the sixth princess is confronted by Lin Yan'er. She harbors no qualms about causing trouble for that scoundrel Zhou Mingwu. After all, did he not claim that he would bear the brunt of whatever chaos she unleashed? Lin Yan'er suddenly finds herself curious as to just how much calamity Zhou Mingwu can withstand. Regardless, if that scoundrel cannot endure, she possesses sufficient strength to safeguard herself. At worst, she would simply depart, and for those who might be affected by her actions, she would personally visit each one to escort them away, together seeking refuge from the world. Despite the potential guilt she may feel towards them, in a life-and-death situation, she trusts they would understand. Furthermore, she has the capability to ensure that even in seclusion, they could lead comfortable lives. In that case, she shall not hold back. The sixth princess, observing Lin Yan'er's silence, mistakenly assumes she is frightened. A sneer of disdain curls her lips. You, ugly one, seeking mercy? Pardon me, but I have never been acquainted with the concept of forgiveness. Having resolved to avenge my sister in my eyes, you are as good as dead. Spare yourself the humiliation and leap down. Shuang'er, standing nearby, appears quite anxious. Yet, Lin Yan'er merely smiles. How laughable. The notion of begging for mercy does not exist in her lexicon. This child has indeed been spoiled. If not disciplined, she may become an even greater menace, with countless lives potentially lost at her hands. Lin Yan'er's laughter leaves the sixth princess feeling exceptionally displeased. What is it that you find amusing? Lin Yan'er's beautiful eyes glinted with mischief. You little brat, you deserve a good thrashing, don't you? Although the saying goes that a sister-in-law is akin to a mother, I am uncertain if there is any redemption for you. However, who says I cannot indulge in this as your royal sister-in-law? Let us give it a try. What, little brat? The sixth princess's eyes flashed with fierce intent. Very well, you have chosen a most undignified demise. Guards, seize her, break her limbs, and cast her aside. The eunuchs behind the sixth princess immediately charged towards Lin Yan'er. In a moment of panic, Shuang'er attempted to shield Lin Yan'er, but Lin Yan'er pushed her aside. Stay out of this. I need to consume a strength-enhancing agent. Among the 10 eunuchs, there were several brawny figures. Without the aid of a strength-enhancing agent, they would indeed pose a challenge. Chapter 85. This princess must ensure your demise. With a flicker of thought, a strength-enhancing agent materialized in her hand, which she swiftly consumed, crunching it with a decisive bite. Like an arrow released from its bow, she charged into the fray of eunuchs. In mere moments, the 10 eunuchs found themselves unable to withstand her ferocious onslaught, collapsing in disarray under the force of her fist and feet. In the blink of an eye, the 10 eunuchs lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The sixth princess, initially brimming with confidence and a smug smile, felt her expression gradually freeze in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Lin Yan'er possessed such formidable martial prowess. Although the eunuchs were not on par with the palace guards, a few among them had some knowledge of combat. She momentarily lost her focus, and when she regained her senses, she beheld Lin Yan'er, veiled and approaching her with a sinister smile in her large, expressive eyes, striding confidently with her long legs. Sixth princess, kneel before your imperial sister-in-law, and allow me to impart some wisdom upon you. I might even consider sparing you. How dare you suggest that this princess kneel? The sixth princess glared defiantly, refusing to comply. You all, come at me. Only a few personal maids remained by her side, exchanging fearful glances. 10 eunuchs had already been effortlessly subdued by Lin Yan'er, and these maids, although of higher status than the others, stood no chance against her. However, they were acutely aware of their mistress's temperament. Disobedience would invite retribution beyond their capacity to endure. After a brief exchange of resolute glances, they steeled themselves and lunged forward, attempting to claw, bite, and pull hair, typical tactics employed by women in a brawl. Lin Yan'er, somewhat exasperated, took several steps back before effortlessly sending them sprawling with a swift kick. Seeing this, the sixth princess took a step back. drawing a dagger from her sleeve and charging at Lin Yan'er. "You ugly wench, I will slay you." To her dismay, Lin Yan'er seized her wrist before she could close the distance, applying pressure that made the sixth princess wince and drop the dagger. Lin Yan'er then swiftly maneuvered behind her, delivering a kick to her rear. Though she tempered her strength, the impact sent the sixth princess soaring like a frog, landing heavily on the ground. Such a troublesome child, truly in need of discipline. In a humiliating posture with her limbs sprawled and her face pressed against the ground, the sixth princess felt an overwhelming sense of shame as Lin Yan'er delivered a sharp kick to her posterior. She attempted to rise, but as soon as she did, Lin Yan'er struck her again, sending her leaping forward like a frog, only to collapse once more, face first onto the ground. The impact left her head spinning with pain. Determined to get up again, she was met with Lin Yan'er's foot firmly planted on her back, followed by a resounding slap to her backside, accompanied by a scolding. "Little brat, has no one taught you that life is invaluable, and it is wrong to take a life carelessly?" Slap. "Has no one instilled in you the importance of etiquette, that you should respect your elders, and that you dare to harm even the imperial consort for the sake of vengeance?" Slap. "Do you think it's acceptable to break someone's limbs indiscriminately? You're in agony now. Are you beginning to understand the pain of inflicting such suffering? Would you like to experience it?" Slap. The eunuchs and palace maids who had fallen to the ground were left speechless at the scene unfolding before them. Eventually, the sixth princess could no longer bear it and burst into tears. This momentarily took Lin Yan'er aback, yet she swiftly delivered another slap. "What use are your tears? Have you realized your mistake?" The sixth princess trembled from the blows, finally abandoning her arrogance. "I know I was wrong. Let me go." "Woo." Lin Yan'er released her foot, and as the sixth princess struggled to rise, a nearby maid, still grappling to stand, rushed over to assist her. However, the moment the sixth princess stood upright, the maid froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Yan'er discerned something amiss, and upon closer inspection, she realized that the dagger dropped by the sixth princess had somehow been picked up by her. At that moment, it was firmly embedded in the chest of the palace maid. The sixth princess, with tears streaming down her face, bore an expression of unparalleled cruelty. "Wooer, after your death, I shall take good care of your sister. Go." With a gentle push, the maid toppled backward, the dagger still protruding from her heart, her eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Subsequently, the sixth princess stepped back more than 10 paces and began to wail loudly. "Help! There's an assassin. Someone intends to kill this princess. Come quickly." Lin Yan'er's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the sixth princess leap about, screaming at the top of her lungs. The eunuchs and palace maids sprawled on the ground appeared momentarily bewildered, but soon they joined in the cacophony. "Help! Someone is attempting to assassinate the sixth princess. There's been a murder. The princess of Jun has killed the sixth princess's maid and seeks to kill her as well. Someone stop her. Who will save the sixth princess?" This scene was utterly unexpected for Lin Yan'er. She had no intention of pressing the sixth princess excessively. All she desired was an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Yet, the sixth princess, upon her arrival, had the audacity to kill her own maid before her eyes, attempting to frame Lin Yan'er for it. This mischievous child. No, this cannot merely be termed as mischievousness. She was a demon in youthful guise. She truly did not regard human life with any seriousness. In this era, a significant portion of the powerful regard human life with disdain. However, at the very least, they maintain a facade of virtue, refraining from taking lives indiscriminately. Princess Zhou Lingxin displays no such restraint. Fully aware that her imperial father would not impose severe punishment upon her for murder, perhaps due to prior instances, she bears no psychological burden whatsoever. Such a child appears beyond redemption. Amidst the commotion, distant shouts echo, questioning who would dare to assassinate the sixth princess. The palace maids and eunuchs immediately raise alarm, urging others to come quickly as the princess has been injured. An uproar ensues, footsteps rushing toward this direction, anticipating the imminent arrival of the imperial guards. Her youthful visage lights up with a wildly arrogant grin. A repugnant girl, no one has ever dared to treat this princess in such a manner. This is not merely the princess seeking revenge for Sister Kaer, it is a personal vendetta. I shall ensure your demise. Meanwhile, around the corner, a squad of armored imperial guards, wielding long spears, rushes toward her. Sixth princess, you are beyond saving. Lin Yan'er has never felt such fury before, directed at a mere child of 12 or 13. Her voice is nearly forced through clenched teeth. The sixth princess, observing the approaching guards, remains unabashedly defiant. No matter how irredeemable I may be, I am still a princess, and I will continue to live well. As for you, your end is nigh. She shouted loudly at the approaching royal guards, declaring herself the assassin who had slain the princess's maid and now sought to eliminate the princess herself. No need to take her alive. Kill her without mercy, at once. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and her voice was abruptly silenced as Lin Yan'er's eyes enlarged before her. Chapter 86. Where's my princess? Qingming pushed Zhou Mingwu to the entrance of the imperial study, where they waited for quite some time, without anyone entering or exiting. Finally, Qingming inquired of the guards stationed there. The guards informed Qingming that the emperor was not present in the study and had just departed for the imperial garden. Qingming was taken aback and relayed the situation to Zhou Mingwu, who immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Logically, if the emperor wished to summon him, he would certainly wait for him to arrive. The absence of the emperor suggested a troubling possibility. Someone had forged an imperial decree. A chill ran through Zhou Mingwu. This was dire news. Someone was deliberately trying to separate him from Lin Yan'er. If it were not aimed at him, then it was directed at Lin Yan'er. Qingming, let us proceed to the imperial garden. What audacity! How could anyone dare to forge an imperial decree? Qingming, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastened his pace while pushing the wheelchair. As he jogged alongside, he anxiously remarked, "My lord, do you think the princess is in danger?" With Qingming's question, Zhou Mingwu's heart tightened further. Could someone truly dare to forge an imperial decree? If no one would attempt such an act, then it must have been issued by the emperor himself. Did the emperor harbor intentions to harm Lin Yan'er? They needed to see the emperor to uncover the truth. Hurry! Qingming ran faster, soon arriving at the Baifeng Pavilion in the imperial garden. Today, the pavilion was bustling with activity, as nearly every prominent woman from the imperial harem had gathered here. Emperor 1, the empress, the crown prince, the crown princess, Prince Qi, and Princess Qi, along with a dozen concubines from the harem, were all present. Emperor 1 had 7 sons, each honored with princely titles. The 3rd, 5th, and 6th princes had been dispatched to their fiefs and could not return to the capital without summons. The 7th prince, Zhao Wang Zhou had, under the pretense of illness, chosen not to attend today. Among the royal family members in the capital, it was a splendid assembly. They encircled Emperor 1, admiring a flower garden, engaged in laughter and conversation, exuding an air of joy. Zhou Haotian glanced around, wondering why he had yet to spot the 4th prince and his sister-in-law. The 4th prince was exceedingly unreliable, arriving late to such a significant occasion. How dare they keep their father waiting? This implied that Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er held little regard for the emperor. Whenever an opportunity arose, Zhou Haotian would relentlessly criticize Zhou Mingwu, as if it had become his greatest source of amusement. Emperor 1 furrowed his brow. While he had previously been content amidst the flattery and chatter, Zhou Haotian's remarks had genuinely stirred his displeasure. During such moments, Prince Qi Shou Jinxiao would invariably come to Zhou Mingwu's defense, and he wasted no time in doing so now. Their father had just concluded his affairs and had come to the imperial garden to unwind and enjoy a cup of new bride tea. The emperor truly bears the weight of countless affairs, and it is rare for him to relish the familial bliss with his children by his side. Thus, it is of no consequence for us to accompany his majesty a while longer. Crown Prince, you seem a tad too hasty. Do you find conversing with our father to be an irksome endeavor? Zhou Haotian shot a fierce glare at Zhou Jinxiao, his elder brother, who had persistently opposed him, clearly attempting to sow discord between him and the emperor. In due course, when he ascends to the throne, Zhou Jinxiao and Zhou Mingwu shall undoubtedly be the first to face his reckoning. Zhou Haotian immediately bowed to the emperor, exclaiming, "Father, your son harbors no such intentions. My elder brother's words unjustly cast me in a light of grievance and fear." The emperor, feeling exasperated, observed how his sons could only meet with barbs and jibes. Normally, this rivalry serves a purpose. Their mutual disdain keeps them in check, ensuring the security of his throne until the day of his natural demise. However, at this moment, their impending quarrel was rather tiresome. Enough. Cease your bickering and wait a while longer. You have already entered the palace. Zhou Jinxiao and Zhou Haotian fell silent. The empress swiftly intervened. "My dear sons, why can you not be more amicable? Your father is displeased. Today is a momentous occasion." The empress harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhou Jinxiao, yet she understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. As the matriarch of the harem, all princes, regardless of their maternal lineage, must first address her as Mother Empress, for she is the common mother of the princes. In public, she must present herself with fairness and impartiality. Zhou Jinxiao and Zhou Haotian both nodded in compliance. The cultured emperor surveyed the assembly, his gaze wandering until it fell upon an absence that prompted his inquiry. "Where has my beloved Lingxing gone? You sons of mine, none can compare to her warmth." In essence, he harbored a profound affection for his daughter, for she alone posed no threat to his throne. Particularly, This little princess, a genuine embodiment of tenderness and innocence, brought him great joy. A noblewoman stepped forth, bowing before the emperor. "Your Majesty," she reported, "Ling Xin has informed me that she wishes to prepare a gift for the princess consort of Zhenwang, and it may take some time to arrive." This noblewoman was Hua Fei, the mother of the sixth princess, who had been elevated to the rank of consort only after birthing her daughter. The emperor cherished the sixth princess, for she represented a bond untainted by courtly rivalries. All present were eager to curry favor with him. Empress Rong was the first to commend, at last. "The sixth princess has matured, displaying wisdom and decorum. Such attributes reflect your Majesty's virtuous character. Your offspring are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men." The crown prince, Zhou Haoyan, chimed in. "Indeed, this sixth sister has been nurtured under our father's direct guidance. Though she is younger, she has spent the most time in his presence and, naturally, has absorbed his teachings to a greater extent than we, her elder brothers." At that moment, Zhou Jinshao refrained from contradicting Zhou Haoyan, instead adding, "Just the other day, I beheld our sixth sister, blossoming with unparalleled grace. When she speaks, her words flow like poetry, leaving me, her elder brother, feeling utterly humbled." This, of course, was a testament to their father's influence. The others followed suit, showering praises, much to the delight of the emperor and Hua Fei. The emperor erupted into hearty laughter. "You people truly cannot compare to even a mere fingertip of my beloved. She has never caused me a moment of worry. You ought to learn from her." Once again, a wave of flattery washed over him, lifting his spirits further. At that moment, a eunuch announced, "His Highness, the Prince of Zhen, has arrived." The principal figure had finally made his entrance. All eyes turned towards the man swiftly approaching in a wheelchair. The man's expression was grim, his deep-set eyes scanning the crowd, but upon not finding the person he sought, he turned his gaze to the emperor, devoid of any respect, his entire demeanor radiating coldness. "Father, where's my princess?" The assembly fell into stunned silence. What was happening? How daring was Zhou Mingwu? After keeping everyone waiting, he had not offered his respects to his elder, but had instead immediately demanded the princess from the emperor. Zhou Haoyan nearly burst into laughter. How audacious! To speak to the emperor in such a manner was nothing short of courting disaster. It was time for him to take the stage. He stepped forward to admonish. "How audacious, fourth royal brother! How dare you address father in such a manner? Do you possess no awareness of your position as a son and a subject? You are disrespecting the sovereign. Do you wish to instigate rebellion?" Chapter 87. The princess of Zhen is about to kill the sixth princess. Zhou Jinshao immediately stepped forward, appearing quite anxious. "Fourth royal brother, cease your impudence. Let us discuss this matter calmly." Zhou Minwu did not even glance at the two of them. His icy gaze remained fixed on the emperor. A chill ran through the emperor's heart as his brow furrowed deeply. Is this wretch truly seeking to take his life? Indeed. What a scoundrel! He continues to harbor treasonous thoughts of regicide and usurpation. What is your true intention? The cold gaze of Emperor Wen met that of Zhou Mingwu, their expressions as frigid and detached as if they were adversaries. "I demand to know the whereabouts of my consort." Zhou Mingwu's voice turned equally icy. "How am I to know the location of your consort?" Emperor Wen retorted. Qi Ming sensed the palpable tension between Zhou Mingwu and Emperor Wen, the atmosphere thick with the potential for violence, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, two eunuchs have just arrived with a decree from His Majesty, stating that you awaited my lord in the study. They requested my lady to accompany them to the imperial garden. However, upon my lord's arrival at the study, he learned that your Majesty had already gone to the garden. My lady arrived there a bit earlier and is thus not present, which is why my lord inquires." Emperor Wen paused, taken aback. "I did not summon the Prince of Zhen." Zhou Mingwu scrutinized Emperor Wen, recognizing the truth in his words. With this realization, he felt a slight relief wash over him. As long as Emperor Wen was not the architect of Lin Yan'er's predicament, nor seeking her demise, he harbored no fear of anyone else. Zhou Jinshao, standing nearby, unexpectedly remarked, "Fourth brother, are you suggesting that someone has forged a decree?" Zhou Mingwu's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, searching for any signs of deceit. But he offered no response to Zhou Jinshao. Qi Ming quickly interjected, "Indeed, your highness, that is the case." Emperor Wen was immediately filled with fury. "Who is it?" Qi Ming inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhou Mingwu, who in turn scanned the room, his eyes settling on Zhou Haoyan. Zhou Haoyan sprang up like a cat startled, exclaiming, "You must not accuse this prince of falsely conveying the emperor's decree. Such an act is punishable by death." Zhou Mingwu chose not to engage further, his attention drifting to others present. When his gaze fell upon the Flower Empress, she visibly flinched, her expression betraying her unease. "Flower Empress, is this matter related to you?" All eyes converged upon the Flower Empress. Zhou Mingwu, having clawed his way through the grim realities of the battlefield, emanated an aura of lethal intent that instinctively compelled her to retreat a step. Only she understood that Zhou Lingxin's purported errand of preparing gifts for Lin Yan'er was, in truth, a means to avenge Lin Yan'er and deliver a lesson to Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er had recounted the grievances her family endured at the hands of the town princess, while the humiliations inflicted by Lin Yan'er over the years had not escaped her notice. The Flower Empress cherished her daughter as if she were the very marrow of her bones, unwilling to allow even the slightest indignity. Zhou Lingxin's intentions were seldom met with opposition from her. This time, emboldened by Emperor Wen's extreme favoritism towards Zhou Lingxin, the Flower Empress refrained from intervening, merely advising her daughter to avoid causing any fatalities. She was well aware that Emperor Wen held a disdain for Zhou Mingwu. Lin Yan'er served merely as a tool to humiliate him, a fact evident to the majority of the powerful figures in the capital. If a little bullying of Lin Yan'er could satisfy her daughter's desire to fiercely protect her sister, what harm could it bring? Steeling herself, she cleared her throat twice. "Do not fret, my lord of the town, for Lingxin has promised to prepare a gift for the lady of the town. Perhaps she is currently entertaining the lady, who knows? As for the accusation of misrepresenting the imperial decree, that charge seems rather severe. It is likely that Zhou Lingxin merely intended to jest with you." The Flower Concubine turned to Emperor Wen with a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, this child Lingxin is rather playful. She may not fully grasp the gravity of proclaiming words in your name as an imperial edict. It seems she has inadvertently caused a misunderstanding." Casting a sidelong glance at the lord of the town, she continued, "My daughter, a paragon of virtue, is greatly favored by His Majesty. Even if she has misrepresented your decree, what of it? At this very moment, your lady may be somewhere pleading for mercy. Soon enough, you shall learn of the so-called lady receiving her lesson, and it will be of no consequence." As she spoke, her demeanor was calm, as if Zhou Lingxin truly were hosting Lin Yan'er. Upon hearing the Flower Concubine's words, Emperor Wen began to comprehend the situation. A cunning fox, he had an inkling of Zhou Lingxin's intentions. He was aware that Lin Yan'er, Lingxin's companion, was the third daughter of Lin Xiang, and their bond was exceptionally close. Allowing his daughter to indulge in some playful antics was not a matter of concern. With a raised brow, Emperor Wen shot a glance at Zhou Mingwu, acknowledging that if it was indeed Lingxin entertaining Lin Yan'er, there would be nothing to worry about. It was likely they would return shortly. Lingxin is still young, and if she called upon the Lord's lady in my name, it was merely out of her playful spirit. Flower Concubine, you must take it upon yourself to guide her properly, ensuring it is not repeated." The Flower Concubine smiled and gracefully bowed. "I understand." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Mingwu felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Zhou Lingxin was merely a headstrong young girl. Any notion of her being capable of intricate schemes was unfounded. Lin Yan'er was not a trivial character. He had fallen into her traps multiple times, finding himself stripped of his defenses and restrained. He lifted his gaze to the Flower Concubine and expressed, "I hope your daughter does not indulge too deeply in her whims. Otherwise, the consequences she may face could be severe. My wife is not one to jest, and her temperament is rather formidable, a point I have made abundantly clear. Should my wife misinterpret the situation and cause harm to the sixth princess, I trust you will understand." The Flower Concubine's expression shifted. Could she truly strike Lingxin? Zhou Mingwu let out a cold scoff. "My wife has already struck her own father, has struck me, and has struck the seventh prince. If she were to be provoked, why would it be surprising for her to strike the sixth princess? She dares." The Flower Concubine instinctively exclaimed. Zhou Mingwu chuckled softly, a sound that startled everyone present. For apart from Qing Ming, none had witnessed him smile before. The sudden sight of his smile sent a shiver down their spines, akin to encountering a ghost. Even Qing Ming felt an inexplicable tension in the air at Zhou Mingwu's expression. Suddenly, a figure came tumbling towards them in a frantic rush. It was Eunuch Wei. From a distance, he anxiously shouted, "Your Majesty, there's been a calamity. A grave situation has arisen. At Donghu Pavilion, the town princess wife is about to kill the sixth princess." This declaration struck the ears of all present like a clap of thunder. All individuals, including the esteemed Emperor Wen, were escorted amidst a multitude of imperial guards and eunuchs, making their way to the eastern pavilion by the lake. Upon arrival, they were utterly taken aback by the scene before them. Surrounding the eastern pavilion was a dense throng of palace guards, and within the pavilion lay several eunuchs and maidens sprawled haphazardly, one of whom was stabbed in the chest with a dagger. On the steps leading down to the lake, Shuang'er stood silently to one side, while Lin Yan'er held the sixth princess's leg aloft, forcing her head to hover perilously close to the water, her long hair cascading and partially submerged. At that moment, The upper half of the sixth princess was drenched, having ingested a substantial amount of water, her face swollen and unrecognizable, with the substance on her visage indistinguishable between lake water and tears, gasping for breath. In her other hand, Lin Yan'er wielded a scalpel, signaling to everyone present to maintain their distance, threatening to end the life of the sixth princess should they approach. Consequently, the guards encircled the pavilion, refraining from drawing near. As Emperor One and the others approached, the flower Concubine, upon witnessing the dire state of Zhou Lingxin, let out a piercing scream. "Lingxin, my dearest Lingxin, Duchess of Zhan, release her at once." She attempted to rush forward, but Lin Yan'er pressed the scalpel against the sixth princess's abdomen, her expression betraying a sinister amusement. "If you dare to come closer, I shall eviscerate her and feed her to the fish that fill this lake." The flower Concubine halted in her tracks, and all others remained still outside the pavilion. Chapter 88. The trouble you've caused. The emperor gazed upon his most cherished daughter, who had been subjected to such turmoil. Initially, he had intended to allow her some freedom to play, but to his surprise, she had been thoroughly entertained by Lin Yan'er. Anger surged within him, and just as he was about to unleash a furious outburst, a sudden pang of pain gripped his chest. He instinctively pressed a hand to his heart, his complexion paling slightly. No one noticed his actions. His ashen visage was easily interpreted as a sign of anger. Zhou Haoyan attempted to speak, but Empress Rong shot him a glance that conveyed a clear message: do not interfere. This was their moment to observe the unfolding drama. The situation was grave, as Lin Yan'er intended to eliminate Zhou Lingxin. Zhou Mingwu's demeanor from the previous day indicated his infatuation with Lin Yan'er. Zhou Haoyan scoffed at Zhou Mingwu's misguided notion of beauty, yet he was not entirely convinced of his genuine affection for Lin Yan'er. Now, the moment had arrived for him to witness Zhou Mingwu's true colors. Would he genuinely protect Lin Yan'er at all costs? Such a scenario would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation with the emperor. The thought brought a smile to Zhou Haoyan's lips. Lin Yan'er was indeed a harbinger of chaos, and placing the burden upon Zhou Mingwu was an astute decision on his part. Yes, this was indeed their moment to watch the spectacle unfold. Thus, he remained silent, content to observe. Qingming urged Zhou Mingwu into the pavilion, casting a glance at the palace maids and eunuchs sprawled on the ground, each one suffering injuries. Apart from the maid pierced by a dagger at her heart, the others were not in mortal peril. The sixth princess, Zhou Lingxin, who had been held by her feet, her head dangling above the lake, appeared particularly disheveled. Perhaps she had swallowed water, rendering her speechless, yet she was still alive. "Your Highness, do you consider the trouble I have caused this time to be sufficiently grave?" Lin Yan'er exhibited no sign of anxiety. On the contrary, she appeared remarkably at ease, her eyes and brows suffused with mirth. Zhou Mingwu was momentarily taken aback. The scene he had just witnessed was indeed startling. This calamity, trivial as it may seem, was not insignificant. He nodded earnestly, acknowledging its severity. Lin Yan'er concurred, stating, "I too find it rather substantial. So, will you bear the burden, Your Highness?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Mingwu affirmed, "Naturally, I shall bear it." "Very well, then you shall shoulder it." Lin Yan'er chuckled lightly, her gaze shifting downward to Zhou Lingxin, who was gasping for breath and attempting to call for help from Emperor One and Concubine Hua. With a swift motion, she submerged Zhou Lingxin's entire head into the lake's depths. Concubine Hua immediately erupted in a cry, "You wicked woman, release my Lingxin. Quickly let her go. Your Majesty, command someone to rescue her. Save your beloved." Emperor Wen wished to respond, yet as he parted his lips, the pain in his chest intensified, causing him to furrow his brow and widen his eyes in helplessness, unable to utter a word. The imperial guards, lacking the emperor's final command, hesitated, especially with Lin Yan'er wielding a delicate blade and Zhou Mingwu present in the pavilion. Zhou Mingwu observed closely as Lin Yan'er held Zhou Lingxin's head underwater, neither intervening nor speaking. Lin Yan'er counted the seconds in her mind, and with a sudden motion, she pulled Zhou Lingxin from the water with a splash. Zhou Lingxin coughed violently, water spraying everywhere as she gasped for air. At that moment, Zhou Mingwu finally inquired, "What on earth is happening?" "Shuang'er, inform the prince that I can no longer be bothered to speak." Shuang'er swallowed nervously. The initial tension had dissipated, and she realized that life and death were now intertwined with the princess, rendering everything else trivial. With remarkable composure, she recounted the events as they unfolded. The entire assembly fell silent. Even the flower princess was momentarily taken aback. The demise of the maid was of little concern to the royal family. What astonished them was that the 12-year-old Zhou Lingxin had devised a scheme to harm a princess. Moreover, her actions were not covert. A mere inquiry would lay bare the entire sequence of events, akin to brazenly orchestrating the murder of a princess. Those within the royal sphere, Entrenched in the pinnacle of power, frequently engaged in intricate plots and machinations to eliminate their rivals. However, such undertakings were typically conducted in secrecy. No one dared, as the sixth princess did, to resort to the assassination of a princess merely to settle a score. One could only conclude that the sixth princess was utterly reckless. Emperor Wan, upon learning of the proceedings, felt as though he had been publicly humiliated. He had previously proclaimed at Baifeng Pavilion that everyone should emulate Zhou Lingxin, as she was the sole individual who did not trouble him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Lingxin had presented him with a monumental dilemma. His heart ached even more. The flower princess wore a grim expression. She had repeatedly warned Zhou Lingxin against causing any fatalities, to which Zhou Lingxin had readily acquiesced, intending merely to teach Lin Yan'er a lesson. She had never anticipated that Zhou Lingxin would resort to attempting to kill Lin Yan'er. If this matter were to come to fruition, Emperor Wan would undoubtedly withdraw his favor from Zhou Lingxin, which would equate to a withdrawal of favor from her as a royal consort. A woman, no longer favored by the emperor within the harem, finds herself in a most desolate plight. The flower concubine caught a glimpse of the emperor's countenance, which had turned a deep shade of anger. Little did she realize that the emperor's expression was a reflection of the pain he felt within. The flower concubine, desperate to reclaim her standing, admonished Scoundrel. "You speak nonsense. My gentle nature and virtuous heart are evident." She was preparing to present a gift to the princess of the town king, intending to express her sentiments towards her fourth sister-in-law. Surely, it was the princess of the town king who had suddenly gone mad and sought to harm her. With malevolence, she glared at the eunuchs and palace maids lounging in the pavilion, demanding, "Are you all still alive? Speak up." The eunuchs and palace maids, sensing the venom in her gaze, felt compelled to respond. One eunuch, in a panic, exclaimed, "It was the princess of the town king who went berserk and attacked us, threatening to kill the little master." His voice abruptly ceased as a flash of steel sliced through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon his neck. Zhou Mingguo wheeled forth unexpectedly, gripping a gleaming blade, and watched as the eunuch breathed his last before turning his icy gaze towards the remaining attendants. To lie before the emperor is a grave offense. Treason shall not be tolerated. His chilling eyes fixed upon the flower concubine, he declared, "This charge is applicable to anyone." Zhou Mingguo, emanating a palpable aura of menace, instilled terror in the heart of the flower concubine, an inhabitant of the inner palace who had never witnessed such brutality. Trembling in fear, she cast a pleading glance at the emperor, only to find his expression even more grim, yet he remained silent. The flower concubine was truly alarmed, believing the emperor's ire was directed not only at her, but also at Zhou Lingxin. In truth, the emperor was indeed enraged. However, he was, in truth, infuriated with Lin Yan'er, and while it was one thing to confront the town king Zhao Wang, it was entirely another to lay hands on his most cherished princess. Even if the fault lay with the sixth princess, he would have excused her on account of her youth. Yet now, his complexion was ashen, and his distress stemmed not merely from anger, but from a searing pain in his chest, one that threatened to overwhelm him. The agony rendered his mind blank and his thoughts sluggish, leaving him incapable of calling for the imperial physician as he struggled to maintain his composure. Chapter 89. There is still hope for me. Zhou Mingguo's actions, along with the chilling aura he emanated, silenced the palace maids and eunuchs, compelling them to confess that from the very beginning, Zhou Lingxin had indeed sought Lin Yan'er's life. The flower concubine sat despondently on the ground, her heart sinking as she realized that the emperor had not uttered a single word. Despair washed over her. She deeply regretted not intervening to prevent her daughter's reckless behavior. Witnessing Lin Yan'er submerging Zhou Lingxin's head in the water, the daughter she held so dear, she could not bear to see her suffer. Lin Yan'er seemed unhinged, and there was a real fear that she might indeed kill Zhou Lingxin. The flower concubine cried out, "Town king's consort, Lingxin is the sixth princess, with royal blood coursing through her veins. Should you dare to take her life, the emperor will annihilate your entire clan." "Who says I intend to kill her?" Lin Yan'er replied nonchalantly, with an air of indifference. "This princess has discerned that the sixth princess exhibits reprehensible character, being cruel, tyrannical, and disrespectful to her elders. If not promptly corrected, she may invite calamity upon herself in the future. As the fourth sister-in-law of the sixth princess, I possess effective methods for educating such younger generations, along with the responsibility of discipline. Thus, I take it upon myself to assist the emperor and the flower concubine in administering a lesson." "A lesson, you say? Is this truly the nature of discipline? The sixth princess lies on the brink of death." If Emperor Wan could articulate his thoughts, he would undoubtedly implore Lin Yan'er to cease her actions. His heart aches for the sixth princess. He believes that, regardless of the severity of Zhou Lingxin's transgressions, punishment may be warranted. However, The current severity is undeniably excessive. Regrettably, he is rendered speechless, his expression a stormy hue. Lin Yan'er does not wish to take a life. Yet she understands that Zhou Lingxin must not perish. Should she end Zhou Lingxin's life, the repercussions would be dire indeed. Perhaps even Zhou Mingwu would be unable to shield her. The flower concubine vehemently counters, asserting that Lingxin acts out of a momentary sense of loyalty, seeking to avenge her sisters. She is typically obedient, excelling in poetry and song. She hardly requires your discipline. You intend to end her life. Release her immediately, or else the emperor shall surely impose severe punishment upon you. Punish this noble consort for what? Lin Yan'er finds it amusing. She has committed no wrongdoing, merely guiding the sixth princess. Flower concubine, the emperor has remained silent. Your outcries are unwarranted, claiming that the emperor will punish me. The facts are evident. It is clearly not my fault. You suggest that the emperor is incapable of discernment, that he lacks clarity in reward and punishment, favoring kin over justice, truly a misguided sovereign. As long as Zhou Mingwu maintains his composure here, and is not swayed by those eunuchs and palace maids who might falsely accuse her of crazily assaulting the sixth princess, then if she exercises a little restraint, nothing untoward will come of it. Upon hearing this, the flower concubine's complexion drained of color as she crawled to kneel at the feet of Emperor One. Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. In my heart, you are an unparalleled ruler, a sage of the ages. You must believe me. Is that not sufficient? Emperor One remained silent, while Lin Yan'er, with a smile, remarked that her father, a wise sovereign, would never misjudge the situation and punish the rightful queen. Lin Yan'er glanced down, noticing Zhou Lingxin's face had taken on a hue of bluish-purple, having nearly choked on the water. The sixth princess must truly be experiencing a profound fear of death now. Wouldn't she? Will she still dare to take lives so recklessly? Will she continue to show such blatant disrespect towards her elders? Zhou Lingxin was genuinely terrified. She had never been so close to death before, and the sensation was utterly horrifying. If Lin Yan'er were to submerge her again, she doubted she could endure it. With all her strength, she shook her head and weakly uttered, "Fourth sister-in-law, I was wrong. I will not dare again." Upon hearing this, the flower concubine exclaimed anxiously, urging them to pull her up, for she recognized her mistake. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. Lin Yan'er turned her gaze to Emperor Wen, suddenly furrowing her brows. The emperor's expression was abnormal. He pressed his hand against his chest, and his demeanor was not one of anger, but of pain. It was a visage of illness. With a sudden thought, she activated her piercing vision and clearly discerned that his heart was beating in an exceedingly irregular manner. The emperor was afflicted with coronary heart disease, which had been provoked, resulting in angina pectoris. Lin Yan'er instantly made the diagnosis. At this moment, he was straining to remain upright, but angina can manifest in both acute and mild forms. The emperor's angina was acute. Any fluctuation in his emotions could exacerbate the condition, plunging it into a critical state. Zhou Mingwu was doing everything in his power to protect her for the sake of his own leg. Yet he was not the most reliable support. The most formidable ally was the emperor himself. If the fate of the emperor rested in her hands, who in the Dou dynasty would dare to challenge her? At the very least, she could traverse the realm with audacity in public. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced her lips beneath the veil. Perhaps a little more provocation would render his condition even more precarious. With a flick of her hand, Zhou Lingxin was cast aside like refuse, plummeting into the lake with a splash. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and without awaiting orders, the palace guards sprang into action, leaping into the water from all directions to retrieve Zhou Lingxin. The flower consort shot Lin Yan'er a fierce glare, stomping her foot in frustration, disregarding everything else as she rushed to embrace the drenched and nearly unconscious Zhou Lingxin, crying out, "Imperial physician, summon the imperial physician." Lingxin, are you all right? Do not frighten your mother. Amidst the chaos, the empress, the crown prince, Prince Qi, and other royal members sought to approach and feign concern. Yet their eyes were drawn to the sight of the emperor being supported by eunuch Wei, standing immobile in place. They dared not move. All eyes were fixed upon Emperor One, gradually discerning the unusual state of the sovereign. Lord Wei, who had been supporting Emperor One, suddenly realized something was amiss. Your Majesty, what troubles you? At Lord Wei's urgent call, Emperor One could no longer maintain his composure, his body swaying backward, only to be caught by Lord Wei and the nearby Zhou Haoyan. The others screamed in panic, instantly creating a chaotic scene. The emperor is in distress. Summon the imperial physician at once. Zheng Longdu, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, had just arrived with several physicians, preparing to attend to the sixth princess. When he heard the cries and hurried over, observing that the emperor's hand was pressed firmly against his chest, his face contorted in pain and unable to articulate a word. Zheng's heart sank without the need for a pulse diagnosis. His experience told him that this was a severe case of acute chest obstruction and heart pain. Such a condition, when it strikes acutely, is exceptionally perilous, with a survival rate of only 1 in 10. 2 other imperial physicians rushed in, joining the fray to assess the situation. After a brief exchange of glances with Zheng Longdu, they all knelt before Emperor Wen and Empress Rong in unison. Empress Rong was taken aback. Zheng, the Emperor is relying on your expertise. What does this mean? Zheng Longdu, his forehead glistening with sweat, replied, Your Majesty. The condition afflicting His Majesty is acute chest obstruction and heart pain. We have practiced medicine for decades, and once this ailment manifests acutely, the chances of survival are grim. 9 out of 10 perish. At this moment, His Majesty's complexion is ashen, his pulse faint and barely perceptible. We fear we may be powerless to avert this fate. What? The members of the royal family were struck with disbelief. And even Zhou Mingwu's expression shifted to one of deep sorrow. Empress Rong was the first to wail, Your Majesty, how could you succumb to such an ailment? You must persevere and recover swiftly, for I wish to grow old with you. Upon witnessing the Empress's tears, Zhou Haotian could not help but join in the lamentation. Father, you must endure. I long to learn the art of governance under your esteemed guidance. You must regain your health. This mother and son duo wept loudly, while internally rejoicing at the thought. At last, he has passed away. We have weathered the storm and can now see the light. The Qi Wang and other royal family members, confronted with this unexpected turn of events, were momentarily at a loss. Seeing the Empress and Zhou Haotian in tears, they felt compelled to join their cries. Lying in the arms of Lord Wei, Emperor Wen felt a profound ache coursing through him, his consciousness fading. Yet, upon hearing the cacophony of lamentations, he yearned to join in the outcry. Perhaps there is still hope for me. Summon the imperial physicians at once. Even if 9 out of 10 are doomed, there remains a chance. What the esteemed director Zheng meant was that the situation seemed dire. He feared that if he failed to save me, he would face execution. If you merely absolve him of responsibility, he would exert every effort to save me. Why is everyone wailing? I can still be rescued. As the scene unfolded, Emperor Wen, teetering on the brink of death, was engulfed in a silent scream from the depths of his being. Lord Wei, cradling the Emperor, noted that the latter's eyelids were nearly closing. The 3 imperial physicians knelt. Paralyzed by the absence of preemptive absolution from responsibility, they dared not proceed with treatment. Lord Wei felt a surge of frustration, wanting to curse yet restrained by the gravity of the physician's demeanor, which revealed the peril of the Emperor's illness. If he were to take charge and summon the imperial physician to save Emperor Wen, only for the Emperor to ultimately perish, the crown prince would ascend the throne. And this aged eunuch might very well be perceived as an obstacle to the prince's path, rendering a peaceful retirement impossible. His fate could remain unknown. He was indeed distraught. Weeping sincerely, My lord, do you wish to save him? Zhou Mingwu turned to find Lin Yan'er beside him, clad in a flowing gown. Her tall figure accentuated as a breeze lifted a corner of her veil and sash. Yan'er, can you save him? Lin Yan'er chuckled lightly. It's merely a trifling matter. A trifling matter? Indeed. Zhou Mingwu nearly overlooked the fact that Lin Yan'er's medical skills were extraordinary. Instantly elated, he thought. Then Yan'er shall assist me in rescuing him. Very well. Remember, I am doing this for you. To save a life, earn Zhou Mingwu's gratitude, and ultimately gain leverage over Emperor Wen. What a dual advantage. Lin Yan'er felt a twinge of satisfaction, then cleared her throat, clapped her hands, and spoke aloud. Has everyone finished weeping? If you have, let us maintain some silence. Father is not yet deceased. If you continue to lament, you may truly send him off. Her words abruptly silenced the collective sobbing. Immediately, Crown Prince Zhou Haotian was the first to retaliate against Lin Yan'er. Lady Xin, the Emperor's affliction stems from your provocations. While we are all here concerned for his well-being, you stand aside with your sarcastic remarks. And as for the 4th prince, truly heartless and ungrateful. With our father in such a state, not a single tear has been shed. What a disgrace to filial piety. Zhou Haotian, at any given moment, sought to belittle and tarnish, with the ultimate aim of undermining Zhou Mingwu. He sought justification for the imminent bloodshed he would unleash upon the town after ascending the throne. And filial piety served as the most convenient pretext. His expression was one of profound sorrow, while his heart was already sharpening its blades. Each new emperor's ascension marks a transition from the old to the new, and the carnage of a bygone era is inescapable. Before Zhou Mingwu could respond, Lin Yan'er scoffed derisively. Your Highness, are you truly worried about our father the Emperor? You sit idly by, awaiting his demise, with no one taking charge to pardon the physicians for their grave offenses, allowing them to devote their utmost efforts to save him. The Emperor's consciousness was waning. Upon hearing these words, he jolted as if on the brink of departing. At last, someone had grasped the crux of the matter. There was still hope. He was not yet willing to forsake this vast empire. Empress Rong and the others suddenly seemed to remember their urgency, each speaking in haste. Director Zheng, you must save His Majesty at all costs. Otherwise, you shall each face a gruesome fate. What are you foolishly kneeling for? If our father were to suffer any misfortune, I shall annihilate your entire clan. The words of Empress Rong and Zhou Haoyan sent shivers down the spines of the three imperial physicians, rendering them utterly terrified. There would be no clemency. In this perilous circumstance, where survival was uncertain, they could lose their fortunes and lives, dragging their entire families into ruin. They were so tense they could scarcely stand, let alone act. Do not frighten the physicians. I have promised my lord that I shall revive our father. So allow me to take charge. Lin Yan'er approached the emperor, declaring, Father, your daughter-in-law has come to save you. Except for Zhou Mingwu and Qing Ming, the entire assembly fell momentarily silent. Subsequently, Empress Rong extended her hand to shield Lin Yan'er, admonishing, Princess of the town, this is a critical moment for His Majesty's life. It is not the time for your recklessness. You wish to save the emperor? You know nothing. How could you possibly assist him? Zhou Mingwu scoffed, stepping aside. Do not hinder my wife from saving the emperor, Rong. I shall ensure your demise. The empress was taken aback. Zhou Mingwu had abandoned the title of mother and addressed her as Rong, displaying an audacity that utterly disregarded her status. Zhou Haoyan abruptly leaped to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Mingwu. How dare you threaten our mother? The emperor is not yet deceased, and you presume to act with such impunity. It is evident that you are devoid of loyalty to both your sovereign and your father. I shall slay. He attempted to draw his sword to confront Zhou Mingwu, but was halted by the empress's firm grip. Since the princess of the town claims she can save the emperor, let us allow her the chance. Zhou Haoyan instantly grasped the empress's intention. After all, Lin Yan'er was utterly untrained and possessed no medical knowledge. Even the head physician of the Imperial Medical Institute dared not recklessly intervene in a critical condition. It would be nothing short of miraculous if Lin Yan'er were to succeed. In that eventuality, all blame would be placed upon the town prince, branding him a conspirator against Emperor One, an usurper seeking to overthrow the throne. The influential figures of the court would rally behind the crown prince, furthering the campaign against the town prince. With Emperor One on the brink of death, King Qi, Zhou Jinshao, had quietly dispatched a personal guard from the palace, preparing for the inevitable. Thus, he remained an observer in this unfolding drama. The confrontation between the two individuals is bound to be fierce, culminating in mutual destruction, from which he will ultimately reap the benefits. In the past, whenever Zhou Haoyan targeted Zhou Mingwu, he would invariably intervene on Zhou Mingwu's behalf, adopting a facade of camaraderie. Today, however, he remains silent. With the death of the emperor, the pretense will be discarded, and masks will be torn away. Zhou Haoyan indeed relinquishes his position, urging immediate action, warning that should the prince fail to save his father, the consequences would be dire. Lin Yan'er, however, possesses no medical expertise. According to the gathered intelligence, her literacy is embarrassingly limited. Zhou Mingwu's suggestion to have Lin Yan'er attend to the emperor is akin to steering oneself toward an irrevocable path of despair. Lin Yan'er confidently approaches the ailing emperor, casting a glance at the three kneeling imperial physicians. Are you certain that this ailment is beyond your capacity to remedy? Zhang Long and the other physicians, despite their disdain for Lin Yan'er, like many others, believe her incapable of treating the emperor's grave condition. Yet, eager to absolve themselves of responsibility for the emperor's demise, they hastily nod in agreement. We have diagnosed this condition as severe chest obstruction and heart pain. We are powerless to assist. Very well, Lin Yan'er insists on their confirmation, to preclude any claims that her eventual success might be mere fortune. With a deft motion, she produces a small white pill from her hand, a nitrate tablet, crafted by her team in the 24th century, tenfold in potency, specifically designed to treat angina pectoris. The sublingual tablet dissolves almost instantaneously, swiftly taking effect, capable of expanding the aortic vessels in the blink of an eye, thus alleviating angina. Master Wei, kindly open His Majesty's mouth and gently lift his tongue. None of the onlookers could fathom Lin Yan'er's intentions. Although Master Wei harbored his own suspicions towards her, he had no alternative but to proceed with the desperate remedy. As he lifted Emperor Wen's tongue, Lin Yan'er deftly positioned the tiny pill beneath it. Father, press it firmly with your tongue. Lin Yan'er stood up, clapping her hands. Done. Is this truly resolved? What has she accomplished? What sort of treatment is this? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 91. An unexpected lifeline princess of the state. Are you trifling with us, jesting with His Majesty's life? Empress Rome was the first to voice her outrage, her face a mask of fury. You place such a minuscule object beneath His Majesty's tongue and claim it is resolved? You are clearly wasting the physician's time in treating His Majesty and must bear full responsibility for any misfortune that befalls him. Zhou Haoyan nearly burst into laughter. Was this not akin to a pillow for a sleepy head? Even without medical expertise, he had witnessed treatments before. For an affliction as grave as Emperor Wen's, one would typically resort to copious doses of dark, bitter medicine or subject the Emperor's body to numerous needles akin to a hedgehog. This plain-faced woman believed she could revive the nearly lifeless emperor with just a pinch of what resembled flour. That substance was hardly a panacea. He cast a derisive glance at Zhou Mingwu. Fourth brother, this must surely be your scheme, is it not? Deliberately allowing the princess to delay the imperial physician's treatment of the emperor under the guise of saving him. What a wicked intention you possess. He is the emperor who raised you. How can you, driven by selfish desires, conspire against him? Where is your conscience? Are you even human? This mother and son, brimming with righteous indignation, accuse Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er of plotting against Emperor Wen, yet they do not spare a glance at him. They have not considered that if they believe Lin Yan'er is incapable, they should hasten to summon the imperial physician. Instead, they hastily solidify the accusations against Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er. Zhou Mingwu turned to Lin Yan'er, who merely shrugged and scoffed. Your Majesty, no. I should respectfully refer to you as Mother Empress. Before accusing me and my lord, shouldn't you ascertain whether the emperor is still alive? The emperor is thriving. Full of vigor. How could my lord and I possibly conspire against him? Full of vigor? Not only the empress and Zhou Haoyan's faction, but even the Qi Wan's group scoffed at Lin Yan'er. Zhou Haoyan nearly shattered his sorrowful facade, bursting into laughter. Lin Yan'er truly knows how to provoke amusement. She always stirs within him an irresistible urge to laugh. Frankly, Lin Yan'er is indeed his lucky star, a potent weapon to completely undermine Zhou Mingwu. A sudden thought crossed his mind. After eliminating Zhou Mingwu, he could pardon Lin Yan'er and relish the company of an unattractive woman. The very thought of her being Zhou Mingwu's partner ignited a surge of reckless desire. Zhou Haoyan struggled to suppress his laughter, feigning a fierce glare at Lin Yan'er. Is this what you call being full of vigor? His voice abruptly ceased, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. For there, Emperor Wen, with the assistance of Eunuch Wei, was slowly rising to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Zhou's finger, pointed at the emperor, became rigid in midair, and he forgot to lower it, stammering, Father. Your Majesty, you are well? Emperor Wen's complexion remained grim. Yet it was not the pallor of illness, but rather the flush of anger. He was genuinely furious. Do you wish for my demise more than anyone else? Zhou Haoyan was taken aback, but soon regained his composure, rushing forward and, with a thud, clasping the emperor's leg, weeping profusely. Father, you have returned to us. This is truly wonderful. I was so frightened, Father. I lost my senses. Empress Rome was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Lin Yan'er had managed to revive a man who had seemed on the brink of death with just a mere fragment of medicine. Her reaction was swift. Without grasping the full situation, she cried out and rushed to embrace the emperor's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. Your Majesty, you truly know how to instill fear. You have frightened my very soul away. Thankfully, with the protection of heaven and the spirits of our ancestors, you have returned to us, and my heart has been revived along with you. Oh, Your Majesty, this is truly splendid. A multitude of concubines, weeping and wailing, yearned to approach the emperor to convey their concerns. Yet, only Zhou Mingwu, seated in his wheelchair, quietly observed the expressionless emperor when amidst the throng. The emperor once seemed to gaze through the crowd, his eyes resting on the impassive Zhou Mingwu. Lin Yan'er coughed twice, wishing not to interrupt the display of affection for her father, yet added, Father has just risen. Your close proximity may compromise the air quality. Should he fall ill again, the blame will rest upon you. The crowd gasped, and Empress Rong hurriedly urged them to disperse. What are you all clustering for? Step back a little. Zhou Haoyan also shouted, Yes, everyone disperse. If Father were to encounter any misfortune, you would all share the same fate. Alarmed, the concubines quickly retreated, while chairs were brought forth for Emperor Wen to sit. Once seated, a eunuch presented tea. The emperor, initially ignoring everyone else, took a sip before turning his gaze toward Lin Yan'er, standing aside. Princess of the Jin Kingdom, you possess medical knowledge? Lin Yan'er did not shy away from the truth. Indeed, her assertive response astonished the empress, Zhou Haoyan, and even Prince Qi, all of whom had conducted investigations into her background, only to find a consensus. She was deemed uneducated. The emperor, concerned for his own health, inquired, You mentioned, my ailment may recur? Lin Yan'er nodded, Yes, Father. Once this illness manifests, there is a high likelihood of recurrence, and each episode poses a grave risk to your life. As for the timing of a relapse, it remains unpredictable. If His Majesty maintains a cheerful disposition and adheres to a regular schedule, the likelihood of recurrence diminishes significantly. Should His Majesty harbor doubts, the imperial physicians present may provide clarification. Zheng Longdu and the other two physicians were astounded when Lin Yan'er swiftly revived a critically ill patient suffering from acute chest pain with a mere white pill. It was only at that moment that they regained their composure. Zheng Longdu promptly responded, affirming that, as the esteemed princess of the town has stated, this ailment indeed has the potential to relapse, and each recurrence poses a perilous threat to life. The expression on Emperor Wen's face clearly reflected his dismay. Thus, although he had narrowly escaped this instance, he remained vulnerable to sudden episodes that could lead to his demise. He had fought fiercely throughout his life, eliminating several rivals in his youth to ascend to the throne. In his quest for power, he developed a profound mistrust of everyone, particularly his own sons, resulting in a palpable estrangement from all of them. His relationship with Zhou Mingwu could only be described as antagonistic, marked by mutual animosity. He was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding his current illness, realizing that none among his entourage genuinely wished to save him. Rather, they seemed to yearn for his demise. Ironically, it was his most detested son, Zhou Mingwu, who had summoned Lin Yan'er for assistance. In that moment, a profound sense of confusion washed over him. What had he truly gained in this life? A sense of despair began to envelop him. Observing Emperor Wen's discontent, Empress Rong feared that he might attribute blame to her and Zhou Haoyan, and thus sought to redirect his ire towards Lin Yan'er. Princess of the town, do you not recognize your culpability? His Majesty's affliction has been exacerbated by your actions. Zhou Haoyan quickly echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Princess of the town, this is your fault. If you had not harmed the beloved daughter of the Emperor, how could he have succumbed to such a grave illness? You are truly beyond redemption. Lin Yan'er scoffed, explaining that the Emperor's ailment stems from long-standing issues within his cardiovascular system, attributed to stagnation of the blood vessels according to ancient medical practices. This condition follows a certain progression. The Emperor must have experienced intermittent chest pains, perhaps overlooked, and it was not an abrupt onset today, as it could just as easily manifest tomorrow. Fortunately, the loyal daughter-in-law is present. Had she been further away, there would have been insufficient time to administer the necessary remedies. For matters of expertise, consult the experts. If in doubt, inquire with the imperial physicians. The three imperial physicians, Zheng Longdu and his colleagues, gazed at Lin Yan'er in astonishment. Realizing that she possessed not only medical knowledge but also considerable proficiency, they nodded in agreement, affirming her assertions. Zheng Longdu remarked that approximately a month prior, he had prescribed a remedy to invigorate the blood flow, noting that the Emperor had experienced discomfort at that time. Today, thanks to the presence of the princess consort, the Emperor is fortunate. Otherwise, his condition could have been dire. Empress Rong and Zhou Haoyan fell silent, their expressions darkening. The Emperor glared at them, prompting both to lower their heads in haste. With a glimmer of hope, the Emperor turned to Lin Yan'er, inquiring, since you are knowledgeable about this illness, is there no possibility for a complete cure? This ailment cannot be entirely eradicated, Lin Yan'er replied with a smile in her eyes. However, I can ensure the Emperor's longevity because I possess this. Lin Yan'er deftly produced a small paper pouch, within which lay 3 potent nitroglycerin tablets. She had instructed the robot Xiao Shizhan in her space to extract 3 tablets from the vial and package them. She intended to tantalize Emperor Wen, for he was acutely aware of his mortality. Henceforth, he would fear her demise more than anyone else. Another pillar of life had been ensnared by her. Chapter 92. The Prince of Jin regains the Emperor's favor. These tablets, known as heart-saving pills, could be administered at the first sign of chest pain, dissolving under the tongue, and in a mere instant, could prove life-saving. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly, lamenting that the extraction of this medicine was exceedingly complex, requiring rare and precious herbs. Only these 3 tablets remained. This meant her father could be saved thrice, and she vowed to continue gathering the necessary materials, exerting every effort to produce more for his benefit. As long as the medicine persisted, her father need not fear this ailment. Upon witnessing Lin Yan'er produce the tablets and hearing her words, the Emperor's spirit visibly lifted, restoring much of his vitality. With medicine at hand, he could at least prolong his life and maintain his grip on the vast empire. Gradually, he straightened his back, an unbidden urgency etching itself upon his countenance. Lady Jin, should you require any medicinal ingredients, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall command the Imperial Medical Bureau to procure them with utmost diligence. All expenses shall be borne by me, and I hope you can produce even more heart-saving pills. Indeed, these pills are not solely for my benefit. They could save countless lives among the ministers and the common folk across the realm. Very well, an emperor is indeed an emperor, even in fear of death. He can utter grand and lofty words, expressing concern for the multitude. Nitroglycerin was inadvertently discovered during the process of creating explosives, having no relation whatsoever to any precious medicinal materials. By this means, Lin Yan'er is able to acquire a batch of invaluable herbs. She handed the wrapped paper to the nearby Grand Eunuch Wei, her eyes sparkling with delight, fully intending to comply with her father's imperial decree. Upon her return, she shall present a list of medicinal materials to the emperor. Emperor Wen gave a slight nod, exhaling a breath of exasperation. Princess Jeanne, today you have saved me. Speak freely of any rewards you desire. Such generosity. Lin Yan'er replied with a smile. Father, I acted on the orders of my esteemed lord, the prince, to save you. During the rescue, both mother and His Highness the Crown Prince attempted to intervene. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Empress Rong's heart at the mention of this matter. Lin Yan'er was deliberately bringing it up to ensure Emperor Wen did not forget her and the Crown Prince's attempts to delay his rescue, her intentions undeniably malevolent. Empress Rong hastily interjected, Your Majesty, I did not wish to hinder her efforts to save you. I was simply unaware that Princess Jeanne possessed such medical skills and such a miraculous remedy. Silence. The Emperor's brusque command made Empress Rong tremble, instinctively causing her to clamp her mouth shut. She understood that a rift had formed in Emperor Wen's heart towards her, and it was indeed a substantial one. Zhou Haotian had initially intended to echo Empress Rong's sentiments, tarnishing Lin Yan'er and Zhou Mingwu's reputations, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he dared not utter another word. The Emperor cast a cold glance at Empress Rong before shifting his gaze to Zhou Mingwu, who had been lingering at a distance. His expression was inscrutable as he finally spoke. As for the Prince of Jeanne, I shall bestow rewards upon him later. However, for the Princess of Jeanne, I shall grant you a reward now. What do you desire? Your Majesty, Lin Yan'er interjected, though I acted under the orders of my lord to rescue the Emperor. This single pill is indeed quite precious. This time, Lin Yan'er did not hold back, seeking to assert her contribution. Father, I am of a coarse disposition, unaccustomed to etiquette. Kneeling repeatedly feels exceedingly uncomfortable. I wish to request a decree from Father, allowing anyone to refrain from kneeling before me. The Emperor paused, taken aback. Am I not to kneel as well? Indeed, she replied. I hail from the 24th century and have not been subjected to any servile education. I only understand the reverence of kneeling before heaven, earth, and parents. Kneeling before others is a source of shame. Upon entering the palace, I find that the etiquette demands I kneel before those of higher status, which I cannot endure. Zhou Haotian interjected sharply. How dare you? If you refuse to kneel before the Emperor, do you intend to rebel? Father, she dares to entertain thoughts of disloyalty and deserves severe punishment. Silence. The Emperor interrupted Zhou Haotian, his voice firm. Did I permit you to speak? Zhou Haotian fell to his knees, exclaiming, Father, I have been disrespectful. The Emperor snorted coldly and then declared loudly, by imperial decree, the Princess of Jeanne has rendered meritorious service in rescuing the Emperor. Henceforth, she shall not kneel before anyone. Lin Yan'er stepped back 2 paces, bowing respectfully to the Emperor. Thank you, Father. The Emperor nodded slightly and surveyed the assembly. The events that transpired today must remain confidential. Should any information leak, the consequences shall be dire. All present, except for Zhou Mingwu, who is confined to a wheelchair, and Lin Yan'er, who stands, along with the members of the royal family and the palace guards, kneel in compliance. Obey. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Wen bids everyone to rise. Turning his gaze towards Empress Rong, Zhou Haotian, Prince Qi, and his concubines, his eyes dark and inscrutable, instilling an inexplicable tension among those observed. Today marks the tea ceremony for the new wife of the town prince, yet such a disturbance means the ceremony is now cancelled. Town prince, proceed to the Minghua Palace to serve a cup of tea to Consort Ming. She is unwell and unable to join us in the Imperial Garden today. This statement startled Empress Rong and several esteemed concubines within the palace. Since Zhou Mingwu's paralysis 2 years ago, Emperor Wen had scarcely mentioned Consort Ming, let alone visited her. The implication of sending the town prince to Minghua Palace for the tea ceremony was unmistakable. Consort Ming might regain favor, suggesting that the town prince is once again of significance to Emperor Wen. This realization altered the expressions of Empress Rong, Zhou Haotian, and even Prince Qi, Zhou Jinchao. Emperor Wen then commanded, Town Prince, accompany me to the study. He addressed the others, you may all disperse. Zhou Haotian, sensing the ominous implications of the Emperor's decision to summon Zhou Mingwu alone, anxiously interjected, Father, I too have matters to discuss with you. May I accompany my brother to the study? Emperor Wen replied with indifference, I am weary today. Any concerns you have can be addressed another time. Upon concluding his remarks, Lord Wei made a gesture, and attendants promptly brought forth the palanquin to assist Emperor when aboard, directing the servants to lift it and proceed. You shall first head to the Minghua Palace, Zhou Mingwu informed Lin Yan'er, who, with Qing Ming guiding his wheelchair, followed closely behind the palanquin. Once Lin Yan'er noticed that both the Emperor and Zhou Mingwu had departed, she turned her gaze towards the Empress and the others, cleared her throat twice, and pretended to bow gracefully. Mother, I shall go pay my respects with tea. Without awaiting the Empress's acknowledgement, she took Shuang'er and followed the two attendants leading the way. Observing Lin Yan'er's retreating figure, the Empress clenched her fists tightly, casting a piercing glare at Zhou Haoyan, her voice seething through gritted teeth. Return with me. The Empress, accompanied by the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, along with a retinue of attendants from Fengyi Palace, disregarded the others and returned to Fengyi Palace with a stormy countenance. Prince Qi, Zhou Jinshao, exhibited a surprisingly compliant demeanor as he bid farewell to the various concubines before preparing to exit the palace with the Princess of Qi. However, once they reached a secluded area, Zhou Jinshao's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his discontent. Chapter 93. Is she truly subject to criticism? Madame Xiao and an attendant from Minghua Palace had just arrived, finding the crowd dispersed. Upon inquiring, they learned that Zhou Mingwu had accompanied Emperor Wen, while Lin Yan'er had proceeded with her maidservants to Minghua Palace. The attendant appeared quite pleased. Madame Xiao, the esteemed Lady Ming has instructed us to devise a means to intercept His Highness, the Prince of Zhen. With His Highness accompanying the Emperor now, we find ourselves relieved of the task. Initially, they had anticipated a daunting challenge, but it turned out to be remarkably effortless. Madame Xiao found herself devoid of joy, for she had been commanded to intercept the Prince of Zhen. She possessed the means to convey vital information to him. The Empress Ming was in the Minghua Palace, preparing to inflict torment upon the princess consort. What the prince would do upon learning this was beyond her control. After all, she was but a servant. The affairs of her master were not within her purview. Now, unable even to meet the prince, how could she discreetly hint at the situation? She considered pursuing Lin Yan'er, yet recalled that the Empress Ming was the prince's mother, and Lin Yan'er was the empress's daughter-in-law. Even if Lin Yan'er were aware of the lurking danger within the Minghua Palace, she would likely find herself powerless to act. Moreover, with a maid from the Minghua Palace in close proximity, Madame Xiao could not articulate her thoughts too plainly, and she remained uncertain whether Lin Yan'er would comprehend her implications. Thus, it seemed that only the prince could rescue the princess consort. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, Madame Lin, I shall proceed to the imperial study to keep watch. If His Highness emerges prematurely, I shall find a way to intervene. You should return to the Minghua Palace to report. After a moment's reflection, Madame Lin agreed. Within the Minghua Palace, an array of torture instruments was laid out meticulously. The elder matron, accompanied by 20 young and vigorous palace maids, stood in perfect formation. The Empress Ming, leading the respectful Xiao Qingqing, was relishing the sight of the rusted instruments, exuding a sense of pride. Ah, Qingqing, there was a time, several years ago, when I managed the inner palace. These instruments were conceived by me during that tenure and subsequently crafted by skilled artisans. The palace maids and eunuchs, along with those who attempt to seduce the emperor, once they err and fall into my grasp, require but a few exchanges before they become obedient and tremble at my mere presence. Xiao Qingqing expressed her profound admiration, proclaiming her mother empress to be a true genius in management. The daughter-in-law believed that during her mother's tenure in the inner palace, it must have been the most orderly and well-regulated period. If it were possible, she wished to serve her mother empress day and night, remaining by her side to receive her guidance, ensuring that she could adeptly manage the Duke of Zhen's household and alleviate any concerns from the prince. Indeed, flattery transcends all. Upon hearing these words, the empress felt an increasing fondness for Xiao Qingqing. I have heard that you are the one cherished by Mingwu. Once that ugly woman passes, I shall appoint you to oversee the Duke of Zhen's residence. At that time, I will impart to you my methods for managing the inner palace, and I shall also provide you with the designs for these instruments of punishment. Xiao Qingqing was overjoyed and immediately knelt in gratitude. She expressed her heartfelt thanks for her mother empress's generous affection, vowing to live up to her expectations by caring for the prince and managing the inner courtyard of the Duke of Zhen's residence. She began to envision herself in the near future, commanding the Duke's household, instilling in every servant the same trepidation they felt towards the empress. Such authority would truly reflect the majesty of a mistress and deliver a sense of accomplishment. After an engaging conversation with Xiao Qingqing, the empress found herself increasingly disdainful of the unruly Lin Yan'er, favoring the gentle-spoken Xiao Qingqing instead. Despite Xiao Qingqing being merely the daughter of a merchant, the empress contemplated elevating her to the position of the rightful consort of the Duke of Zhen. Nonetheless, her son, rendered incapacitated in both legs, could never ascend to the throne, rendering any formidable external support unnecessary. The presence of a daughter-in-law who shared her aspirations would greatly facilitate her control over this son. She also had another son. Her eldest was ineligible for the throne, yet her youngest, Prince Zhao Mingqing, could potentially claim it, provided Zhou Mingwu offered his assistance. Regrettably, when she sought Zhou Mingwu's help for Zhou Mingqing to seize the imperial seat, he dismissed her words entirely, leaving her with a profound resentment towards him. Suddenly, a palace servant arrived with news that the princess of the town was approaching, without her husband, the prince of the town. A subtle smile graced the still alluring visage of the Ming princess. How delightful! Qingqing, let us prepare a feast and savor her wails for mercy as our accompaniment. Shall we? Xiao Qingqing nearly burst into laughter. How utterly gratifying it would be. Lin Yan'er, you wretched woman, striking me and allowing your maid to do so, compelling me to kneel. I have warned you. Retribution shall be yours to bear. Today, your demise is assured. She stifled her elation, maintaining a composed demeanor as she bowed gracefully. It is my honor to learn from the esteemed mother the art of reprimanding disobedient servants in the future. I shall emulate this to ensure greater obedience from those in the town princess residence. Come, sit beside me and share a drink. The Ming princess was even more delighted, beckoning Xiao Qingqing to take her place. In a moment, you shall observe closely, no matter how strong the steel. It must yield to my hands, becoming as supple as a gentle caress. Pay attention. Xiao Qingqing lowered her head and softly replied, Understood, mother, I shall not blink. In a place unseen by the Ming concubine, a fleeting expression of fierce delight crossed her face. Ugly woman, I await you here, do not delay. Lin Yan'er, accompanied by Shuang'er and 2 palace attendants, arrived before the Minghua palace. The attendants bowed respectfully to her. Upon reaching the palace, the princess of the town rapped on the door and declared, The servants shall take their leave. Lin Yan'er nodded and gestured for Shuang'er to knock. However, before Shuang'er could do so, the door swung open with a loud bang, revealing a middle-aged matron accompanied by 6 young palace maidens, all wearing expressions of disdain. The middle-aged matron, with an air of arrogance, looked down her nose at Lin Yan'er. Are you the princess of the town? Upon witnessing this demeanor, Lin Yan'er's heart sank. It was clear this matron would not be easy to deal with. Was she intentionally trying to provoke her? Did the notorious reputation of the fiercest woman in the capital not extend to this palace? Was she someone who could be chastised? Or perhaps the matron sought to test her mettle beneath her esteemed title. Lin Yan'er narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the matron without offering a response. Shuang'er, clearly displeased, interjected, Indeed, I am the royal princess. The matron, smugly smiling, replied, You need only know that I am the matron of Minghua Palace. Since you are the princess of the town, you should kneel and crawl into the hall. What? Lin Yan'er raised an eyebrow. Are you implying this is also the will of the Ming concubine? Impudent. The middle-aged matron immediately glared with fury, exclaiming, You are the princess of the town. The esteemed Ming Fei is your mother. How dare you address her so casually? Summoning her attendants, she commanded, Strike her. Inwardly, Lin Yan'er cursed with a colorful expletive. Having consumed a strength-enhancing potion, she was at the zenith of its effects, her hands itching to retaliate. Was this not an invitation to a confrontation? The 6 young palace maids behind the matron surged forward, only to find themselves sprawled on the ground in disarray. Before the matron could conceal her arrogant expression, a resounding slap sent her tumbling down. At the banquet table, the Ming Fei and Xiao Qingqing, separated by an entire courtyard and several meters, could only faintly hear the distant sounds of distress. They presumed the torment of Lin Yan'er had commenced, sharing a knowing smile. Xiao Qingqing raised her wine cup, exclaiming, Your servants are truly seasoned. Is the beating already underway? The Ming Fei replied, clinking glasses with Xiao Qingqing and laughing heartily. Indeed, if one refuses to yield, let them be struck. Even the hardest of bones will soften after a few blows, and if they persist, they shall be broken. In Chapter 94, There will always be malicious individuals seeking my downfall. Xiao Qingqing continued to lavish praise upon the Ming Fei, their conversation growing ever more congenial as they listened to the escalating commotion outside. Meanwhile, the palace maids lay incapacitated on the ground, groaning in discomfort. Just as the matron managed to rise, before Lin Yan'er could intervene, Shuang swiftly delivered a crisp slap, echoing through the air. The middle-aged matron knelt before Lin Yan'er, stripped of her earlier arrogance and pride, weeping as she tenderly touched her swollen face. Meanwhile, Shuang'er gently rubbed her slightly reddened palm. Reflecting on the harshness of the task at hand, striking someone was hardly a commendable endeavor. Inflicting harm upon an enemy often resulted in self-damage, and her hands bore a trace of pain. However, it was unacceptable to allow her ladyship to engage in such coarse labor. From her elevated position, Lin Yan'er regarded the matron, fully aware of her identity as the princess consort. The middle-aged matron, uncertain of Lin Yan'er's intentions, felt the situation was quite evident. As she observed Scoundrel raising her hand once more, the matron hastily waved it away in a plea for mercy, obediently responding, "You are the princess consort. I had thought you were unaware," Lin Yan'er scoffed. "You, a mere matron of the Minghua Palace, are but a servant. What audacity do you possess to demand this princess to crawl in?" The matron, bowing her head, her eyes reddening with tears, protested, "Princess consort, even with tenfold courage, I would not dare. This is the will of the esteemed Lady Ming," she stated. She stated that it is a newly established rule that a daughter-in-law must enter in such a manner to greet her mother-in-law. Oh, Lin Yan'er feigned a look of realization. So it is a new rule set by mother. Very well, as the mistress, I command you, the servant, to crawl in on my behalf. Without allowing the matron a moment's thought, Scoundrel lifted her small hand and delivered a sharp slap. "Do you dare defy my lady's command?" The middle-aged matron winced in pain, knowing she could not refuse, and turned to crawl inside on her knees. Within the courtyard, a group of palace maids awaited the spectacle of Lin Yan'er crawling in on her knees, anticipating the derision and humiliation they would bestow upon her. Positioned such that they could not see the events outside the door, they were startled by the sound of distress, believing, much like Ming Fei and Xiao Qingqing, that Lin Yan'er was enduring a beating, their faces adorned with expressions of scornful amusement. However, when they finally discerned that it was a middle-aged matron who had entered, their demeanor froze in shock. Following the matron, they were taken aback to see Scoundrel trailing behind her. As the three figures, one crawling and two walking, quickly approached the entrance of the Minghua Palace Hall, someone finally recalled the necessity to report to Ming Fei. A messenger rushed in, stammering in haste, "Ming Fei." "Your Highness." Ming Fei's smile was radiant. Most women in the palace were endowed with beauty, and though she had reached her 40s, her charm remained undiminished with a mere smile. "Qingqing, look, that ugly woman has crawled in." Xiao Qingqing turned with a grin, only to behold a disfigured figure entering. Just as she was about to flatter Ming Fei, she realized that the person clad in palace attire was not Lin Yan'er at all. Ming Fei recognized the intruder immediately and rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Hu Momo, what are you doing?" Lin Yan'er followed closely behind, smiling as she entered, her gaze fixed upon the ground, where an array of peculiar objects lay scattered, most of them made of iron. Upon reflection, my heavens, it is all instruments of torture, some stained with the ancient blood of past victims. She gasped, raising her gaze toward the Empress. "Mother, could it be that these devices are intended for the consort?" Before the Empress could respond, her trusted aide, the head matron of the Minghua Palace, Qin Mama, swiftly interjected with a sharp reprimand. "How dare you, bold Wang Fei? The Empress commanded you to crawl in, and yet you have the audacity to harm a matron of Minghua Palace, forcing her to crawl in as well. Do you not comprehend that the matron embodies the authority of the Empress and represents her dignity? Your actions signify utter disrespect towards Her Majesty." Silence. Lin Yan'er's abrupt declaration interrupted Qin Mama's tirade. Scoundrel had already advanced to confront Qin Mama, delivering a stinging slap. Subsequently, she pointed an accusing finger at Qin Mama, glaring fiercely. "You wretched servant, do you not acknowledge that my lady is the Wang Fei of Zhen? You are but a servant, while my lady holds dominion. How dare you reprimand her? Are you aware that such insolence is punishable by the rod, or worse, death?" Lin Yan'er raised her hand in applause for Scoundrel. Having been guided by her, Scoundrel would undoubtedly not be subjected to further humiliation. Respect among individuals should be mutual. Let it be known that Lin Yan'er harbors no affection for Zhou Mingwu, resolutely seeking divorce. The Empress shall not be her true mother-in-law. Even if Lin Yan'er were to hold feelings for Zhou Mingwu, the woman before her is indeed her real mother-in-law, and should that matron treat her poorly, she would not hesitate to retaliate with equal force. To endure humiliation for the sake of harmony is incompatible with her values, forged in the 24th century. She possesses knowledge of medicine, has access to strength-enhancing potions, and Zhou Mingwu's legs rely on her. Even the emperor must depend on her remedies for longevity. What grievances could she possibly endure? It is unconscionable. Qin Mama, having long held a prestigious position by the side of the Ming consort, was utterly bewildered by such an occurrence. How could she, a mere servant of Lin Yan'er, dare to strike her? "Kneel," Scoundrel commanded. When Qin Mama remained motionless, Scoundrel took action, pulling her with such force that Qin Mama stumbled and fell to her knees before Lin Yan'er. "Now that is more like it." Lin Yan'er glanced at the furious Ming consort, chuckling softly. "Mother, your servants lack any sense of decorum. I've taken the liberty to educate them a bit. I hope you do not mind." As Qin Mama attempted to rise, Scoundrel swiftly delivered another slap. You old hag, my lady has not forgiven you. Do you dare to stand? A round of applause for Scoundrel was well-deserved. Lin Yan'er silently praised her for being so astute. Chin Mama, now too intimidated to rise. Cast a pitiful glance at the Ming consort, Your Highness. Slap. Another crisp sound echoed, startling even Lin Yan'er. Without my lady's permission, do you dare to speak? Once the slap was delivered, Scoundrel noticed Lin Yan'er's gaze upon her and immediately felt a twinge of timidity, murmuring, My lady, did I overstep? Lin Yan'er promptly reassured her. No, you did well. Scoundrel straightened her back once more, standing beside Lin Yan'er, her gaze fixed intently on old Madame Chun, as her small hand gently brushed against her garment. The force of the blow had indeed been a bit excessive, causing her pain. Observing Scoundrel's expression, Lin Yan'er couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. This girl had been influenced by her, seemingly adopting a somewhat aggressive demeanor. Should she perhaps temper her behavior? Alas, she wished to. There is a popular saying that comes to mind, which could be adapted to. There are always wretches seeking to harm me. Princess sister, you are being excessive. A soft voice interjected, prompting a sigh from Lin Yan'er. Look, another wretch has come to conspire against me. It seems impossible to refrain from violence. Chapter 95. Scoundrel's might. Lin Yan'er raised her head to glance at Xiao Qingqing, who, without a doubt, was the little white lotus fanning the flames before the Mingfei. Xiao Concubine, upon seeing this princess arrive, why do you not promptly kneel and pay your respects? Instead, you audaciously sit at the banquet, accusing this princess. Have the lessons of recent days not been sufficiently profound? Xiao Qingqing shivered, casting a pitiful glance at the Mingfei. Mother, look at her. So arrogant and unrestrained. Furious, the Mingfei gritted her teeth. Jin Wangfei, kneel at once. Lin Yan'er shrugged. Mother, I beg your pardon, but not long ago. His Majesty issued a decree permitting the daughter-in-law to refrain from kneeling to anyone. Perhaps the news has yet to reach your palace. If you doubt it, you may send someone to inquire. What? Is it permissible for Lin Yan'er to kneel before no one? Both Mingfei and Xiao Qingqing were taken aback. What a tremendous grace this was. Why such lavish treatment for Lin Yan'er? They understood that since Lin Yan'er had openly declared this in front of so many people from the Minghua Palace, it must be true. Falsely claiming a royal decree is a capital offense. Lin Yan'er's eyes sparkled with mirth as she proclaimed, I shall only kneel to heaven and my parents. And unless I willingly choose to do so, no one can compel me to kneel. Mingfei retorted sternly, as your husband's mother, I am akin to your own mother. If I command you to kneel, you must comply. Otherwise, it is an act of filial disrespect. Lin Yan'er could hardly contain her laughter. Mother, my own mother dotes on me immensely. She would be heartbroken even by the slightest misstep. I have come to present you with tea. Yet you impose rules upon me and display such an array of instruments of punishment. Do you intend for me to test each one? Just consider, if roles were reversed, and you were in my position, would you deem such a mother worthy of respect? You. Mingfei's face flushed with anger, her humiliation transforming into rage. What a sharp-tongued little wretch. Is this place a venue for you to contest with me, to argue right and wrong? Guards, seize her. Give her 10 lashes first. And let her behave before we continue. Lin Yan'er scoffed. If you had made it clear that this is not a place for reason, but rather for violence, you would not need to waste your breath. At that moment, the robust palace maids, armed with clubs, charged towards Lin Yan'er. Unarmed, she bravely advanced to meet them. Having consumed a strength-enhancing potion and possessing innate martial prowess, Lin Yan'er found herself effortlessly dispatching the robust palace maids, akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. The smile that graced Xiao Qingqing's face faltered, freezing in place. The Empress Ming, too, widened her eyes in disbelief as she beheld the 10 or so burly maids being knocked to the ground in the blink of an eye. The instruments of punishment scattered chaotically about. By the time the Empress regained her composure, Lin Yan'er had already taken long strides towards her. The Empress, aghast, sank back into her chair. Do not be alarmed, mother, Lin Yan'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I have come to offer you tea. I harbor no intent to harm you. Moreover, Lin Yan'er's gaze swept over the lavish spread before her, and she suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Mother has even prepared this feast for me. Scoundrel promptly fetched a chair for Lin Yan'er to sit upon, then took the clean, empty utensils from before Xiao Qingqing and placed them in front of Lin Yan'er. She savored a piece of braised pork, relishing its flavor, and casually remarked, Xiao consort, do enlighten me as to what transgressions I have committed before mother today that would incite such ire, warranting the display of these instruments of punishment? I would appreciate a clear explanation, otherwise. Scoundrel stepped forward, grasping Xiao Qingqing and yanking her from the chair, pushing her forward. With a thud, Xiao Qingqing fell to her knees at Lin Yan'er's feet. She lifted her gaze, looking utterly pitiful and aggrieved, beseeching the astonished Empress, Mother, save me. Smack! With a swift slap, Shuang'er struck Xiao Qingqing across the face, instantly causing one side of her visage to swell and redden. Respond to my lady's words. Refrain from uttering nonsense. Currently, no one seeks your demise. At most, you shall merely receive a beating. Such assertiveness. Shuang'er exuded a commanding presence, prompting Lin Yan'er to mentally commend her once again. Indeed, there was no threat to your life. Why shout for help? Astonished by Lin Yan'er's formidable prowess, the Mingfei regained her composure. Observing Lin Yan'er's boldness toward Xiao Qingqing, she rose, poised to utter further threats, but was abruptly halted, instinctively covering her mouth. With a pained exclamation, she sank back into her chair, her expression turning pale from the discomfort. Lin Yan'er was momentarily taken aback. She and T struck her. Kneeling nearby, Chun Mama attempted to rise, but was met with a fierce glare from Shuang'er, compelling her to remain in place. In a flustered tone, she implored, Princess. The Empress has been suffering from tooth pain for several days. I wish to apply some medicine. Otherwise, she might faint from the agony. Toothache? Lin Yan'er's thoughts shifted, and with her penetrating gaze, she discerned a severely decayed molar in the Mingfei's mouth, inflamed to the core. She stood up, grasping the Mingfei's arm decisively. The Mingfei gasped, covering her mouth. What do you intend to do? To treat your tooth. Shuang'er interjected. No one is to disturb me. Should anyone dare to move, I shall deliver another slap. Understood. Shuang'er responded affirmatively. Lin Yan'er, giving Shuang'er a thumbs up, unceremoniously hoisted the Mingfei, as if she were a chick, ushering her into an inner room and locking the door behind them. She pressed the Mingfei down onto the chair. Mingfei struggled, and in a moment of frustration, a thought crossed her mind, causing handcuffs to materialize, binding Mingfei's hands to the chair. The room was draped with curtains. She tore off a small piece to blindfold Mingfei. As Mingfei prepared to scream, a sharp surgical scalpel was pressed against her neck. Lin Yan'er whispered in her ear, Mother, I am here to tend to your dental needs. I understand you may not believe me, but your trust is unnecessary. You simply need to realize that if my emotions become too tumultuous, I may not be able to ensure your safety. Do you comprehend? At this moment, you are at my mercy, and you must acquiesce. Finally, Mingfei was cowed, nodding repeatedly. Lin Yan'er sighed in relief. There was no need for excessive explanation. For certain individuals, violence serves as the most effective resolution to issues. In the time spent explaining, the task could have already been accomplished. With another thought, Xiao Shizhan, clad in gloves and wielding dental instruments, appeared by her side. Open your mouth. Mingfei obediently complied. Without needing Lin Yan'er's instructions, Xiao Shizhan silently retrieved a fixation device to secure Mingfei's head and mouth. He then produced a miniature drill, skillfully removing the decayed portions of her teeth and applying medication. Throughout this process, Lin Yan'er merely observed, refraining from intervening. Those outside remained oblivious to the events transpiring within, occasionally hearing Mingfei's faint whimpers and the indistinct buzzing sound, the noise of the dental drill. Chun Mama and the others couldn't help but speculate that Lin Yan'er was inflicting some unknown torment on Mingfei, each feeling a shiver of dread. However, they were injured, and Chun Mama, being advanced in years, knelt there, helplessly gazing at Mingfei, unable to offer her any assistance. All she could do was stare in frustration. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing, also kneeling, was filled with intense resentment yet felt utterly powerless. That little girl, Shuang'er, stood right before her, her small hands continuously rubbing together as if they were itching. She dared not make a move. A thought arose in her mind. The one tormented by Lin Yan'er was none other than the Mingfei of the Wen Emperor, the mother of Zhou Mingwu. Surely, Zhou Mingwu would not remain indifferent this time and continue to protect Lin Yan'er, would he? Lin Yan'er was bound to meet her demise. She silently prayed, Dear Prince, please come soon. If Zhou Mingwu arrived early enough, he would witness the torment inflicted upon Mingfei by Lin Yan'er. Not far away in the Fingyi Palace, Empress Rong, Zhou Haoyan, and the Crown Princess Rong Guilin exchanged glances, their demeanor unusually quiet. The palace attendants below were as silent as the grave, none daring to utter a word. Chapter 96. Do as you wish. Not long ago, when they attended the tea ceremony for the newlywed wife of the town prince, the atmosphere in Fingyi Palace was filled with laughter and joy. Crown Prince Zhou Haoyan had approached with the expectation of witnessing Zhou Mingwu's misfortune, but now he found that he could not muster a smile. Suddenly, a palace attendant rushed in, panting heavily, and with a thud, knelt before Empress Rong to report. Your Majesty, news has come from the imperial study. The emperor has decreed that the town prince shall be granted the title of Ludi, with all taxes from Ludi to be conferred to the town prince. Furthermore, the restrictions on the number of troops in the elite cavalry have been lifted. What? Empress Rong and Zhou Haoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Haoyan stepped forward, seizing the palace maid by her collar, his eyes filled with fury. "Repeat that," he demanded. The maid trembled in fear, her voice stuttering as she recounted the information she had gathered once more. Zhou Haoyan finally confirmed the news, instinctively retreating 2 steps, his mouth agape, as if struck by lightning, utterly astonished. The Ludi region was no small territory. It was a prosperous land within the Great Wu dynasty, contributing a significant 30% of the empire's taxes, traditionally under the control of the court, beyond the reach of the princes. Even more crucial was the fact that not only had they granted a wealthy fief, but they had also lifted the restrictions on the cavalry, providing funds and permitting Zhou Mingwu to expand his military. What could this possibly signify? This was not merely a renewed favor towards Zhou Mingwu. Did Emperor Wen harbor intentions of deposing the crown prince? The mere thought plunged Zhou Haoyan into despair. Empress Rong, too, recognized the implications of this situation. In a fit of rage, she approached and delivered a resounding slap across Zhou Haoyan's face. The sharp sound of the slap plunged the room into a profound silence once more. Zhou Haoyan felt his cheek burn, staring at Empress Rong in utter disbelief. Her anger surged, her expression contorted. "Do you dare to call the princess of Zhen a fool? Do you dare to label her as inept? And to smugly laugh while recommending that ugly woman to the Prince of Zhen? Was that truly your wisest decision? You incompetent wretch. Our situation was undoubtedly favorable. We merely needed to bide our time. Why do you engage in such superfluous actions, delivering such an extraordinary woman into the hands of the Duke? Have you lost your senses?" The Empress, poised to deliver a stinging retort, observed the crimson hue that flushed Zhou Haoyan's face. After all, he was her son and a future pillar of support. She ultimately relented, stomping her foot in frustration before returning to her seat, simmering in silence. Zhou Haoyan's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. He never anticipated that the so-called unattractive woman possessed such remarkable capabilities. His visage had indeed been stung by the slap of reality. Who conducted the investigation that branded that woman as utterly devoid of merit? He yearned to unearth the perpetrator behind such a misguided assessment and exact his revenge. Lin Yan'er had been his tool for humiliating Zhou Mingwu. Yet now she had transformed into the Duke's soaring ally, obliterating the advantageous position he once held. He had unwittingly become the greatest jest. Surely, his 4th royal brother was reveling in this chaos. Zhou Mingwu could not genuinely harbor affection for Lin Yan'er, who would truly adore a woman marked by such blemishes. Zhou Mingwu had merely recognized Lin Yan'er as potential. It was entirely plausible that the Emperor's ailment today was a scheme orchestrated by Zhou Mingwu. What a cunning duke. So insidious that even the Emperor fell prey to his machinations, all the while boasting of his disinterest in the throne. The Empress, observing Zhou Haoyan grinding his teeth in contemplation, barked at him. "What are you doing here? Get out and investigate thoroughly what that woman is truly about. How can you be so ignorant of her background? How could I have given birth to such a fool?" When was Zhou Haoyan scolded by Empress Rong? Today. Not only did she berate him as a fool, but she also slapped him across the face, leaving him feeling utterly vexed, his visage turning a deep shade of purple. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Haoyan knelt and bowed his head. "Do not worry, mother. I shall investigate immediately." With that, he turned and exited. The crown princess, Rong Guilan, hurried over to comfort the Empress. Within the Minghua Palace, Xiao Shizhan completed the final step of the procedure, sealing the anti-inflammatory and analgesic medication within the rotten tooth, tidying up his equipment before offering a slight nod to Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er gently patted his shoulder, and he vanished into thin air, returning to his realm. Lin Yan'er unshackled Ming Fei, who immediately sprang up, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yan'er. "What did you just do to me?" That sensation was utterly terrifying. The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. She recalled a buzzing sound that penetrated her teeth, leaving her horrified and desperate to struggle, yet she found her mouth held shut by some unseen force. She tried to scream for help, but only a muffled whimper escaped her lips. Feigning to tuck the handcuffs into her sleeve, Lin Yan'er actually concealed them within her space, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I am merely treating your dental issue." "Is this how one treats teeth?" Ming Fei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you trying to harm me? If I wished to harm you, I would simply end your life." Lin Yan'er replied, her patience waning. "Now, does your tooth still ache?" "Oh." Ming Fei suddenly realized that her tooth indeed no longer hurt, not in the slightest. She ran her tongue over her teeth, discovering that there were no openings, just like her intact teeth. It was evident that they had been drilled just moments ago, scraped with some instrument for quite a while, during which pain had brought her to tears. Indeed, she had applied something to her teeth, which had sealed them. Lin Yan'er could not be bothered to engage with her. She understood that Ming Fei would not change her opinion of her simply because her teeth had been treated, nor would she feel any gratitude. Lin Yan'er did not wish to live alongside Ming Fei. There was no need for compromise or to cultivate any relationship. Mutual respect was sufficient. Lin Yan'er strode directly to the door, stepping out first, and in the gaze of Xiao Qingqing and the other attendants from the Minghua Palace, she boldly returned to her seat, picked up her chopsticks, and delicately lifted the edge of her veil to enjoy her meal. Had Lin Yan'er caused Ming Fei's demise? Just as Xiao Qingqing prepared to feign a dramatic outcry, Ming Fei emerged from the chamber, her chin resting in her hand, exhibiting evident anxiety. Lin Yan'er beckoned with a piece of meat. "Mother, it's all right. Come quickly and eat. I promise it will be delicious." Ming Fei approached and indeed attempted to grasp a piece of meat, placing it in her mouth to chew gently. Her face lit up with delight as she began to savor the meat. Heaven knows how torturous it had been to subsist on liquid food lately. Unable to gnaw on meat or bite into vegetables, the pain of toothache was one of life's greatest miseries. After such a long time without a proper meal, Ming Fei's appetite had returned, and she joined Lin Yan'er in feasting, leaving Xiao Qingqing utterly bewildered. She initially believed that Lin Yan'er was tormenting Ming Fei, but it turned out that Lin Yan'er was actually attending to Ming Fei's dental needs. It was truly astonishing that Lin Yan'er possessed such dental skills. Her hopes were dashed once more. After a considerable time, Ming Fei finally noticed that Xiao Qingqing and Chun Mama were still kneeling, while other palace attendants lay injured. With her toothache alleviated, her spirits lifted, and she nearly forgot the earlier events, beckoning Xiao Qingqing and Chun Mama to rise. As they were about to stand, Shuang'er glared fiercely, raising her small hand defiantly, proclaiming, "My lady requires you to kneel. Dare to stand without her permission." Xiao Qingqing and Chun Mama knelt even lower, casting pitiful glances toward Ming Fei. Ming Fei's expression darkened as she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Your servant dares to cause a commotion in my Minghua Palace. What kind of decorum is this?" Lin Yan'er did not spare her a glance, responding, "Mother, your teeth no longer ache, so you believe you are cured? The treatment is not yet complete. In 3 days, we shall examine the situation again. If the inflammation persists, further medication will be required. Only when the fire has completely subsided can we finalize the treatment, and then your teeth will truly be well. Do you wish to enjoy your meals again?" Ming Fei swallowed hard, fully aware of the agony that accompanies a toothache. Her previously firm tone softened, and in a fit of irritation, she waved her hand dismissively. "Do as you please." Chapter 97. He is ignoring her as a mother. "Mother, I can accept your attitude. Let us eat." Lin Yan'er chuckled softly before turning her gaze towards Xiao Qingqing, the side consort. She resumed the previous topic, inquiring, "What have you concocted about me before our mother?" Xiao Qingqing's demeanor crumbled entirely. She had anticipated witnessing Lin Yan'er meet her demise at the hands of the Ming consort today. Earlier, the Ming consort had been introducing various torturous instruments to her, intending to let Lin Yan'er experience their effects. Yet now, the Ming consort sat idly, engrossed in her meal, neglecting even those sprawled upon the floor, including her trusted maid. For the sake of a decayed tooth, Lin Yan'er had her firmly in a vice-like grip. With no further recourse, Xiao Qingqing felt compelled to humble herself. She could not fathom why this supposedly foolish and infatuated ugly girl would repeatedly bring her such humiliation. "Your Highness, it is our mother who has commanded me to report the recent events at the Duke of Zhen's residence. I shall relay everything that has transpired in the past few days to her without embellishing a single detail about your Highness. I implore you to believe me. I am not that sort of person. I hold you in the utmost respect and would never dare to be negligent in my conduct." Listening to her sister's endless flattery made Lin Yan'er shudder. Continuing to eat, she instructed, "Shuang'er, do bring over a chair and sit down to dine. While you listen to her recount the words she spoke to our mother. If you discover any discrepancies in her account, deliver her a slap." "Understood." "Indeed." Shuang'er moved a chair and seated herself before Xiao Qingqing, taking a pair of chopsticks and a bowl to help herself to the food on the table, all the while casting sidelong glances at Xiao Qingqing. "Xiao Concubine, do begin. My hands are itching to strike, so do not provoke me." The Ming Concubine expressed her discontent towards Lin Yan'er for allowing a maid to dine at the same table, clearly displeased by the impropriety of a master sharing a meal with a servant. Just as she was about to reprimand, she felt a tingling sensation in her gums. For the sake of enjoying her meals in the future, she decided to endure for the moment. Once her teeth were in better condition, she would devise a plan to deal with Lin Yan'er. Upon exiting the imperial study, Zhou Mingwu spotted the distant figure of Mama Xiao. As she explained the situation to him, an unusual look of urgency appeared in his eyes. Upon arriving at the Minghua Palace, the scenes both inside and outside startled him. For none of the palace attendants were standing, The implements of punishment were strewn about haphazardly. However, when he beheld Lin Yan'er and the Ming concubine dining together in apparent harmony, with Lin Yan'er unscathed, the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally subsided. He directed his wheelchair towards Lin Yan'er when suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, filled with an air of grievance and fragility. "My lord." Zhou Mingwu turned in astonishment to Xiao Qingqing. "Qingqing, what brings you here?" A wave of disappointment washed over Xiao Qingqing. With so few people present, Zhou Mingwu had entered, and all attention had been drawn to Lin Yan'er, leaving her unnoticed. "My lord, it was the Empress Mother who summoned me to the palace." "Oh, so that is the case." Zhou Mingwu nodded slightly, then turned his concerned gaze towards Lin Yan'er. "Yan'er, are you all right?" Xiao Qingqing felt as though she had been struck again. She remained kneeling, poised to hint at the grievances she had suffered at Lin Yan'er's hands. Yet, Zhou Mingwu offered her no opportunity. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly. "What could possibly be the matter? The Empress Mother has been exceedingly gracious, preparing a plethora of delights for me. However, I have no taste for anything else. It is this sumptuous feast that I truly cherish." "Thank you, Empress Mother." The expression on Mingfei's face turned awkward. "Of course, Wu'er, your wife, is rather splendid. The Empress Mother is quite fond of her." Zhou Mingwu cast a glance over the array of torture devices scattered about, as well as the palace attendants who lay incapacitated. Indeed, it was a deep affection. Had Lin Yan'er possessed even a modicum of incompetence, he might have arrived to discover nothing but a corpse. He remained noncommittal, merely directing a blank stare towards Mingfei before addressing Lin Yan'er. "Are you full? If so, you may return." The smile that had just begun to blossom on Mingfei's lips was abruptly retracted. He was disregarding her as his mother. Indeed, ever since Zhou Mingwu's paralysis, she had ceased to attend to her son, primarily because he had led Emperor Wen to suspect him of patricide and usurpation. She had to sever ties with him to safeguard herself and his younger brother, had she not? Moreover, his indifference to aiding his brother in the competition for the throne had genuinely incensed her. Why would she seek anything from a son who showed no ambition for the imperial seat, especially one now rendered disabled? Yet, regardless of her feelings towards him, she remained his mother, the one who bore and nurtured him. What right did he have to disregard her? His actions are nothing short of filial disrespect. The expression on the Empress Dowager's face darkened considerably. Lin Yan'er savored another piece of braised pork, delightfully fragrant, yet not greasy, quite exquisite. She clapped her hands, rose gracefully, and lifted a cup of tea, offering it to the Empress Dowager. "Mother, I present this tea to you," she declared. "I have had my fill and feel somewhat drowsy. It is time for me to retire." The effects of her strength-enhancing potion were waning, and she wished to avoid being carried off by the wheelchair-bound Zhou Mingwu. She drained the cup entirely, bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager, and added, "Mother, in 3 days, please come to the Duke's residence to attend to your dental needs. Dear elder, do not be so wrathful. Employing such instruments of punishment tarnishes one's moral integrity." The term elder and the notion of moral integrity seemed to momentarily seize the Empress Dowager's breath. Lin Yan'er was, in effect, rebuking her. Her countenance grew even more displeased. Yet she refrained from expressing her ire, fearing that Lin Yan'er might refuse her dental care. Lin Yan'er clapped her hands again and nudged Zhou Mingwu forward. "My lord, let us depart." Zhou Mingwu nodded slightly, and Lin Yan'er pushed the wheelchair toward the exit. As they departed, Xiao Qingqing remained kneeling, softly calling out, "My lord, what about me? The Empress Dowager summoned you. She will certainly send someone to escort you back." With that, she allowed Lin Yan'er to lead her away without a backward glance. Observing their retreating figures, Xiao Qingqing felt a profound sense of grievance, her eyes reddening. She turned to the Empress Dowager, murmuring, "Mother." The Empress Dowager felt a substantial surge of indignation. Her son had long ceased to regard her with respect. In Lin Yan'er, she spoke to her without any semblance of deference. Truly, it was utterly outrageous. She slammed her palm on the table. "Qingqing, just wait. Once my teeth are healed, that ugly woman will regret it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingqing felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Mingfei was indeed suffering from toothache, which had enabled Lin Yan'er to gain the upper hand. Mingfei harbored a deep disdain for Lin Yan'er. There was still a chance here. Suddenly, a palace servant rushed in, momentarily taken aback by the scene before quickly regaining composure, excitedly reporting, "Congratulations, Your Highness. The Emperor has issued a decree, bestowing the title of Duke of Lu to His Highness the Prince of Zhan, and permitting the expansion of the elite cavalry." "What?" Mingfei leaped forward, seizing the servant by the collar, urgently demanding, "Please, elaborate." As the servant detailed the situation, Mingfei was so elated that she sprang into the air. This reward was particularly significant. A mother's status is elevated by her son, which indicated that she might once again win the favor of Emperor Wen. Her son still held value. She needed to ensure that he felt her maternal affection, lest they grow estranged. Beside her, Xiao Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, deeply resisting the notion that Lin Yan'er possessed such remarkable medical skills that she could even save Emperor Wen. It must be a mere coincidence. Amid her joy, Mingfei patted Xiao Qingqing's shoulder, her smile broadening. Qingqing, go back and establish a good relationship with that ugly woman. Since she can assist Wu'er, let her enjoy her success for a while. As for how long her success will last, it depends on her usefulness to Wu'er. Be patient. Your mother believes in you. Xiao Qingqing's recently ignited hope felt as though it had been ruthlessly cast to the ground and trampled by Ming Fei. Chapter 98. A desire to laugh yet daring not as Lin Yan'er pushed Zhou Mingwu out of the palace, she teased with a smile, "My lord. Just now I had another go at your white lotus. Are you not the slightest bit angered?" Zhou Mingwu was taken aback that Lin Yan'er would mention Xiao Qingqing. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "If you chastised her, it must be because she has erred in some way." Lin Yan'er clicked her tongue. "It appears, my lord, that you are quite partial to me. Should I feel honored?" Suddenly, Zhou Mingwu turned to her, gazing earnestly. "My heart does not lean towards anyone else. It is wholly yours." Qingming and Shuang'er, who followed closely, were left stunned. Qingming thought to himself, the Lord is indeed the same as ever, unreserved in his actions, pursuing his beloved with the same fervor as on the battlefield, daring to speak and act without restraint, all for the sake of victory. Shuang'er felt an exhilarating thrill within. The Lord had once again declared his affections for the lady. The status of the legitimate wife in the Wangfu remains unshakable, and her chin lifted with pride. Lin Yan'er met Zhou Mingwu's gaze, momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected warmth in her heart. This scoundrel's words were truly melodious. Women are fond of sweet words. It is merely a habit, not an evocation of emotion. Lin Yan'er scoffed lightly. "My lord, is this sentiment something you have expressed often to the concubine Xiao? Has she grown weary of your words, and now you wish to repeat what you said to her to me?" In a moment of urgency, Qingming addressed the princess. "My lady, you have misunderstood the prince. I assure you, he has spoken of this matter to no one but you." This statement prompted Lin Yan'er to cast a sidelong glance at Qingming. "Commander Qingming, you appear to be a man of integrity. How is it that, in your effort to assist your master, you weave such fabrications without so much as a blink?" Qingming's face flushed with embarrassment. "My lady, enough." Zhou Mingwu interjected. "Yan'er, let us board the carriage. There are matters I must clarify with you today." At that moment, they arrived at the carriage before the palace gates. Qingming and another guard assisted Zhou Mingwu into the carriage along with his wheelchair. Lin Yan'er nonchalantly followed, as there was still some time before their return to the duke's residence. Engaging in idle conversation seemed a pleasant way to pass the time. Zhou Mingwu positioned the wheelchair in a corner of the carriage, leaving the primary seat for Lin Yan'er, who settled into a comfortable posture, reclining slightly. As the carriage glided forward, Lin Yan'er arched an eyebrow at Zhou Mingwu. "My lord, what is it you wish to discuss?" Zhou Mingwu observed the way Lin Yan'er lay, her figure displaying alluring curves that ignited a desire to caress her from head to toe. The veil she wore only enhanced her allure. Regaining his composure, he recognized that misunderstandings could not linger indefinitely. They must be decisively addressed, for this was his way. "Yan'er, I and Qingqing." "Stop right there," Lin Yan'er interrupted, her enthusiasm waning at the mention of Xiao Qingqing. "I have made it clear, I possess no interest whatsoever in the tale of your romance with your little white lotus. If we are to discuss such matters, I would rather retreat into slumber." The efficacy of her strength-enhancing agent was waning, and drowsiness was swiftly encroaching upon her. Suddenly, her arm was seized by Zhou Mingwu's large hand, but her reflexes were remarkably swift. A fist was already poised before Zhou Mingwu's nose, the gust from her punch causing the hair at the back of his neck to sway. A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. "Your Highness, do not toy with me through violence. In this moment, you can only withstand my wrath." Zhou Mingwu sighed inwardly. Indeed, he could not overpower Lin Yan'er at present. Yet, he did not release her, his deep-set gaze fixed intently upon her eyes. "I must convey my thoughts, and you must heed them." Observing his earnest demeanor, Lin Yan'er surmised that the effects of the enhancer had indeed reached their limit, and perhaps, in the next instant, her strength would evaporate entirely. "Very well. If he insists on speaking, she would acquiesce. Release me." Following her command, Zhou Mingwu relinquished his grip on her arm, and Lin Yan'er retracted her fist, adopting a more comfortable reclined position. Clearing his throat twice, Zhou Mingwu began to recount his acquaintance with Xiao Qingqing. 2 years prior, when Zhou Mingwu had just succumbed to paralysis, he had been engulfed in despair. On one occasion, in an effort to uplift his spirits, Zhou Mingqing forcibly took him out for a breath of fresh air. They had been ambushed, an arrow aimed at Zhou Mingwu, only for a girl to leap forward and shield them. That girl was Xiao Qingqing. Although Zhou Mingwu had long noticed the incoming arrow and could have easily deflected it, the act of protection was still a testament to her bravery. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Qingqing, with unwavering determination to save him, stood resolutely in the path of an arrow, sustaining grave injuries and languishing in bed for an extended period before recovering. However, she paid a heavy price, her health deteriorating drastically, and she lost her ability to conceive. Zhou Mingwu, filled with gratitude, frequently visited her. As their interactions grew, he found that despite being the daughter of a merchant, Xiao Qingqing possessed a distinct demeanor and kindness that set her apart, endearing her to both Zhou Mingwu and Zhou Mingcheng as a confidant. Xiao Qingqing often expressed her admiration for Zhou Mingwu. When Emperor Wen arranged for the infamous Lin Yan'er to marry him, he felt a surge of indignation. In an act of defiance, he chose to take Xiao Qingqing as a concubine, using this decision to convey his protest to the emperor. Additionally, it served as a way to repay Xiao Qingqing, for a woman unable to bear children would find no suitor. Thus, he provided her with a secure future, allowing her to live a life of comfort and opulence. After articulating his thoughts, Zhou Mingwu gazed at Lin Yan'er with a heavy heart. "Yan'er, I have spoken to Qingqing regarding my feelings for her as akin to a sister. It was only after her consent that I wed her. To this day, nothing has transpired between us. I have resolved to allocate a sum sufficient to ensure her lifelong comfort and propose a divorce, enabling her to seek her own destiny. Though my acquaintance with you has been brief, I have gained clarity regarding my feelings, and I deeply regret my prior impulsiveness. Yan'er, I hope you might grant me an opportunity to demonstrate my true self, to allow you to genuinely know me and perhaps even come to cherish me. My lord." Lin Yan'er sighed. The story is quite touching. A beautiful woman rescues a hero, and the hero embraces the beauty as his own. You value affection, and I value righteousness. You have married her, and thus she is now your wife. Let us not speak of sisters or any such nonsense. Since you have erred, you must accept your mistake. A woman who cannot bear children is already at a disadvantage. But a woman who cannot bear children and has been married before finds herself in an even more desolate predicament. I believe, my lord, that you should treat her well. Our most fitting role is that of brothers, akin to a bond of life and death." Zhou Mingwu's expression instantly darkened. After all this conversation, he was met with such a remark. What does brotherhood mean? Can brothers bear children? Can brothers share a life together, growing old side by side? Brotherhood is a matter between men, not between a man and a woman. Zhou Mingwu was about to retort when Lin Yan'er suddenly interjected. "My lord, we have arrived." She called out loudly, "Shuang." Shuang had already dismounted from the carriage and responded promptly. "Come help me." Shuang lifted the curtain of the carriage, and Lin Yan'er grasped her wrist to descend. The effects of the medicine had worn off, leaving her particularly fatigued, and she wished to conceal her condition from Zhou Mingwu. Otherwise, she would inevitably find herself in his chamber, and that would be undesirable. Moreover, her heart was racing, and she did not wish to remain alone with Zhou Mingwu any longer. "What on earth, Zhenwang? What happened to your aloof demeanor? When you speak of love, you are so direct, surpassing even the most ardent of the 24 men. Could it be that a modern soul resides within you? When it comes to seducing a woman, you truly mean business." In the 24th century, Lin Yan'er, whose extraordinary talents had deterred anyone from pursuing her, felt her heart race with genuine excitement. "Your Highness, it is still early. I shall return to the Qingxi courtyard for a brief respite before attending to your leg at the Battle Spirit Tower." Lin Yan'er jested at the end, attempting to mask the warmth that crept upon her cheeks. "If you wish to avoid ruining a fine outfit, you may lie bare upon the bed and await my return." Such provocative words rendered Zhou Mingwu, who had donned a rather frosty demeanor, momentarily speechless, as did the guards present and even Shuang, their bodies stiffening in surprise. What audacity! They longed to laugh, yet dared not. It was common knowledge that the prince was shackled to the bed by the princess each night, stripped bare for her ministrations on his leg. Watching Lin Yan'er, who supported Shuang as she hastened towards the Qingxi courtyard, Zhou Mingwu ground his teeth in frustration. Chapter 99. She discovered the traitor upon returning to the Qingxi courtyard. Lin Yan'er found 4 young maidservants at her service, arranged specifically by Granny Xiao. She dismissed them, calling only for Shuang to fetch water for her to wash her face. Seated on the bed, Lin Yan'er awaited her return, removing her veil. When Shuang entered and promptly closed the door, she froze at the sight of Lin Yan'er unveiled. Since arriving at the town prince's residence, Lin Yan'er had worn her veil consistently. This was the first time Shuang had seen her without it. Lin Yan'er lifted her gaze, chuckling at Shuang's astonished expression. "Shuang, do you not recognize your mistress?" Shuang swallowed hard, scrutinizing Lin Yan'er earnestly. and soon confirmed that the contours of this face indeed belonged to Lin Yan'er. On Lin Yan'er's neck, there existed a diminutive pink mole, visible only upon close scrutiny. And it was indeed her voice that resonated. Her eyes brimmed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Princess, your appearance has been restored?" The princess replied, "My medical skills are divinely bestowed. Removing such a trivial blemish is exceedingly simple. In truth, my visage had long since returned to its former glory, but I chose to conceal my beauty behind a veil, lest those unscrupulous men harbor covetous thoughts." Lin Yan'er smiled, adding, "It is good for Scoundrel to know. Henceforth, I shall no longer need to hide." Scoundrel wholeheartedly concurred with Lin Yan'er's sentiment. The princess's medical prowess was indeed taught by celestial beings in dreams. And with the miraculous drone flies gifted by Lin Yan'er, the notion of eliminating facial blemishes seemed effortlessly attainable. Words failed Scoundrel in expressing the exquisite beauty of Lin Yan'er's face. In her presence, the so-called noble ladies she had encountered, including the reputedly talented sisters of the general's household, paled in comparison. Curiously, Scoundrel inquired, "Princess, does even His Highness, the Prince of Jean, remain unaware of your restored beauty?" Lin Yan'er chuckled softly. "Of course he does not know. Do not speak of it to anyone. I still wish to keep my current appearance a secret. Bring me water to wash my face." "Yes, Princess." Scoundrel was elated, her hands trembling slightly as she held the water, while assisting Lin Yan'er in washing her face. She could not help but gaze in awe at the princess's remarkably tender and flawless skin, marveling silently in her heart. What should one do when, all of a sudden, it seems that His Highness the Town King is unworthy of the princess of her family? Lin Yan'er is currently enduring the side effects of a power enhancer. Feeling exceedingly fatigued, she instructs Scoundrel to ensure that no one disturbs her, allowing her to sleep until she awakens naturally. Upon waking, it is likely to be the dead of night, at which point she plans to take Scoundrel to undertake significant matters. Scoundrel, filled with anticipation, sits at the door like a guardian deity, permitting no one to disrupt Lin Yan'er's slumber. Observing the surroundings to be devoid of anyone, she produces a spy drone, skillfully maneuvering it as she practices her piloting skills. While Lin Yan'er is in repose, a piece of news reverberates throughout the entire Dawu court. This is the imperial decree from Emperor Wen, promoting Liu Di to the town king and lifting restrictions on the cavalry. This action signifies that Town King Zhou Mingwu is reintegrating into the core of power within the Dawu court, and with his formidable strength, he will overshadow Crown Prince Zhou Haoyan. Even though he is paralyzed, history does not preclude the existence of a paralyzed emperor. Everything is dictated by strength. It is widely believed that this development is attributable to the Town King's consort, who aided Zhou Mingwu in regaining the emperor's favor. Various factions stir with unrest, many turning their attention towards the Town King's consort. As night descends upon Qingzhou courtyard, Xiao Qingqing returns from the palace. After Xiaoyun tends to her swollen face with medicinal ointment, she vents her frustrations on Xiaoyun before sitting at the edge of her bed. She retrieves a doll inscribed with Lin Yan'er's name and birth details, utilizing it for her own purposes. Xiaoyun, seeking solitude, retreats to a side room, closing the door behind her. Like a solitary beast, she licks her wounds, exposing her back marred by whip marks. The sting of the ointment causes her to grimace in pain. Suddenly, she sensed the presence of another person in the room. Whirling around without having the time to drape her garment over herself, she knelt gracefully, clasping her hands, and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to Commander Wei." Although the newcomer was shrouded in a face veil and clad in dark attire, Xiaoyun recognized him at once as the commander of the assassins who had attacked the Battle Soul Tower that fateful night. Upon noticing the scars adorning Xiaoyun's exposed back, Commander Wei's brow furrowed in concern. "Is this the work of the merchant's daughter?" Xiaoyun nodded. "It is of no consequence." "What brings you here, Commander Wei?" Taking a deep breath, Commander Wei averted his gaze from her wounds and issued a directive. "Uncover the true background of the town princess with utmost urgency." Today, Xiaoyun had not been granted permission to enter the palace, leaving her entirely oblivious to affairs within. Though puzzled, for was not the town princess the foolish and wretchedly unattractive daughter of the general's household? What secret could she possibly harbor? Nevertheless, she dutifully vowed to comply with her master's orders without hesitation. As Commander Wei stealthily departed, Xiaoyun resumed applying ointment to her injured back. Unaware that a small fly hovered silently above them, Commander Wei slipped out through the window, moving furtively, evading detection until he finally vaulted over the walls of the town prince's residence. Little did he know, a small fly, cloaked by the night, trailed him quietly. Meanwhile, Scoundrel stood guard at Lin Yan'er's door, maneuvering a drone that circled the vicinity. Suddenly, she spotted a figure within the estate, skillfully avoiding the patrolling guards, and followed the person to the King's Yuan. Scoundrel was filled with exhilaration, her hands trembling with anticipation. An insider. She had uncovered an insider. She was determined to follow this individual and discern the identity of Xun's ally, who sought to investigate her family as princess. Unbeknownst to them, within the main chamber of the Qingzhou courtyard, Xiao Qingqing, engaged in the art of crafting a voodoo doll, suddenly extended her hand and deftly caught a flying dagger. In that fleeting moment, her demeanor transformed entirely, exuding an aura of strength that starkly contrasted with her usual frail and delicate presence. A fleeting shadow caught her eye at the window. She retrieved the dagger, revealing a note attached to it. As she unfurled the paper, it bore the urgent message: "The master demands to know the true nature of the princess of the town post-haste." A glimmer of ruthless determination flickered in her eyes as she proceeded to chew and swallow the note. Subsequently, she resumed her task of piercing a doll inscribed with the name Lin Yan'er. In the general's residence, after the lamps were lit, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er savored wine together, reveling in their conversation. Lu Shi entered, observing her daughter's jubilant expressions, and inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired?" With a smile gracing her lips, Lin Yan'er replied, "Mother, the scourge of the Lin family has been eradicated." Lu Shi, taken aback, asked, "The ugly girl is dead?" Lin Yan'er, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "At noon, the sixth princess instructed a palace servant to convey a message to me. She has devised a meticulous plan to ensure Lin Yan'er does not escape the palace." Lin Yan'er understood the sixth princess's nature. She was known for her ruthless cunning. Whatever she set her mind to, she accomplished without fail. And the demise of that ugly girl was all but assured. The servant sent by the princess conveyed that I should await good news, and at this hour. It is likely that the ugly girl has reunited with her mother. Thus, my sister and I celebrate here together. Lin Yan'er added with a smile, "Indeed. The sixth princess is the emperor's most favored daughter. Kair has mentioned that the sixth princess once killed a maid, and the emperor merely punished her with a few repetitions of writing. The palace is indeed the domain of the sixth princess. And since she has taken the initiative to seek retribution for the Lin family, that wretched girl is surely destined for calamity." Upon hearing her daughter's unwavering confidence, Lu's heart swelled with joy, her brows lifting with delight. Yet, one wonders whether that wretched girl will meet her end in agony or with ease. If it is too swift, it would be an undeserved mercy for her. Chapter 100. A true portrayal of maternal kindness and filial piety. The smile adorning Lin Yan'er's face was exceptionally gentle, as if she were merely discussing a commonplace matter. "Rest assured, mother, with the sixth princess's temperament, if she feels wronged, she will certainly ensure that the girl suffers before her demise. Tomorrow, she will undoubtedly send someone to relay the torturous details of that ugly girl's end to me." Lu burst into hearty laughter, finding great satisfaction in the thought. "Indeed, it is high time that wretched girl met her demise. Keeping her in the estate only raises concerns that your father might still harbor affection for her. And should he inquire about her, I would be at a loss for words. These past few days have been fraught with the humiliation she has inflicted upon us. But that is behind us now. I have come to take you to see something splendid. Come along." "Something splendid?" Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er exchanged puzzled glances. "Mother, what splendid thing could it be?" With pride, Lu responded, "Did not His Highness the Prince of Jin send us 50,000 taels of silver? I thought it was high time we indulged in some fine jewelry. Thus, I have arranged for a large chest of gold and pearl ornaments to be delivered from the treasure pavilion, and the attendant has already brought it to our home. My daughter associates with highborn ladies and powerful young lords. How could she possibly fall behind in her attire?" Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er were overjoyed, rushing out with cheers. In the grand hall, indeed, 2 attendants from the treasure pavilion arrived, delivering a large chest filled with an array of exquisite jewelry. Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er eagerly pounced on the ornaments, marveling at their beauty before trying them on and subsequently dividing them amongst themselves. Lu Shi, witnessing the delight of her daughters, found joy in their happiness as well. One of the attendants approached Lu Shi, performing a courteous bow. "Madam General, the items you requested have been delivered. As for the bill," Lu Shi appeared quite generous, inquiring, "How much silver is owed?" "Present it to me." The attendant respectfully handed over the invoice, stating, "A total of 27,000 taels. The treasure pavilion is renowned as the foremost jewelry establishment in the capital. Thus the items naturally come at a high price." Under ordinary circumstances, she would have hesitated, unwilling to spend such a sum, but this time, the 50,000 taels received from the prince of the town served as compensation for the humiliation and even physical abuse endured by her and her daughters at the hands of Lin Yan'er. Why not indulge her daughters a little? The general's residence did not possess such a large sum of silver notes, and with nightfall approaching, it was not suitable to open the treasury. "Please come to the general's residence tomorrow to collect the cash." The attendant hesitated, causing Lu Shi's expression to darken. Do you truly think that the esteemed general's residence would be unable to settle this mere sum of over 20,000 taels? Let us not speak of other matters. Do inquire if you wish. Just yesterday, His Highness the Prince of the town came to apologize and presented us with 50,000 taels. The young attendant quickly bowed and apologized. I beg your pardon, Madam General. I understand now. I shall return tomorrow to collect the silver. Lu nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. That is more like it. Go now. After the two attendants from the Precious Treasures Pavilion paid their respects and departed, Lin Yan'er brought forth a jeweled red hairpin and delicately placed it in Lu's hair, admiring her handiwork, exclaiming in delight. It truly was a scene of maternal affection and filial piety. When Lin Yan'er awoke, her entire demeanor was transformed. Before returning, she had filled her stomach at the Minghua Palace, and although hunger was not overtly apparent now, she called for Scoundrel to enter. Upon entering, Scoundrel leaned in with a conspiratorial air and whispered to Lin Yan'er, Your Highness, I have uncovered a spy. A spy? Scoundrel presented the remote control for a surveillance drone. Lin Yan'er accessed the storage drive and discovered a video that was over an hour long. Utilizing the fast-forward feature, she quickly viewed the contents. To her astonishment, it was indeed a spy. Could it be Xiuyan? Lin Yan'er seemed to have little recollection of the maid who accompanied Xiao Qingqing. It turned out to be a spy from the Qi princess residence, infiltrated into the Zhen Prince-S estate. As Lin Yan'er recalled her time in the palace, she remembered Qi Wang Zhou Jinqiao, to whom the original owner had written love letters, instigated by Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er held no significant impression of Zhou Jinqiao. His reputation was rather poor, known for his indulgence in wine and women, presenting himself as a carefree spirit devoid of ambition, seemingly compelled by the emperor one to oversee the imperial guards. However, it now appeared that this was all but a fade. He too harbored ambitions of his own. Alas, even the maidservants beside the concubines are spies. It is no wonder that the wretched prince frequently encounters assassination attempts. Scoundrel inquired of Lin Yan'er whether she should inform the prince. Lin Yan'er pondered for a moment and decided, Leave this matter to me. You may continue to maneuver your drones and observe for any further discoveries. Scoundrel's eyes sparkled with understanding. Understood, my lady. This drone is incredibly entertaining. I adore it. I will keep a vigilant watch on those who harbor ill intentions toward you, my lady, and anticipate their moves, ensuring they cannot harm you. I shall attend to the prince's leg. Please wait for me here. Upon my return, we shall embark on our grand undertaking. Lin Yan'er lowered her voice. The prince may have stationed hidden guards in our courtyard. Use the drone to thoroughly search for places where they might conceal themselves, on the rooftops, among those towering willow trees, and see if you can uncover their whereabouts. Scoundrel gasped, realizing that there could be hidden individuals in the courtyard, and she had not detected any signs of their presence. Did that mean they were being observed in all their endeavors? Instinctively, Scoundrel looked up at the roof, then nodded earnestly. Lin Yan'er exited the Qingxi courtyard. It was now deep into the night. At the entrance, two guards stood at attention, and upon noticing Lin Yan'er leaving at such an hour, they said nothing but saluted her and followed in her wake. Upon reaching the Zhanhan Tower, Qingming promptly greeted Lin Yan'er, informing her that the prince had been awaiting her arrival. Lin Yan'er entered the bedroom, and indeed, there lay Zhou Mingwu, swathed in blankets. Not truly asleep, but rather wide awake, his eyes fixed upon Lin Yan'er as she entered. Lin Yan'er was somewhat taken aback. Your Highness, you truly await me in bed. Completely undressed? Zhou Mingwu responded with a hint of exasperation. Each of my garments costs over 100 taels. One must save where possible. He cautiously inquired. Might I be unshackled? Could you refrain from covering my eyes? I assure you, I shall not divulge your methods. I am trustworthy. Enough with the rambling. Lin Yan'er interrupted him impatiently. Your feet should have regained some sensation. Do you still wish to be treated? Indeed, he could distinctly feel his feet now, able to lift them slightly, a remarkable improvement. Yes, he answered decisively. Then be a bit more proactive and place your hands on the sides of the bed, she commanded, her expression leaving no room for negotiation, which irked Zhou Mingwu. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. Being proactive was preferable to enduring forceful restraint, which would be far more humiliating. Despite her hesitance to fully trust him, he was determined to prove himself as her most reliable ally. He obediently extended his hands, allowing Lin Yan'er to cuff him before blindfolding him with a cloth. Suddenly, he felt a chill as the blanket was pulled away. He surrendered to the situation, lying still upon the bed, an expression of resignation on his face. Lin Yan'er first prepared the acupuncture needles. Then, upon noticing the firm muscles of his chest, she couldn't help but pinch them, causing Zhou Mingwu to blush instinctively. With his eyes covered, he swallowed hard, pondering whether this would be tolerable. Indeed, it felt rather pleasant. Lin Yan'er let out a soft sound of contemplation, pondering the remarkable resilience of the muscles before her, far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. She wondered just how much pressure would be required to deftly slice through with a scalpel. Having never dissected such a body, she felt an inexplicable urge to experiment. Had Zhou Mingwu been privy to Lin Yan'er's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have been horrified, choosing to avoid her from that moment forth. Chapter 101. The most delightful misfortune. Lin Yan'er's delicate hand continued its exploration across his chest, her mind already envisioning a flawless medical dissection class. Zhou Mingwu, blissfully unaware of her musings, felt her soft, warm touch kneading the muscles of his torso. Initially met with discomfort, he soon experienced an unfamiliar sensation. Lin Yan'er gasped, "Your Highness, please, do not become overly excited." Even in a state of heightened emotion, he remained exquisitely composed. In the presence of Lin Yan'er, a medical expert, this was merely a specimen. She had encountered countless specimens before, rendering her somewhat desensitized. Zhou Mingwu's face, however, flushed a deep hue akin to that of liver. He stammered, at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he found himself unable to articulate a response. Observing his flustered demeanor, Lin Yan'er could not suppress a chuckle. "Very well, Your Highness, you should try to relax." With a flick of her wrist, a canister of anesthetic spray materialized in her hand, and she swiftly directed it towards his nose, administering a gentle puff. Zhou Mingwu was left speechless once again. "You are once again causing me to feel dizzy." This time, the dosage he inhaled was even greater than the last. Before I could finish my words, I became disoriented and soon fell into a deep slumber. Lin Yan'er instructed Xiao Shizhan to retrieve the electrotherapy device from the spatial realm and attached it to the silver needles inserted in Zhou Mingwu's lower body. Afterward, she returned Xiao Shizhan to the spatial realm. With Xiao Shizhan at her disposal, she felt an overwhelming sense of lethargy. Any task that could be performed by Xiao Shizhan, she entrusted to him. She extended her hand and freely kneaded Zhou Mingwu's sturdy muscles, letting out a sigh of admiration before pulling the blanket over him slightly. Stepping outside, she informed Qing Ming that the prince was undergoing treatment for his leg and that no one was permitted to enter until her return. Qing Ming nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Yes, my lady. Not even a fly shall be allowed inside." "Very well, I shall ensure the prince rewards you." Qing Ming immediately bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lady, for your wisdom. The lady's favor must be secured. The benefits will undoubtedly be immense." He had long regarded Lin Yan'er with newfound respect. She was an extraordinary woman, one whom even the emperor relied upon for survival. Lin Yan'er gave Qing Ming a thumbs up, then swaggered out of Zhangguan Tower and returned to Qingxi Courtyard. Upon entering her room, Shuang'er excitedly approached her with a remote control, whispering, "My lady, there truly are people here." Among the two dense banyan trees in the courtyard, there are 4 guards from the prince's residence. It is indeed impressive how well they concealed themselves. I passed beneath the trees and did not notice them at all. Lin Yan'er glanced over, and indeed, the drone was hovering less than half a meter away from the 2 individuals, concealed within the dense, dark foliage of the banyan tree. 2 pairs of eyes were intently fixed on the entire courtyard. Being a covert guard was no easy task. Hiding in such a location, one would frequently endure the bites of mosquitoes, not to mention the stifling heat. Lin Yan'er felt a twinge of sympathy for them. With these 4 individuals keeping watch and 2 sentinels stationed at the entrance, one had to wonder whether Zhou Mingwu was protecting her or surveilling her. A thought crossed Lin Yan'er's mind, and 2 anesthetic spheres, each the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized in her hand. These were crafted by Lin Yan'er to assist the police, designed to quietly incapacitate criminals within a confined space. Upon being thrown, these spheres would silently burst open, releasing a floral fragrance that would gently lull anyone within a 10-meter radius into slumber. The banyan tree was not particularly tall, and with no wind that day, the anesthetic spheres should effectively render the guards atop the tree unconscious if released beneath it. She handed the spheres to Shuang'er and whispered a few instructions. Shuang'er then ventured out, circling around the 2 banyan trees. The 4 guards perched above exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Lin Yan'er's personal maid was wandering about the courtyard in the dead of night. After Shuang'er returned indoors, the guards seemed to catch a whiff of the floral scent. They sniffed the air a couple of times and soon began to drift off to sleep on the branches. Once Lin Yan'er observed them succumbing to slumber through the drone, she retrieved the flying device, leaving Shuang'er momentarily stunned. Where had this contraption come from? Lin Yan'er gently patted Shuang'er on the shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not be surprised. Your princess is a disciple of a celestial being and possesses the means to conceal treasures. Just remain at home, and if anyone inquires, inform them that this princess has retired for the night. I shall return promptly." She secured the harness of her personal flying apparatus around her body and stepped outside. With a mere thought, her 2-meter-long wings unfurled, and with a swift motion, she soared into the sky, leaving Schwanger at the doorway utterly astonished. This personal flying device was developed by Lin Yan'er, representing the pinnacle of technological advancement in that era, particularly noted for its long endurance. It could attune itself to the user's thoughts, enabling flight through sheer mental command. Another remarkable feature was its silent operation. As it glided overhead, those below would scarcely notice unless they looked up. After circling gracefully in the air and taking in the magnificent nightscape of the divine capital, she arrived at the night sky above the residence of the Grand General. By this time, it was well past midnight, and aside from a few flickering lights, the General's estate was shrouded in darkness. Having reviewed the footage of the storeroom recorded by Schwanger, coupled with the original owner's memories, Lin Yan'er swiftly located the storeroom's position and silently descended onto its roof, observing the guards stationed by the entrance from her elevated vantage point. Within the adjacent side room, several guards were engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. Lin Yan'er discreetly retrieved several tranquilizer spheres from her spatial storage and effortlessly tossed them. The spheres were remarkably lightweight, landing with barely a sound. Initially, the guards felt a wave of drowsiness before succumbing to sleep on the spot. Lin Yan'er touched down, first concealing her flying apparatus, and then, upon searching one of the slumbering guards, she discovered the key to the storeroom, allowing her to enter its depths. Upon entering, Lin Yan'er illuminated the modest storeroom with her flashlight, revealing it to be quite small. A glance confirmed the presence of numerous chests filled with silver, all relocated from the town king's residence. She casually opened 2 of them, discovering them brimming with silver, which shimmered brilliantly under the flashlight's beam. However, Lin Yan'er felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite the grand size of the general's residence, aside from the 50,000 taels of silver delivered from the town king, there was less than 1/5 of that amount remaining. Estimating by weight, she surmised it to be approximately 10,000 taels. Lin Yan'er meticulously stored all the silver in her spatial compartment, instructing Xiao Shizhan to arrange it in one of the empty rooms within. She then meandered through the storeroom, collecting various items that appeared rather valuable, until she ultimately found nothing of significance, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the General's substantial wealth was deposited in a bank, with only banknotes in hand? This thought prompted Lin Yan'er to consider investigating Lu's quarters. Familiar with Lu's room, she donned her flying apparatus and ascended to the rooftop above. Peering through a tile, she observed a large candle flickering within, where Lu lay in a rather provocative red bodice, asleep, while the original owner's father was absent. Although General Lin Xiong lacked exceptional talents, his duties as a commander were indeed numerous, resulting in his frequent absence from home, often residing in the Divine Martial Army camp. Lin Yan'er released a tranquilizer ball and donned a gas mask from her spatial compartment before entering through the rear window. After a thorough search, she ultimately unearthed a banknote worth 3,000 taels, alongside a handful of loose silver and a large chest filled with jewelry. The wealth contained within that chest of jewels held considerable value. Very well, I shall comply. Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er's room was thoroughly searched by Lin Yan'er, who primarily sought jewelry and managed to uncover several silver notes, totaling less than 1,000 taels. Lin Yan'er shook her head in disbelief, for the general's residence had over 100 servants to support. Under Lu's management, the general's household had become so impoverished over the years. The flying vessel hovered above the general's estate, and observing its location in the capital as well as its vastness, it seemed to be worth at least 200,000. That would suffice for her dowry. This princess relished in exacerbating the plight of the despicable. Chapter 102. A desire to witness their distress initially. Lin Yan'er intended to leave without a trace, but upon remembering that Lin Yan'er possessed prepared ink and a brush conveniently placed on her desk, she re-entered Lin Yan'er's chamber and inscribed the words "despicable person" upon her cheeks. After completing her work, she proceeded to Lin Yan'er and Lu's quarters, replicating her actions, marking them as well. Although her calligraphy was not particularly exquisite, Lin Yan'er felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She discarded the brush, ascended through the window, and soared back to the prince's residence, landing gracefully in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Yan'er, Schwanger was filled with elation and quickly secured the door, inquiring about Lin Yan'er's circumstances. When Lin Yan'er recounted how she had nearly cleared the Lin family's assets and inscribed "despicable person" on Lu, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er, Schwanger felt immense delight. These 3 individuals were truly revolting, constantly scheming against the princess while feigning concern for her well-being, their hearts more venomous than the last. "Princess, I yearn to behold their wretched expressions." Lin Yan'er chuckled softly. "Of course, At the break of dawn tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the general's residence and take the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Absolutely, Shuang replied with a gleeful smile. I delight in witnessing those who have bullied the princess face their comeuppance. A thought crossed Lin Yan'er's mind, and before her appeared a chest filled with silver. Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. My lady, can you perform magic? Lin Yan'er playfully pinched Shuang's round, tender cheek. I, as the princess, possess remarkable abilities. Concealing items is but a trivial task. You needn't be curious. These are divine arts. Just remember, do not speak of it to anyone. My lady. If I utter even a word, may I suffer dire consequences. Shuang swore earnestly, which left Lin Yan'er somewhat speechless. It's not that serious. Lin Yan'er had no genuine concern that Shuang would divulge the secret. After all, who would believe such a tale if it was witnessed firsthand? Take this chest of silver. Consider it our daily expenses for dining and entertainment. Shuang was always obedient to Lin Yan'er, promptly nodding in agreement. Now, go to sleep. I will head to the Battle Soul Tower to check on the princess leg. Upon returning to the Battle Soul Tower, Lin Yan'er found Zhou Mingwu deep in slumber. Sleeping soundly, she closed the door quietly, entered her space, and retrieved a flashlight-like super-electric gun. She modified its charging mechanism to solar power, preparing it as a means of self-defense for Shuang. After completing her task, Lin Yan'er stepped into Zhou Mingwu's room. Noticing a pen and paper on the table, she recalled her conversation with Emperor Wen about procuring nitroglycerin for cardiac rescue. She picked up the pen and meticulously listed the medicinal herbs. Naturally, these herbs bore no relation to the extraction of nitroglycerin. They were merely items Lin Yan'er sought from Emperor Wen for personal use. After all, they were all valuable commodities that could be sold for cash later. A clever scheme indeed. She pinned down around 40 to 50 rare herbs, annotating their respective quantities. By the time she was finished, dawn had broken, and sounds from the bed indicated that Zhou Mingwu was awakening. As the electrical therapy session concluded, she approached to remove the device and stowed it away. With a gentle tug, she extracted the silver needles, and Zhou Mingwu opened his eyes. Lin Yan'er untied the cloth covering his eyes, and as Zhou Mingwu glanced down, he realized he was bare. Instinctively, he reached for the blanket, only to discover his hands were shackled to the bed's edge. An expression of acute embarrassment crossed his face as he blushed and exclaimed, "Release my handcuffs." Observing his flustered demeanor, Lin Yan'er teasingly remarked, "My lord, could it be that you are still a novice?" Zhou Mingwu was taken aback, his face flushing deeper. Indeed, he was a novice. What a waste of such a handsome exterior. Here he was, the illustrious god of war of the Great Wu dynasty, of noble birth, and yet still a novice at such an age. No wonder, regardless of his excitement, he remained so meticulously refined. Lin Yan'er covered her mouth behind her veil, giggling softly. Zhou Mingwu's face turned nearly crimson as he shouted back at her, "I am not refined. I am capable. Ah, you bold woman. Sooner or later, you shall realize my prowess." Lin Yan'er teased with a playful laugh. "Ah, the esteemed Prince Chua is truly remarkable, indeed. The Prince Chua is nothing short of extraordinary. A veritable champion among champions." Zhou Mingwu's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, nearly causing him to spew blood and rage. "Enough, your highness," Lin Yan'er exclaimed, brandishing the key to the handcuffs before Zhou Mingwu's eyes. "I perceive your displeasure, but I have no desire to provoke you this early in the day. Allow me to summon Qingming to release you. I must hasten to visit my family. No, rather, to settle matters at the general's residence," she added with a playful tone before darting out, handing the key to Qingming. Qingming, accustomed to such antics, hurried in to unshackle Zhou Mingwu and assist him with his attire, all the while holding his breath in trepidation. Zhou Mingwu's countenance remained dark and brooding, as if capable of squeezing water from the very air. Occasionally, his gaze would drift toward Qingming's lower half, his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity, sending shivers down Qingming's spine, though he remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Zhou Mingwu's mind. In truth, Zhou Mingwu yearned for a comparison, questioning whether he had indeed become overly refined. Ultimately, he relinquished the thought. Poor Qingming had no inkling of the fate that had nearly befallen him. Once Qingming had served Zhou Mingwu a refreshing cup of water, the latter's demeanor softened slightly. "Qingming, how fared the matter of spreading word regarding the princess's heroic act of saving a choking child in the marketplace yesterday?" Qingming bowed and reported that yesterday afternoon, this matter had spread to every corner of the capital, altering the reputation of the princess among the common people and the spies alike. Zhou Mingwu nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Furthermore, investigate thoroughly who is maliciously tarnishing Yan'er's reputation. I am most eager to discover who possesses such audacity." Qingming acknowledged and then mentioned that someone from the palace had arrived, indicating that the consort would soon bring Prince Zhao to see both you and the princess. Just as Zhou Mingwu's expression had improved, it darkened once more. Lin Yan'er returned to the Qingxi courtyard, where Shuang'er had already arranged breakfast in the kitchen. They locked themselves in the room, filled their bellies, and then prepared to set off for the general's residence. Last night, Lu Shi, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er had their faces marked with the words vile woman, and more critically, the Lin family's wealth had been completely pilfered by Lin Yan'er. Not only was Shuang'er eager, but Lin Yan'er too was curious to witness their anxious and furious, yet helpless expressions. They also intended to collect the dowry from them, metaphorically throwing stones at them while they were in the well, aptly termed adding insult to injury. Though somewhat malicious, the thought excited both Lin Yan'er and Shuang'er. The two joyfully stepped out, only to be startled at the entrance. There, kneeling, were two figures, Xiao Qingqing and her maid Xiuyun. Upon seeing Lin Yan'er emerge, Xiao Qingqing bowed her head in respect. "Sister, I pay my respects to the princess." Lin Yan'er gazed in confusion at the two kneeling at the main entrance. A guard reported that Xiao Sufei had been waiting here for a while, but his subordinates were not permitted to inform the princess by her order. Xiao Qingqing hastily interjected to offer an explanation for the guard. "Sister, do not hold it against my elder brother. I have come to seek forgiveness." "Seek forgiveness?" Lin Yan'er glanced at Xiuyun, who knelt behind Xiao Qingqing, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. What prompted Xiao Qingqing to come and seek forgiveness? The visitor's intentions seemed dubious. Just last night, someone from the Qi Wangfu sent Xiuyun to investigate Lin Yan'er's background, and now Xiao Qingqing appears at her door with Xiuyun. Could it be that Xiao Qingqing and Xiuyun are in cahoots, both spies for the Qi Wang? Chapter 103. Do not disturb our enjoyment of your misfortune. Lin Yan'er coughed lightly and said, "Lady Xiao, what do you wish to atone for? There is no need for apologies. I will teach you a lesson for your mischief, and should you persist, I shall teach you again. Look, your face is still slightly swollen from Shuang's slap yesterday. We are even now. You may return." "Even? Can it truly be even?" Xiao Qingqing raged inwardly. Yet she remained respectfully kneeling, her face a mask of regret, and bowed her head once more to Lin Yan'er. "Sister, during my few days in the Jinwangfu, I have indeed committed many errors. I must sincerely and formally apologize to you. Furthermore, I wish to clarify my true relationship with the Wangya. Sister, please do not misunderstand the Wangya." "Enough," Lin Yan'er interrupted Xiao Qingqing, for both she and Shuang'er were eager to reach the general's residence, where chaos surely reigned. If time passes and the general's residence regains its tranquility, then the performance will no longer be at its most captivating. I, the princess consort, find little interest in the tale between you and the prince. I have pressing matters that compel me to depart, so you may return and rest." Lin Yan'er lifted her foot to leave, while Xiao Qingqing appeared visibly anxious, bowing her head repeatedly. "Sister princess, if you are still unwilling to forgive me or hear my explanation, I shall kneel here for eternity. Look at my temper." Shuang'er was about to roll up her sleeves. "Our princess consort merely suggested you rest, but that is a polite way of saying you should depart. If you do not comprehend this, then it seems your mind is muddled. I shall gladly strike you awake." Xiao Qingqing's heart surged with countless frustrations, wishing to trample Shuang'er into oblivion. "Lin Yan'er, you wretched woman, how dare you allow a lowly maid to humiliate me?" Xiao Qingqing's face displayed a facade of frailty and fear, yet she did not retreat. Bowing once more, "Sister princess, I implore you to grant me this opportunity." Her voice trembled with the hint of tears, as if bearing the weight of immense grievances. "Oh dear, how infuriating." Shuang'er was about to take action when Lin Yan'er seized her. "This girl is becoming increasingly violent, yet I find it rather endearing." "Shuang'er, calm down. Ignore her. Do not ruin our delightful mood for the impending confrontation." As Shuang'er was pulled away by Lin Yan'er, Xiao Qingqing gritted her teeth, her forehead pressed to the ground. "Sister princess, if you do not grant me this chance, I shall kneel here indefinitely," Lin Yan'er impatiently remarked. "Then you may as well kneel." She and Shuang'er hurriedly departed, while the guards stationed at the entrance swiftly escorted Lin Yan'er away. Witnessing Lin Yan'er truly leaving, Xiao Qingqing's eyes widened in indignation. "How dare that ugly girl demand I kneel?" Lin Yan'er retorted, "Was it not you who wished to kneel?" Xiuyun, somewhat anxious, interjected, "Side consort, shall we really kneel?" As Xiao Qingqing saw Lin Yan'er vanish in the distance, she shot Xiuyun a glare and declared, "Kneel. Let the prince witness my determination to curry favor with her, and also see how that ugly girl continues to bully me. I refuse to believe that the prince harbors no affection for me at all." Xiuyun was at a loss for words, since Lin Yan'er had entered the prince's life. When had he ever shown concern for her? Whenever Lin Yan'er had someone strike her or commanded her to kneel, had he ever come to her aid? Yet, Having encouraged Xiao Qingqing to pursue this course of action, she found herself obliged to kneel alongside her. An idea struck her. She suggested to Xiao Qingqing that they should first cultivate a friendly relationship with Lin Yan'er, akin to that of sisters, and then subtly sow discord between her and Zhou Mingguo. Xiao Qingqing was indeed swayed by her words and, at the break of dawn, took her to the entrance of the Qingxi courtyard to kneel. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, due to the effects of a tranquilizer, Lu Shi, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er rose much later. When the maidservants entered with their washing implements and beheld the expressions on their faces, they were momentarily stunned into silence. Daring not to utter a word, they eventually presented a bronze mirror to them, prompting a cacophony of wails to erupt throughout the general's residence. The inscriptions on their faces had been washed away, and before they could comprehend the situation, their maidservants discovered that all their jewelry had vanished. A cacophony of wails erupted once more. After much effort, the three finally regrouped, each with an increasingly grim countenance. Lin Yan'er exclaimed with fury, "Whoever this thief is, how dare they steal from the general's residence? Mother, let us report this to the authorities." Lin Yan'er, her face still flushed with anger, insisted, "We must notify the officials and capture this rogue. Let father use his connections to punish him severely for daring to inscribe on our faces. It is utterly despicable." Lu Shi wholeheartedly agreed, clenching her fists, and was about to summon the steward to report the incident when a servant arrived with news. "Madam, the proprietor of the treasure pavilion has come, accompanied by 10 attendants and a cart, claiming to collect payment for the jewelry from yesterday. The people from the treasure pavilion have arrived?" Lu Shi gasped. "All the jewelry has been stolen. None of it, whether from before or the pieces delivered yesterday, are here." She felt a pang of anguish, pondering how to evade the debt. Understanding Lu Shi's character, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er exchanged glances, recognizing her intentions. Lin Yan'er quickly interjected, "Mother, do not entertain the thought of shirking the debt to the treasure pavilion. The individuals behind it are none other than the queen's nephew and the crown prince's cousin, the heir of Duke Rong, Rong Yan." Lin Yan'er added, "The treasure pavilion's success in the capital is inseparable from the support of the Duke of Rong and even the crown prince. It is rumored that the heir of Rong utilizes the pavilion to amass wealth for the crown prince, thus making it essentially his estate. Mother, do not be foolish." Upon hearing her two daughters, Lu was immediately overcome with grief, exclaiming, "Oh, which villain has inflicted such pain upon me? They have plundered our precious jewels, true treasures of gold and silver. Such a vast sum, over 20,000 taels, is akin to carving my flesh. It would be better to end my life." Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er also felt a pang of anguish, but alas, there was little they could do but await the authorities and hope for a chance to reclaim their possessions. Lin Yan'er urged her mother, "We must first dismiss the people from the treasure pavilion and swiftly report to the officials, allowing them to investigate the scene and search for any clues left by the thieves. We cannot afford to delay. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to gather evidence, and our belongings may be lost forever." Lin Yan'er echoed her sister's sentiments, insisting that their mother should not fall into despair. The sisters displayed remarkable composure and insight. Hearing their words, Lu felt a sense of helplessness and instructed her servants to notify the storeroom, sending guards to retrieve funds to settle with the treasure pavilion. Just as this command was issued, the head guard of the storeroom, a distant relative of Lu, came rushing in, visibly shaken. Madam, last night, we were all rendered unconscious, and the storeroom has been robbed." This revelation struck the three women like a thunderclap, leaving their minds in utter disarray. Lu, no longer needing support, dashed towards the storeroom, and upon entering, beheld the nearly empty space, unleashing a furious outcry at the head guard. "What are you all doing? A dozen robust individuals cannot even guard a storeroom door. What use is it to employ you?" She collapsed to the ground, pounding her chest and weeping inconsolably. Chapter 104. Who cannot stoke the flames? Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er rushed to the storeroom entrance, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed inside. Unbeknownst to them, a fly hovered before them, while Lin Yan'er and Shuang'er, en route to the general's residence, erupted in laughter within their carriage, observing the wretched state of that venomous woman. Where was the imposing matriarch who once commanded the princess to kneel? Those two exquisite yet malevolent hearts seemed on the verge of tears. Oh, let the woman weep, for it is no sin. Let her cry for my amusement. Ha ha. The laughter emanating from the carriage, accompanied by Lin Yan'er's boisterous shout, reverberated loudly along the bustling street. Guarding the carriage were the royal guards of the town, mounted on their majestic steeds, led by a Qi. Today, their numbers were particularly substantial, as the princess had requested no fewer than 40 men, rendering the scene quite grand. A Qi and the other guards were utterly perplexed as to what could elicit such mirth from the princess and her maid within the carriage. Initially, the townsfolk were puzzled, but soon some recognized the royal carriage, speculating that one of the laughter sources was none other than the legendary matriarch of the capital, the renowned princess of the town. Is that not the Duchess of the Demon Town? Listen to her. She demonstrates a complete lack of decorum, laughing unabashedly in the streets. Truly devoid of any sense of shame. Someone dared to insult the Duchess, only to be interrupted immediately. Silence. The Duchess is not that kind of person. Yesterday afternoon, she saved the son of a woman from West Street right at the entrance of the general's residence. If you dare to speak such slander on West Street, you might just find yourself in peril. Indeed, I have heard of that incident as well. The second young lady of the general's residence, who is purportedly the foremost female healer in our capital, was unable to treat a case of choking, declaring that the child was doomed. Yet, the Duchess managed to save the child effortlessly, without the need for needles or medication. She even selflessly demonstrated the method for treating choking in public. My relatives learned it, and I too learned it from them for future reference. Her benevolence is truly admirable, a boundless merit. I was present at the scene and could discern that the second young lady of the general's residence was far from the angelic figure she is rumored to be. She spoke of her desire to alleviate suffering and save the masses, yet in reality, she displayed a distinct disdain for the common people. When that child was on the brink of death before her, she didn't even dare to touch him, repulsed by the dirt on the child. Conversely, the Duchess, a far nobler standing than the second young lady of the general's residence, approached without hesitation, embracing the child without a care for his filth, utterly focused on saving a life. That is true kindness. I must inform you that the matron from West Street has made it known that should she discover anyone daring to insult the Duchess of the town in public, she would not hesitate to confront them with a kitchen knife. As a result, the individual who initially spoke ill of Lin Yan'er slinked away amidst the jeers of the common folk. On the carriage, Lin Yan'er and Scoundrel, while enjoying the spectacle of the general's household, were also aware of the murmurs on the street. The voices praising Lin Yan'er far outweighed those of her detractors, effectively drowning out the criticism directed at her. This uplifted Lin Yan'er's spirits immensely. The common people are easily swayed. A mere hint of kindness is sufficient to earn their praise. Scoundrel, I suddenly wish to show the common folk some benevolence, Lin Yan'er declared impulsively. Let us inspect the local apothecaries and perhaps open one ourselves for amusement. During her time in this world, she had spent too long dealing with the petty squabbles of the ignoble. It was high time she focused on healing and aiding those in need. The common folk here are quite endearing, and she is eager to serve them. Lin Yan'er is a person who easily feels gratitude, and the support from the people warmed her heart. Whatever Lin Yan'er proposed, Scoundrel would unconditionally comply, never voicing opposition, and nodded enthusiastically. The two continued to observe the display screen of the drone remote, jesting about the Liu family's tearful antics and critiquing the expressions of Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er. Alas, the original owner's disreputable father and that brother, Lin Yan'er, were not at home. Otherwise, they might have witnessed their capering about. Isn't there also the matter of the treasure pavilion? Lin Yan'er suddenly recalled that the flies had been lingering around the general's residence. After Lin Yan'er and Scoundrel boarded the carriage, they reveled in the sight of the ruckus, overhearing that the treasure pavilion had come to the general's residence to collect a debt. The representatives of the treasure pavilion must still be waiting at the entrance of the general's residence. Do not let them depart, urged Aki to hasten, for the spectacle could be rendered even more thrilling. Scoundrel promptly poked her head out of the carriage, urging Aki to increase their pace, and indeed, their speed quickened. The pedestrians along the way instinctively made way. This time, Aki and the guards, buoyed by the citizens' chatter, stood taller, their chins lifted high. Their princess was, after all, a benevolent soul. As Lin Yan'er's carriage arrived at the entrance of the general's residence, the gates stood wide open. A bullock cart was stationed nearby, accompanied by a dozen similarly attired men, led by a middle-aged gentleman clad in splendid garments, awaiting at the threshold. Upon the carriage's halt, Scoundrel retracted the flies, disembarking to draw back the curtain for Lin Yan'er. Without requiring Scoundrel's assistance, Lin Yan'er leapt down, stretched her limbs, and surveyed the expressions of bewilderment on those at the general's gate. Clearing her throat twice, she inquired, "Why do you all gaze at me with such astonishment? Am I truly that fearsome?" The servants stationed at the gate of the general's residence immediately jolted, recognizing their revered ancestor. Scoundrel frowned, urging, "Upon sighting the esteemed princess of the town, should you not promptly pay your respects?" The servants of the general's residence hastily bowed to Lin Yan'er in greeting. The representatives of the treasure pavilion, upon realizing they were in the presence of the illustrious princess of the town, also promptly bowed in deference. Lin Yan'er chuckled softly, greeting everyone with warmth. "Good morning. It brings me great joy to see you all so early in the day." You must be the esteemed shopkeeper Rong Min of the treasure pavilion, am I correct? The shopkeeper, Rong Min, was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the esteemed princess of the town recognized him. Noticing Lin Yan'er accompanied by a formidable entourage of guards, he wisely refrained from exhibiting any semblance of disregard. Bowing respectfully, he replied, "Esteemed princess, I am indeed Rong Min, the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion. I am at a loss to understand how I have garnered your recognition." Lin Yan'er, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, fabricated a tale. I learned of your name just last night while conversing with my stepmother and two younger sisters. I casually inquired, and to my surprise, it truly is you, shopkeeper Rong. With a feigned innocence, she continued, they spoke harshly of you in my presence, claiming that you are quite the fool. Having dispatched two inept servants to deliver goods without ensuring payment was settled, they merely returned with a receipt, naively believing they could claim their due today. What a jest! That receipt bore a counterfeit seal from the general's manor. When the matter is brought to light, they will insist that the treasure pavilion attempted to swindle the general's manor, claiming they never purchased any jewelry at all. You, dear Rong Min, will find yourself powerless against the general's manor, left to swallow this bitter pill in silence. I dared to chastise them, and they collectively hurled insults at me, driving me away. If you doubt my words, you shall soon see one of them emerge to advise you to take your time, prolonging the matter until they ultimately evade their debts. Previously, Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, in an attempt to provoke the original owner by making her solely observe their shopping escapades, once brought her to the treasure pavilion, where she had encountered the shopkeeper. Lin Yan'er recognized her from the memories of the original owner. Who cannot stoke the flames of contention? The servants at the entrance of the general's residence were utterly bewildered. When had the princess of the town seen their general's wife last night? However, as mere servants, they dared not speak up to clarify. Today, the guards accompanying the princess of the town were more numerous than usual, each sporting a fierce demeanor. Anyone who dared to utter a word would likely find themselves in grave peril, for she was a figure even the general would not dare confront. Chapter 105. Why didn't he, the sixth princess, eliminate her? Rong Min was taken aback, pondering the notorious reputation of the princess of the town. However, she was, after all, a dignified royal, unlikely to resort to deceit. He hastily instructed the waiter to fetch the receipt from the general's residence that had been presented the day prior. Upon inspection, the receipt bore the seal of the general's residence, yet there had been no prior records of credit extended, leaving him uncertain of the seal's authenticity. Lin Yan'er reached out to Rong Min, who, feeling compelled, handed the receipt to her. After receiving it, Lin Yan'er pointed at the seal on the receipt, noting the absence of a red dot. With unwavering certainty, she declared, "Should you still harbor doubts after my assertion, I suggest you wait a moment longer to see if they respond, perhaps advising you to wait a few more days." As soon as Lin Yan'er finished speaking, a middle-aged man clad in a butler's uniform hurriedly emerged from the general's residence. Upon seeing Lin Yan'er, he paused, and a thought akin to that of the servants at the entrance crossed his mind. Why has this ancestor returned again? He promptly bowed in deference to Lin Yan'er, who wore a smile upon her face. Wasn't the previous butler surnamed Liu? Why had there been a change? The middle-aged man dared not exhibit the slightest disrespect. After all, Lin Yan'er's demeanor during her 2 visits to the general's residence had instilled genuine fear among all the servants. The once timid and easily bullied daughter of the general had transformed, her wrath so formidable that even her own father would not be recognized. He certainly would not provoke her. I am Zhao Dan, the new butler of the general's residence. The former butler, Liu, is gravely ill and recuperating at home. I am merely taking on the duties in his stead. In truth, it was no mere illness. On the day Lin Yan'er returned home, she had injured butler Liu severely at this very entrance, rendering him incapacitated for at least a year or so. Ah, I see. I must admit, I do miss butler Liu, Lin Yan'er remarked, her expression shifting to one of nostalgia. He was diligent and exceptionally loyal to Aunt Liu. How could he fall so ill? Zhao Dan and the other servants of the general's residence gazed at Lin Yan'er in bewilderment. Had they not witnessed her striking the man, they might have believed her words. Lin Yan'er turned her gaze toward Zhao Dan. Butler Zhao, you need not concern yourself with me. Simply attend to your duties. I am merely here out of boredom, to observe the commotion. If Aunt Liu's matters are delayed, her punishment shall not be light. Zhao Dan's heart was filled with resentment. Had it not been for the conversation with him, the matter would have been resolved long ago. He then turned to Rong Min, clasping his hands in respect, and said, Master Rong, I come on behalf of my esteemed lady to inform you that due to certain inconveniences at the general's residence, the owed funds will be delivered to the treasure pavilion in a few days. Master Rong, please send your men back for now. Lin Yan'er burst into laughter, exclaiming, What did I tell you, Master Rong? Zhao Dan felt a jolt of anxiety. Was there something he had missed? He cast a glance at the servants guarding the entrance, who, sensing the cold glares from Lin Yan'er's guards, bowed their heads in silence. Rong Min, seeing that Lin Yan'er's words rang true, appeared doubtful, furrowing his brow. Master Zhao, we had agreed yesterday that payment would be collected today. I trust the general's residence is not lacking in funds. After all, everyone knows that His Highness the Prince of the town delivered 50,000 taels of silver just yesterday. All that is required is to remit what is due to us. What kind of inconvenience are you referring to? Zhao Dan hesitated. The matter of the general's residence being robbed had just been mentioned by Lu, and it was not prudent to make a public declaration. The implications of this incident on the general remained uncertain, and it was best to report it quietly rather than let it become widely known. Thus, he could not disclose that last night all valuable items from the general's residence had vanished. Master Zhao, this is simply unacceptable. Lin Yan'er's charming visage, partially concealed by her veil, radiated mirth. It is a matter of principle to repay debts. Although I was once the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, I cannot condone such behavior from Concubine Lu. This morning, it was agreed that the money would be collected, and the card has already arrived. The general's residence clearly possesses the funds. What could possibly be the inconvenience? Could it be that Lady Lu intends to default? Zhao, in a moment of anxiety, was about to argue when Lin Yan'er preempted him, turning to Rong Min and thumping her chest. Do not fret, Mr. Rong. I am a person of integrity, resolutely distancing myself from deceitful individuals, and I shall advocate for you. Zhuang'er, we must galvanize the power of the people to apply pressure on these scoundrels, rendering them without a place to stand. Zhuang'er gazed at Lin Yan'er in confusion. What is the power of the people? Lin Yan'er paused momentarily, clarifying, it is the strength of the common folk. With newfound understanding, Zhuang'er raised her arm and proclaimed, everyone, come and witness. The general's residence has shamelessly taken our jewelry and refuses to return it. Jinbao Tower needs your voices of justice. We implore you to aid us in reclaiming what is rightfully ours. As Zhuang'er rallied the crowd, the citizens on the street began to gather, curious about the commotion. With vivid details and embellishments, Zhuang'er recounted the events, accusing the general's residence of gluttony and deceit, attempting to swindle a fortune in jewelry while leveraging their power to intimidate. Lin Yan'er was taken aback by Zhuang'er's unexpected talent for persuasion as the crowd grew increasingly incensed, chanting alongside her, return the money, general's residence. Return the money. Lady Lu. Lin Yan'er found herself utterly enamored with this girl. She resolved to reward her with 10 chicken legs that very evening. This scene left both Steward Zhao and the servants of the general's residence, as well as the patrons of the treasure pavilion, utterly astounded. Rong Min felt somewhat bewildered. When had he ever needed the common folk to aid him in seeking justice? He wished to voice a few words, but upon seeing Lin Yan'er standing there, her eyes narrowed and fixed intently upon him, he hesitated. The group of guards appeared fierce and menacing, as though at Lin Yan'er's command. They would pounce upon him without hesitation. Who was unaware of Lin Yan'er's notorious reputation? He decided to observe for the moment, for it was evident that the general's residence was indeed in the wrong, having promised to retrieve the funds today but failing to deliver, which certainly suggested a tendency towards deceit. Consequently, the patrons of the treasure pavilion fell silent. The common folk, witnessing this, felt further vindicated in their support of Zhuang'er, their cries growing louder. Zhao Dan wished to explain but found himself at a loss. Any explanation would go unheard, and he stamped his foot in frustration. Meanwhile, within the general's residence, Lu Shi, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er each sighed in despair, awaiting Lin Xiong's return and the departure of the treasure pavilion's guests before the officials arrived to investigate. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted from the direction of the main gate, particularly calling for Aunt Lu to return the money, which nearly caused Lu Shi to topple from her chair, already in a wretched mood. With the assistance of Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, accompanied by a throng of maidservants, she hurried to the entrance, only to be startled by the sight before her. What was this commotion? Why had such a crowd gathered? All they had wanted was for Zhao Dan to send the patrons of the treasure pavilion away, yet it had escalated into such a ruckus. Then, they beheld the figure at the gate, firmly protected by the guards of the prince of Zhao's residence. None other than Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er blurted out, Lin Yan'er, how are you still alive? Lin Yan'er gently waved her small hand, her voice taking on a chilling tone. I have been wronged by you. I am now a ghost come to claim your life. With a soft chuckle, Lin Yan'er found amusement in her own words. However, Lin Yan'er's expression darkened to an extreme, and Lu Shi and Lin Yan'er's faces also clouded with discontent. Why had the sixth princess not eliminated her? Emperor Wen had ordered a cover-up regarding the incident involving the sixth princess, leaving no one outside, including the general's residence, any wiser. Feeling the weight of many curious gazes upon her, Lin Yan'er sensed their puzzlement over her seemingly baseless declaration. She quickly forced a smile, stating, "I meant to ask. Dear elder sister, what brings you here?" Lin Yan'er laughed heartily. "I am here to take advantage of your misfortune. No, in truth, I have important matters at hand. I happened to witness the Zhenbao building in distress and, moved by a sense of justice, intervened to assist them temporarily." "Assist the Zhenbao building?" Lu Shi questioned, casting a bewildered glance at Rong Min, who appeared equally innocent, wishing to clarify that he had not sought Lin Yan'er's help. Yet, upon catching her sideways glance, he refrained from speaking. Furthermore, he needed a plausible explanation for the general's residence. Chapter 106. Lin Yan'er is set to raid the general's residence. Stepping forward, Steward Zhao quickly briefed them on the situation, causing Lu Shi and her daughter's faces to darken even further. "Madam Lu, our esteemed manager Rong has already spent a considerable amount of time here. The agreement was to settle the payment today, so it must be fulfilled. If you cannot provide the funds, then return the jewelry and ornaments received yesterday. Wouldn't you all agree?" Yesterday, Lin Yan'er's act of saving a child significantly altered the townsfolk's perception of the princess of the town. The crowd immediately voiced their support, inciting Lu Shi, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er to wish they could tear Lin Yan'er apart on the spot. Lu Shi took several deep breaths before managing to regain her composure and smiled at Rong Min. "Master Rong, the general's residence is indeed facing some difficulties today. I assure you that the funds will be delivered to the treasure pavilion within 3 days. My daughter is the exclusive physician to Her Majesty the Queen, who holds her in special regard. I hope you will consider this, Master Rong, in light of the Queen and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Lin Yan'er's expression also returned to normal as she smiled and nodded at Rong Min. Rong Min was taken aback. How could he have forgotten that the second young lady of the general's residence was the Queen's physician? It was clear that Lin Yan'er was targeting the general's residence. Suddenly, he realized that this was a celestial conflict, and as a mere mortal in service, he might suffer the most dire consequences. If the general's residence were to default on their payment, he could simply report it and let the higher authorities handle it. He had been misled by Lin Yan'er, thinking he could demand an explanation from the general's residence while inadvertently assisting Lin Yan'er in her confrontation. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Swallowing hard, he bowed to Lu Shi. "In that case, Treasure Pavilion shall extend its leniency for another 3 days. I hope the general's residence will deliver the funds within this time." Lu Shi nodded with a smile. "Certainly. We shall take our leave now." Rong Min bowed to Lu Shi and then to Lin Yan'er, princess of the town. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He immediately commanded his subordinates to hastily depart from this place of turmoil. Pulling the ox cart away, Lin Yan'er found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that the mention of the Empress and the Crown Prince by Lu would so frighten Rong Min that he fled in panic. Shuang'er leaned closer to Lin Yan'er and whispered, "My lady, I almost forgot. This treasure pavilion is said to be run by the nephew of Empress Rong, the heir of Duke Rong." Lin Yan'er suddenly understood. No wonder Rong Min, upon hearing the names of the Empress and the Crown Prince, lost all fear of her. Disregarding even the authenticity of the military seal on the receipt, she had intended to leverage Rong Min to put pressure on Lu and the others, hoping to embarrass them a little first. Well, it seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. Lu was beaming with pride, while Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er also wore radiant smiles, all glancing eagerly at Lin Yan'er. With a triumphant grin, Lu declared, "Yan'er, your second sister is the royal physician to the Empress. The Empress truly admires your sister. She often sees the Crown Prince, who is quite concerned for her." The implication was clear. This was a warning to Lin Yan'er that Lin Yan'er might become the Crown Prince's consort. It was a matter that could intimidate others, but not her. Even if Lin Yan'er were to become the Crown Prince's consort, Lin Yan'er would not be perturbed. She glanced from Lu's left cheek to her right, murmuring to herself, "The right side is a bit slimmer. Let me help you balance it." With a sharp sound, she made her point clear. A slap was delivered, striking Lu's right cheek, causing her to stagger and spin around before falling backward. Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, quick to react, swiftly supported her. Lu's right cheek had indeed swelled excessively, rendering her appearance even more unbalanced, her hair disheveled, and her demeanor exceedingly disheveled. Lin Yan'er gazed at her palm, exclaiming, "It is far more satisfying to act directly. After all this time wasted." Shuang'er wholeheartedly agreed. "Your Highness, I completely concur with your sentiment." Lin Yan'er chuckled. "Is your hand itching as well?" Shuang'er nodded. "Then prepare yourself." At that moment, Lin Yan'er snapped, "Lin Yan'er, why have you struck my mother without cause?" With a sharp slap, Shuang'er rendered Lin Yan'er momentarily speechless. "How audacious! Before the princess consort, you dare not show proper respect and even address her by name? Do you not fear the consequences of your contempt towards the royal family? Kneel and beg for forgiveness." Lu and her daughters instantly realized their grave error, mirroring the mistake Lin Yan'er had made upon her return, mentioning the empress and the crown prince. Lu, in her arrogance, had failed to pay the required respects to Lin Yan'er, granting her the opportunity to retaliate. Lu, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er exchanged glances, understanding that despite their indignation and resentment, they must first kneel. They knelt in unison, prostrating themselves on the ground. We pay our respects to the princess consort. In our moment of folly, we beseech your forgiveness. Forgiveness will certainly be granted. After all, we are acquainted, and I shall not truly hold it against you. Lin Yan'er replied, looking down at them with a radiant smile. In light of our relationship, there is little need for pretense. I shall be forthright. On the day of my return, I mentioned that I would collect the dowry left to me by my mother 3 days hence. Have you all made the necessary preparations? Lu, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er were taken aback. On that day, when Lin Yan'er broached the subject of the dowry, Lu merely glanced at the list before carelessly discarding it into some forgotten corner. At that time, she was resolute in her belief that Lin Yan'er would surely perish. What preparations could possibly have been made for her? Lin Yan'er observed the three in silence, and upon realizing the lack of preparation, declared, "Then I shall personally retrieve it from the storeroom. Rest assured, I shall only take what is rightfully mine." What? Lu, Lin Yan'er, and Lin Yan'er gasped in disbelief. You cannot. Princess of the town, yet Lin Yan'er paid them no heed, issuing orders to her guards. Chi, accompany Shuang with the list, and have the steward of the general's residence guide you to the storeroom to collect my dowry. It need not be identical, but the total valuation must amount to 200,000. Chi bowed and promptly set about his task to procure the items. At this juncture, Lu was genuinely distressed and blurted out, "The general's residence was robbed last night. The storeroom is empty." Lin Yan'er gazed at Lu in silence for an extended moment. Lu, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic, faltered. Seeing Lu's reaction, Lin Yan'er realized there was no longer any need for concealment and remarked, "Princess of the town, if you do not believe me, you may certainly verify it. The storeroom is devoid of everything." Lin Yan'er continued to observe quietly, then suddenly spoke in a tone audible only to the three, "I believe you," with utmost conviction. The Lu mother and daughter were left in a state of bewilderment. A peculiar smile flickered in Lin Yan'er's eyes as she turned her gaze towards the surrounding crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed villagers, 3 days ago, I, the princess, made a demand at the general's residence, insisting that they return my mother's dowry to me, for it rightfully belongs to me. Concubine Lu, fully aware of my intent to reclaim what is mine today, has delayed the repayment of her substantial debts to Jinbao Tower, concocting a falsehood about the general's residence being robbed, all in an attempt to withhold a single coin from me. Her promise to settle the enormous debts to Jinbao Tower within 3 days reveals that the general's residence is indeed affluent. She is merely bullying me. And such insolence is intolerable. I implore you all to witness that I am not here to seize the general's residence, but to reclaim what is rightfully mine." The onlookers, bewildered by the situation, hesitated to take sides, merely gazing in confusion. Lin Yan'er did not seek their endorsement. Rather, her words aimed to mitigate any adverse public sentiment against her. Were they to bully her? The Lu mother and daughter were somewhat flummoxed, unable to discern who was truly victimizing whom. What was Lin Yan'er's true intention? Chi, gather our brethren and search the general's residence. Bring forth all valuables, for I intend to inventory the estate of the general. The Lu mother and daughter, along with the servants of the general's residence, were left in a state of shock. Lin Yan'er was poised to raid the general's residence. Chapter 107. Do not deny what crosses your mind. Concubine Lu exclaimed in alarm, "Princess, this is the residence of the illustrious General Shenwu. You cannot plunder his household, for such an act would incite the wrath of the court, and you would find no resting place in death. The court is in an uproar?" Lin Yan'er chuckled softly. "Isn't it your fervent wish for me to meet my demise without a proper burial? If so, what need is there for your reminders?" The expressions of the Lu mother and daughter froze once more, indeed, without a royal decree. To arbitrarily search the residence of a court official would surely result in a death sentence upon reaching the emperor's ears. Was this not an opportune moment for her demise? Enlightened now, would they not intervene? With a flick of her wrist, Lin Yan'er commanded, "Chi, proceed." "Yes, my lady." Chi responded with authority, leaving 10 guards to protect the princess while dispatching the remainder to scour the general's residence, gathering all valuable items to bring back here. The 30 imposing guards immediately dispersed, storming into the back courtyard of the general's estate, causing an uproar akin to a flock of startled birds. The servants of the general's household, witnessing the silence from the Lu family, dared not resist. After all, the guards accompanying Lin Yan'er were from the duke's manor. Any act of defiance would surely lead to their demise. Lin Yan'er settled herself comfortably in a chair brought by Scoundrel, crossing her legs as she awaited developments. While the Lu mother and daughter knelt before her, one by one, the guards emerged, transporting items they deemed valuable and stacking them upon the vacant ground before Lin Yan'er. These included substantial pieces of furniture and several antiquities, culminating in the removal of even the mosquito nets, until the space was filled with a veritable mountain of possessions. Lin Yan'er instructed the guards to conduct a rough appraisal of the items, which astonishingly amounted to a value of 2,000 taels of silver. She cast a discontented glance at Lu, saying, "Aunt Lu, is this truly all that the general's residence has to offer? It appears remarkably barren. Do not dare to claim that this noble lady is a thief. I am fully aware that you have concealed all valuable possessions, with so many citizens as witnesses. The dowry of 200,000 taels is worth merely over 20,000 here. I shall grant you 3,000 taels, leaving you indebted to me for a staggering 170,000 taels. Do not accuse me of lacking compassion. In 3 days, I shall return. Should you still covet the dowry left by my late mother, I shall seize the general's residence to settle the debt. Come forth, and have these belongings transported back to the town king's manor." He complied, promptly venturing out to hire several bullock carts, loading the treasures onto them in preparation for departure. The Lu mother and daughter, their eyes wide with disbelief, found themselves powerless to intervene. As Lin Yan'er observed the loading process, she stood up, brushed off her hands, and positioned herself before the Lu trio, gazing down upon them with a smirk that radiated mockery. "How discontented you must feel. How pained and enraged you must be." Her voice dripped with derision and scorn. "And now, allow me to share a revelation that shall incite your anger further." The three women lifted their gazes towards Lin Yan'er, their expressions filled with animosity. In a lowered voice, she taunted, "How is it that the words wretched woman are so plainly etched upon your faces?" The trio's mouths fell agape in astonishment, unable to fathom her words. Heaven above! How could she possibly know? Almost simultaneously, a chilling thought crossed their minds. Those words must have been penned by her, or perhaps she had orchestrated it. Lin Yan'er erupted into laughter. "You've pieced it together, indeed. Do not deny the thoughts racing through your minds. They are undeniably true." "Lin Yan'er," Lu Shi roared, preparing to leap up, but Scoundrel, standing nearby, swiftly struck her again, forcing her back to her knees. "You audacious one." Scoundrel raised her chin, looking at her with triumph. "Aunt Lu, how dare you call my lady by her name? Do you not realize this is a grave offense against the royal family?" Again, the charge of disrespect towards the monarchy. Lu Shi felt on the brink of madness. Yet she understood that confronting Lin Yan'er head-on would be folly. Should Lin Yan'er choose to enact vengeance, the blame would inevitably fall upon her. After all, Lin Yan'er was indeed a daughter-in-law of the imperial family. Lin Yan'er smiled gleefully, relishing their expressions. "You wish to eliminate me? Then make your efforts worthwhile. Scoundrel, let us depart." "Yes, my lady." With an air of confidence, Lin Yan'er and Scoundrel strode out of the general's residence, boarding the carriage, followed by a procession of several ox carts, making a grand return to the Wang residence. Lu Shi, along with Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er, watched helplessly as Lin Yan'er left. Had their glares possessed the power to kill, Lin Yan'er's convoy would have been reduced to mere dust. Zhao Dan commanded the servants of the general's residence to disperse the crowd gathered at the entrance, subsequently closing the gates. The maids and matrons approached to assist Lu Shi and her daughters. Lu Shi shouted in frustration, "Have you informed the general's men?" Zhao Dan nodded, confirming that. By the schedule, the general should be en route back from the Shenwu army camp. Lin Yan'er wore an exceedingly sinister expression, for it was she. "The thief from last night, indeed. Zhao Steward, have the authorities been notified?" Zhao Dan nodded again, affirming that the imperial guards would arrive shortly. Lin Yan'er gritted her teeth, resolutely determined to uncover evidence to condemn her. Just as she spoke, a knock echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, a servant was met by a contingent of imperial guards responsible for maintaining order in the capital. The young captain of the guards, well aware of the significance of the general's residence, displayed utmost respect and diligence, instructing his men to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire estate. Meanwhile, Lu and her 2 children retreated to their respective chambers, only to discover that most of their belongings had been removed, leaving even the mosquito nets and straw mats absent, resulting in a disarray that was both shocking and disheartening. Ultimately, the trio returned to the hall, their expressions grim. The vast space was devoid of even a single chair, compelling them to sit upon 3 small, rickety stools that appeared to have been procured from some forgotten corner. Never had they experienced such humiliation. Exchanging glances that spoke volumes as they could no longer contain their sorrow and embraced one another in tears. After half an hour, the young captain returned, prompting the 3 to rise instantly. their eyes filled with anxious anticipation. "Have you discovered any clues?" they implored. The captain bowed respectfully and replied, "Madam General, my men have meticulously examined both the interior and exterior of the walls, all the rooftops, and the rooms and storerooms that were ransacked. Regrettably, we have found no useful leads. It appears that no outsiders have infiltrated your estate." The Lu women were taken aback, their faces darkening with disbelief. Lu's voice rose in hysteria. "Did you truly conduct a thorough investigation? How can there be no clues whatsoever? I am telling you plainly. The thief is the princess of the town. She is at least the mastermind behind this. If no leads can be found here, then seize her and interrogate her in the dungeons. We must extract the information from her. Do you understand?" The young commander, a mere figure of modest stature, dared not express his ire. With utmost respect, he articulated, "If the general's wife suspects that the thief is the princess of the town, she may file a complaint with the emperor. I, as a lowly official, possess neither the authority nor the power to interrogate the princess." What a jest! When the royal family transgresses, only the emperor can mete out punishment. Should he venture to the town prince's residence to apprehend someone, it is likely his head would be forfeit upon his return. He bowed deeply before Madame Lu. "I apologize, General's wife. Kindly provide a list of the stolen items at your earliest convenience, and we shall conduct a thorough search in the marketplace to ascertain if any of your valuables have resurfaced. Perhaps there remains a chance to unearth the thief. Alas, this is all we can do for now. I shall take my leave. Should you discover any further useful leads, please inform us immediately." He once more saluted the trio before departing from the general's residence. Once the young commander had exited, Madame Lu erupted in a frenzy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance of the general's residence. "Where has everyone gone? Where is that wretched girl? What mischief has she wrought this time?" Chapter 108. Experienced trumps youth. Madame Lu and her daughter recognized the voice of Lin Yan'er. Shortly thereafter, they beheld a figure rushing in. Upon catching sight of the empty hall, he stood frozen in shock. In a fit of madness, he dashed into his chamber, only to find the straw mat, mosquito net, and bedding all absent, leaving the room in utter disarray. His fury surged, his eyes ablaze with rage. Brandishing a large blade, he strode into the hall, where Madame Lu and her daughter encircled him, recounting one by one the vicious and malevolent deeds of Lin Yan'er. "General, I feel truly wronged. I treated her as my own, believing I should not be subjected to such treatment. Sending her to the estate was solely for your safety. Yet, to my dismay, she harbors animosity towards me. Everything I did was for her benefit, for your well-being, and for the Lin family. How can she not comprehend my intentions? She not only plundered the general's residence, but also claims that we owe her 170,000 taels of silver, threatening to reclaim the estate within 3 days if we do not repay her." Lin Yan'er sighed. "Father, if I were in her position and the master predicted that my fate would clash with yours, leading to my parents' misfortune, I would choose to end my own life without resentment or regret. Even if I suffered a slight grievance from my parents, I would never harbor ill will against them or wish them harm. Eldest sister, this is truly excessive. How dare she come with the prince's guards to ransack our family and the esteemed general's residence? I cannot fathom such behavior from her." Lin Yan'er pulled out a handkerchief and gently dabbed her tear-stained eyes, saying, "Father, if eldest sister is angry with us, perhaps I should kneel and beg for her forgiveness, offering to serve her as a maid, in hopes of easing her wrath and preventing you and mother from becoming homeless." She covered her face with the handkerchief and began to sob quietly, which only intensified Lin Yan'er's fury. Observing his two sensible daughters and contrasting them with that wayward girl was like comparing heaven and earth. If that wayward girl possessed even half the virtues of these two obedient daughters, he would not be driven to such a state of anger. The master has proclaimed that she is a bane to her parents. Despite the opportunity to live modestly and healthily, she chooses a path toward demise. It is utterly shameful for a dignified general, commanding an army of 100,000, to be so subjugated by his own daughter. This wretched girl must perish. He stormed out, bellowing, "Deputy Yu, proceed to the divine martial army and summon 500 elite troops to accompany me to the prince's residence." "What?" A burly man waiting outside was taken aback. "General, this is inappropriate. According to protocol, any military presence outside the city requires a royal decree, and no more than 20 may enter at once. Otherwise, it will be deemed treason." Lin Yan'er roared, "I shall bear all responsibility for any consequences. You need only execute my orders. Go." Listening to Lin Yan'er issue commands from outside, Lu's lips finally curled into a cruel smile. Lin Yan'er and Lin Yan'er no longer felt wronged or wept. Their eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Yan'er appeared somewhat concerned. "Mother, is this truly wise? Father's mobilization of troops into the city is a grave offense." Lu snorted disdainfully. "What is wrong with that? That insolent girl acts with such impunity. Having raided the general's residence, and the guards of the prince's residence heed her every command. As you witnessed last time, His Highness has been fiercely protective of her. Simply petitioning the Emperor will yield no results. Unless we escalate this matter to a level where the Emperor cannot ignore it, we will not achieve our desired outcome. In due course, the act of assaulting one's biological father, bullying a weak half-sister, and confiscating the general's estate are all grave offenses that will undoubtedly garner the support of numerous ministers in the imperial court. The Emperor cannot afford to ignore the demands for accountability from them. At that time, His Highness the Prince of Jun may well come to realize the gravity of the situation and proactively offer an explanation by delivering her head to the general's estate. Lin Yan'er could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Mother, you are as astute as ever. I truly respect this stratagem." Lu Shi gritted her teeth, asserting her disbelief. "I refuse to accept that such an unsightly creature could escape unscathed." The cold gleam in Lin Yan'er's eyes shimmered with ruthless determination. "This time, I shall see how she can evade." At this moment, Lin Yan'er and Scoundrel had returned to the entrance of the Prince of Jun's residence. The drone, which had previously been buzzing about like a fly, had been retrieved by Scoundrel, as they were both smiling so broadly that their faces were beginning to cramp, thus missing the unfolding scene. As Lin Yan'er alighted from the carriage, she spotted a multitude of carriages and a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the prince's residence. Some were elegantly dressed hosts, while others were servants laden with an abundance of gifts. The guards of the prince's residence and the common servants were diligently maintaining order to ensure the thoroughfare remained unobstructed. Consequently, Lin Yan'er's procession was able to approach the grand entrance of the prince's residence without hindrance. Upon disembarking, she was promptly greeted by the attending elder Shao, who hurried forward to bow in respect. Lin Yan'er inquired, "What is the purpose of these individuals?" Elder Shao respectfully replied, "Your Highness, these are dignitaries and nobles come to present gifts. Some hail from the capital, while others have sent representatives from distant lands. There are officials of all ranks among them." Lin Yan'er, puzzled, asked, "Is today a day of significance? Why are these individuals hurrying to present gifts?" With a sly smile, Aunt Shao remarked, "Does the princess not know?" Lin Yan'er shrugged her shoulders, questioning what she could possibly understand. "This is all due to the princess's merit." Aunt Shao lowered her voice and continued, "You saved His Majesty, and in return, the Emperor has granted the prince an elevated title of Lu and permitted him to command the elite cavalry without restrictions on troop numbers. This indicates that the Emperor has once again valued the prince, bestowing upon him a prosperous fief and allowing him to expand his military forces. Anyone with a discerning mind can see the Emperor's intention to support the prince. Consequently, these people are eager to curry favor with the Duke of Jun's residence." Lin Yan'er suddenly realized that during Emperor Wen's agonizing moments, the Empress and others had shown a lack of effort in his treatment, revealing their intention for Emperor Wen to meet an early demise. Emperor Wen is no fool. He is a cunning old fox. At that time, he had not lost consciousness. He was desperately yearning for rescue. How could he not perceive this? He aimed to restore Duke Zhou Mingwu to challenge the crown prince. Just then, Lin Yan'er noticed the foremost carriage making a swift turn, its occupant wearing a somewhat disappointed expression. A few attendants, carrying gifts, were preparing to follow. She inquired of Aunt Shao why the individual had not left the gifts behind. Aunt Shao, taken aback, lowered her voice again, saying, "The prince does not wish for His Majesty to feel that the Duke of Jun's residence is forming factions for personal gain. Hence he ordered everyone who brought gifts to be sent away." "But how can that be?" Lin Yan'er's expression changed. "One cannot simply dismiss those who come bearing gifts. Is he trying to suggest that he has too much wealth? If the prince does not wish to accept them, then let the gifts be sent to the Qingxi courtyard for this princess. I shall not refuse any visitors." Aunt Shao gasped in astonishment. "Is that permissible?" The princess declared. "What I say goes." Lin Yan'er chuckled as she instructed Scoundrel to summon the person from the carriage back, urging her to be courteous, for he had brought an abundance of gifts. Indeed, the prince was rather absent-minded to have pushed him away. Chapter 109. Is this something a respectable woman would say? Scoundrel promptly dashed after him, and before long, the carriage returned, leaving the gifts behind. Upon learning that the town princess was personally welcoming at the entrance, the owner of the carriage hurriedly dismounted and paid his respects, expressing boundless gratitude to Lin Yan'er before taking his leave. Seeing the man's joyful demeanor, Lin Yan'er triumphantly remarked to Mama Shao, "Did you see how delighted he was? How could your prince bear to let a gift-giver leave disappointed? His joy is my joy. Isn't it splendid for everyone to be happy?" Mama Shao was left speechless. "My princess, do you not understand? Accepting a person's gift is tantamount to recognizing them, which means you must look after them henceforth. That man was a minor official. Seeing you accept his gift, he likely believes his prospects for promotion have brightened. Lin Yan'er was certainly aware that gifts were not so easily accepted. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. However, such matters were not her concern. They belonged to Zhou Mingwu. All she desired were the gifts. She needed to prepare for her future travels with Shuang after their separation. She instructed for the gifts to be taken to the Qingxi courtyard and was about to continue ahead to entertain the guests. She found the gift givers charming and agreeable, yet was halted by Mama Xiao. "My princess, allow the servants to handle these matters. You should hurry inside. The Empress Ming has arrived with Prince Zhao." "The Empress Ming? Are you still bringing along His Highness, the Zhao Wang? Are you here to trouble her?" Upon noticing Lin Yan'er hesitating, Grandma Xiao smiled amiably and said, "Do not worry. My lady, today the Ming Fei is in good spirits." "Worry? Am I?" Lin Yan'er found it amusing. "Very well." She instructed Shuang, "Stay here and ensure that not a single gift is returned to the Qingxi courtyard. This princess feels somewhat fatigued and must return to rest and recuperate." Shuang replied promptly. "Understood." Lin Yan'er turned and entered the royal estate, making her way towards the Qingxi courtyard. Behind her, Grandma Xiao hurriedly caught up. "My lady, will you not be going to the Zhanshan building? The Ming Fei and His Highness Zhao Wang have gone there." "What purpose do I have there?" Lin Yan'er waved her hand dismissively. "They are mother and son reunited. It would be inappropriate for an outsider like me to intrude. Let them enjoy their familial affection. I am quite tired." With that, she proceeded towards the Qingxi courtyard, accompanied by several guards. Grandma Xiao stood there, dazed, watching Lin Yan'er's retreating figure, unaccountably feeling that the princess's words held a certain truth. Not far from the entrance of the Qingxi courtyard, Lin Yan'er paused, noticing two figures kneeling at the threshold. Why are they still kneeling there? Truly, they are relentless. Last night, that shower had received orders to investigate Lin Yan'er's true background, to uncover the truth. One must draw near, and today, the pair of them had come. Their pretense of apology was a facade. Their true intention was to pry into her secrets. As Lin Yan'er was about to approach, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the other side. Among them was the notable figure of Zhou Mingwu, seated in a wheelchair. The person pushing the wheelchair bore a resemblance to Zhou Mingwu, and Lin Yan'er instantly recognized him as Zhao Wang Zhou Mingqing, whom she had once suspended from a tree. Beside them stood a middle-aged woman adorned in splendid court attire, who was not unfamiliar to her. It was none other than Ming Fei. Accompanying them was the silver-haired Chen Mama, who assisted Ming Fei as they swayed towards her. Realizing she had no time to evade, Lin Yan'er cleared her throat and stepped forward to perform a respectful bow. "Mother Fei, may you be blessed." Ming Fei had long noticed Lin Yan'er but chose not to greet her initially. Upon receiving Lin Yan'er's salutation, she lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Lin Yan'er with a hint of dissatisfaction. "From afar, it seems you have chosen to stray from the Wangfu this early in the morning, neglecting your duties to attend to your lord. As the Zhen Wangfei, your esteemed status warrants that you avoid unnecessary outings. Otherwise, people may speak ill of your adherence to marital propriety." "Oh, is this a reprimand I hear?" Lin Yan'er replied with a chuckle. "Mother Fei, my education is lacking. When you speak of not adhering to women's virtue, are you suggesting I am placing a green hat upon the Lord?" The atmosphere became momentarily stifled, particularly for Zhou Mingwu, who discreetly swallowed hard. Place a green hat upon him? The concept of women's virtue encompasses various interpretations. Chen Mama interjected, assuming a posture of imparting wisdom to Lin Yan'er. In popular discourse, the green hat was considered the most egregious violation of marital propriety, yet other situations could also fall under the same category. "Stop right there," Lin Yan'er interjected, raising her hand to halt Chen Momo, who was about to impart wisdom upon her. "There is no need to lecture me. I am uneducated, and, despite your efforts, my mind is rather dull. Learning eludes me. As for the notion of dishonoring the prince, rest assured, dear mother, I am a woman of virtue and have not sullied his honor, at least for the time being." "For the time being" suggests there may be future indiscretions? Is this the discourse of a respectable woman? Zhou Mingwu paused, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. His indifferent gaze turned towards Ming Fei, who understood that Lin Yan'er's displeasure was directed at her. Mother only wished to enlighten this girl. Ming Fei glanced at Zhou Mingwu, conceding, "If you choose to protect her, then so be it." "Yan'er, where have you ventured today?" A maternal smile illuminated Ming Fei's face, radiating warmth as she regarded her child. Lin Yan'er felt a chill run down her spine. Was there no limit to her mother's endeavors to appease her son? Had she even resorted to calling Yan'er by name? Regaining her composure, Lin Yan'er replied, "I had some leisure time and chose to stir up a bit of trouble for my prince early this morning, simply to add some excitement to his life." The expressions of those present, excluding Zhou Mingwu, Ming Fei, Zhou Mingqing, and their entourage, were markedly peculiar. Lin Yan'er's demeanor towards Zhou Mingwu seemed less than cordial. Had she truly gone out of her way to cause him trouble so early in the day? Noticing Ming Fei's displeasure, Chen Momo quickly interjected, "Princess, please refrain from speaking so recklessly." "I am not speaking recklessly." Lin Yan'er's eyes sparkled with mirth as she recounted her recent escapade. Just moments ago, accompanied by 40 guards, she had raided the residence of the illustrious General Shenwu, confiscating all valuables within. The spoils filled over a dozen ox carts, and they were presently unloading outside, soon to be transported to Qingxi Courtyard. Should anyone doubt her claim, they were welcome to step outside and witness the scene for themselves. A profound silence enveloped the room. Raiding the home of General Shenwu? Apart from Zhou Mingwu, everyone else gasped in astonishment. Ming Fei swallowed hard, stammering, "Did you truly raid the general's estate?" Lin Yan'er nodded earnestly. "In a few days, I plan to seize the general's mansion. My lord, you must support me." Ming Fei, realizing Lin Yan'er was not jesting, felt her temper rise to the brink. What a calamity she was courting. A disaster, no less. For heaven's sake, to raid the residence of a high-ranking official without an imperial decree was a capital offense. The Prince of Zhen had only recently received the emperor's favor, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were embroiled in such a scandal that could spell ruin for the entire Zhenwangfu. To contemplate another raid on the general's estate and still expect the princess backing? What nonsense. Just as Ming Fei prepared to admonish her, Zhou Mingwu, with an impassive demeanor, interjected, "No problem." Ming Fei nearly leapt from her seat, exasperatedly striking Zhou Mingwu's head. "What do you mean, no problem? Are you intent on inviting further calamity? You wish to forcibly seize the estate of General Shenwu? Your mother has only just gained the emperor's favor, and now you desire to jeopardize her standing?" Chapter 110. Do you think my sister is made of clay? The noble consort's face flushed with anger as she glared fiercely at Lin Yan'er, exclaiming, "Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Lin Yan'er dismissively waved her hands, retorting, "Mother, do you presume I am inebriated, completely oblivious to my actions? The general's manor is my familial home, and the esteemed General Shenwu holds a high rank. I just sent my people to retrieve valuable belongings from the manor. I am acutely aware that they have withheld my mother's dowry from me, and I am determined to reclaim it. The prince supports my endeavor." The noble consort turned her gaze towards Zhou Mingwu, who nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Indeed, I stand by you in this matter." The noble consort was momentarily rendered speechless. This daughter-in-law was utterly unmanageable, showing no regard for her authority, and seemed particularly fond of causing trouble. It was truly exasperating for her, filling her with a profound sense of humiliation and frustration. How outrageous it was. She could not control her son Zhou Mingwu, and now a daughter-in-law had arrived, equally beyond her grasp. She had carved out a respectable position within the Great Wu Palace, having achieved much, save for the title of Empress. Never had a woman made her feel such a sense of defeat. Not even her longtime rival, Empress Rome, had evoked such feelings. "But you cannot simply raid the general's manor," she began, rising to admonish Lin Yan'er. As a mother-in-law, she felt it was her prerogative to scold her daughter-in-law. However, her words were interrupted by a call, as Zhou Mingcheng emerged, pushing a wheelchair. "Please do not speak further. This is a matter concerning the Empress Dowager. Since the emperor stands by her side, we ought to support him, which in turn means supporting her." "Mingcheng, you." The words of the concubine fell silent. Even her younger son had expressed such sentiments. Today, she had come to showcase her affectionate side to Zhou Mingwu and to rekindle the mother-son bond with her eldest son. The younger son's insight was indeed commendable. Had she engaged in a confrontation with Lin Yan'er at that moment, it would have jeopardized the fragile reconciliation she had just achieved with Zhou Mingwu. Very well, she would endure this. Once her toothache subsided, if her son proved unworthy of her affections, she would know how to deal with him. Zhou Mingcheng turned towards Lin Yan'er, taking a couple of steps forward, and suddenly knelt on both knees, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager." This gesture startled Lin Yan'er and caught the attention of Xiao Qingqing, who knelt not far away at the entrance of the Qingxi courtyard. She had observed the gathering from a distance, remaining unnoticed, and thus held her posture upright, awaiting their acknowledgement. To her astonishment, she witnessed Zhou Mingcheng kneeling before Lin Yan'er. Why was this happening? Just recently, Lin Yan'er had punished him by hanging him from a tree. He ought to harbor resentment towards her. Even if he felt unable to confront her in that moment, it was unfathomable for him, a prince of unmatched nobility, to bestow such a profound act of respect upon her. The concubine also realized the gravity of the situation and immediately moved to lift Zhou Mingcheng. "Mingcheng, the illustrious 7th prince of the mighty Wu dynasty, a scion of royal lineage, how could you possibly kneel before a mere woman, even if you were willing? She is unworthy of such honor. Do you wish to invoke the wrath of the celestial deities, to be struck by divine lightning?" "Ah, Lin Yan'er is taken aback by the profound reverence bestowed upon her by Zhou Mingcheng. She shares the same astonishment as Xiao Qingqing. For should he not harbor resentment towards her? She had intended to urge him to rise, but upon hearing the words of the Ming Fei, she straightened her posture, accepting his kneeling with a smile. I fear not the anger of the deities, nor the fury of divine retribution. Deities? In the vast expanse of the universe, modern cosmic probes have ventured beyond the solar system, yet not a trace of the supernatural can be found. Where, then, do these deities originate? The idea of divine retribution is nothing but mere coincidence. If heaven truly had eyes, it would first strike this Ming Fei, who stands before us. In the treacherous confines of the imperial palace, Lin Yan'er doubts the integrity of this Ming Fei, who has undoubtedly navigated a bloody path to her current position, instilling fear even in Empress Rome. Has she never stained her hands with blood or committed acts that defy the heavens? The Ming Fei's expression falters. You dare. Mother. A flicker of anger crosses Zhou Mingcheng's youthful visage. Could you not stand aside? The Ming Fei is taken aback, frozen in place. Zhou Mingcheng, her most obedient son and favored child, is one whom she sought to lift from the ground, to remind him of his unparalleled status, that not everyone can bear the weight of his kneeling. Yet, he is angry? Zhou Mingcheng raised his head earnestly, gazing intently at Lin Yan'er, his eyes resolute and sincere. Sister-in-law, I thank you for bringing me down and then raising me up to be punished. Oh, so you have this peculiar fondness? You express gratitude even while being punished? In the future, whenever I have the time, should you require it, I could indulge you. Lin Yan'er mused inwardly, yet her eyes sparkled with a radiant smile. No need for such formality. It's a trifling matter. You need not kneel any longer. Please rise and speak. No. Zhou Mingcheng replied stubbornly, Sister-in-law, I must kneel before you to apologize. I was indeed far too impulsive, swayed by the rumors outside, and failed to verify with my elder brother. In a moment of uncontrolled emotion, I nearly harmed you. Only just now, my elder brother chastised me in private, and it dawned on me that to harm you would be a grievous mistake, even if I were to face 1,000 deaths. I could not absolve myself of the blame. I am truly sorry, sister-in-law. The room fell into silence, and most were left in disbelief. The face of Concubine Ming darkened. After all, she regarded Lin Yan'er merely as a person who possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, who fortuitously had the means to save the emperor and had aided Zhou Mingguo. How could someone so insignificant be deemed so crucial? To the point that even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for a mistake? Concubine Ming scoffed at the notion. However, Xiao Qingqing and Xiuyun were different. They had received orders to investigate Lin Yan'er's true background. Initially, they harbored doubts, questioning what significant background Lin Yan'er could possibly possess. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Mingcheng's words, they began to sense that Lin Yan'er might be far more complex than they had initially presumed. Lin Yan'er cast a glance at Zhou Mingguo, whose expression remained unchanged, softening only when her gaze fell upon him. It dawned on Lin Yan'er that Zhou Mingguo must have informed Zhou Mingcheng of her ability to heal his leg. Zhou Mingcheng truly valued brotherly affection, showing concern for Zhou Mingguo's condition. It's all right, rise, Lin Yan'er said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Seventh Prince, you need not harbor such overwhelming guilt. Your demeanor suggests that you could truly take my life. To speak candidly, not even 10 of you could bring me down. Do you think I am as fragile as clay? I have yet to reveal my true capabilities. As Zhou Mingcheng stood, feeling a sense of relief, he was suddenly struck by Lin Yan'er's words, causing his breath to catch in his throat. However, he soon felt genuinely alleviated, for Lin Yan'er was indeed correct. He was no match for her, significantly outclassed. Chapter 111. 3 foolish individuals. Zhou Mingcheng laughed heartily, reaching to scratch the back of his head. Indeed, the prowess of the royal sister-in-law was not only rare among women but also exceptional among men. I believe the royal sister-in-law could rival the emperor in his prime. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Zhou Mingguo was the formidable god of war. His martial prowess was unmatched throughout the great Wu dynasty. Such a claim seemed excessive. Yet, Lin Yan'er cast a dismissive glance at Zhou Mingguo, raising her small fist in a provocative gesture toward him. It is not that this princess underestimates him, in her eyes. He is but a clay tiger. Should she desire, there are myriad ways to make him search for his teeth upon the ground. If you doubt this, inquire of him how many times he has endured her wrath in recent days. This statement astonished everyone present once more. Zhou Mingguo's expression remained unchanged, while Ming Fei's countenance fluctuated between shadows and light. Her ire was not directed at Lin Yan'er for her words, but rather at Zhou Mingguo's leniency towards Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er boldly accepted Zhou Mingcheng's prostration, and as an elder brother, Zhou Mingguo not only refrained from intervening, but looked upon her with evident admiration. Lin Yan'er, in front of so many witnesses, proclaimed her ability to make Zhou Mingwu search for his teeth, and he showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled at the veiled woman. He had never received such a favorable disposition from his mother, who frequently wore a scowl. Zhou Mingqing swallowed hard, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Lin Yan'er. Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. May I learn some of your techniques? Perhaps I might seize an opportunity to make my elder brother suffer a setback next time he strikes me? Throughout his life, he had never been a match for Zhou Mingwu, who could easily subdue him with a mere finger. He perceived that Lin Yan'er spoke not in jest. Her confidence was palpable. In an instant, he found himself admiring her, genuinely wishing to acquire some of her skills. Reflecting on their encounters, he realized that whether in strength or speed, she had completely dominated him, as though he had lost before she even unleashed her techniques. So, is it true that he believes her now? It appears he has become a fan. Youth is easily deceived. Thus, it is no surprise that the naive Zaiqingqing could effortlessly stoke the flames of ambition. Lin Yan'er pondered this and found it unsurprising, despite sharing the same parentage. The disparity can be immense. In terms of capability, Zhou Mingqing is utterly incomparable to Zhou Mingwu. However, there is one commonality. Before Zaiqingqing, they are both fools. Lin Yan'er, with a generous spirit, declared, "No problem. Defeating your royal brother is exceedingly simple. When you have the leisure, come by, and if I am in a good mood, I shall teach you a few moves." Zhou Mingqing instantly leaped with excitement, akin to an unripe child. In truth, he was merely around 16 or 17, still a child by modern standards. He dashed towards Zhou Mingwu and exclaimed, "Royal brother, sister-in-law has said this. You wouldn't dare to utter anything as cold as forbidding me from visiting the Prince of Zhan's residence, would you?" Zhou Mingwu's expression darkened. "You wish to learn methods to contend with me? Do you think I would permit you to enter?" Zhou Mingqing had not anticipated this and, in his moment of delight, had spoken too freely. He awkwardly replied, "Royal brother, I truly admire sister-in-law's skills and wish to learn a trick or two. Begone." Zhou Mingwu snorted coldly. "With your aptitude, even the immortals could not teach you. Zhou Mingqing is hardly suited for martial pursuits. Otherwise, why would he not be instructed? I could teach him." Lin Yan'er boasted triumphantly. "Believe it or not, if he learns just 2 or 3 moves from me, he could easily pin you to the ground." It was akin to a dose of strength-enhancing elixir. Zhou Mingqing was overjoyed, his eyes shimmering as if filled with stars. "Imperial brother, allow me to visit the prince's residence whenever I find leisure. I have acquired the skills of the imperial sister-in-law, and I assure you, they are not intended to contend with you, but to assist you." Zhou Mingwu's countenance darkened further. His relationship with Lin Yan'er remained delicate. It seemed she harbored no affection for him. He sought an opportunity to showcase himself, wishing to conceal this from his younger brother. Moreover, Zhou Mingqing, being a man, would inevitably engage in close contact while learning martial arts from Lin Yan'er, which displeased him upon reflection. "Seventh Prince, do come to find me at your convenience." Lin Yan'er, observing Zhou Mingwu's expression, was determined to provoke him. "In this residence, I am the mistress, and my word is law." Zhou Mingqing laughed heartily, expressing gratitude to the imperial sister-in-law, declaring it settled, he would visit whenever he could. Zhou Mingwu yearned to object, yet upon hearing Lin Yan'er assert her dominance in the residence, his heart warmed unexpectedly, and his discontent waned, leading him to acquiesce. He genuinely wished for her to have the final say in the household. Lady Ming was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Her youngest son had also sided with Lin Yan'er, learning martial arts from Lin Yan'er? What an audacious move. Swiftly claiming both her sons, Lady Ming felt an urge to be angry, yet the current moment was not opportune for such emotions. Zhou Mingwu was present, and her dental ailment remained unaddressed. Accidentally raising her gaze, she spotted 2 figures kneeling in the Qingxi courtyard. Initially stunned, she remarked, "Is that not Consort Xiao? Why is she kneeling there?" Xiao Qingqing silently wailed within, finally being noticed. "Was it truly so difficult for me? So close yet so distant." They conversed for an eternity without casting a glance in this direction. Tears welled in Xiao Qingqing's eyes as she gazed at Mingfei with utmost grievance, while simultaneously directing her attention towards Zhou Mingwu and Zhou Mingqing. Her gaze lingered particularly on Zhou Mingqing's countenance. However, what filled her heart with despair was that Zhou Mingqing, instead of acknowledging her, turned away and pushed Zhou Mingwu's wheelchair, making their way towards the entrance of Qingxi courtyard. Why? Had Zhou Mingqing also chosen to disregard her? Mingfei approached Xiao Qingqing, her brows furrowing as she scrutinized her. "Why are you kneeling here?" Xiao Qingqing, appearing utterly pitiable, looked towards Zhou Mingwu, only to find his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze betraying no sentiment. Resigned, she adopted a feeble demeanor, her voice tinged with a weeping tone. Reporting to the Empress Mother, I have come to apologize to Sister Wangfei. I acted wrongly before, and I am truly sorry. Unfortunately, Sister Wangfei left in haste this morning and refused to listen to my explanation. To demonstrate my sincere contrition, I have been kneeling here with my maidservant, waiting for Sister Wangfei's return. It has already been 2 hours. Lin Yan'er furrowed her delicate brows. Was this person once again attempting to sow discord? The underlying implication was unmistakable. She sought to insinuate that Lin Yan'er was the reason she remained kneeling here. Clearing her throat, Lin Yan'er interjected, Xiao Sufei, when I departed, I made it clear that we are even now. There is no need for your apology. You are free to leave. Your words insinuate that this noble lady is the cause of your kneeling here, while you attempt to evoke pity from these 2 simple-minded individuals, perhaps even a third, to create the illusion of being oppressed by me. Am I correct? Each time you secretly plot against me, seeking my downfall, you only end up with egg on your face. With your cunning, you cannot inflict harm upon me. You ought to realize that we operate on entirely different planes. Cannot you learn from your past mistakes? A hushed silence enveloped the room. Zhou Mingwu and Zhou Mingqing swallowed hard. Surely, she could not be referring to them, could she? And who might the third simpleton be? Mingfei's face turned a shade of green. Xiao Qingqing was taken aback, finding Lin Yan'er's directness disarming, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 112. What is magnanimity? Xiao Qingqing's mind was momentarily bewildered before she could think clearly again. She glanced at Zhou Mingwu, then at Zhou Mingqing. These 2 brothers seemed oblivious to Lin Yan'er's remarks. Lin Yan'er was clearly mocking their lack of intelligence, an affront to their noble status, yet they managed to feign ignorance without showing any anger. Turning her gaze to Mingfei, she noted that while Mingfei maintained a composed faade, it was evident that she was seething with rage. The third individual, without needing to think, was undoubtedly Mingfei. Indeed, since encountering Lin Yan'er, the turmoil within her chest had been tumultuous. Subsequently, Xiao Qingqing appeared to regain her composure and bowed her head before Lin Yan'er. Elder sister, you have misunderstood my intentions. Today, I genuinely came to seek your forgiveness. I have indeed committed some disgraceful acts against you. When His Highness Prince Zhao intended to harm you, I exaggerated the circumstances before him, inciting his wrath. Furthermore, it was I who spoke ill of you to Mother, leading to her decision to punish you at the Minghua Palace. All of this stemmed from my jealousy of your favored position with the prince. I truly recognize my mistakes and implore you to forgive me just this once. Should you grant me your forgiveness, I am willing to serve as your maid, attending to your needs daily without complaint. Upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, the expressions of Zhou Mingwu and Zhou Mingqing noticeably softened. Lin Yan'er immediately discerned that these 2 brothers were aware of Xiao Qingqing's involvement in the recent events targeting her, particularly Zhou Mingwu, who had been resolute in allowing Lin Yan'er to punish Xiao Qingqing, was now conscious of her culpability. When Mingfei heard Xiao Qingqing's confession, she understood well the intricacies of female rivalry. Her intention to punish Lin Yan'er was not incited by Xiao Qingqing's words. She sought to exact revenge on Lin Yan'er for harming her 2 sons. At this moment, upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's admission, she seized the opportunity to turn the tide, her expression darkening. Xiao Concubine, it appears you have deceived me with your lies. What audacity you possess. Now, you have estranged me from Yan'er, who harbors resentment towards me. Your actions are truly inexcusable. Xiao Qingqing knelt before Mingfei, pleading, Mother, I am truly remorseful. I beg for your forgiveness. Please convey a message to my sister, the princess, allowing me to remain by her side to serve and atone for my transgressions. Mingfei glanced at Zhou Mingwu and Zhou Mingqing before turning to Lin Yan'er. Yan'er, I perceive that Xiao Sufei genuinely realizes her mistakes. She has been kneeling here for quite some time, her forehead now slightly swollen from her penance. As the head matriarch, it would be wise of you to show some magnanimity. Doing so would enhance your reputation and restore your standing in the eyes of the servants. Would it not? Mingfei spoke on behalf of Xiao Qingqing because she recognized the need to support someone to counterbalance Lin Yan'er within the Zhen Wangfu. Otherwise, as Zhou Mingwu's mother, she would lack any influence in the household. After a moment of contemplation, Mingfei continued, Yan'er, let me make a decision on your behalf. How about allowing Xiao Sufei to serve in your courtyard as a maid for a month? The way Mingfei addressed Yan'er felt overly familiar, almost grating. They were not as close as she implied, were they? Lin Yan'er cast a glance at Zhou Mingwu, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and to her astonishment, Zhou Mingwu actually smiled at her. What a ridiculous gesture. Lin Yan'er shot Zhou Mingwu a disapproving look. Did he think she would forgive his savior just like that? There was no need for her to have a maidservant in her courtyard. Lin Yan'er curled her lips in disdain. I am utterly incompatible with Lady Xiao. Her frail demeanor and nasal speech are irksome to the core. I fear I may one day lose my temper and strike her down, leaving no explanation for my actions. Ah, the expression on Ming Fei's face grew increasingly displeased, nearly compelling her to leap up and summon someone to eliminate Lin Yan'er. She offered her no respect whatsoever. After all, she is the emperor's woman, a dignified imperial concubine. The mother of Zhou Mingwu and Lin Yan'er's mother-in-law. For centuries, mothers-in-law have held a position of authority within the household, especially in the presence of their daughters-in-law, who must endure insults and bear the brunt of their ire without a word of complaint. This is the path she has traversed in her youth. The late Empress Dowager held her in contempt and subjected her to relentless torment. Yet, she maintained utmost respect for the Empress Dowager, serving her diligently for half a month during her illness, earning widespread acclaim from the royal family. Why then is it so different with Lin Yan'er? This esteemed mother-in-law has already lowered herself. Is that not enough? Lin Yan'er lifted her chin defiantly. Lady Xiao, I shall reiterate, your misdeeds have brought upon you just retribution. From the very beginning, I have never required you to kneel before me. I have not held you in my thoughts, and thus have not felt any grievance towards you. Xiao Qingqing seethed inwardly, struggling to contain her fury, feeling as though she might suffer internal injury. Despite her turmoil, Lin Yan'er remained as unyielding as stone, refusing to offer her even a sliver of grace. Had she ever considered the possibility of living peacefully as the princess consort of Zhun in the future? She is nothing but a fool, utterly lacking foresight. At this moment, Zhou Mingqing spoke up. Qingqing, to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue of great magnitude. The Empress Dowager has forgiven you. Should you not express your gratitude to her and rise? Xiao Qingqing was taken aback, instantly comprehending the situation. She took the initiative to acknowledge her fault and apologize to Lin Yan'er, thereby earning Zhou Mingqing's forgiveness. She had long been aware that Zhou Mingqing had treated her with immense kindness. Even his gaze towards her was laden with evident affection, as he had subtly and overtly conveyed his feelings for her on numerous occasions. Xiao Qingqing's heart was set on Zhou Mingwu, and she had never regarded Zhou Mingqing with any admiration, viewing him merely as a naive simpleton. Thus, she had boldly rejected his advances, declaring her affection for the town king, which led Zhou Mingqing to relinquish his pursuit, ultimately resolving to treat her as a sister. How could he possibly disregard her so easily? It seemed that kneeling today had been an astute decision. Zhou Mingqing was swayed back to her side, and surely, Zhou Mingwu would harbor no resentment towards her now, would he? She glanced at Zhou Mingwu, who wore his usual aloof expression, revealing nothing of his sentiments. He was always like this. A tinge of disappointment washed over Xiao Qingqing. However, this did not hinder her from feigning delight as she bowed to Lin Yan'er once more. Thank you, esteemed sister-in-law, for your magnanimity. I shall henceforth follow your lead. What magnanimity? Does she resemble a person of great generosity? Had she not already punished you? I would have slapped you. Lin Yan'er scoffed disdainfully, brushing her hand dismissively. Everyone, if there is nothing further, please attend to your affairs. This princess had a restless night and arose early to conduct a raid. I must return and catch up on my sleep. With that, she cast no further glances and strode directly into the Qingxi courtyard. Zhou Mingqing was taken aback and quickly replied, Your Highness. It has been 2 years since Mother and the Empress Dowager last visited the prince's residence. We are merely accompanying her on a tour. Our family will dine together shortly. There's no need for that, Lin Yan'er said without looking back. You all enjoy yourselves. As an outsider, I would only make you uncomfortable. She entered the main chamber, firmly closed the door behind her, and with a gentle leap, reclined comfortably on the bed. Isn't sleeping a pleasure? Spending time with a group of dullards is a waste of both spirit and time. She was someone who could easily drift into slumber, especially when fatigue enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, she was asleep. Outside the courtyard, the onlookers exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Chapter 113. The unrest of the divine martial army. Xiao Qingqing had already risen with the assistance of Shiyun, her attention fixed on Zhou Mingwu's expression, silently urging him. Isn't it time to be angry? Lin Yan'er not only disregarded Mother, but she also disrespected everyone present, making it clear that she did not care about any of us, including you. Yet, her hopes were dashed. Zhou Mingwu displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he turned and addressed the guards stationed at the door. No one is to disturb the princess consort's rest. Several guards immediately bowed in response, remaining silent as if any sound would disturb Lin Yan'er's peace. Ming Fei furrowed her brow, nearly pinching a fly, striving to control her tone, not wanting to sound overly harsh. Mingwu, will you really allow her to behave so dismissively? Zhou Mingwu's countenance darkened as he raised his eyes to meet Ming Fei's gaze. Mother Empress, you need only manage the Minghua Palace. As for matters concerning the Wangfu, I implore you to refrain from interference. Ming Fei felt a sudden pang in her breath. Today, she had come to ease the rift between herself and Zhou Mingwu. So she endured. Zhou Mingchang gazed at the closed door, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Brother, it has only now dawned upon me that my sister-in-law is truly a singular individual, possessing a remarkable character. She is undeniably formidable. I have never encountered a woman who could render my brother so helpless. How delightful it is. As those words escaped his lips, a chill enveloped Zhou Mingxing. He turned to meet the cold, flickering gaze of Zhou Mingwu and seemed to grasp the implications. He hastily clarified, Brother, that was not my intention. My feelings towards my sister-in-law are merely rooted in curiosity and admiration, the affection I spoke of. Someone, Qingming stepped forward, at your service. Cast His Highness, the Zhao Prince, out at once, and inform the gatekeeper that without my express permission, His Highness is forbidden from entering henceforth. Zhou Mingxing was taken aback. Brother, act decisively. Qingming bowed deeply. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. He advanced, seizing Zhou Mingxing by the arm and dragging him away. Mingfei and Xiao Qingqing were momentarily stunned. As realization dawned, Mingfei attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Qingming's prowess, honed under Zhou Mingwu's tutelage, left Zhou Mingxing with no room for resistance as he was pulled further away. Zhou Mingxing's guards chased after them, but were unable to keep pace. Mingfei, nearly losing her regal composure, was on the verge of rebuking Zhou Mingwu. That is your royal brother. Brothers are like limbs, while women are akin to garments. How could you, upon uttering such a remark inadvertently, allow others to cast him aside? Mother Empress. Zhou Mingwu interrupted the words of Mingfei, casting a cold glance. You may take your leave as well. What? Mingfei was taken aback, astonished that she too would be dismissed. Her countenance darkened. She was a woman of high status. Unaccustomed to such indignity, her patience had reached its limit, and she feared that remaining would ultimately thwart the very purpose of her visit today. Very well, Mother Empress. I shall depart. Mingfei endeavored to maintain her composure, yet there were matters she wished to discuss privately. That is unnecessary. Zhou Mingwu's deep-set eyes revealed no trace of emotion. Mother Empress, I shall not grant you your wish. There is no need for further exertion. Mingxing is unfit for that position. Mingfei was on the verge of losing her composure, her fists clenched within her sleeves to uphold her calm. Mingwu, your legs are incapacitated, historically. There has never been a disabled emperor. Is it not fortuitous that you are so formidable now? If not your brother, then whom shall you assist? Do you wish to ascend to that position while seated in a wheelchair? If that were the case, other nations would mock. Claiming the Daowu dynasty has a limping emperor, Mother Empress. Zhou Mingwu's gaze was chillingly frigid, and upon their shared glance, Mingfei instinctively stepped back. You need not return henceforth. See her out. The noble consort, perceiving the resolute expression on Zhou Mingwu's face, understood her son's nature well enough to know that prolonging the discussion would only exacerbate their already strained relationship. She cast a glance at the closed door of Lin Yan'er, let out a cold snort, and, with a dramatic flourish, departed with her entourage of palace maids. After seeing the noble consort off, Xiao Qingqing was about to approach Zhou Mingwu to speak, but he raised his hand to halt her advance. Qingqing, he stated firmly, I have made my intentions clear. Yan'er is the one I desire. Do not harbor any futile hopes. He continued, I am fully aware of your actions, which is why I refrained from intervening in Yan'er's punishment of you, as it is what you deserve. Prepare yourself. Once I have arranged certain matters, I shall arrange for our separation. Now, return to your rest. Xiao Qingqing's body trembled slightly, yet she maintained a demeanor of obedience, bowing gently. Understood, my lord, she replied. Supported by Xiaoyun, she wobbled back to Qingzhou courtyard. At that moment, Qingming had returned. Have they all departed? He inquired. Qingming nodded affirmatively. Zhou Mingwu, gazing at Xiao Qingqing's receding figure, spoke after a prolonged silence. Have someone procure several fine estates, and additionally, acquire a large residence in the capital, ensuring that the contract bears the name of Xiao, the side consort. It must be completed within 10 days, then we shall send her to reside there. After all, she sacrificed her completeness to save me, which has marred her life. This is all I can offer her. Qingming furrowed his brow slightly and said, Your Highness, in truth, over the past 2 years, you have rendered considerable assistance to the maternal family of Consort Xiao. Under your protection, the Xiao family's enterprises have multiplied more than tenfold. You have done exceptionally well. There is no need for self-reproach. Zhou Mingwu remained silent, maneuvering his wheelchair into the Qingxi courtyard. Upon arriving at Lin Yan'er's door, he gently pushed it, but it did not budge. The door was locked tight. Sensing the calm and even breathing within, it was evident she was fast asleep. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over him. Had she locked the door to keep him out? Suddenly, a guard hurried towards him, about to speak, but Zhou Mingwu gestured for silence. Qingming pushed Zhou Mingwu out of the Qingxi courtyard, and once the guard closed the courtyard gate, he reported, Your Highness. Intelligence from the spy camp indicates unusual movements from the Divine Might Army. In the Qi Wangfu, Qi Wang Zhou Jinqiao reveled in a lavish chamber, surrounded by companions. Indulging in wine and song, embodying opulence. A tall figure burst in. Master, I have urgent news to report. The music and dance came to an abrupt halt, and all the women promptly exited. Speak. The imposing figure was none other than Commander Wei, who had led the night raid on the Town King's residence. Master, we have received word that General Lin Yan'er of the Divine Might Army is mobilizing 500 elite troops, preparing to breach the city through the northern gate. What? Zhou Jinqiao exclaimed, taken aback. Is he attempting to rebel? No, that cannot be. If he were to rebel, 500 troops would be far too few. Zhou Jinqiao controlled the capital's imperial guards, overseeing public safety, which numbered 50,000. Moreover, given Lin Yan'er's capabilities, daring to entertain the notion of rebellion was tantamount to courting death. What transpired that this king is unaware of? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Commander Wei's eyes as he recounted the events that unfolded earlier at the general's residence. Zhou Jinzio could not help but chuckle. This woman is indeed an extraordinary individual. Everyone has misjudged her. When it comes to stirring up trouble, she could undoubtedly claim the title of the greatest troublemaker throughout history. Ha ha ha. This king holds her in particularly high regard. Very well. The Grand General intends to besiege the Prince of Zhan's residence to take the head of the prince's consort. I am eager to witness how the fourth prince will handle this situation. Orders shall be given to feign ignorance and remain unprepared, allowing the Divine Martial Army to enter the city without impediment.